Deep in a canyon with towering cliffs, the masked King Lục Phàm Ân stands alone. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss him telling an entire army to attack at once. He is currently facing a massive wave of elite warriors from a very powerful sect. The leader sees his arrogance and snaps. You think you can be this cocky just because you killed a few of our men? Just a few? These guys clearly can't count. Since they want to fight so bad, they all charge at Lục Phàm Ân with their weapons drawn, hoping to crush him. But every single person who rushes him gets sliced clean in half by his blade. Heads are separated from bodies and torsos from legs. He can't even remember how many he's killed. Only that his sword is soaked in blood. The rule is simple: anyone who wants to kill him must die. He eliminates his pursuers by pure instinct. The enemy swarms him, viewing him as their only target to ensure he doesn't take the lead. They are determined to make today his funeral. They want him dead when the freedom he sought for 30 years is right there. Those bastards are the ones who deserve to die. Lục Phàm Ân will slaughter every last one of them if that is what it takes to find his freedom. That thought alone gives him the motivation to fight. They think they've caught him and that there's absolutely no escape now. But then, something happens that leaves them completely speechless. You and I can see their absolute shock as they realize the truth. He stands balanced on the tips of their blades, proud and heroic, before leaping high into the air to shatter their formation. The panic sets in. It cannot be. He is one of the 10 great masters of the world. He is known as the greatest assassin in the world, the king of killers, Lục Phàm Ân. One swing of his blade makes the mountain explode, crushing everyone below like ants. He's hitting his limit. I wonder if the hunters following him have finally stopped? Not even close. The killing sect is still on his tail, knowing exactly how exhausted he is. No matter how strong he is, there are just too many enemies for one man to handle. It's unbelievable. Even with his sword chipped from battle, more keep coming. Do they really hate his idea of freedom that much? Anyone in his way will die. His eyes turn blood red as he swings his sword in a massive circle, blowing the entire enemy force away in an instant. Lục Phàm Ân, you might be the #1 assassin and the king of killers, but at the end of the day, you're just a hunting dog for the leaders of Lý Thiên Minh. The blade is soaked in blood. Is it over? He only kills because he's told to. What does he actually know about living? Even in the afterlife, you'll be cursed forever by the ghosts of the many people you've slaughtered. It's a never-ending cycle of death. His stomach is badly wounded and bleeding heavily. He knows he has to survive. He lived his life as a dog for Lý Thiên Minh. Finally, he's found freedom after cutting the chains they wrapped around his neck. He has to make it. Ignoring the agonizing pain, he tries to pull himself together. He grabs his sword and forces himself up. Just a little further. There is a secret hiding spot nearby. If he uses the elixirs and herbs there to heal and regain his power, he'll finally be free, just a little more. But the pain is too much, and he collapses. Before he can even heal, he might die of hunger. It's insane. For 7 days, he's only eaten a few pieces of dry beef. He's starving to death. Staring up at the moon, he can only think about how much it looks like a delicious bun. But suddenly, you and I see a shadow flash across the moon as an attack comes for his head. Thankfully, his instincts are still sharp enough to react quickly. That man's stealth is perfect even for the world's best assassin. And as they fight, those moves start to feel strangely familiar. His power is terrifying, slicing through the entire forest with nothing but raw sword energy. This stranger is definitely Tuquan, the legendary assassin. If it were Lý Thiên Minh's men, he'd understand. But he didn't expect the Iron Blood City elites, the 8 emperors, and Tuquan to all show up. Lục Phàm Ân is drained after killing hundreds, and a top-tier expert like Tuquan knows it. Killing him now would be easier than ever, but that would just be stealing someone else's credit. Hearing that makes him snap. Furious, he points his blade right at our hero's throat. But Lục Phàm Ân is faster. One strike, and it's over. He sighs and says, "Enough hiding. Show yourself." And just like that, a beautiful woman steps out from the shadows. Meet the Flying Demon Queen. She's honored he remembers her after 6 years. She whispers, "It's been a long time, Lục Phàm Ân. So, what do you and I make of this?" An old man on a white horse appears among the dead. "All right, you and I are about to see a legendary assassin backed into a corner by the Great Elder's elite men." That old man is Great Elder Lý Thiên Minh. and the subordinate reporting to him is Mo Dong. To think he broke through the heavenly net and slaughtered every expert in Ironblood City, the king of killers, Lục Phàm Ân, is truly terrifying. Mo Dong signals with his hand, and his men drop to their knees. He bellows an order, his face full of intensity, as they track the flying demon queen. Lục Phàm Ân is right there. The beautiful and elegant flying demon queen approaches him, honored that he still remembers her after all these years apart. This woman is the flying demon queen, also known by her name Cuong Tu Lien. Even though she is over 60, she looks like she is 30 thanks to youth preservation techniques. Looking at her face, you would think she is harmless. But in reality, she is a monster who goes insane if she does not kill someone every single day of her life. Many elites from Ironblood City, including their strongest assassins and soldiers, have already met their end at her hands. Now pay attention, because this is where the real mind games begin. Let's see if he can survive this. Cuong Tu Lien acts disappointed. They were once so close, yet he is pointing his sharp blade at her like a complete stranger. Lục Phàm Ân warns her to stop acting like they are close and tells her to shut up. She just pouts, complaining that he is being too cold. In his current battered state, he won't last long anyway. She suggests that he let her give him a few much easier choices instead. Lục Phàm Ân raises his blood-stained sword in defiance. We will only know how long I can last once we actually start the fight. A 60-year-old hag like her is all talk. This hits a nerve, as she absolutely hates being called an old lady by him. If you call me an old lady one more time, I will rip the marrow from your bones even if you beg for mercy. He is not bothered by her threats at all. Since they last met, it seems Cuong Tu Lien has only gotten more sensitive about her age. He calls her an old lady again. Her face twists in pure rage before she somehow forces a chilling and terrifying smile. Cuong Tu Lien realizes that he is telling the truth about his feelings. His determination to quit being an assassin for Lý Thiên Minh is the reason she took this job. His pure energy and divine aura honestly make her sick. He must have learned this from the 9 great sects. Truly, that is a very impressive feat. Her goal is to take him alive, but she wonders how he managed to kill so many experts on his own. It must be a secret technique from the 9 sects. He would clearly rather see blood flow than waste more time talking to her. She is just babbling nonsense. What she really wants is the secrets of the 9 sects and information on Lý Thiên Minh from him. She calls him sharp. She thought he was just a brainless killer who only knew how to take lives, but he can actually think. But she wonders, even if he knows the secrets of Ironblood City, would he really just tell her everything? She narrows her eyes slightly at him. Fine, he caught her. She does not actually care about the mission from Ironblood City or the secrets of the Great Elder. What she truly craves is that 9 sect martial arts. Give it to her, and she might just decide to save his life. He knows people in this world rarely have honor. His body is already failing, and her deal is not tempting to him at all. I know what you're thinking, he's doomed, right? Well, let's watch how he reacts to this secret. The bloodworm is the ultimate punishment for anyone who dares to betray the master of Lý Thiên Minh. Anyone with the parasite inside must obey the leader's orders, or they will face a gruesome judgment from the worm itself. The leader saved his life, yet he shows no gratitude. Their lives and deaths belong solely to the master of Lý Thiên Minh now. Lục Phàm Ân, you can never truly escape from the grasp of Lý Thiên Minh for the rest of your life. Exactly. It's the bloodworm. If he could remove it, he could reveal the secrets of the 9 sects without ever worrying about them again. She studied under the god of death and has an unparalleled knowledge of every deadly toxin and poison in the world. Using her forbidden techniques, she is certain she can extract the parasite from his body. He just stares blankly at the ground. She offers him freedom. All he has to do is tell her the secrets of the 9 sects martial arts in exchange. Lục Phàm Ân starts laughing. He can't believe she thinks his only goal for chasing her was just to find a way to escape. Cuong Tu Lien is stunned. Could it be that the bloodworm is already gone from his body? Of course it is. As one of the top 10 experts, he found a way to cure the poison 5 years ago. To truly escape the heavenly net, he needs to reach an even higher realm of power. It just takes time to get there. He almost achieved it. Does she really think he'd trade his secrets for help? Trust me. You and I know this man is better than that. Stop talking nonsense. Lục Phàm Ân roars at her with fury. All right. Stick with me. Here you are. about to see a man who has been a puppet for 30 years finally snap. He knows how venomous she is, and he is not letting anyone play with his life ever again. Jiang Zilian needs to vanish from his sight immediately. If she ran now, she might actually keep her filthy life. But instead, she mocks him, wondering how a dying man like him could still act so arrogant. She tells him not to worry, she is not a fool, and never lets those who insult her live. Looking into Lu Fan An's eyes, she realizes he will never reveal the secret martial arts of the 9 sects to her. Her gaze tells him she is coming for his life. Fine, then go to hell. Both of them charge at each other. The sheer force of their collision triggers a massive explosion, sending dust and debris flying into the air. She blocks his blade and drives 5 fingers straight through Lu Fan An's palm with brutal precision. Blood sprays everywhere. The agony is so intense that red veins bulge across his entire face. Suddenly, Grand Elder Li Tianming appears out of thin air. He hacks off both of the main character's legs in a flash, while Jiang Zilian follows up by tearing away both his arms. Lu Fan An collapses in a pool of agony, but she is not finished. She plunges her hand straight through his heart. His blood flows like a river thanks to the cruelty of these 2 demons in human skin. He vomits a massive amount of blood onto the cold ground. Jiang Zilian grabs his head, sneering that since he has no limbs left, she cannot even feel pity for him. But just a second later, she changes her mind and decides to take his head as well. Now watch this transition. Her beautiful face twists into a true demon. She wants his head so he cannot speak another word. She snaps his neck with a look of pure satisfaction. She wants him to crawl like a maggot in the afterlife just to satisfy her own twisted malice. Is this tragic scene really the final end for our hero, Lu Fan An? In that singular moment, his entire life feels like nothing but a dream. He just wanted to live a normal life, for once to be treated like a human. Was that really such a difficult thing to ask for? If he had one more chance, he would never let his fate end in a dead end like this. At the Heavenly Demon Cult headquarters, a shirtless young man with a healthy physique lies dying. His hand trembles as his body begins to undergo a sudden, strange transformation. You and I are about to see what happens when Lu Fan An actually gets that second chance he prayed for. The door to the medical pavilion opens, and a subordinate reports that the undefeated heavenly demon requests an audience with the 4th young master. The 4th young master sits back, smoking a cigar. Even the drifting smoke cannot hide his sharp, handsome features as he relaxes in the shadows. That brat is heading over to check on 3rd young master Chen An, who is expected to die tonight. The 4th young master smiles coldly. He understands this will make things even easier than he originally planned. A memory flashes through Lu Fan An's mind. A blood-soaked battlefield where he and a comrade are taking a brief, desperate moment to rest. He is worried they cannot stay long. If the leader catches them slacking off, things will get very ugly, very fast. His teammate is holding something interesting. Noticing the curiosity, the friend decides to show it to him. It is a small wooden statue he carved himself. He asks Lu Fan An if he is tired of this miserable struggle for survival. The friend vows to escape at any cost. He wants to live his life like a bird, wandering free across the open sky. He wants to leave the disgusting smell of blood behind for a quiet countryside filled with the scent of fresh grass. Lu Fan An wants to go with him to that peaceful place, but the friend snaps back, telling him to stop dreaming such impossible things. Suddenly, the friend coughs up blood and drops dead on the spot. A voice booms from behind. They saved his life, yet he repaid them with betrayal. He was the very last of the traitors who dared to defy Li Tianming. The blood parasite within their bodies will always devour those who disobey. Then come the memories of his neck being snapped. That woman's hideous, haunting face scares him awake from his deep, death-like slumber. He wakes up gasping, touching his neck in total shock. Just a second ago, the demon princess was snapping his head off, and now he is here. He looks around, but does not recognize this place. This room is incredibly luxurious. A maid named Thu Lan enters with medicine, only to realize the 3rd young master is not in his bed anymore. Panic starts to set in. Suddenly, a sharp blade is pressed against her throat. From the shadows, he threatens her to stay silent, or she will find out what happens to those who scream. He demands to know who she is, and if she is from Iron Blood City. Thu Lan is terrified and has no idea what he is talking about. She is his maid. Seeing him like this, she wonders if he is still unwell. Or perhaps she unintentionally did something to offend him. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see this cliffhanger. He warns the maid to stop the nonsense and tell him the truth. Stick with me, because we are about to watch a master wake up asking who sent this maid to his room. He was in a coma for 6 months after a cultivation accident, only waking up 2 days ago. This is total nonsense. He remembers dying at the hands of Kwang Tu Lien, so how did he end up here? Lu Pham and refuses to believe her, threatening his maid Thu Lan to finally tell him the real truth. Thu Lan feels helpless as she only wanted to prepare a meal, but everything changes when he catches his reflection in the mirror. What on earth is this? Why does he look like such a young man all of a sudden? He was an old man when he died. This is no dream. Could it be reincarnation or spirit possession? This makes zero sense. Thu Lan calls out as she sees her young master standing there frozen in shock. Where is he exactly? Lục Phàm Ân opens the window to scan the surrounding martial arts world. And what are these things? He spots 2 men approaching his room with a very serious look on their faces. Both men are absolutely shocked to find the third young master awake and standing on his own 2 feet. One man kneels, shouting for the cult's eternal victory. Lục Phàm Ân is totally lost. What on earth is this cult? Now pay attention, because he just realized he is in the middle of the terrifying heavenly demon cult, deep inside the great hall of the demonic cult. Guardian Mindat kneels respectfully before the leader, reporting a major update. He announces that the leader's third son, the young master, has finally opened his eyes after a long time. But there is a catch. After being bedridden for so long, he has lost all of his martial powers. Mindat asks how the leader wants to handle his powerless son moving forward from today. Hearing the report, the leader roars with a voice so powerful it creates a storm, nearly blowing out every candle in the room. The guardian begs for instructions, but the leader orders him to leave and bring no more reports for the next 3 months. After finishing his commands, the cult leader returns to his deep and oppressive silence. The guardian bows, praying for success, while reflecting on how the heavenly demon cult has been a nightmare for 1,000 years. It is the oldest and most powerful demonic force in existence, feared by everyone in the land. Its very presence is a symbol of chaos that keeps the entire martial world on edge at all times. Their numbers are so massive that even if the other great alliances join together, they could never hope to match such power. They are one of the 3 great powers of the world, considered more dangerous than a full-scale war or a deadly plague. It is the worst collection of demons in history. How did he end up in a place like this? You and I can agree that being reborn is a gift, but ending up in a demonic cult? That is pure irony. He tells himself to stay calm, assess the situation, and plan his next moves very carefully for the future. That night, he sneaks out in a mask. Stealth techniques are clearly still too much for this weak body. He overhears the other cultists gossiping about his sudden and miraculous return to life after so long. The strongest of the 7 disciples is back, which means a bloody power struggle is about to start again. They gossip while staying cautious, as no one wants to get dragged into the conflict and end up as a sacrifice. They say that even without his powers, if that monster truly awakens, he will make the blood of everyone around him run dry. You have to be very careful around him now, or you will definitely end up dead. Hearing these terrifying rumors about his new body, Lục Phàm Ân can only shake his head at what a monster this kid was. This is definitely the demonic cult. If he wants to leave, he needs to come up with a perfect plan. Even using stealth for just 1 hour pushed this weak and fragile body to its absolute limit. Honestly, it is a miracle that this body is even still breathing and standing right now. He feels as frail as an 80-year-old woman. Step 1 is definitely focusing on his physical recovery. He sits cross-legged to practice cultivation, but his internal energy channels are a total and complete mess. He focuses on clearing the decayed fibers within his body, reciting the sacred words of a technique meant to purge the old. The temperature rises and the air turns humid as his technique begins to push every bit of foul energy out of his body. In his past life, he created this technique using forbidden knowledge stolen from the 9 great sects of the martial world. For someone with no allies, this secret power is his only real hope for survival in this place. He finally opens his eyes, having achieved his first goal. Trust me, the real chaos is just beginning. All right, you and I are about to witness an assassin waking up in a body in a place so quiet, it is actually making him feel very uncomfortable. The royal doctors treat him with extreme respect during every examination. They are shocked by his recovery speed and keep telling him to protect his precious body at all costs. Even the servants are visibly shaking every time they have to bring him his medicine. The third young master's nickname is the Devil for a reason. Rumor has it he is a heartless scoundrel with no humanity left in him. He tells himself to stay calm. He needs to fully understand this place before he does anything too reckless or hasty. 3 months later, the fourth young master sits in his room. He is confused because everything is too quiet, and his brother is recovering at an insane speed. Usually, the stronger the demonic arts, the more dangerous the recovery. But something very strange is happening with the third young master right now that defies all logic. This is the fourth young master, Hong Min. He has always viewed Tran On, the third young master, as someone outside his control. His subordinate asks for the next move. Hong Min wants to know when Thuk Duong is coming. Word is she will arrive at the peak of the mountain by noon. It has been half a year since she last returned. Things are about to get very interesting. He orders his men to stalk her. Meanwhile, Lục Phàm Ân is training day and night, his body looking far stronger than it did 3 months ago. Every single punch he throws carries massive power. He has been training so hard that the walls are breaking, and he is drenched in sweat. Over the last 3 months, he has done everything possible to turn this beggar-like frame back into a healthy, normal human body. Because of his hard work, both the impure energy and the demonic traces that once plagued his system have completely disappeared without a trace. Like clockwork, Thu Lan arrives every single day to deliver his bowl of medicine at the exact same hour. Stick with me here, he downs the entire bowl in one go, but then he spots a blood parasite at the bottom and shatters the glass in absolute terror. Is he really unable to escape the shadow of Lý Thiên Minh? The elder's cold and mocking voice starts echoing loudly in his head. He was scolded for betraying the man who raised him to be the world's best killer. Even in death, he cannot escape the elder's reach or the parasite living inside him. Suddenly, a voice rings out in his ear. "Young master." He is startled out of his dark and painful memories. It is just Thu Lan's voice, pulling him back to reality. She asks if he is okay. It was all just a terrifying hallucination. The bowl is still in his hand. She leaves, and he dreams of the total freedom he has always wanted. He believes he can finally be free. After a quick bath, he puts on his black robes and hears someone outside looking for him. A high-ranking member of the demonic cult is here. They don't even wait for the maid and just barge straight into his private room. Now, pay attention, a purple-haired woman appears at the door, but he doesn't recognize her. She just slapped Thu Lan's face so hard it is already turning bright red. Who is this stunning woman, anyway? She walks right in and remarks that he looks much healthier than she ever thought he would. Lục Phàm An's mind is racing. He is desperately trying to think of a way to get out of this room immediately. She asks why he is standing there like a statue. She wants tea, but he thinks that running away right now is his best option. He starts moving toward the door, quickly making an excuse. "I have some urgent business to attend to. Please excuse me." But as soon as he steps outside, his path is blocked by 2 of her massive and intimidating guards. She suggests they have a long talk. She orders her men to block anyone from entering while she invites him to sit so they can discuss things privately. Lục Phàm Ân is totally confused. He tells her that he just recovered and hasn't even had time to properly wash or dress yet. She agrees to wait but gives him a sharp look. "I hope you aren't planning to try anything stupid while you are away." This woman is clearly no ordinary person. He has to play along, so he calls his maid, Thu Lan, to follow him so he can get changed. Once they are alone, he asks who that woman is. He claims that the chi deviation caused a massive headache and erased his memories. Thu Lan starts crying the moment she hears his excuse. "Please do not die on me, young master." But why would he die? He barely started his second life. The girl is Thuk Duong, a prominent figure from the Joy Pavilion within the inner circle of the cult. She is a top disciple of the Red Mist clan, one of the 7 great demonic families. She is known for being strong and efficient. She is a respected heroine in the martial world and the sister of Hong Min. But why on earth is she here for him? Thu Lan doesn't know the reason, but says they used to meet twice a month. Their relationship was definitely something special and unusual. He thanks her for the information. He also notices her face and asks her if she is okay after that brutal slap. Her cheek is swollen, but she says the pain will fade. She is clearly touched by his unexpected concern for her well-being. Is he losing his mind? The old master would just call her an idiot and tell her she should die already. He walks back to face Thuk Duong. Sorry for being so rude and keeping you waiting. He gets straight to the point and asks what she wants. His gentle attitude and soft voice are completely different from how the third young master used to act in the past. So what do you and I take from this? A master of disguise or a man truly changed? Trust me, we will find out in the next part. Stick with me, you and I are about to see a debt collection go completely sideways as she pulls out a contract. Whoever breaks this deal first has to pay back 3 times the original amount, including the medicine and extra gold. It is over 1,000 gold coins. Since they have history, she rounds it down to be nice. Medicine and gold? You actually took support from the sister of your biggest rival? Talk about a massive mistake. Our main character, Tran Ane, just reads the contract calmly. He owes her 6,000 gold, and she wants it right now. If you are broke, she says, just write a promise to pay later. She is using his failed cultivation as an excuse to break the deal and take back her investment. She treated him like a prize horse to ride to glory. But now that he is sick, she just dumps him? Kids these days are ruthless. Luke Pham and picks up the paper. Fine. A promise to pay is simple enough. Thuk Duong is shocked it was this easy. He calls for pen and ink. Whatever she wants. He will do it for now, since he plans on leaving this place soon anyway. She cannot believe her eyes. Is this the same man? He was always a bit slow, but this is just pure stupidity, right? Time for her to strike hard. Pay attention here, she demands. He obey her like a dog if he can't pay. Imagine trying to own Lục Phàm Ân like that. This brat just touched a very dangerous nerve. With the note signed, she tells him to act with dignity until the debt is paid. The contract is cancelled once she has the gold. Act with dignity? For this piece of trash? Thuk Duong is stunned when he finally starts talking back to her. Lục Phàm Ân calls his maid and tells her to bring the guards immediately. She obeys his command. She has no idea why the guards are coming. Soon, a soldier appears and bows. The sect is invincible, he shouts. He orders the guard to prepare a carriage. He has urgent business to attend to at the main temple. The guard hesitates, saying his health is too weak to travel. He thinks the master should stay in bed. He demands to see the great leader. Tell them the third young master is coming to visit his teacher. The guard rushes to the moth and palace to deliver the news. The sect leader is about to have a guest. The carriage waits for approval. Thuk Duong looks on, her face pale with sudden, intense worry. You and I know she is panicking. He just asks if her family should be part of this secret deal. Let us go to the temple and see if this debt note is actually legal. She does not understand his game. Does he want them both to die? What will he tell the leader? Everything, obviously. She is terrified. If the leader finds out about this illegal trade, he is finished, and so is she. She is right. Even for him, this is risky since his martial arts are gone. He could be kicked out. But if he falls, what happens to her? Her family is famous, after all. He might lose his home, but if she messes up, she is heading straight to a dark dungeon. Her father's clan could crumble because of her greed. His words hit like a hammer, and her arrogant face finally breaks. He turns toward the door with a debt note. I am leaving now, he says. But she stops him. Do you really want power in that weak body? It is ridiculous. She only came here because she thought he was a hopeless loser with no future. They should just settle this at the palace. She is desperate now. How can she stop him from talking? He shoves the paper in her face. Tear it up. Do it with your own hands. In the past, someone asked him if he was tired of this life. They wanted to escape the blood and find a quiet village far away. Back then, he was still hunting traitors for Lý Thiên Minh. He looks down at his latest victims, a woman and a child, the only ones left. These were traitors, so he ordered his men to search again for any survivors. He had to be absolutely sure. His soldiers obeyed without question. They followed his every dark command. Then he sees it. A wooden bird in the dead boy's hand, just like his friend used to make. He picks up the bloody toy and realizes the truth. This was his best friend's son. His friend charges in, seeking revenge. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what comes next. Diving right in, you and I are about to witness a man driven by pure rage. Seeing his wife and son hurt, he snaps, slaughtering everyone until blood splatters across Lục Phàm An's face. He cradles his son, tears streaming down his face. Panic hits Lục Phàm Ân as he desperately begs the man to just listen to him. He explains he was only punishing traitors who were plotting a rebellion. He swears he had no idea, absolutely no clue, that the boy was actually the man's son. The people he just killed? In his mind, it was simply part of the job. But is taking lives and drowning in blood really just a career? Before taking his final breath, his friend looked at Lục Phàm Ân and asked him a single question. Do you even know what life is? An assassin's existence is not a life. He vows to curse Lục Phàm Ân from the moment he reaches the afterlife. A curse on his life, and every soul he has ever taken. Back in reality, as the third young master, will his journey be any less painful? He's currently in a carriage, heading to a tense audience at the main palace. Inside the palace, handmaidens are busy serving the great leader with absolute, trembling devotion. Everything, from his hair to his robes, is handled with meticulous care. Suddenly, the High Protector arrives, kneeling to celebrate the leader's grand success in his training. The leader looks deep in thought as he reaches for a wine jar and pours himself a bowl. He is caught off guard when he hears his third son, the third young master, has requested an audience. A messenger named Ma X was already dispatched, so he should arrive soon. The leader slowly raises the bowl and drains the wine in one go. Standing behind a thin silk curtain, he summons the High Protector while pouring another drink. His bare body reveals a frame built of lean, powerful, and rock-hard muscle. Now, pay attention to this order. After a few more drinks, he tells the Protector to teach the boy the Judge Demon Palm technique. The High Protector is stunned by this decision, but he quickly bows in obedience. He heads out immediately to carry out his master's unexpected and mysterious command. The leader stretches comfortably in his black dragon robes. Winter has arrived. Snow is starting to drift, and the trees are now completely bare. Back in the infirmary, Lục Phàm Ân feels the biting cold. He still hasn't adjusted to the massive surge of energy flowing through his meridians from the atmosphere. The doctor checking his pulse is speechless. In just a few days, his damaged acupuncture points have healed significantly and reached a new level. It's not just the points, even with medicine and needles. This rate of recovery is something that should be physically impossible. The doctor catches the boy's gaze and is suddenly struck with a wave of pure terror. He immediately lowers his head, begging the master to forgive his accidental rudeness. He's just a lowly servant, but the sheer speed of Lục Phàm Ân's recovery has left him completely rattled. He believes that continuing with acupuncture is no longer needed for the recovery. Instead, he'll use high-nutrition food and dried ginger soup to help him finish healing. Lục Phàm Ân nods, but one question is still bothering him. What exactly is this dried ginger soup? He's never heard of it. The doctor explains it's a special tonic, meant to restore one's vital energy. It's a secret recipe created by the sect, reserved only for those holding the highest ranks and status within the cult. Restoring vital energy? Well, no matter how nourishing it is, medicine is still medicine at the end of the day. If this stuff actually works, his recovery might speed up even more. The doctor bows out, promising to return in 2 days, and wishing him a swift recovery. He wonders if the problem is just all in his head or something deeper. His palace quarters feel damp and miserable in the winter. Now, he's finally going to meet the great leader. He's dying to know what kind of man he is. You and I are about to see why everyone is so obsessed with the current heavenly demon, the ultimate enemy of the entire martial world. There's no avoiding it. This man is known as the strongest heavenly demon in the history of the cult. Even if he rarely shows his power, the world considers him a top contender for the title of the strongest warrior under the heavens. He is stuck here with zero knowledge about the heavenly demon. If he makes a move now, he might walk straight into a death trap. He needs to play this very smart. He remembers how Thuk Duong knelt and tore up the contract, sobbing and begging for mercy after being so disrespectful to a noble like him. But there's no way he'll spend this second life acting like someone else's loyal dog or servant. Just thinking about it makes his blood boil. That Thuk Duong guy tried to trap him with a ridiculous contract that nearly drove him to pull his hair out. Fu Lan arrives to report that an official message has just come from the Demon God Palace. The carriage is ready, and it's time to head to the palace. Since it's come to this, he'll face it head-on. He throws the door open and steps out with cold determination. The carriage wheels rattle as he finally arrives deep within the inner sanctum of the leader's palace. A guard informs him that the leader is waiting at the Demon Judgment Pavilion. The path leads right between two massive mountains, and he has no idea what awaits him. The pavilion sits atop a jagged peak. Inside, the great leader is enjoying wine and fine snacks while looking out at the world. He follows the attendant up the mountain. This place is definitely the heart of the demonic cult's dangerous lair. The security here is incredibly tight. It feels exactly like being caught in an inescapable net. Between these high cliffs, countless elite masters are lurking in the shadows. Watching him, a true dragon's den. Let's see what happens next. One tiny mistake and you're meeting the king of hell instantly. The guard brings him to a stone gate. Wait, is this really the Judgment Pavilion? It's not at all what he expected. The stone door slowly creaks open. Lục Phàm Ân hides his shock, acting like he planned every single move from the very beginning. Escaping this cult depends on every single move he makes now. The attendant pushes the heavy door open and invites him to step inside. All right, you and I are about to see if our main character can survive an encounter with a living god. He stays focused on the thread ahead. The view behind that door? Absolutely shocking. It's a mountain filled with stunning scenery and vibrant flowers blooming everywhere with life. He can't wrap his head around it. It's clearly winter outside, but in here, it's a perfect spring day. Birds and animals are thriving in this colorful forest. He rubs his eyes, thinking it's a dream, but no, this is definitely not a dream. If it's not a dream, it must be an illusion formation. Since it's winter, this paradise definitely isn't real. Ironically, this is the exact peaceful life he dreamed of after finally retiring from the martial world. Everything looks exactly like his imagination. But why does this formation feel so incredibly real to his senses? Lục Phàm Ân gazes at the peach blossoms and can't help but reach out to touch the fresh, soft petals. As he's lost in the moment, a voice startles him. Come here. He sees a figure in a distant pavilion with their back turned. That pavilion wasn't there a second ago. Someone just manifested out of thin air, along with the entire structure. Petals dance in the wind as he starts walking. Every step he takes presses down onto the lush green grass. With his first step, flowers bloom. But with the next, everything he touches immediately withers and dies. Now, pay attention, because this step-by-step dance between life and death is about to get much more intense. He walks on. The leader finds him interesting. This is his version of the Judgment Pavilion. His killer instincts scream that this place is lethal. Lục Phàm Ân clenches his fist to stay brave. He has to move forward because there's no turning back now. If he wants to leave the demon cult and start over, facing the leader is his only real path to freedom. Finally, he stands before the god of demons. 9 times he's held the title of Heavenly Demon Leader, Luong Vu Suong. He looks shockingly young and powerful, with a gaze that could kill. He holds a wine bowl, looking up at the prince. Outside the cave, the Great Protector and the attendant chat after the third prince disappears inside those stone doors. The attendant is dying to know what the Great Protector is actually thinking about this situation. The Protector stays silent, so the attendant apologizes for overstepping. Only 2 others have ever entered that pavilion, besides the leader. The first time the leader ever took a disciple into that room was over 25 years ago. Was it the first prince? No, that happened 20 years ago. This means there was someone else even before him. You and I both know that whenever a story mentions a hidden first disciple, things are about to get dark. That man died here, his body torn apart like a beast. If the leader just wanted him dead, he didn't necessarily need to bring him all the way to the Judgment Pavilion. The second person to enter was Trung Thuong, the man who now holds absolute power over the entire cult. He's the only man who climbed to the top, using his brain instead of his martial arts skills. He was the second person to ever step foot into that judgment hall and survive. That man walked out of there with pride. And today, the Judgment Pavilion has opened for a 3rd time. So, you and I are left wondering, will he walk out like a king or end up like that first disciple? He kneels down. Unbeatable cult. All demons submit. I greet the leader. The great leader tells him to stand up quickly. This is leader Luong Vu Suong. He's totally different from any typical demonic grandmaster you'd expect to meet. His voice isn't aggressive, but he carries the weight of a massive mountain. Even a top 10 master would feel that pressure. The world's greatest war god is right in front of him. Why wouldn't a half-immortal this strong be conquering the entire world? Just his presence alone makes Lục Phàm Ân feel like his soul is leaving his body. He struggles to stay awake. Where did the pride of a top 10 master go? The leader pours some wine into a bowl and hands it over. Lục Phàm Ân takes it respectfully and thanks him. The wine smells incredible, so he downs the whole thing immediately. The leader finally speaks. I heard you were looking for me. The prince remembers he's the one who asked for this. The leader asks why. He's so cold that the prince wonders if this is how a master and disciple should act. Either way, the demon leader clearly isn't the type of guy who enjoys making much small talk. He can't waste time with nonsense. Lục Phàm Ân tells him straight out that he needs a favor from the leader. The leader asks, "A favor? For what?" The prince sets the wine bowl down, stuttering as he tries to speak. "All right, you and I are about to see if our main character can survive a talk with the world's scariest boss." He stammers to the leader, "Can I leave the cult?" The words are barely out before he regrets it. He sounds like he's quitting, but he just wanted a short vacation. One wrong word and his head is gone. The cult leader is calm as still water. He sips his wine and repeats, "You want to leave my cult?" Seeing that cold stare, the main character wonders if being honest was a mistake. The leader holds out his bowl, silently demanding a refill. Lục Phàm Ân has no choice but to obey. He stares at that unreadable face, desperate to know what the most powerful man in the world is thinking. To the leader, the boy's request sounds vague and suspicious. He thinks his student is trying to cut ties because he's unhappy with his position. Our hero panics, waving his hands to explain, but the leader cuts him off. He asks if losing his power made him a coward who just gives up. He's clearly disappointed. Phàm An's mind races. He has to say something to fix this mess right now. Damn it. He's completely blanking. Finally, he blurted out that he isn't quitting, but since he lost all his martial arts, he needs time to recover his strength. He tells the master he's tried everything, but regaining his power is harder than it looks. Now pay attention, because this one move could end his life. He suggests a change of scenery, but the master slams his bowl onto the table. He growls, "You came to see the heavenly demon just to ask for a walk?" The main character realizes he messed up big time. He oversimplified things, and now it looks like he's insulting the supreme overlord. Visiting the master of 10,000 demons for a vacation permit is insane. The leader waits, staring him down for an answer. No time to overthink. Phàm Ân needs a legendary excuse, and he needs it 5 seconds ago. He stammers out, "It's just that. I missed my master." The leader's eyes lock onto him instantly. That actually seemed to work? Realizing he found a loophole, Phàm Ân starts layering on the lies. He claims that despite his condition, he still wants to fulfill his duty as a loyal disciple to the one who gave him everything. He keeps talking, hoping to touch the old man's heart. But then, he hears a terrifying sound. The wine bowl in the leader's hand is crushed into fine powder. His voice drops to a deadly low. Duty as a disciple? He stands up, his massive frame towering over Phàm Ân like a mountain of pure shadow. He snaps that if the boy cared about duty, he wouldn't have waited 4 days after waking up to show his face. Looking into those demonic eyes, Phàm Ân freezes. Does the master know he's an imposter? He feels like his very soul is being stripped bare. The leader turns his back. Phàm Ân is left sweating, wondering if his cover is officially blown. But honestly, he feels a bit annoyed. He barely survived. A life-ending energy deviation isn't showing up at all enough? What is so wrong about his timing? He's genuinely confused by the old man's logic. The leader looks out from the pavilion and tells him to go home. Someone will come for him in 3 days. Wait, is that a yes or a no? He never gave a clear answer about leaving. Phàm Ân is beyond frustrated, left hanging without a single clue. Meanwhile, the leader watches the clear sky and green fields. It's a view he hasn't truly appreciated in a long, long time. That night, he pours wine for his great protector. It's a reward for all the hard work the man has put in lately. The protector drains the bowl and listens as the leader asks for an update on the third young master. He reports that the boy is simply resting at home, but the leader isn't buying it. You and I both know this leader is suspicious for a reason. 10 years ago, he picked the boy up to be a perfect weapon. Back then, the kid was a poisonous snake. But today, he was different. He actually initiated the conversation. The leader mentions the Judgment Pavilion, a place designed to weigh the souls of those who enter. There's a hidden formation there that reveals exactly what's inside a person's heart. The scenery changes based on the visitor's subconscious mind. showing their true nature to the master. If the leader dislikes what he sees, he can trigger the formation to attack the visitor instantly. Anyone caught in that trap would be torn apart in the most brutal way imaginable. It's a high-level spiritual technique used to peer into the deepest parts of a human soul. Only the leader has the power to activate it. Suddenly, he asks how the bamboo grove is doing. The protector says 5 people used to die there every month, but strangely, no one has died in 4 months. The leader grins and tells him to pull the guards back. He's sending the 3rd young master there. So, is this a promotion or a death sentence? We're about to find out. Trust me, you and I need to see this. The Great Protector hears the order and asks the leader to confirm it again. The sect leader insists it is the perfect spot for some fresh air, but reaching the grove, Lục Phàm Ân shudders at the sight. This demonic cult leader is acting like a total weirdo, throwing him into the middle of nowhere after he asked so sincerely. He wonders what he could have possibly done wrong to end up here, unable to stop himself from cursing the old man. Is this really the right place to relax? That man is evil, narrow-minded, and a complete jerk. Suddenly, someone appears behind him and whispers, "Young master." Those are dangerous words to be shouting out loud. He spins around to find a blonde youth about his own age and demands to know what he is doing there. The stranger points out that insulting the sect leader is a crime, punishable by imprisonment, even for the high-ranking elite. Our main character tries to argue that he was not being insulting, but the guy just asks how those curses could be anything else. He asks for forgiveness if he misunderstood. He wonders if the youth is royalty, since even talking behind someone's back is forbidden. It makes sense this dark cult is more dangerous than any royal court, and the sect leader is treated like a living god. He asks the kid if he belongs to the guardian court, and the youth bows deeply, confirming his position. He introduces himself as Hung Dong, captain of Team 3. It is a 3-generation honor to be given the duty of guarding the 3rd young master, the most revered figure of the faith. So, this guy is his new personal shadow? Talk about family honor and grand titles. The main character just wants him to back off, but Hung Dong vows to die for him, not exactly the oath he wanted. By the time morning finally breaks, the landscape of the bamboo forest becomes much clearer. Bamboo leaves drift onto his head, as Lục Phàm Ân stares out with bloodshot eyes and heavy dark circles from a sleepless night. Now watch this part. No matter how much energy he uses, he realizes there is absolutely no way out of this forest. He feels like crying as he bangs his head against the bamboo, cursing every single member of this annoying demonic cult. Why is he being locked up? He tries to calm down, reminding himself that nothing was ever going to be easy in this world. He starts to question why he was so forced on leaving the demonic cult in the first place. Was it just because of his misfortune? Ever since he realized he was the 3rd young master, he felt cursed. He knows he will leave eventually, but he realizes that now is simply not the right time. There is no other choice but to accept his reality and truly start living as the cult's 3rd young master. To survive in this body, he needs to get stronger. He is in the Heavenly Demon Cult, an organization that worships raw power above any other force in the entire martial world. Just sitting around and waiting to be kicked out is no longer a viable strategy for him. Whether he lives or dies, Lục Phàm Ân decides he must walk the path of a true martial artist. No more tricks. He is going to escape this place on his own terms, using his own undeniable strength. Suddenly, Hung Dong pokes his head out and calls his name, scaring the living daylights out of him. The guard tells him the food is ready, but the main character just screams at him to stop being so annoying. Hung Dong explains that it has already been 2 days and the young master has not even had a drop of water. He was so worried he could not sit still. 2 days passed in a flash. But why is he staring with those eyes? He tells the guard to be more discreet, thinking to himself that this guy might not be the sharpest sword in the armory. You saw that, right? Is everyone in the cult this weird? On the 3rd day in the bamboo grove, he focuses on stabilizing his disordered mind and body, using his special voidless art. Lục Phàm Ân sits atop a massive rock in the middle of the forest to train. He feels the energy flowing differently than usual. He has already reached the 3rd stage of the technique. The voidless art is divided into 5 distinct stages of mastery. In his past life as the king of assassins, he only reached the 4th stage. Harmony between body and skill is what matters. Even though this body was exhausted from energy deviation, it already hit stage 3. Now, he is aiming for stage 4. He begins to wonder if this body belonging to Tran Ant is actually some kind of hidden martial arts genius. Even the essence true secret is flowing through him with incredible natural ease. This technique purifies the air and absorbs the surrounding essence, compressing impurities in his body and converting them into massive internal energy. With pure air boosting his progress, the efficiency of his cultivation doubles, allowing him to reach new heights much faster. If he keeps this up, he will be back to his former peak strength in no time at all. And that's where we leave it. You and I are about to witness him breaking every known limit. All right, you and I are about to watch a legendary killer reclaim his former glory after 5 days of recovery. His internal organs and energy points are now healthier and more vibrant than any normal person his age. Life at the bamboo grove is surprisingly smooth. His hair is even turning darker, which makes sense, since hair only turns white when you lose yourself to inner demons. Plus, his appetite is finally back. Either the food is better, or Hung Dong's cooking skills just leveled up. Hung Dong has also been busy chopping wood and handling chores to keep their daily lives running perfectly. Now, he can finally tap into the powers from his past life. Back when he was known as the King of Assassins, he first unlocked his hypersensory abilities. Every single minute spent on the thin line between life and death helped awaken his innate talent. To survive as a top-tier assassin, he had to accumulate massive experience and enlightenment. The martial art that amplifies these senses is called the Heavenly Silk Six Senses technique. The first stage is hyperperception. His 5 senses are now more sensitive than even the wildest animals. He doesn't even need to use his eyes anymore to feel his surroundings with perfect, vivid clarity. He hates how easily he is adapting to this place, just like in his previous life. Hung Dong appears out of nowhere again with that look on his face. He says, "Master, it is time for dinner. Let us go back." Seriously, how does he keep startling me like that? He once thought Hung Dong was just playing dumb. Could someone really be this naturally slow-witted? As the sun sets and the animals wake up, the two of them begin their journey. Here is where it gets interesting. With his basics mastered and this gifted body, things are about to get wild. If he can successfully reintegrate everything he learned as the King of Assassins in his past life, he might just become unstoppable in a very short amount of time. Hung Dong stops and narrows his eyes, sensing something precious nearby. The wind whistles through the bamboo forest, sending tiny leaves dancing through his hair as he stands there. Thanks to his unobstructed art, Lục Phàm An's movement techniques have partially recovered. He decides it is finally time to test his lightness skill and see how much progress he has made. 2 of his past life techniques are finally starting to come back to him. The first is the unobstructed art, which heals his veins and boosts his speed. The second is the Heavenly Demon Six Senses, which pushes his sensory perception to godlike levels. There is one more left to reclaim, the Dark Demon Art within the 6 True Secrets. As he glides through the bamboo forest, he realizes that with these 3 martial arts alone, he will have more than enough power to roam the world freely. He just needs to master these 3 to the absolute peak. Once he does, the entire world will be his to conquer without a single rival. But he wonders, what would happen if he practiced the Dark Demon Art right here? You and I both know this is a huge risk. He is curious about what secret arts the Heavenly Demon cult leader is actually hiding. Returning to his house, he calls for Hung Dong. The guard appears in the blink of an eye. He has a question. Do any of the other brothers also practice these dark demonic arts? He specifically asks if anyone has ever mastered a peak-level mystic art. Hung Dong just stands there frozen, completely failing to understand the question. If no one has, then fine. He was just curious and did not mean anything special by it. What if he mastered the demonic arts? Hung Dong thinks that would be impossible in this cult. Regular followers might be different, but if the young masters or ladies fail to master the cult's core demonic arts, the great leader definitely would not let it slide. Hearing that, he immediately orders Hung Dong to the Great Library. Hung Dong has no idea why he is being sent there, but the order is final. Go to the library and bring back every single martial arts manual in the Heavenly Demon cult. He says it with a look that brooks no argument. Hung Dong heads to the library as ordered. The librarian is stunned to hear the request, wondering why the third prince needs these when he has already mastered all the cult's secret techniques. Or is he trying to innovate and create something new from the cult's existing knowledge? Hung Dong hesitates, then asks the librarian a question of his own. Since he is the guard who serves the prince day and night, he has to ask, has the third prince's memory or personality changed at all since he woke up from that chi deviation? How on earth would the librarian know the answer to that? The old prince was a genius, sure, but he was also incredibly arrogant and looked down on everyone. Even Lục Phàm Ân did not realize his past self was such a jerk. But ever since he recovered from that internal disaster, the third prince has become a completely different person. His maid, Thulan, says he is now polite, well-spoken, and even gets embarrassed sometimes. Even the servants working close to him can feel the shift. First, it was the way he walked so calmly out of the judgment hall, and now Hung Dong is asking these strange questions too. It is becoming impossible to ignore the change. Stick with me to see if our hero can keep his secret hidden from everyone. This is just getting started. You and I are diving into a story where one man holds the absolute fate of an entire demonic cult in his hands. There is no need to overthink your actions. Just focus on protecting the third young master with all your strength. That is your sole duty as a loyal guard. Along with those instructions, he also handed Hung Dong a very special item, a key. He only has 3 days with the secret manuals. He was told to bring the high-level demonic arts, but mix them with common ones to avoid suspicion. Then came one more warning. He asked Hung Dong if he had already told the young master about the bamboo grove. Hung Dong hadn't said a word, even though he planned to today. He was scolded for not explaining just how dangerous the bamboo grove truly is right from the start. He was ordered to guard the young master with his life. It made no sense why the leader would send him to such a deadly place, even for the cult's top experts. Ever since the old days, that place has been a nightmare of constant danger. Sure, training there makes a martial artist's power grow at an insane speed. But for thousands of years, it has also become a graveyard for countless high-level cult masters. That peril is a gift only for the chosen. But trust me, without destiny on your side, you're just walking straight to your death. The leader has already tested the third young master twice now. Will he be lucky enough to survive the terrors of the bamboo grove this time? He truly hopes the young master survives. Inside the bamboo house, Lục Phàm Ân is counting 17 different manuals. Why are there so many of these? Just looking at all these words makes him exhausted. Hung Dong claims there are more in the archives, but these are the highest level techniques available. So there's even more? At this rate, he'll be an old man by the time he finishes training. Wait, if he treats demonic arts as secondary to his shadow chi, training might just be slightly harder. He decides to give it his all and see what happens. Hung Dong has something to tell the young master. Out of these 17 books, 3 of them must be returned within exactly 3 days. Those 3 are the most vital techniques within the 10 great demonic arts. Only the first, second, and third young masters are ever permitted to learn them. The 10 great demonic arts are legendary. Master just one, and you would have enough power to look down on the entire world. Everyone in the cult knows this, yet the third young master remembers nothing. It's making Hung Dong very suspicious. He asks him, "Is there something on my face?" Hung Dong quickly apologizes for his rudeness. The third young master is just so different from before that it caught him off guard. Hung Dong asks him directly, "Did the young master lose all of his past memories after he finally woke up?" Lục Phàm Ân slams his hand on the table and stands up. "Ever since I woke up, I've somehow forgotten every martial art I knew." He claims his mind and body have changed completely, making him a different person. Being exiled to this bamboo grove has clearly made him very angry as well. Now he acts totally desperate. You and I know he's faking, but he plays the exhausted student role perfectly to get what he wants. He tells Hung Dong he's the only person he can trust now. He needs to train and heal his injuries at the same time with his help. Lục Phàm An's lies are so convincing that Hung Dong starts crying actual tears of pure emotion. How is this guy so easily moved? Hung Dong kneels, swearing that even if he dies, he will follow and serve the young master forever. Night falls over the bamboo grove. Hung Dong notices the pests are most active during the full moon, just as he expected. The fence seems sturdy enough for now, which gives him some peace of mind. Even though this is the safest spot in the grove, he can't let his guard down. Watching Lục Phàm and diligently reading inside, Hung Dong vows to protect him. He wants to make sure his master isn't distracted by anything while he's training. He needs to move fast and bring back everything the young master needs as quickly as possible so they can finally leave this place. Back in the room, as soon as Hung Dong leaves, Lục Phàm Ân immediately falls fast asleep. Very few people in the world know about the phantom chi of the new heaven, but it remains a peerless, top-tier secret technique regardless of its fame. While phantom chi might not be as explosive as the top 9 sect skills, it is arguably the most profound and pure internal art in existence. However, demonic arts are a totally different beast. Cult techniques focus entirely on overwhelming, destructive power above all else. Softness is completely crushed by raw hardness. In their world, offense is always prioritized over having a good defense. New Heaven always pursued flexible and pure martial arts. That was clear from the way he handled his missions back when he was still an assassin. The 10 great demonic arts must be incredibly powerful secret manuals, but with his current strength, he might not be ready to train them yet. How can he master demonic arts while also improving his own phantom chi? He flips through the books and finds the true demonic art. This looks promising. True demonic art and the demon circle are the 2 foundation pillars for the 10 great demonic arts. This manual uses the most primitive form of demonic energy. The more he reads, the more confused he gets. He needs to calm his mind and focus. Staring at the quiet night sky, he realizes that the heartless art is the only way to settle his chaotic thoughts. Then, he senses something. Did his guard come back early? Or is someone secretly spying on him? Stick around, because we're about to find out. Alright, stick with me, we're diving into a story where even the most carefree allies might be hiding a dangerous secret. That's enough training for today. He stops and asks, "Are you back already?" But he's not facing Hung Dong. It's a pair of glowing, predatory eyes. Suddenly, the creature lunges. It smashes through the fence, confirming his worst suspicions. He knew something was watching him from the shadows. It's a chicken, but a monstrous one, with 3 heads and 6 limbs. Its wings are as large as a grown man, beating with terrifying force. What kind of beast is this? Could it be a variant of the legendary Great Rooster that guards the gates of the underworld? What kind of cursed secrets is this land hiding? Without warning, the giant bird charges straight at him. Damn, how can a chicken move this fast? It shreds his clothes and lets out a deafening roar. How is he supposed to handle this? Meanwhile, Hung Dong is rushing back, carrying a heavy load of weapons. The 3rd young master used to be an undefeated genius with the sword. Hung Dong hopes that by picking up a blade again, his body might remember its lost techniques. But there's a catch: if the young master regains his old, cold, and brutal personality, would that actually be a good thing? Just imagining the fallout of his master's old rage makes Hung Dong break into a sweat. He shakes off the stray thoughts. He's a martial guardian, after all. He can't let personal feelings get in the way of his protection mission. He senses thick bloodlust ahead. Something has gone wrong at the young master's garden. Back at the garden, the main character is fed up with the monster's noise. He raises a fist, ready to shut it up permanently. But he misses. One of the beast's limbs pins his arm down. Trapped, Lục Phàm Ân uses his free hand to aim a desperate punch. The problem? It has 3 heads. The punch only makes it angrier, triggering a sonic roar so powerful it creates a storm. Since when do chickens use sound attacks? This is no ordinary beast. It's clear that this fight is going to be much harder than expected. If only he had a weapon. Lục Phàm Ân scans his surroundings, desperately searching for anything he can use to even the odds. He spots a discarded bamboo stalk. It'll have to do. The monster screams in a frenzy, preparing to lunge for the killing blow. Swiftly, Lục Phàm Ân snatches the bamboo and leaps high into the air with incredible speed. He strikes downward with everything he's got. The hit lands perfectly on the head, but the bamboo shatters. The monster is still standing, completely unfazed by the attack. It stares at him with cold eyes, seemingly feeling no pain. The beast shoves him back, sending him crashing hard against the fence. He collapses to the ground, his body aching from the impact. How can this cursed creature be so incredibly durable and strong? He realizes the truth. Now ordinary physical attacks won't be enough to pierce through those iron-like feathers. He needs something more. The 3-headed monster lunges again, its massive wings flapping so hard they create a small hurricane in the garden. He never thought he'd have to use that technique against a wild animal, but he's out of options. As the bird charges, Lục Phàm Ân stands his ground. Now, pay attention here, because we're about to see the real power of a martial god being unleashed. The Heavenly Net 6 Realms, second form super sensory observation, is finally activated. This form is a high-level spiritual technique that accelerates the user's perception to the absolute limit. It's basically a god-tier speed boost. To him, the world slows down to a crawl. He spots the weakness, the monster's heart beating behind its armored chest. Now or never. Lục Phàm and lunges forward with a broken bamboo sliver. With one decisive motion, he drives it straight through the creature's heart. Blood sprays across the dirt. Lục Phàm Ân stands tall, having executed the beast with cold, ruthless efficiency. Hung Dong finally sprints back into the courtyard. Seeing the total destruction, he draws his sword in a panic, shouting for his master. "Young master, where are you?" Lục Phàm Ân answers calmly from the shadows. "I'm right here." "Did you return?" Hung Dong finds the boy sitting on a rock, clothes torn and covered in blood. He frantically asks if his master is injured. "That chicken was a real piece of work," Lục Phàm Ân remarks. Hung Dong stares at the massive carcass of the legendary Thuong Phu in absolute shock. Hung Dong is panicked, saying they should focus on his wounds first before worrying about the dead monster. "You and I saw that coming, right? It's not his blood, he's perfectly fine aside from a few minor scratches on his skin. Isn't the danger level of a Thuong Phu beast equal to that of a leopard?" He can't believe his eyes. Did the young master really kill it alone? Lục Phàm Ân just stares back. Who else would have done it? He asks if there's a large pot available. Hung Dong is confused but says yes. Lục Phàm Ân orders him to boil some water immediately. "We're eating chicken tonight. But first, he wants a few very detailed explanations from his guardian." He points his bamboo stick directly at Hung Dong's throat. "Tell me everything about this monster and what this bamboo grove really is." The bamboo grove is a lethal spirit forest that existed long before the heavenly demon cult was even founded. So what do you and I make of this place? A mysterious forest where the world's thickest energy is trapped forever. Trust me, this journey is only getting started. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where even the trees breathe power. Thanks to that thick spirit energy, both the wood and earth elements here are booming. The bamboo stalks grow incredibly thick and hard. But does fast growth mean a shorter life? Still, the young shoots grow way faster than normal bamboo, keeping the forest alive and thriving. Some stalks absorb so much energy they become absolute tanks, pulsing with raw spirit power. They turn into rare herbs that can be used as life-saving medicine or deadly poison. Since the energy is so thick, it has to be refined multiple times or it'll destroy a human body. More than half the demon pills our cult produces start right here with this bamboo. So, does that mean we can mass-produce these high-level spirit medicines? Hung Dong says it's not that simple. The best stocks are guarded by monsters deep in the woods. They are known as demon beasts. Now, pay attention here, because even the weakest among them is terrifying. You're about to see how strong they get. Mid-tier beasts can actually fight martial arts masters. They're basically walking disasters for anyone who isn't prepared to face them. Every 2 years, the top experts of our cult, led by the Great Guardian, enter the forest to harvest those legendary spirit bamboo stalks. Even those masters are terrified of the dangers lurking in the heart of this forest. This bamboo garden city, where they're staying, is actually the safest spot in the entire area. Hung Dong never thought a monster would attack now. He feels he failed his duty as a guard and begs for his master's forgiveness. The walls aren't great yet, but that octagonal formation out there? It's a solid start. He tells his guard he's done a great job. No need to worry about the slip-up. Ignoring his guard's stress, he hands him a bowl of delicious-smelling stewed chicken. Hung Dong is horrified. He realizes his master is actually eating that disgusting spider monster. Looking at his face, it's clear he's terrified of eating it. He's huge but such a coward. Trust me, this stuff is basically premium medicine. Hearing that, Hung Dong devours the whole thing in seconds, not leaving a single drop. It's so good he asks for seconds. But why would the cult leader send him to such a dangerous place? Either way, he needs to master his demon arts fast, if he wants to survive this. The formation was good, but he improved it easily. Hung Dong is shocked his master understood it instantly. He asks curiously, "Did you actually study the octagonal formation before?" Lục Phàm Ân just brushes it off as a lucky guess. He can't exactly tell him he mastered this in his past life. Learning formations is nothing like martial arts. You can't just wing it. You and I are likely wondering the same thing. Who is this third young master, really? The more Hung Dong learns about him, the more questions start to pile up. He finished 10 complex books in 3 days and killed a monster while still recovering from his injuries. He seems simple, but when he's serious, he's absolutely terrifying. Even though his powers were wiped out by a cultivation deviation, he doesn't seem sad about his loss at all. There is definitely something about this young master that the world isn't ready for. He's pushing himself to the limit with his training, but learning this new art is slow. To truly reach the top, he can't abandon the shadow technique from his previous life. That legendary skill is what earned him the terrifying title of the King of Assassins. The true demon art is the foundation. It's the base for everything he needs to build. The nature of his energy changes based on how he trains. What happens if he uses this true demon art to fill in the gaps and flaws of his old shadow technique? It's like dropping ink into clear water. The whole thing is about to turn pitch black. The true demon art is the source of all knowledge in the heavenly demon cult. There's no better base to use if he wants to upgrade his old assassin skills. Merging these two legendary powers, this feels like it was always meant to be. He starts the experiment, trying to fuse the core of the cult with the sect's secrets. He closes his eyes and begins. Outside, Hung Dong is pacing around, worried sick. It's been 10 days since he locked himself in. What on earth is he doing in there? Trust me, you and I just witnessed the birth of a power more destructive than anything seen before. Stick with me, our hero is finally waking up from his deep meditation. For the first time, he feels peak energy surging through every inch of his body. A brand new martial art has emerged, radiating a demonic aura so powerful that even Hung Dong outside can feel it. He decides to name this terrifying new technique the Shadow True Demon Art. On a typical day in the woods, the two are out hunting when a massive, hairy ape suddenly lunges at Hung Dong. He barely manages to slice it down with his sword, but that was way too close. Hung Dong is slightly wounded, and with the forest getting more dangerous, his legs are starting to give out. Nearby, Lục Phàm Ân has finished off his own targets. Exhausted, Hung Dong suggests they head back to Truck Vien Academy. Looking at the corpses, An gets suspicious. These apes usually hunt in massive packs, so seeing only 3 here is a bad sign. Suddenly, a thunderous noise echoes through the trees, nearly making Hung Dong jump out of his skin. Now, watch this, an entire pack is charging in, and Hung Dong is begging him to run. But instead of fear, a look of pure confidence washes over Lục Phàm An's face. Hung Dong is right. Facing these monsters all day has drained their energy. However, Lục Phàm Ân has no time to delay. He must master this new demonic art and leave. The more he's pushed to his absolute limits, the stronger he'll become. He activates the Shadow True Demon Art, charging forward as a dense, dark aura explodes from his body. The shockwaves from the battle are so intense they even reach the sect leader's palace. While reviewing reports, the sect leader hears that the third young master is currently hunting deep within the ancient bamboo forest. The sect leader finds this amusing as he stares at the 3 secret martial arts manuals on his desk. The Lai Long style is useless against wild beast roars, while the blood flower art is just too overwhelming. Neither one fits. The red phoenix style is better, though a wise student would know to avoid its hidden traps. He knows the Great Protector gave the boy 3 manuals: Blood Fire, Heaven Burst, and the Red Phoenix technique. The sect leader worries the boy's body can't handle Red Phoenix, as chi deviation would make it incredibly lethal. It seems the boy is practicing something else entirely. He asks if the Great Protector opened the secret vault without permission. Terrified, the Great Protector drops to his knees, begging for mercy for opening the vault without a direct order. His mistake is grave, but the sect leader tells him to rise. He has the authority to open it. The Protector is still uneasy, so the sect leader asks if he regrets giving the boy access to the vault. He asks if the Protector will take full responsibility. The old man firmly agrees he will. In that case, the sect leader will respect his bold decision. Back in the forest, facing countless savage apes, Lục Phàm Ân leaps into the air and delivers a flurry of lethal strikes. Meanwhile, the sect leader asks the Great Protector why fighting children is scarier than fighting adults. It is because children don't know when to stop, making them truly terrifying. They believe that trading their own blood for glory is a fair exchange. You and I are watching the exact moment a child becomes a man when they realize what truly matters in war. By now, Lục Phàm An's desperate struggle in the bamboo forest is nearing its epic conclusion. Hung Dong is completely exhausted, his body covered in wounds from the battle. Just as his guard drops, a sword flash obliterates the apes, attacking him into 100 tiny pieces. Lu Phàm Ân stands by his side and gives him a warning. He tells him not to get distracted. These apes are all fur and no bite compared to his flexible new demonic art. With this kind of power, he can finally venture into the deepest parts of the forest. Suddenly, he senses a new monster. This one is much faster, and he screams for Hung Dong to get out of the way. But Hung Dong is too slow. The beast strikes him right in the face, leaving him covered in blood. Lu Phàm Ân can't tell where that thing came from. It looks like a horse, but something is wrong. He knows he can't underestimate it, like those weaklings from before. Hung Dong's inner strength has grown over the last few days, but this is a whole different level. Could a single blow really strip him of his ability to fight? This horse is clearly on another tier of power. The beast's eyes are dripping with killing intent, and realizes he'll have to go all out from the start. Before he can even prepare, the horse slams into him with incredible force, launching him deep into the woods. His sword is knocked away as pain flares through his body and blood begins to flow. He realizes that wasn't even the creature's fastest speed yet. The horse digs its hooves in, preparing for another charge. Lu Phàm embraces himself for the next impact. He knows he can't survive a second hit, but trust me, you and I are both terrified as his body refuses to move. All right, you and I are jumping right into the chaos. His right arm is shattered, and that crazed horse is leaping in for a killing blow. Damn it, he can't strike back properly with a broken limb. Just when he thought things were going smoothly, everything goes to hell. Rule number 1 in this forest: never, ever let your guard down for even a second. As the beast opens its dripping, razor-sharp jaws for a lethal bite, Lục Phàm Ân's sword suddenly flies through the air, slamming into its head. Hung Dong saved him. Despite his own injuries, Hung Dong forces himself to draw the monster's attention. It works. The horse turns its rage away from the master and toward him. The beast spins around, but Hung Dong just keeps taunting it. Over here, you monster. Let's finish this little dance once and for all. He takes a deep breath and bolts forward like a shot. The crazed horse is right on his heels, foaming at the mouth. It's a high-speed chase through the thick brush. Suddenly, Hung Dong spots a hidden trap ahead and leaps into the air to clear it. The horse follows his lead and jumps too, only to go crashing straight into the dark pit. Hundreds of sharpened bamboo spikes tear through its body instantly. Hung Dong breathes a heavy sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Now, watch this carefully. The crazy beast actually snaps its eyes open and lets out a terrifying neigh. It's still alive, but thankfully, it's pinned down and can't move to attack. Hung Dong admits the thing is stubborn as hell. Imagine having the nerve to injure the noble third young master like that. He promises to take its head after a good scolding. The dying horse just won't stop its noisy, pathetic screaming. He rushes back to find Lục Phàm Ân first, leaving the horse for later. The master is in bad shape, wounds everywhere, and bones snapped like twigs. Hung Dong tries to carry him, but he refuses. Just help me up. My arms are toast, but my legs still work fine. 8 months pass. Since that brutal day in the bamboo forest, we find ourselves at the Heavenly Demon Cult's Protectorate Court. Team 1, Captain Lin Sang, lets out a long, exhausted sigh. Man, this job is absolutely draining. Team 2, Captain Qian Zhang, pours him some water. You've worked hard, senior. Let me take the next shift so you can finally rest. He thanks him but insists on going. Changing guards now would just make the client uneasy. Besides, he's scheduled to head out in exactly 1 hour anyway. Turns out, the head of the Demon Sword family is here on some very private business. Even Qian Zhang is in the dark. A big shot like that only comes around when there's something serious to discuss with the cult's higher-ups. Lin Sang sips his tea. Rumor has it the Demon Sword family wants their eldest son to become the cult leader's personal disciple. It's just talk for now, but strangely, 2 of the current disciples don't even belong to the 7 great families. When it comes to pure loyalty, no clan in this cult can even touch the Demon Sword family. The leader trusts them deeply, so there's no way he'd just ignore their request. They're incredibly powerful now. What's weird is the leader didn't just take 1 or 2 disciples, he took 7 of them at once. Lin Sang isn't sure what to make of it. Still, Qian Zhang is convinced that the number of disciples will stay at exactly 7. Lin Sang doesn't quite follow. Wait, are you talking about the situation with the third young master? Ever since his chi deviation, The third master lost all his powers. Now he's just rotting away in the ancient bamboo forest. He's basically been cut off from power. Lin Sang warns him that saying stuff like that is incredibly dangerous. That forest is a death trap, and nobody knows if he'll ever return. If the cult leader doesn't give the word, the third master will be locked away there forever. Lin Sang slams his cup onto the table. Enough! Stop right there. Don't say another word about this. If the wrong person hears that, it won't end well. That's exactly why Team 3 Captain Hung Dong isn't at the court right now. Out of everyone, he's the only one who truly knows that forest. The court had sent him there personally for a reason. The boss really favors Hung Dong, so he must have a very specific plan in mind for him. As they're talking, a subordinate rushes in with news. Captain Hung Dong has arrived and is asking to see the Team 1 captain. They're thrilled to hear he's back and tell the guard to send him in. But the second he walks through that door, they freeze. The killing intent radiating off him is suffocating. Is this even the same man? This aura is so raw, he can't even hide it anymore. You and I have to wonder what on earth happened in that forest for 8 months? How did such an innocent, simple guy turn into someone this dangerous? It is honestly chilling. Back at the court, Lin Sang hands over some tea leaves. Hung Dong thanks him, but Lin Sang is dying to know why he needs so many. Hung Dong explains that the third young master has a specific use for them, so he came all this way to fulfill the request. The master mentioned these leaves are vital for whatever he's working on right now. They're impressed by his dedication. He just shrugs it off. It's his duty. If he stays busy, it means the third young master can finally have some peace. Trust me, you and I will see he wouldn't have it any other way. All right. You and I are diving into the moment Lin Sang tells Hung Dong to hurry back with that tea. Seeing how hard he is pushing himself, they both start to worry about his physical health. Qian Jiang reminds him to stay healthy to keep serving the master. Hung Dong bows in thanks and quickly heads out. Once he leaves, Qian Jiang asks about Hung Dong's aura. His energy feels much more powerful and sharper than before. It seems his time acting as a bodyguard for the third young master in the forest has truly changed him. It is a good thing since it helps him grow. They hope he becomes an even more elite martial arts master. Qian Jiang definitely shares that same hope. With his personality, he will surely make it. Back in the forest, Hung Dong returns as soon as he gets the tea. His speed is on a whole different level now, with his movement techniques improving significantly since he arrived. Now watch this. You and I are about to see how the master's brutal training turned him into a beast. Suddenly, he senses movement. The footsteps are too light for a beast, and they are getting closer and closer. Hung Dong draws his sword, ready to strike the moment this intruder enters his immediate range. It turns out to be the young master dragging a wild horse. Hung Dong scolds him for being way too reckless. He told the master to stay safe at the fortress. If something happened, he could never face the consequences. On top of that, he is out hunting monsters in this dangerous forest? That is just asking for trouble. The master says the fortress was boring, so he went for a walk and found this crazy horse. He killed it with one hand, while the other was in a cast. After their last fight, he wanted payback. It looks like the two of them are having horse meat stew for dinner tonight. Master tells him to start the fire while he wipes sweat with his broken arm. Hung Dong is totally shocked. The master realizes he messed up. Even though the splint is still there, he completely forgot to keep faking it. Think about it, he used that arm to make Hung Dong do everything, from washing dishes to even bathroom duties. He definitely pushed the acting a bit too far this time. There is no more pretending after a slip like that. That night, after eating their fill of the horse, the young master sits down to focus on his cultivation. You and I saw him lose everything, but now his recovery is so insane it is like he is a god. Even with that power, this forest is still a place where danger is lurking around every single corner. Hung Dong stays on high alert while his master trains. Lục Phàm Ân finishes and is startled by his guard. Does he have something else to say? He tells him to stop preaching since he knows how to be careful. Hung Dong has said it 1,000 times, but he is still going to remind the master one more time. This place is too lethal to underestimate. Lục Phàm Ân knows, but says they are running out of precious time. Hung Dong is curious. Does he have a deadline? It seems he still does not understand the real danger here. Lục Phàm Ân warns that things are about to get even more terrifying in the very near future. Like Hung Dong always says, this forest is cursed. Everything here is designed to take a human life. The spirit energy is so thick, it is mutating everything. He takes off his shirt and tells him to look. This physique was not just from the energy, but from brutal and non-stop cultivation. But this level of progress usually takes years, not 8 months. That is why he says time is running out. Too much of a good thing is a curse. The plants and animals here have already adapted to the energy, but humans like them have not been able to do that just yet. Look at his arm. He asks Hung Dong to guess how long a wound like this should take to heal. Since the bone was damaged, Hung Dong guesses it would take at least 2 months to fully recover. Wrong. It only took 1 week. Even his fresh scratches from the hunt are already healed. He shows his hands to Hung Dong. The scratches are gone, but that is actually a bad sign. Healing this fast is not necessarily good for the body. Absorbing too much spirit energy is starting to become unstable. Their cultivation is moving too fast because their bodies are sucking in spirit energy like a sponge. What happens when their meridians can no longer hold it? They will lose all control of their own power. He estimates they only have 3 months left. Trust me, you and I are about to see things get wild. All right, you and I are about to see if our hero can escape this spiritual trap before his body literally explodes. Hung Dong reminds him they can't leave the bamboo grove without the cult leader's direct orders. He is dead wrong. The cult leader sent him here to train, not to be a prisoner, and he never said he couldn't leave whenever he chose to. Hung Dong stays stubborn. He thinks leaving without permission is a total breach of protocol and rules. Look, the leader already gave his word. Being here is just a standard part of his training routine. He can leave whenever he wants. And honestly, that is all Hung Dong needs to know for now. They are almost at the deepest part of the lonely bamboo grove. That is where the Great Guardian harvests the spirit bamboo. They have 3 months to reach it. Just look at that fire in his eyes. He is ready to conquer this place. Cut to a moonlit night at the 4th young master's courtyard. Under dim lights, a dozen maids are serving him during his bath. One combs his hair, another wipes his hands. He puffs his pipe, brooding over the fact that the 3rd young master is still alive. Now pay attention, because the lonely bamboo grove isn't just a training ground, it is a graveyard. It is a divine gift for training. Sure, but it is also where thousands of the cult's top masters met their end. The leader summoned him back then. He clearly saw that Hong Min was not happy with his junior brother, Tran An. He predicted the whole thing. I mean, the leader of the demon cult does not exactly make mistakes when reading people. He basically gave his top disciples permission to fight it out. If Hong Min wants the throne, he has to crush that brat. Is that really what the cult leader intended? He tells himself to be careful nobody can guess the master's true motives. He is fuming that the leader actually praised the 3rd young master's talent. To recover from chi deviation and survive that deadly poison, it is just not possible. And now he has even grown stronger? Strong enough to hold out in the bamboo grove this long? How is this even happening? The cult leader also mentioned he would be calling the boy back from the grove to headquarters very soon. Just thinking about it makes him shake with rage. All that planning for nothing? If that bastard returns, he is a dead man. Hung Dong brings the tea and herbs requested to the table. He did a great job gathering all this medicine. He just found out these tea leaves can actually ward off those strange beasts. Fighting them non-stop is a bad idea, so avoiding them is the smart play. These herbs are everywhere in the Yunnan branch. These leaves keep the beasts away, so they will use them whenever they are needed. He praises Hung Dong's hard work. Next time he needs more, he will send him back to the main cult. But Hung Dong's a bit hesitant. The 2 guardians mentioned these tea leaves are used for a lot of things, like brewing vital energy drinks and making powerful tonics for the high-ranking members of the cult. Since they are rare, you can't just get them whenever. Hung Dong notes they are used for both healing and physical recovery. Wait, could this be the same medicine he used for 3 months to recover after his chi deviation? These spiritual herbs and tea leaves are supposed to purge all the impurities from the body. Let's pause here, because we are about to uncover a truly twisted betrayal. Purging impurities makes the body feel light, but it also drains a massive amount of your vital essence. It is great if you are full of energy, but after a major illness, it is deadly because your vitality is already at rock bottom. So, he realizes this was not an accident. This was a targeted hit. Only a master of medicine could have written that prescription. He asks Hung Dong if he knows about the cult's special acupuncture. Hongdong explains that this specific technique is unique to their cult. It uses silver needles on specific pressure points and muscles to balance the body's blood and energy flow. Hongdong has tried it before. Usually, it is supposed to clear the meridians and make the body feel refreshed. But combine that energy-draining tea with needles that restrict the muscles? That is a recipe for disaster. Who the hell is trying to sabotage him? This is a calculated plot, way beyond some low-level doctor. Someone is definitely pulling the strings from the shadows. Could it be one of the other core disciples? If it is someone from the medical pavilion, they are likely from the Shichha family. Thinking back, the first person he saw after waking up was that maid, Thulon. Is the fourth young master really behind this? And that is where we leave it, trust me. You and I are definitely going to see some heads roll next time. Alright. You and I are starting where the fourth master asks a deadly question. Does anyone know the hardest place to enter in the cult? Maybe the forbidden bamboo forest. That forest is a lethal, forbidden zone, even for top-tier masters and high elders. Without the leader's command, no one survives entry, but for him, he claims it would be simple. So, does he mean the counselor's bureau? Usually, that place is totally off-limits. Lowly doctors know the counselor's residence is a no-go zone. Everyone in the sect knows that rule. His influence is just too massive. Nobody is brave enough to offend him. But the fourth master disagrees. He could sneak in if he wanted, even with the counselor's rank. The man is a brilliant strategist. He is the reason the cult remains so powerful today. Still, there is nothing truly special hidden inside his office. People stay away simply because of orders and not wanting to disturb his work. Now pay attention, because we're about to learn about the most terrifying place in the sect. It's the Guardian Bureau. Named Nu Wai, this place is completely isolated from every other department. Their only job? Protect the leader and handle missions vital to the cult's survival. You don't touch that place unless you want to fight the leader himself. He ignored it because he thought it was untouchable. That arrogant mistake was a disaster. Not this time, though. His subordinate just pours tea, looking totally confused. The third master is alive. The subordinate can't believe it after that long exile. It is true. Apparently, he has a guard with him who knows the forest's secrets. This was his mistake. If he'd been more decisive, his rival would be dead already. The subordinate thinks it's impossible. The forest is so dangerous, even high guardians fear it. How could a kid like the third master survive? The fourth master guesses his body fully recovered before he was exiled. It's still weird. Even if he's healthy, he has 0 martial arts left. How is he still alive? The master orders his men to prepare weapons immediately. If Poison and the forest couldn't finish the job, he'll do it personally this time. So, is the fourth master really going to jump into the fray himself? Not exactly. He doesn't need to get his hands dirty when others can do it. Let's pause. Think about how ruthless this guy is being. He's preparing weapons and men for an assassin who will finish the job. He doesn't care how they get the job done, as long as that kid dies. Using others to do the dirty work, isn't that exactly what the leader taught? Will he survive? Meanwhile, in Bamboo City, our main character is packing up his gear. Hongdong is worried. Is the master really leaving right now? He tells him to relax. His health is back. But Hongdong still fears the beasts. He just shrugs it off. He already has experience dealing with those monsters. The plan to go deeper into the forest hasn't changed. He needs to level up fast. This area is reaching the human limit for absorbing spiritual energy. He must be ready for anyone plotting against him. But Hongdong tries to stop him. He wants him to wait and learn from the experienced elders first. Our hero feels like that is a total waste. Why send elites for spiritual bamboo? Experience is good, but raw power is better. Power is the only way to survive the forest's depths. Hongdong isn't convinced. Sure, you're healed, but your martial arts level is still pretty low. Man, hearing those blunt words felt like a sharp dagger straight to his heart. Hongdong immediately apologizes for his bluntness. But honestly, he's right. How could his current power ever compete with the legendary High Masters? And trust me, he has one secret weapon. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when the King of Assassins finally stops holding back. In his past life, as a top-tier assassin, the hidden body technique was his bread and butter. Every killer needs it at peak level. To strike from shadows and escape unseen, this high-level art is the ultimate requirement for any true master. This skill earned him the title King of Assassins, but he hasn't used it here in the bamboo forest for a while. Usually, he uses direct combat here to grind experience and boost his raw stats, not for sneaky assassination missions. But moving into the deepest zones isn't training anymore. It's a life or death struggle where one mistake ends everything. He'll do whatever it takes to survive, and that's where his hidden body technique will finally show its true power. He's unlocked the ghostly shadow demonic art, but he's not a master yet. Using it alongside his stealth might be tricky. That's exactly why he needs the special medicinal herbs that Hung Dong brought him earlier. They help cleanse the impurities from his body, making it much easier for him to vanish and blend into nature. The effect only lasts 30 minutes, but with his speed and stealth, he figures that's more than enough time. He needs to reach the center of the bamboo forest fast. He tells Hung Dong to stay back and wait. His subordinate is worried sick and wants to come along, insisting that protecting his master is a duty he'll never abandon. If something happened to his master, he'd never forgive himself. Seeing his loyalty, the MC agrees to let him come halfway. Going any deeper would be suicide for both of them. So, the two of them set off using their light footwork. They reach the clearing where he last fought. He scans the area, looking for the path leading to the depths. The deeper they go, the thicker and more suffocating the corrupt energy becomes. Hung Dong gags at the stench and spots something nearby. He calls out, pointing to a pile of dead beasts. Now pay attention, because what they find here is enough to make even a seasoned warrior's blood run cold. All these monsters are dead. And looking closer, many of these are creatures they've never even encountered before. That leopard corpse belongs to a vicious predator that usually only stays in the most dangerous parts of the forest. He's heard the elders and protectors talk about how brave and cunning this specific beast is. Even the strongest masters had a hard time driving them away. Yet here it is, dead on the ground. If even this thing was killed, then whatever did it must be the most dangerous predator in the area. Even the forest's king is here, the twin-tailed serpent. It's a massive, two-tailed python that practically rules this place. You and I saw that massive snake, right? Well, according to the Great Elder, it's definitely the deadliest monster in these woods. It's hard to believe such a small creature could be so dangerous, but looks can be deceiving in this world. Hung Dong only knows the rumors. Aside from having those two strange tails, he thinks the creature looks pretty average and harmless. But why did all these beasts die in one spot? It's bizarre, especially since their bodies look so strange. They all died from the same cause, but it's hard to tell what. There isn't a single wound on them. And look at these spirit bamboos. They should be lush and green this deep in the forest, but they're not. Instead, they're all withered and dying. What could possibly cause this much destruction to both flora and fauna? It looks like the life force of the plants and the monsters has been completely sucked dry by something. Suddenly, a strange wind blows from deep within the woods. Both of them feel a chill down their spines. Seeing him stand still, Hung Dong asks if he's found a clue. He just motions for his subordinate to be quiet. One breeze shouldn't cause this much worry. But inside, our main character feels a growing sense of dread crawling through him. The wind is coming from the very heart of the bamboo forest. He tells Hung Dong to stop right here. He orders him to stay put and not follow him any further. Hung Dong wants to protest, but can't. He knows he has to go in alone to figure out what's really going on in the shadows. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the cult leader is relaxing while his maids tend to him. He senses something shifting in the woods and wonders what it is. The demonic wolf? He's never felt this before. Its power is so intense it reaches his private chambers, causing his maids to collapse and lose consciousness instantly. He immediately summons the Great Protector. Moments later, the man appears, kneeling behind the curtain to show his respect. The cult is invincible. All demons submit. Your loyal protector is here to receive your orders. Great leader. So what do you and I make of this? The leader wants to know if any elders have entered that forest. All right. You and I are about to dive into a massive sect mystery starting with the Great Protector. Such a huge event. There is no way the Protector would dare delay reporting it to the leader. He is already starting to piece the puzzle together. Word is, the Great Protector sent a captain to guard the third young master, someone who knows the bamboo grove like the back of his hand. He admits Hung Dong is young but has massive potential. A future pillar of the Protectorate, he was sent to serve the master while finishing his training. The leader pours another drink, lost in deep thought. In 8 months, even with help, that kid's martial arts should only have improved a little. Is the leader sensing something he is trying to ignore? Since there is nobody else currently inside, it can only be that boy. The full moon is only a few days away. He senses the demon wolf energy because of it. Just then, the maids finally begin to wake up. The third young master must have been blinded by his ambition for power and pushed too deep into the forbidden bamboo grove. The maids continue their service as the leader closes his eyes. It is all destiny now. The wolf is clearly trying to break free. Deep within the forest, the third young master Lục Phàm Ân takes another steady step forward. Now, pay attention here. We can feel a crushing pressure radiating from the darkness. It is absolutely terrifying. He knows pushing further means certain death. He has never faced an aura this heavy before. Well, maybe only once. This power feels hauntingly familiar. It is just like the crushing aura he felt when he met the heavenly demon leader. Both energies feel like they want to drag you into the grave. The wind carries a pressure so thick he can barely stand it. He is paralyzed. He cannot take even one more step forward, but he has to know the truth. As he pushes deeper, even his defensive energy starts to shatter and fail him. Lục Phàm Ân coughs up a spray of blood. He has to retreat now, or this aura will tear his body into a million pieces. This is clearly the aura of a top-tier master. He is dying to know who it is. Time to use the spirit herbs to cleanse his body. He pulls out the prepared vial. It is time to activate his secret weapon, the legendary hidden shadow magic. As he drinks, power floods his veins. The foul energy is washed away instantly, leaving his internal system completely pure. His body feels lighter with every stride. The brutal winds and heavy pressure cannot hold him back anymore. This is what you call an unstoppable pro move. This is the miracle of the hidden demon technique, the very move that made him famous across the martial world in his past life. It is the most legendary stealth art in the underworld. Outside, Hungdong panics. The young master's aura has completely vanished. He can only fear the worst. If the aura is gone, the master must have been overwhelmed by the danger. But the truth? He has turned into a ghost-like spirit, walking through physical objects without any resistance at all. It is much better now. He reaches the epicenter of the pressure without anything standing in his way. But he needs to move fast before the herb wears off. What is waiting for him? Lục Phàm Ân is about to find out. Okay, I know what you are thinking. How does a ghost trip over a rock? Well, let us see. He looks back and realizes it was not a rock at all. It is a damn fox that almost gave him a heart attack. A fox with pale golden fur. He freezes, watching it curled up peacefully among the fallen leaves. Why is it so cute? Facing this sleeping creature, his curiosity starts to get the better of him. Why would such a cute fox be in this forbidden grove? This place is overflowing with spiritual energy. How did it survive here? Could this be some legendary beast living here that he has never heard of before? Nothing is certain. Even if it looks harmless, he has to stay sharp. One mistake here could bring total disaster to his mission. But man, looking at it again, it is just too adorable. He almost wants to pick it up. He is nearly caught in its cuteness trap, an absolute succubus. Even at this young age, its charming power is shockingly high. He reminds himself to stay focused on the mission. No more distractions. He can deal with the fox later on. This seems to be the deepest part of the grove. The area is surprisingly small. Not the massive space he expected. Did he take a wrong turn? The grove ended so quickly. He needs to stop and observe his surroundings very carefully. These bamboo stalks look different from the ones outside. This is exactly what he was searching for, the fabled spirit bamboo. Lục Phàm Ân touches the stalk and feels a terrifying amount of spiritual energy radiating from within the wood. There is no doubt about it. This is the strongest spiritual energy in the entire forest. And that is where we leave it. He finally found the treasure we have all been waiting for. Absolutely legendary. Stick with me, you and I are about to see a power-up gone wrong. If our main character absorbs these 3 spiritual bamboo stalks, his strength would skyrocket. But 3? That's pushing it. He's getting way too greedy. Absorbing that much spiritual energy would literally make his body explode from the sheer pressure. He just can't handle it yet. Maybe 1 is enough. To be this greedy, you actually need the power to back it up first. But then he spots something weird. Right next to the big stalks is a tiny bamboo shoot. It's overflowing with energy. But why is there only one sprout here? He reaches out to touch it and feels a pure energy. He could absorb this easily without worrying about the forest's corrupting aura invading his body. He prepares himself, puts his back into it. Nahangang grinds his teeth and yanks the shoot up. He has to get it, no way he's letting this go to waste. Meanwhile, that fox that was lying still, its ears suddenly start twitching. Now watch this. As the roots emerge from the dirt, the little fox snaps its eyes open. Two glowing red orbs like a sea of fire. The whole forest feels different now. He doesn't wait a second and takes a big bite out of the shoot. It's soft, sweet, and actually delicious. But something's off. He expected to feel a massive surge of pure spiritual energy hitting his system. Nothing happens. He swallowed it all and feels zero change. Aside from a full stomach, he's got absolutely nothing to show for it. I guess he's stuck with the big stalks then. There's no other choice left. He stands up and draws his blade, planning to chop some bamboo to take home. He swings with everything he's got, but the sharp steel doesn't even leave a single scratch on that trunk. Lục Phàm Ân stares at his sword. Is his sword suddenly dull? Or is this spiritual bamboo just built a lot different than usual? He tries again. This spiritual bamboo has soaked up so much energy it's become harder than steel. He lets out a few more strikes, but they all just bounce off uselessly. He's had enough. Time to bring out the big guns and use his ultimate move. Lục Phàm Ân activates his Fireheart sword, and both he and the blade erupt in a blinding glow. He unleashes the moon-severing slash, a fiery red arc that cuts straight through the bamboo. Talk about a clean cut. Regular swords meant nothing to this spirit plant, but in his hands, it was as easy as slicing through butter. Lục Phàm Ân sits down to check the spiritual bamboo he just harvested. He taps the trunk a few times, hard as steel. Who knows how many years of spiritual energy this thing has sucked up. The deeper he goes into this forest, the more surprises he keeps finding. While he's looking, he suddenly realizes the little fox has been awake for a while, standing right next to him. It scares the life out of him, just staring up with that innocent face. It's the same fox from before. How did it move so fast and get here so quickly? And you and I should be asking, how did it get that close without him even noticing? Even if he was focused on the bamboo, his cultivation has hit a new peak, especially with his 10 demon record super senses. Yet that fox still managed to sneak up on him. It's totally bizarre. Plus, this thing is bold, just strolling up to him without a single care in the world. Is it after something he has? He tells himself not to let his guard down now. Sure, it looks nothing like those other monsters, but it's still a creature from this forest. There's no obvious killing intent, but he still really needs to be careful. Besides, his super senses aren't giving off any red flags at all. It's probably just a harmless little spirit beast. He decides to reach out and see if he can pet the little guy. The second he moves, it chomps down on his hand. Blood sprays everywhere. That actually hurts. He carries the bamboo out to find Hung Dong. The man is relieved to see him return. He confirms this is the same spiritual bamboo he's heard about in their sect's legends. Lục Phàm Ân makes sure to mention how hard it was to cut. It's like iron required some serious effort to bring it down. His sword even got chipped in the process. But man, that cut was sharp. That's some high-level swordplay and incredible energy control to pull that off. Even if Hung Dong used every bit of his internal power, he's not sure he could have made such a clean, perfect slice like that. Hung Dong asks why a tiny fox is following the young master. Honestly, he hadn't even noticed the little thing tailing him this far. He was completely oblivious to it. What a strange fox. He found it sleeping deep inside the bamboo grove earlier. It looked cute, so he tried to pet it, and it rewarded him with a nasty bite. It's still stinging like crazy. But as he holds out his hand, the wound is already gone. How? Maybe that dense spiritual energy he absorbed is already healing him up. This beast dared to hurt Hung Dong's young master? Yeah, its life ends today. Hung Dong moves to teach it a lesson, but he gets stopped. He shouldn't scare the poor thing. Hung Dong insists he needs to handle this properly and not let it go. He tells him to chill out. After all, he's perfectly fine now. And that's where we leave it for now. The energy is too strong to carry home easily. You and I both know this is going to be trouble. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch this kid turn into an absolute legend. Lục Phàm Ân sits down and places his hands on the green bamboo. using his special technique to absorb the energy. Standing nearby, Hung Dong is stunned every time he sees the young master use martial arts. He is left speechless. Within moments, all the surrounding impurity is wiped away, and the air becomes incredibly pure and clear. The young master's skills are not just unique, they are top tier. Hung Dong feels like he cannot even grasp their depth. It is hard to believe that someone as young as Lu Fan understands martial arts at such a high level. To him, Lu Fan looks like a grandmaster, with decades of intense training and experience under his belt. Lu Fan remains on the ground with his eyes closed to absorb the energy. As the green bamboo crumbles and shatters beside him, he is totally focused on taking it all in. He suddenly snaps his eyes open, looks at Hung Dong with a smile, and says, "All right, it is done. What is left in this bamboo is the world's finest spirit medicine." Hung Dong is genuinely thrilled for him, but then Lu Fan offers it to him first. Hung Dong is shocked that such a servant would get this medicine. Lu Fan just laughs after 8 months together. Why is Hung Dong still acting so formal and stiff? Hung Dong insists it is wrong. He believes the young master should keep all the benefits for himself. He says he only watched while the young master did all the hard work. Lu Fan suddenly turns serious. "I am being serious here, so stop being so stubborn and just drink the medicine already. After all, hasn't Hung Dong risked his life for him countless times?" Lu Fan feels he's the one in debt. Even this entire batch of medicine is not enough, so he wants Hung Dong to take half. The servant is deeply moved. Lu Fan continues, "You fought alongside me without fear." To him, Hung Dong worked the hardest. Hearing this, Hung Dong breaks into tears and kneels. He vows to protect the young master until his very last breath. He swears that anyone who wants to harm the young master will have to go through his dead body first. "Enough already," Lu Fan says. He thinks his friend is overreacting and demands he take the medicine now. Hung Dong keeps sobbing, saying even if they must part ways, he will carry this kindness to his grave. He knows that once the young master returns to the demon cult, they might not see each other for a long time. While he is busy pouring his heart out, Lu Fan just dumps the spirit bamboo into his mouth to shut him up. He forces him to swallow, shouting, "Just drink it and stop talking so much." Watch closely, because the peaceful vibe is about to vanish. Something dangerous is coming for them. He knew this would happen. Every spirit beast in the bamboo forest is now rushing toward their location. He quickly finishes the rest of the medicine and asks Hung Dong if he knows the forest paths well. Hung Dong knows them perfectly. Hearing that, Lu Fan prepares to move, but notices the little fox still sleeping. He can't believe this little thing is still napping in the middle of all this absolute chaos. Since it followed him here, he doesn't want it to get hurt. He's got to keep it safe. He picks up the sleeping fox and tosses it to Hung Dong, telling him to hold it tight while he stays behind to cover their escape. He closes his eyes and gathers his power. These monsters are going to die by his hand today. Hung Dong begs him to leave first, but Lu Fan ignores him and punches him safely away from the danger. "You and I both saw that coming, right?" His power is just on another level entirely. Hung Dong screams for him to watch out as a three-headed beast attacks from behind, but Lu Fan draws his blade and takes its head off instantly. While training his demonic arts, he had to hide his killer aura, but now he can finally let it all out. Far away, the cult leader is deep in thought. Has the third young master finally broken free? How could he sense that even the guardian of the bamboo forest has abandoned everything and fled into the world outside? What on earth is happening? Even the powerful cult leader is struggling to explain this situation. The cult leader uses his power to observe the forest and sees Lu Fan. Now he finally understands. Lu Fan is the cause of it all. That chi deviation changed him into a completely different person. What he showed everyone at the Hall of Judgment was nothing but pure, cold death. Has the third young master truly returned from the brink of death? In the forest, he fights the beasts alone, covered in blood. As the cult leader pours his wine, you and I know he made the right choice sending him there. All right, you and I are about to find out what that little fox spirit sees in Lu Pham to make it so loyal. Its eyes never leave him for a second. He is facing a giant beast dozens of times his size, the leopard king that rules over this bamboo forest. How disrespectful. It attacks right while he is saying hello. It is fast, and now this beast is really starting to annoy him. It actually kept up with his speed. Fine then, He will use his grass-flying step and show it the true power of his sword. The blade swings out, creating a massive, earth-shaking explosion. Combining martial arts with demon power can turn simple moves into devastating strikes. But honestly, this is a bit of a letdown. Is this really supposed to be one of the strongest beasts in this forest? It fell way too easily. He tells it to stop faking he does not have time for games. Now, watch closely, because it is finally time for a real fight. This time, its speed has increased tenfold as it lunges toward him with pure, animalistic ferocity. Suddenly, it is not just one beast, but many. He gets blasted back, and his sword slips from his hand. A sneak attack? These oversized cats clearly have a death wish. Since they want to die so badly, he is happy to send them to the afterlife today. That last hit was so heavy he is left speechless. If he takes one more blow like that, he is going to meet the king of the underworld. He rips off his shirt and throws down a challenge. Come on then, take a bite. You think I cannot handle you? The truth is, his demon power has not recovered yet. The spirit energy in this forest has not fully converted into his dark energy. His demonic aura is being suppressed, preventing it from spreading or reaching its full, destructive strength. The forest energy is draining his power significantly. More are coming, and there is nowhere for him to hide or use any stealth. Damn it. It attacks again before he can even react, leaving him wounded and bleeding on the ground. It strikes wildly like a mindless beast, yet the sheer force behind its moves feels like a seasoned martial arts master. This is bad. He needs a plan fast, or he is dead. It is moving so quickly he barely has time to think. As they swarm, he fights back carefully, punching each one. But there are just too many to knock out all at once. If he keeps taking them on one by one, this battle is never going to end. The number of monsters is growing. You and I can see he is cornered. He needs one massive strike to take them all out. If his demonic output is low, he will just pour every last drop of his energy into one temporary power boost. He is going to use this power to absolutely crush every single one of these bastards right here and now. Lục Phàm Ân leaps into the air and slams his fist down with mountain-crushing force, making the entire forest shake like an earthquake. The monsters are completely wiped out. Meanwhile, Hung Dong finally manages to escape the depths of the bamboo forest. He breathes a huge sigh of relief. He is finally out. The little fox is still lying quietly in his arms. Hung Dong looks back at the forest, feeling that terrifying aura. Could that massive shockwave really be the power of the third young master? He sets the fox down, his mind racing. What on earth is actually happening back there in the woods? The fox stares blankly toward the trees. In the dead of night, Lục Phàm Ân struggles to find his way out. He has no idea where the exit is. He followed the same path as before, but it led him nowhere. Because he overused his demon power, his legs feel like they weigh 1,000 pounds. But he has to get out now. If he stays, the other monsters will catch up. He notices the bamboo ahead is twisted and completely dried out. Then, he realizes that every single tree in this area looks exactly the same, withered and dead. It looks like the way he came in, but the monster corpses are gone. Is he back at the entrance? Suddenly, a giant red serpent appears behind him. By the time he turns around, its massive fangs are already lunging for him. Lục Phàm Ân uses his sword to block the bite. Finally, the real threat has decided to show its face. It wraps its body tightly around his arm. He can feel his bones starting to crack under the pressure. His sword begins to rust where it bit. Its venom is terrifying, even his blade snaps. What is this thing? This is the Fei Yi, a demon that brings drought. That explains why all these trees are dried up. Hung Dong was right, this snake is the strongest monster in the forest. It is pinning him down, ready to swallow him whole. The creature coils around his arms, squeezing tight. Both his hands are trapped, and he cannot break free from its grip. Its massive mouth opens wide to finish him off. Suddenly, a blade pierces its head. Hung Dong has arrived just in time. Hung Dong pulls his sword out, killing the snake instantly before tossing its carcass aside. He is just relieved the young master is okay. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I do not want to miss what happens next. You and I are jumping right into the fire with a main character who is barely holding on after a brutal clash. Things are a mess, and they need to move fast. Hung Dong grabs him, refusing to leave his side. As a martial god escort, he swears he will get the young master out of this nightmare alive. Suddenly, a violent wind rips through the forest. That sound only means one thing: an army of demonic creatures is closing in fast. There are even more than before, stalking them like prey. The exit is 5 miles away, but in this terrain, it feels like an eternity. That is way too far. At this rate, they will be hunted down before they even see the light. They have to end this here. Hung Dong offers to stay behind as a human shield so the young master can make a run for it. The main character shuts that talk down instantly. They are getting out together, or they are not getting out at all. Neither of them is staying behind to die alone. It is time to fight side by side and crush these monsters. It is either them or us. With a roar, he lunges forward, fists flying. In the heat of battle, a memory of a past life suddenly flashes through his mind. What is life, anyway? He spent his entire previous existence as a tool for others, a puppet with no will of his own. Not this time. To live a life where no one can touch him, he needs power, absolute, undeniable strength. He will survive this. He will claim a future of true freedom, where no one can ever stand in his way again. He tears through the savage beasts, one punch at a time. But the numbers are overwhelming. And eventually, Lục Phàm Ân is slammed to the ground, struggling to stand. A fresh wound opens right over an old scar. These beasts are relentless, tearing at him without mercy. These things have zero respect. He is going to beat some sense into them and teach them a lesson they will never forget. Don't touch him. His power surges, activating his mountain-bursting strength. The monsters in front of him are instantly pulverized, bones turning to dust. He hates them. Every single one has to die. Finally, the forest falls into a heavy, suffocating silence. Completely drained, he collapses into Hung Dong's arms. His legs are shot, and he can barely take another step on his own. Hung Dong has to carry him now, but the guard knows they are still in danger. More of those things are coming. He tries to sacrifice himself again, acting as bait. He begs the young master to escape, while he draws the pack away. Now pay attention, because this is where it gets terrifying. The alpha leopard emerges, 3 eyes, red fur, and pure killing intent. Lục Phàm Ân, and curses under his breath. Meanwhile, far away, a tiny white fox steps quietly into a bamboo grove. With his life hanging by a thread, he curses the heavens. Why does it have to end like this? A pathetic, bloody death? He has worked so hard, but he is at his limit. Hung Dong keeps pleading with him to run while there is still time. The alpha leopard lunges, ready to tear them apart, but suddenly it freezes. It skids back, shivering in pure terror. The beast whimpers like a scared kitten. It is terrified of something nearby, and the other monsters are suddenly backing away in fear. You and I saw this fox earlier, and yeah, its arrival just changed everything. Our hero can't believe his eyes. The fox's eyes glow with massive power. A bolt of lightning strikes the forest, triggering a massive explosion that sends a shockwave through the entire bamboo grove. Time passes. Lục Phàm Ân eventually wakes up, lying unconscious at the very edge of the bamboo forest entrance. The little fox is licking his face, tickling him until he finally groans and opens his eyes to the world again. The first thing he sees? The overjoyed, tiny face of his unexpected furry savior. He stumbles up, wondering if he died again. But the throbbing pain in his body is a pretty good sign that he is still very much alive. He looks at the fox. Did this little thing really save them? Just what kind of creature is he dealing with here? It jumps onto him, acting all cuddly. He tries to push it away, still a bit traumatized from the last time it bit him. But those puppy dog eyes are impossible to resist. He sighs and shouts for Hung Dong to wake up and start doing his job. Wake up and protect me. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Demon Cult headquarters, everyone is kneeling in total, fearful submission. The invincible Heavenly Demon has arrived. No one dares to even breathe, let alone look up at the cult leader's face. The leader sits on his throne, cold and expressionless. A servant quietly pours him wine as the meeting begins. The topic of the day is the budget. The upcoming grand ritual is expected to cost around 5 bars of gold. That is an increase of over 1 bar compared to last year. Secret reports say many officers are away on missions, so why is the cost skyrocketing? Something smells fishy, and the elders are starting to notice. The Great Protector demands that the head of the Honhai Pavilion explain herself immediately. Tao Yen Tam Vien steps forward to address the leader. She explains that 4 of the 7 great demonic families are participating in this year's ritual. These families have been the backbone of the cult for centuries, protecting their legacy with blood and iron for generations. She claims they need to show off the cult's true power, but you and I know there's more to this story. Stick around for the next part. Alright, let's dive into a world where this sect's prestige is carved in history, destined to live forever through the coming generations. Plus, everyone attending the grand sacrifice will be gifted fine wine, handcrafted by the great leader himself. To the High Guardian, the sect's dignity comes from the leader's spirit, not just flaunting cold, hard cash. Because of that, budgets need cutting. He orders Tao Yen Tam to recheck the numbers, and she bows obediently. This humble servant was foolish and misunderstood the situation. Please forgive me, leader, this was my mistake. I promise to submit a revised plan by noon tomorrow. Right now, the top demonic masters are out on missions. The High Guardian has worked hard. The leader asks about the first son, who is still locked in deep cultivation. Next, the leader calls for his second disciple, the second son of the demonic cult, Quan Bin, to step forward. He is asked when his seclusion starts, but he replies that his martial arts are already enough to shake the universe. To him, further training is pointless right now, so he isn't even considering going into seclusion anymore. Now, pay attention here, acting this arrogant right in front of the great leader, that is beyond bold. The leader turns serious, telling him that teaching him his place isn't worth the effort of a direct fight. He tells him to do as he pleases. Yet, the leader just lets this arrogant brat slide, even looking strangely satisfied with his disrespectful attitude. Is it possible that the second son, not the eldest, is actually the one the leader favors the most? Quan Bin bows and leaves, making way for the fourth son to step forward under the leader's cold gaze. He is looking better than before and gets a rare compliment. But before he can celebrate, the leader drops a bombshell. It seems it is already too late. To truly conquer everything, the leader taught him he must first discard his ego. But enlightenment is clearly too hard for him. The fourth son retreats, promising to engrave those words in his heart. The leader gives a final, heavy warning. The fourth son tries to stay calm and tells himself not to panic. He tries to convince himself that those were just his master's normal, everyday words of encouragement. Instead of training, he focuses on building secret alliances. Next up, the fifth disciple, Chu Thuy Van. As she steps forward, it is clear the leader is incredibly satisfied with her current progress and power. She is ready to shatter her limits. After this meeting, she will be trained in one of the 10 great demonic arts. Chu Thuy Van bows deeply, thanking her master for this legendary opportunity to grow her strength. Standing nearby, the fourth son is reeling. He was praised too, so why is she getting all the special treatment? The sixth son is still away, and the seventh disciple? Well, she looks like she is about to collapse. A tiny girl steps out, trembling from head to toe. Her caretaker begs for the great leader's forgiveness. He reminds them that this sect is no place for pampering children. If she wasn't family, things would be much worse. Coldly, he orders the little girl to start training much harder if she wants to survive here. She bows through her tears, promising to remember. When asked if she fears death, she cries, but says she doesn't. You and I can feel the tension as he warns them if they want to be his successors. There is absolutely zero room for laziness. His words are short and sharp, leaving every single disciple in the room paralyzed with pure terror. Finally, the leader slams down his wine cup and brings up the one person everyone has been waiting for. The third son, Tran On, also known as Lục Phàm Ân, has officially returned and is here to pay his respects today. He is a little late, but his entrance stops everyone's heart. The massive doors swing open as the third son enters. His body looks incredibly strong and healthy now, leaving every person in the hall absolutely stunned by his transformation. His sisters are in shock. They heard he had recovered, but was supposed to have lost all his martial arts. The brothers can't believe he is even alive after being exiled to that forest. He walks in confidently and greets his master. It has been a long time. The leader watches him closely, sensing a massive demonic aura radiating from his body. Nobody knows just how much his power has skyrocketed during those few months in total isolation. Even without trying, his demonic energy is overwhelming. When the leader says well done, the entire hall goes dead silent. They can't believe it. A genuine compliment actually came out of the great leader's mouth. He asks how the trip to the bamboo forest was. Was it a nice place for a little vacation? Thanks to his master's grace, he feels refreshed. He has never had an experience quite like that forest before. And trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see where the leader is taking him next. All right, you and I are about to see if our main character just made a fatal mistake. Did his honesty offend the sect leader? The old man just leaves everything to the great guardian and walks out. The audience with the leader ends right there, and everyone is given permission to dismiss and head back. Lục Phàm Ân follows the leader with his mind racing. Is he being sent to a place even worse than that bamboo forest? Or maybe the old man actually heard him cursing back when he was at the bamboo forest. Orders were given to adjust the budget today, so the Hohen High Pavilion is about to get very busy. Tao Yen Tam and the elders discuss matters after the meeting. Everyone is curious why the strategist did not show up today. It is the one question on everyone's mind. Tao Yen Tam explains that she is likely not just busy with the festival. There are reports of a plan unfolding in the north, which explains her absence. Apparently, a group of rebels has formed a new faction there. The strategist is probably out there right now dealing with them. It seems the great strategist has her hands full this time. The group then shifts their gossip to the third young master. This is the first time the leader has praised someone like this. Everyone heard the third young master suffered from chi deviation, but he looks perfectly healthy now. The fourth young master is fuming as he listens. Why is everyone making such a big deal about that brat surviving his return? How could the leader give such high praise to that annoying kid? The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. Why couldn't that brat just stay dead? Lục Phàm Ân follows his master to a beautiful pavilion in the middle of a clear lake. The sect leader removes his formal outer robe and sits down comfortably to pour some wine. Lục Phàm Ân is stunned that such a beautiful place exists within the sect. The leader tells him to sit, and he obeys instantly. He survived the most brutal years in that forest, so why be afraid now? He tells himself to stay calm in front of the leader. He did not disobey any direct orders, so there is absolutely no reason for him to be punished right now. The old man pours a drink and hands it over. Lục Phàm Ân takes it, feeling a wave of emotion. How long has it been since he tasted real wine? Suddenly, the leader speaks. You still aren't used to this, are you? He freezes while holding the wine. What does that question even mean? This situation is intense. How is he supposed to answer? Is it really that hard to just let a man enjoy a drink in peace? Then the leader continues. I feel something strange, mixed into your demonic arts. Lục Phàm Ân panics because the old man was able to see right through his secret martial arts techniques. The leader sensed the orthodox energy immediately. Just how powerful is this man to see through everything with a single glance? It feels like no secret is safe from those eyes. Now, pay attention here. His secret training has finally been totally exposed. What should he do now? Is he about to be exiled to a place even more terrifying than that bamboo forest? The leader actually praises him. He says that mastering even one of the 10 great demonic arts is an incredibly difficult task on its own. Cultivating a hidden orthodox art on top of that is no small feat. Lục Phàm Ân admits it was exhausting and took quite a bit of effort. Why does this praise feel so strange to him? The leader asks if the new art he practiced belongs to the orthodox sects. Lục Phàm Ân stays honest. He explains that by merging the two styles, his overall power has actually increased significantly. He calls the boy shallow for mixing arts. True demonic power is the pride of this sect, not something to be diluted with orthodox trash. If he were not so shallow, why would he secretly practice the arts of their sworn enemies? Since ancient times, being a traitor who bites the hand that feeds has never been something to be proud of. This old man is unbelievable. One second he is giving a compliment, and the next he is dragging someone through the dirt. The leader admits the results aren't bad before dismissing him. So he was summoned just to drink wine and get scolded? How strange. There was no need to bring him all the way here. If he hated the martial arts that much, a simple letter would have been enough. But staying here is dangerous, so he decides to vanish quickly. Lục Phàm Ân bows and asks to take his leave. The sect leader points at the wine bottle and tells him to take it. Consider this a reward for your progress. The leader is secretly shocked he merged orthodox arts into a new demonic form. This kid keeps surprising him more and more. You truly never know the limits of a martial artist. Is this kid just lucky, or is it something more? You and I both know this kid is going to pull something even crazier next time. Even his master is curious. If his predictions are right, This autumn will be the most memorable one they have ever seen. Later, Lu Fanon talks to Hung Dong in the carriage. His heart was pounding like crazy during the meeting. But looking at this old wine bottle now, it is just hilarious. If this is a reward, he could have at least given me a new bottle. Lu Fanon pulls it out, and Hung Dong takes a look. Could this be the legendary Heaven Soul wine? Does Hung Dong actually recognize this? He says the taste is actually quite good. So that cheap bottle was actually legendary wine? Talk about a huge win for our main character, right? Alright, you and I are about to see just how high our main character is rising. The sect leader personally gave him this wine, showing just how much he is valued. Lục Phàm Ân did not even realize it was this precious. This specific brew is strictly reserved for the cult leader and the great elders. Even the highest experts only get a taste after a massive achievement. Plus, it was distilled by the leader himself. Hung Dong says he would die happy for an honor like this. Is it really that serious? Our main character wants them to share a few cups back home, but it looks like a no-go. Hung Dong's mission to escort the young master is over, and he has to return to the law enforcement hall immediately. He tells the young master it was a true honor to fight by his side. So no drinking together then? Guess he will have to finish this legendary bottle all by himself. Hung Dong pauses, actually needing a second to think. Who could refuse rare wine? Finally, the main character makes it back to his own pavilion. It has been ages. He wonders if anything has changed. Right then, the little fox shows up out of nowhere. He did not even see it climb down. Since it followed him all the way from the bamboo grove, he decides to take responsibility and keep it. This is the fox's new home. Now, time to wash off the grime and get some much-needed sleep. He also has not seen Thu Lan in forever. He wonders if she will be happy to see him. Now pay attention here. The homecoming is about to get dangerous. The atmosphere feels wrong. Still holding the fox, he senses a heavy, murderous intent everywhere. Someone was definitely here. Judging by the thick demonic energy, they must have just left. They probably used light footwork to escape. Who has the guts to break into this young master's private residence? Thu Lan peeks out from the room. Seeing the third young master, she is overcome with pure joy. He is actually back. He looks at her warmly. He is home. Thu Lan immediately kneels, greeting him with the cult's formal salute, declaring the sacred religion invincible. Even with no one else around, she is still so formal. She really knows her manners. She cannot hold back her tears. She is just so relieved. She heard all the rumors that the young master met with disaster in the bamboo grove and would not return. He did not realize she cared this much. He feels like he has been way too indifferent toward her lately. He reassures her that he is fine. But Lục Phàm Ân notices Thu Lan looks pale and exhausted. Emotionally, she tells him not to worry. Seeing him safe and sound is all the blessing she needs. She is just thanking the heavens right now. He was gone for 8 months, but the house is still perfectly organized. It is spotless because Thu Lan came by every 2 days to clean. She wanted to make sure he had a place to rest the moment he returned. Seeing her unharmed, he figures the intruder was just there to spy, not to make a move yet. His return was such a shock that she has not even prepared hot water for his bath yet. She wants him to eat while the water boils, but he insists on bathing first. The smell and dust from the bamboo grove are driving him crazy. Thu Lan leads him to rest, promising to alert him the second the bathwater is ready. A bit later, he is soaking in the tub. All that built-up fatigue finally starts to melt away. Nothing beats the comfort of home. But seriously, who was the rat that dared to break in here? Could it be the fourth young master? Back at the main hall, that guy looked like he wanted to eat him alive. I know what you are thinking. That guy is a total snake. He is the one who schemed to ruin our main character before. He is testing his luck, and it is time he learns his place. Things are about to get busy. First, he needs to learn more about this heavenly demon cult. So far, all he really knows is that the heavenly demon leader sits at the very top. If he stays this clueless, he will not be able to handle it when things get really intense. In this demonic sect, anything can happen. He needs to find some allies he can actually count on. He has to build his own faction. Only then can he shake things up and do whatever he wants. That is the only path to true freedom in a place like this. Being the third young master is not too bad. No matter what dirty tricks they plot in the dark, They still have to act humble and respectful to his face. He has been so busy running that he forgot to enjoy the noble life. Meanwhile, at the fourth young master's place, he is sitting there brooding over a cigar. A subordinate, some kind of physician, comes in to give a report. The old man tells him to take care of himself. Smoking that much is not good for the body. Maybe he will smoke less once his mind stops racing. The fourth young master tells him to stop nagging. The physician asks why he ordered the retreat instead of attacking the third young master right then. The young master always plans 10 steps ahead. So this sudden retreat makes no sense. And trust me, you and I are about to find out that the real war is just starting. All right, you and I are about to see what happens when a powerful villain finally meets his match. After ordering a retreat, the fourth young master just smokes, barely thinking about his next move. He only pulled back his troops because he wants to see exactly how that bastard third young master will strike next. The doctor is curious. Doesn't the fourth young master already have the third master's every move predicted? He thinks they should be building a counter plan right now. Of course, the fourth young master knows that and has been considering it for a long time. But honestly, he was far too careless this time. His subordinate is shocked to hear him admit he was reckless. He wonders if he heard correctly. Today, he saw the third young master in the flesh, and he didn't look like someone who just recovered from a long illness. His aura was strong, and his demonic arts felt terrifying, as if he could easily take down any demonic lord in his path. The thing that puzzles him most is how the third young master managed to regain his martial arts so quickly. He has this feeling that the man standing before him was indeed Tran On, but also not him. It felt like facing a different person entirely. Even his gaze was intensely confident, looking the fourth master right in the eye without flinching. Pay attention here, it's like he already knows every dirty secret they've been hiding. His recovery and sudden power jump definitely aren't simple. It seems he'll have to change how he views that brat. The current third young master isn't the weakling they used to know. The doctor never expected the fourth master to say such things. He's clearly trembling a bit at the third master's sudden change. The fourth young master asks what the retreating troops are doing now. Since the plan changed so fast, the soldiers are unhappy. He orders his subordinate to throw some money at them. After all, taking down the third master won't be cheap, so using money to keep them in line is his only choice. Facing him head-on right now is a bad move. If that's the case, how exactly is he going to crush him? Over at the third master's place, he's waiting for Hung Dong to arrive for dinner. He's so late, the master is starving. This grand feast was prepared by Thu Lan so the two of them could eat and drink. She's nervous because he asked her to join them. A maid sitting at the same table as a young master, it just doesn't feel right according to the rules. She still thinks it's better if she just eats in the kitchen later. But Lục Phàm Ân insists since she worked so hard to cook. Why shouldn't she join? With such delicious food right in front of them, there's no need to be so formal. He tells everyone to enjoy the meal together. 3 cups are filled to the brim as they share a toast. The 3 of them eat and drink the whole night away. Eventually, the wine runs out, and Hung Dong is looking pretty tipsy. The master says they should stop, but Hung Dong claims he's not drunk and can keep going. So Lục Phàm Ân asks Thu Lan to find more bottles. While waiting for the drinks, he decides to ask Hung Dong a few important questions. Now, listen closely. A tipsy Hung Dong says, "Master, ask anything," while trying to build some useful connections within the sect for the future. Lục Phàm Ân wants recommendations on people Hung Dong trusts in the law enforcement hall. That hall is a massive power center. However, making friends there is incredibly difficult. While the military department is much easier to approach, meeting the strategist is tough. So who's next? Maybe Hoan Hai Hall's head Tao Yin Tam. At that same moment, the fourth master is also sending a message to Hoan Hai Hall. He wants to have lunch with the hall master tomorrow to talk business. His doctor thinks reaching out to Tao Yin Tam is a terrible idea. With her personality, she'll definitely refuse to get involved in the competition between the brothers. Rushing in to demand cooperation might even make her hate them. Having the Hoan Hai Hall as an enemy would be a nightmare for the fourth young master, and he knows it. But he's already committed now and has to accept the risk. He'd rather take a wild chance than do nothing at all. At this point, they'll have to become as cold and calculating as venomous snakes. Early the next morning, Thu Lan is sweeping the yard while the master practices his martial arts. She watches him curiously. He drank so much with Hung Dong last night. Yet he's already up at dawn training. Thinking back, those high drank an insane amount. As she watches him move, she realizes his martial arts have reached a whole new level. It's true what they say, the direct disciples of the sect leader really are absolute geniuses. He remembers the conversation from last night about connecting with high-ranking elders to boost his influence. The most important person to win over is the strategist, who controls the entire sect and its military forces. Everything goes through the strategist. He's basically second only to the sect leader, but meeting him right now is nearly impossible. He's away on business, so meeting him is out, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see who he targets next. All right, you and I need to look at one more place, the Protectorate, where Hung Dong works. In the entire cult, the Protectorate holds the highest authority because their sole duty is protecting the leader. Honestly, it is not an exaggeration to say they are the most powerful division out of all the courts and departments here. Besides the strategist and the Protectorate, are there any other groups worth forming an alliance with? Hung Dong mentions one more person, Tao Yen Tam, the head of the Hoan High Court. She is a master of networking and holds incredible influence within the cult. That department is responsible for all the food and clothing for every single member. While they do not have military might, they control the entire treasury and manage all the gold. Every expense goes through them. They even handle diplomacy with all the outside sects and powerful families. But according to Hung Dong, befriending Tao Yen Tam is nearly impossible. She is extremely cautious and avoids the power struggles between the leader's disciples. They hold critical internal information, so it makes total sense why she avoids getting close to the princes. Hung Dong has shared everything he knows, and now he wants the main character to consider carefully. He asks if the main character plans to challenge the fourth prince. Meanwhile, Thulan brings wine so they can keep drinking. Based on what Hung Dong said, Tao Yen Tam is clearly a very careful individual. She is a target he needs to win over, but making that happen will be anything but simple. She is responsible for all diplomacy and the management of the cult's finances. Think of her as the leader's left hand, second only to the strategist. This requires a solid plan, because simply walking up and asking for a meeting will not work. If he fails, she might think he is just another person trying to use her for power. In that case, it would cause more harm than good. Ever since returning from Trucklam, he has become a target for all the other princes. Now, watch this part carefully. The fourth prince is targeting our main character, and he will not stop. He just wanted to avoid the fight, but life never goes as planned. Living a peaceful life seems like it is officially off the table now. No matter where you go, those who want peace are always targeted by those who crave power and conflict. While training, he realizes he needs to find powerful backers fast for the silent war that is about to begin. He cannot let the mistakes of his past life happen again. Back then, he fought completely alone without a single person to help him. This time, everything changes. Thulan is about to cry, because his training just destroyed the courtyard she spent all morning cleaning. He is exhausted. Schemes and training at the same time really took a toll on his body. His focus wavered, and his power exploded out of control. Usually, his training sessions never leave behind such massive destruction and craters. Hung Dong arrives to see him, bringing the exact sword that the main character had requested. It is almost the same size as his old weapon. Hung Dong really hopes it feels right in his hand. He takes the blade and thanks Hung Dong before testing it. The wind pressure from his swings is intense thanks to his massive inner power. It is a perfect weapon that fits his style perfectly. Lục Phàm Ân is genuinely satisfied with this sword. Since the sword feels great, he tells Hung Dong to come along with him. Let's pause here. Everything is about to get even more intense as they start this new journey together. Plus, our little fox friend is jumping on his shoulder to join the mission. He tells him to tag along. Meanwhile, at the Garden Tower, the fourth prince finally meets with Tao Yen Tam. He invites her into a private room with expensive food, hoping she will be pleased with the effort. She thanks him politely, but reminds him that this tower actually belongs to her department. She has already tasted every delicacy they have to offer, so he does not need to waste time describing them. He admits it was a slip-up, but meeting here is still much better for a private conversation. They sit down, and Tao Yen Tam gets straight to business. She wants to know why he invited her today. The fourth prince acts calm and says it is nothing special at all. He claims that since her court has been busy preparing for the big banquet, he just wanted her to take a break and relax. She just gives a polite reply, thanking the prince for his supposed kindness. As the head of her court, she is incredibly sharp. She survived many years of cutthroat power struggles in the cult to reach this high rank. No matter who she talks to, she carries herself with total integrity and intelligence, refusing to take sides with any of the competing internal factions. She knows exactly how valuable she is to the entire cult. You have to be careful around her. She and the strategist are the leader's two main pillars, so she is not to be underestimated. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see what the fourth prince actually wants. All right. You and I are about to watch the fourth young master stop playing games. He demands that the master of Joy Pavilion side with him in the brutal war against the other young masters. Hearing this, she stands up and thanks the young master for the offer, but claims she has urgent matters and must leave immediately. He remains seated, asking if choosing a side is that difficult for someone like her. She is strictly determined to never take a side in the power struggle between the disciples, which is why she simply cannot grant his request. She doesn't care about what the other pavilions are doing. This is a personal choice she is strictly committed to. Since Joy Pavilion manages every cent of the sect's finances, it holds massive responsibility and an incredible amount of real power. If Tao Yentam sides with any master in this war, the consequences would be catastrophic, and she knows she would eventually lose control. The fourth master's temper flares as he feels her dismissive attitude is a direct insult to his status. While Joy Pavilion is the second most powerful entity, trailing only behind the military strategist's command, she is incredibly bold to defy a direct disciple and successor of the sect leader like him. She tells him she's said her piece and asks for his understanding before turning to take her leave. As she turns to go, he sets his wine cup down and tells her she's completely misunderstood his goal. He claims he only needs a small portion of her strength, not her total commitment to this brutal and messy power struggle. However, she stands firm in her refusal and asks for his forgiveness, explaining that the risks are simply too high for her to agree. He switches his approach and starts acting empathetic, claiming he fully understands the weight of her position in the sect and why this is so hard. She thanks him for his understanding, noting that he must have done his research, but she still refuses to be dragged into this dangerous power struggle. The fourth master sneers, calling her talk of loyalty nothing more than an excuse to hide. She shoots back that it's not an excuse, but her absolute and unwavering devotion to their sect. He tells her to think twice, warning that she needs to act differently if she wants to survive. He argues that loyalty can be shown in many ways, but she remains determined to walk away. But pay attention here, because this is where the fourth master finally reveals his absolute ace in the hole. He mentions that she's looking for the green leaf turtle herb, a legendary plant that is nearly impossible to find. Searching for it outside the sect? Completely impossible. Searching for it requires massive effort, and even then, success is almost entirely a matter of pure luck. But as it happens, the fourth master luckily possesses the rare green leaf turtle herb, and since it has no use for him, he's willing to give it to her. She stops in her tracks, surprised that the young master's information network is fast enough to track her every secret need. He tells her not to be so serious while the herb is worthless to him. It is clearly everything to her. She asks where he got that info, but he just smiles. Everything in this world has a price. If she wants him to reveal his secrets, she needs to show some sincerity first. That is a basic rule everyone should know. It's obvious he's using that rare herb as a leash to force her into his corner, whether she likes it or not. He laughs it off, claiming he has no such intention, but since she refused his earlier request, he was forced to act this way and asks for her understanding. If she wants that green leaf turtle herb, she has to trade something in return, so she shouldn't be so angry over a fair deal. You and I saw this coming. She's trapped and reluctantly sits back down at the table. Since he's gone this far to corner her, she's not in a hurry to leave anymore. She wants to hear exactly what the fourth master is proposing first. He stands up, assuring her that he knows exactly what he wants. He promises not to ask for anything impossible or anything that he feels isn't worth the effort she would put in. In fact, it's a task so simple she could do it with a mere snap of her fingers. He wants her to give a simple command to a specific maid named Thu Lan, who currently serves directly by the third master's side. The job is incredibly simple. The maid just needs to watch the third master's every move and report back to him secretly. He doesn't need much. Just a detailed report of the third master's actions for the next 3 months. He knows that for someone as powerful as the pavilion master, a task like this is nothing more than a simple snap of the fingers. She realizes he is plotting against his brother, the third master, but he warns her to simply do as she is told and stop asking questions. It sounds simple when he says it, but for her, this is a dangerous and nearly impossible request. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a deal that might change the fate of this entire sect. Let's dive in. You and I are about to witness a secret scheme go horribly wrong. The fourth prince thinks this is child's play, as long as they aren't caught red-handed. But Tao Yexin isn't so sure. She thinks it's way too risky and needs more time. He tells her to stop overthinking and just record everything the third prince does and report it. He claims nobody will notice if she's careful, especially since the maid is so highly trusted. It sounds easy, but doing it is another story. He already has a plan if things go south. His logic is simple. Where there's smoke, there's fire. People will always go looking for the person who started it. Now watch closely as he explains how to make witnesses disappear. He finally shows his true, venomous face. He is a total snake, and you and I can see right through him. Meanwhile, Thu Lan is sweeping the yard and sneezes like someone is talking about her. Just like he said, this isn't a small matter at all. He turns to the pavilion master in a total rage, telling her to stop making excuses and getting distracted. She insists she isn't making excuses. He wants her to order that maid to spy on the third prince. But she doesn't even know what the girl looks like. So what is she supposed to do now? He says it's simple, she just needs to swap the maid for someone else she actually trusts. He wants her to pick a girl she can rely on. Tao Yexin hesitates, needing more time to think. He pulls out rare herbs as bait, saying, the choice is hers, she has the power to do it. Time is running out. He demands a final answer right now. Is she in, or is she out? If she stays silent, he will just take it as a silent agreement to his conditions. She says nothing, so he assumes their deal is done, and their partnership is officially a success. But suddenly, a loud noise from outside interrupts their little secret meeting. The doctor working for the fourth prince panics, as Lục Phàm Ân suddenly appears at the door, mocking them with a cold smile. He asks how long they plan on whispering in there before coming out. They both freeze in total shock. But get this, the third prince kicks the door open, done with their lies. Let's see how they try to explain this one. Tao Yexin is absolutely terrified now that the third prince has actually shown his face. The fourth prince grits his teeth, wondering why on earth his brother showed up right now. He holds up a jug of premium wine gifted by the sect leader herself, asking Tao Yexin if she'd rather drink with him instead of wasting time with this guy. The fourth prince is fuming inside, cursing him out. He had been looking for her this whole time. Who would have thought he would find her in such a beautiful spot with a guy like him? Tao Yexin bows respectfully, offering the traditional greeting to the third prince. He tells her to skip the formalities. Meanwhile, the fourth prince is busy blaming his useless guards for letting anyone in. Lục Phàm Ân just smiles and plays dumb, asking his brother what exactly he is talking about. If his brother can meet the pavilion master, why can't he? Is his presence really that annoying? His brother snaps back, saying they were in the middle of business, and he's being incredibly rude. Lục Phàm Ân doesn't care about his brother's whining at all and turns straight to the lady. He tells her to end this meaningless talk so they can go grab a few drinks elsewhere. The fourth prince feels totally disrespected and points a finger right in his brother's face. Tao Yexin bows and apologizes, saying she already agreed to this meeting, so they should talk later. He gets it, but he tells her to wrap it up fast because he's going to wait. Tao Yexin is dying to know why the third prince chose to show up at this moment. He asks if she's looking for the green leaf herb. There are only two uses for that medicine. First, it's used when someone's yang energy has been completely drained from their body. It could be a severe illness or a technique that makes your internal energy just fade away. But he knows that besides that herb, there are plenty of other rare plants that have the exact same effect. An expert like the pavilion master should definitely know that. So, the only real conclusion is that she needs it to treat someone suffering from cultivation madness. Tao Yexin is stunned by how accurately he is reading the entire situation. He just shrugs it off, saying he is really just taking a lucky guess. He's just guessing, but he has already seen through her secret. Trust me, you and I are about to see things get even crazier, so stick around for the next part. Alright, you and I are about to see our main character prove that medicine can be deadlier than a blade. Using that herb to suppress the dark energy would just cause the meridians to spiral out of control and lead to a quick death. He knows Tao Yen Tam cares about the patient, but this shortcut is a death sentence. She really needs to look into the details before taking action, because acting blindly like this will only lead to a regret that comes far too late. This calm and authoritative side of the third young master was something that Tao Yen Tam had never really seen from him until today. The fourth young master spoke up, saying he didn't realize his older brother had developed such a weird hobby for eavesdropping on people lately. He wasn't exactly spying, the guy was just being way too loud. He simply happened to overhear a few things while he was standing right outside. The fourth young master called him a total liar, claiming that this kind of behavior was completely unworthy of someone with his noble title. Hearing that from a guy like him is a joke. If he's questioning his status in the sect, then our hero has a question of his own. Does a snake who constantly plots against his own fellow disciples really think he is any more worthy of being a member? Now pay attention here. This is where the brothers finally stop playing nice and show their true colors. But he wasn't making things up or lying. And they both knew exactly what had really happened behind the scenes in the sect. As the sect leader's direct disciple, he was nothing more than a coward who was too afraid to take responsibility for his own actions. Everyone understood his plot to take out anyone competing for the leadership. But sabotaging the youngest female disciple was a new low. Even for a scumbag like him. The seventh little miss was just an innocent child who knew absolutely nothing about their dangerous power struggles. Her weak and sickly state during the last meeting was all his doing. Still, he stubbornly refused to admit the truth and kept arguing. I have put up with you enough. You barge in here, ruin my talk, and then try to blame me for all of these crimes. He couldn't take the humiliation anymore. He was truly a wicked person, and our hero knew he'd stop at nothing to eliminate any potential competition. But after just a little bit of truth-telling, the guy was already reaching his breaking point and losing his cool. Since there's no physical proof, he'll just keep lying. Our main character decided to just pity himself for being related to such a piece of trash. With that settled, he turned to ask the lady what she actually thought about the whole situation. After hearing the truth about that dangerous herb, she clearly made up her mind. She thanked him and asked if there was any way to save someone from chi deviation. She didn't expect a full recovery, just that he could somehow find a way to keep the person alive. She almost forgot that he had just recently woken up from his own brush with chi deviation. Despite some bastard trying to poison him, he was still standing there perfectly healthy. The fourth young master tried to jump in and argue back. You and I both know, she is far too smart to fall for that snake's pathetic lies ever again, right? Tao Yen Tam placed a piece of silver on the table. She thanked him for the wine, but said it was time for her to go. She paid for the drinks and walked away, ignoring his calls. Our main character turned back to give the villain one last, mock greeting. He told his brother they would talk later. Seeing that furious and humiliated face was incredibly satisfying for our main character. He thanked the lady for understanding the truth, and the two of them went to find a quiet place to speak freely. She felt like she should be the one thanking him instead. Back in his room, the fourth young master was absolutely livid while his doctor kept apologizing. He demanded to know exactly when Lục Phàm Ân had arrived at the door to start listening to their secret talk. The doctor admitted he had been there from the start. Their plan had failed, leaving them with only one option: a direct, violent strike. He didn't want to get his hands dirty with a sword, but after this insult, he wasn't going to sit still and wait anymore. That night, the full moon hung high in the sky, lighting up the entire area with its bright, silver glow. Lục Phàm Ân was busy writing down the secret Huyen Kong technique he had mastered. It was designed to strengthen the body and push out all internal cold energy. It was a difficult art to learn, but this was just the basic level. The patient should be able to master it within a few days. While the technique boosted positive energy, it wasn't a miracle cure that would show results in just a single day or two. Because of that, they needed to stay patient and practice hard so that their effort wouldn't go to waste. He estimated it would take about 6 months to see real results. Tao Yen Tam was shocked that it could work that quickly. That was the theory, anyway, but it also depended on how hard the person was willing to work for it. For someone to reach such a high level in dark arts, their talent must be incredible. They probably even had some hidden defenses ready, just in case. That is why he guessed someone with that much talent would only need 6 months of this Huyen Kong training to fully recover. 6 months wasn't that long, especially considering that all the royal physicians had already given up on the case entirely. Maybe she should finally put her trust in the third young master. Tao Yen Tam thanked him sincerely for the help. Since he was so sure, she finally let go of her doubts. But every favor has a price. So what do you and I think he'll demand in return? You and I are about to dive into a world where palace secrets are deadlier than blades. She worked hard today. Suddenly, a sound at the door makes her think the prince is finally home. Wondering why he is so late, Thulan skips happily to the door to welcome him back. But the moment she opens it, her smile dies instantly. Standing there isn't her master, it is the fourth prince's sinister doctor, a man known for his dark and twisted medicine. He glares at Thulan, threatening. Never open the door without knowing who is there, he sneers. You never know what nightmare might be waiting for you on the other side. He drags her to a terrifying place filled with blood and torture tools, telling her not to be too scared. He holds up a tiny, crawling creature, a lethal poison insect. Once this parasitic bug enters a human body, it makes that person its permanent home. If this little thing gets inside you, it only takes a few days before the poison starts to take effect. It will slowly eat away at your internal organs, making every second feel like a living hell on earth. But if the victim gets the antidote in time, it will be as if nothing ever happened to them. Thulan cries out, asking why he is doing this. It is simple. She has 2 days to spy on the third prince and report back. Only then will she receive the life-saving antidote from him. Now watch closely. This is where the web of lies begins to tighten. He tightens a rope around her neck and brings the bug closer, whispering that she will be fine if she just obeys. If she resists and the bug hits her eye, she will go blind. Open your mouth like a good girl, he commands. Terrified, she closes her eyes tight and begs for the third prince to save her in her mind. Elsewhere, the third prince is busy negotiating with Cao Yen-tam. She realizes that if a man like him is helping her, he must want a favor in return. Thanks to the secret martial technique he shared, she was able to save a life today. She offers to help him with anything he needs. Little does he know, he just saved someone's life again. Let's pause here. You and I need to see the dark past he's trying to outrun. A family had accidentally offended a powerful leader. An assassin reported finding a small child who was still alive in the wreckage. A relative of the family was hiding in fear when the killers spotted them. The killers threatened the 2 girls, telling them there was nowhere left to run. They decided these 2 girls weren't on the official kill list, so they planned to drag them away and sell them off as slaves instead. He grabbed one girl by the hair and yanked hard, causing them both immense pain. As they were bullying the girls, the prince appeared. Our mission here is done, let them go and withdraw. Stop doing such shameful and unnecessary things, he ordered. The killers thought he was crazy. They already finished the murders and wanted to make some extra money. They saw the girls as prizes for a job well done. They told him to get lost unless he wanted the girls for himself. Could a cold-blooded killer who slaughters his own kind really have a spark of justice in him? Hearing the children cry for help, he couldn't take it and killed the 2 men to save the girls. Run away now, he told them. There is a village 10 miles down the main road. He warned them to leave quickly before he changed his mind about saving them. The girls refused to go. You killed our whole family, so why show us mercy now? One girl challenged him to just kill them both, instead of acting like he actually cared about their lives. She cursed him, saying monsters like him would burn in the 18th level of hell forever. Killing a family, then his own allies, then saving strangers. It was just a random moment of pity. She promised to curse him until the day he died, wishing his soul would never find peace. There were times he wanted to change, feeling the heavy weight of the blood on his hands. But he felt trapped in the life of an assassin, a world of shadows where everything was stained black. His existence was pure agony. He was living a life worse than death, with no hope in sight. Back in reality, he tells her he does need a small favor, but it has nothing to do with helping her earlier. She is shocked he shared his technique without asking for anything. And trust me, you and I are about to see just how valuable that technique really is. You and I are about to see a whole new side of the legendary cold-blooded prince. Lục Phàm Ân admits the story is quite long. She knows he once went berserk during his training, so he truly empathizes with her situation. Cao Yen-tam was desperate enough to find the green leaf herb at any cost, proving that person is vital to her. If she were trying to harm others like the fourth prince, he wouldn't have lifted a single finger to help. But her goal was saving a life, so he genuinely wants her to see that wish come true. He wants her to understand one thing: he didn't pass on the mysterious technique just to get something in return. Saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. With his power and the masters, killing is as easy as a flick of the wrist. But saving someone? That's the real challenge. He wants them to live freely, without the pain he once endured. Tao Yen Tam is visibly moved by his words. Were the rumors about the ruthless third prince all lies? Now, she sees a man of honor who saves without reward. Now, here's the part where she starts to doubt everything she knew. She asks, "Are you serious?" She can't understand why he's acting so heroically. They weren't even close, and the person he's saving is a total stranger he has never even met. Luke Fan. Anne pauses, pouring some wine. Why do you say that? When it comes to saving lives, familiarity doesn't matter. Honestly, helping her out has put him in a much better mood. First, a life was saved. Second, he taught that fourth prince bastard a lesson he won't soon forget. Crushing that villain's schemes? Yeah, that definitely made his day a whole lot better. Fighting between princes is standard, but Tao Yen Tam has rarely seen someone as open about their intentions. She wonders if he's chasing a much bigger goal or if he's actually bearing his entire soul right now. In the past, she saw the third prince as an arrogant, cold-blooded man who would use any dirty trick for results. Righteousness was never in his vocabulary. So, what on earth could have changed him this much? Maybe going berserk shifted his personality? Or perhaps it was the heavy energy he absorbed in the bamboo forest? Whatever the reason, he is a world away from the third prince she used to know. He then gives her a tip on managing the upcoming grand banquet. If the budget is tight, he suggests adding light vegetarian dishes. It adds variety while cutting down costs significantly. Besides, the cult eats too much heavy meat anyway. A fresh, simple change of pace makes perfect sense. Pay attention here, because this is where she tries to read his mind. She sets her tea down. Does the prince want her to spy on the sect leader's top disciples, just like everyone else? It's a move she saw coming. If that's all he wants, she can handle it with ease. He sets his cup down and replies, "That's not it. I want information on the cult's most powerful players." As he prepares to leave, Hung Dong and the assistants pack up piles of books and secret records. Luke Phàm Ân feels great today, so he makes sure to give her a sincere word of thanks. But Tao Yen Tam feels like the one who owes him everything. He smiles and promises they'll meet again. He walks away with Hung Dong and the little fox. Once he's gone, her subordinate speaks up. "My lady, please reconsider. If this intel falls into enemy hands through the prince, won't we be in serious danger?" Hearing the concern, she reassures them. She already has a backup plan ready to go. Plus, the third prince did her a massive favor, so repaying him like this is only right. Luke Phàm Ân is in high spirits and wants to invite Hung Dong for drinks, but Hung Dong says it's late and he has work. You and I can see it. She's realizing how much she underestimated him. Her old views were far too shallow. She thought she understood every power player and personality in the cult, but the reality is much more complex. After speaking with the third prince, she realizes she was completely and utterly wrong about him. Desperate to see what he does next, she orders her men to follow him and report his every move. The next morning, back at the estate, he and Hung Dong begin diving into the documents they took. A whole chest filled with secret records that Tao Yen Tam gathered over the years was handed over. Inside are the real identities and secret personalities of everyone. All right, you and I are diving into the hidden secrets of the cult's most powerful players, all recorded right here. This intel comes from various sources, detailed as hell, but who knows if every single word is actually 100% true. Still, the amount of info here is insane. If even half of this is real, it is way beyond his expectations. From the outside, the Heavenly Demon Cult looks like a unified organization built from many different temples. But the reality is totally different. The secrets the original owner, Tao Yangsen, gathered are a world away from what he knew. Inside the cult, power struggles are constant. It is a world of allies, betrayals, and constant backstabbing. Every single detail was recorded meticulously by her, leaving nothing out of this dark and dangerous history. Most important of all is the brutal war for the throne between the 7 top disciples of the cult leader. He realizes this is one complicated sect. There is so much work to be done if he wants to stay ahead. Now, pay attention here. He just found his first target, the Mad Demon Squad. And look, Thu Lan is here for dinner. Time really flies when you are reading secrets. Just like that, it is already time for the evening meal. The food she prepared today looks a bit different. There are way more vegetarian dishes on the table than usual. He only mentioned it once, but Thulan remembered. What a great maid. She tries to feed the fox, but it refuses. Hearing her call the little creature little fox, he starts to get a bit curious about its real name. She explains she used that name since he never gave it one. He realizes they have been together for quite a while now. He turns to Thulan and asks her what kind of name she thinks would actually suit the little guy. She is shocked that her master is letting her choose. Excitedly, she starts throwing out some of her best ideas. Since its ears are huge, maybe big ear fox? Or because of that long, shiny tail, how about giant tail fox? Thulan is dying to know if the young master likes her names. But yeah, he will just handle the naming himself. Since the fox has beautiful golden fur, he decides to officially call it Kim Ho Lai the Golden Fox. Thulan thinks it is okay, but not as good as her ideas. Luke Pham Ni thinks her names were actually pretty terrible. They were boring as hell. Golden Fox sounds better and is easier to say. Even the little fox seems to love it. Looking at that smug face, he knows he guessed its feelings perfectly. He really does have a gift for naming things. After eating, he heads out and tells her that he has some business to attend to and will be back late. He tells her to eat dinner without him and not to wait up. He even reminds her to eat on time. Thulan bows and tells him to be safe. Over at the guard unit, Hung Dong is busy practicing his swordplay. You saw his power too, right? Hung Dong can feel that the young master's martial arts are on a whole different level. The strikes are incredibly powerful, yet the movement of the person using them is light and lightning fast. That skill is likely why the young master rose so quickly among the 7 disciples. Hung Dong wishes he could learn it. Captain Qian Jiang of the 2nd Squad appears and praises his fierce sword energy. It is quite an impressive display. He is not kidding. Hung Dong is definitely one of the strongest men in the entire guard unit. That sword energy was as powerful as a crashing wave. Hung Dong just stays humble and says his skill is still lacking. Ever since he started following the young master to the bamboo forest, his power has clearly reached a new level. Hung Dong admits it is true. The young master has been a massive help to his growth and his martial path. Qianzheng actually has something important to discuss. He almost forgot about it because they were busy talking. The young master stopped by looking for Hung Dong earlier, but since he was training, the master already left. He went to a banquet held by the Mad Demon Squad. He mentioned that if Hung Dong finishes, he should follow him. Before the captain can even finish his sentence, Hung Dong vanishes into thin air, rushing after his master. His mind is racing with worry. Young master, the Mad Demon Squad is not a place where you can just wander in. In this cult, those guys are known as total lunatics. Their name alone tells you everything you need to know. They are bloodthirsty and brutal fighters who show no mercy or compromise only pure, unadulterated violence. It does not matter how strong the opponent is. They will keep attacking until the enemy is completely destroyed. Even worse, when they go into a blood frenzy, they will treat their own friends just like their worst enemies. At a nearby tavern, the Mad Demon brothers have all gathered together, ready to start a massive feast. And that is where we leave things with a bunch of angry lunatics demanding food. Trust me, you do not want to miss what comes next. He asks the shop owner if all the preparations are finished. You and I are watching a bully pick the wrong target. Kong Man of the Mad Demon Squad just spotted a kid with a fox. Kong Man walks over and barks, "Hey kid, are you deaf or just ignoring me?" The main character ignores him, focused on his fox. Furious, Kang Man slams the table and asks if he is from the inner sect. He looks up. "Well, you could say that." Kong Man scowls, asking if the kid has a death wish for crashing their private banquet. He just tilts his head. "Did you pay for this place? Or just use force to clear everyone out? Any proof that your group actually paid to reserve this shop? Now watch closely, because a much bigger player is about to step in and stop this fight. She is the youngest, yet strongest captain in the sect. Meet the Mad Demon leader, Nagan, a red-headed warrior with an eye patch and a dangerous aura." Kong Man grinds his teeth. He is not ready to back down until he teaches this kid a lesson. Ingoken snaps at him again. "Are you deaf? I said fall back, now." She approaches the main character, asking if he knows who they are. He just smiles, saying he definitely did his homework. "Aren't you just a bunch of lunatics who value violence over logic and reason?" Kong Man feels the sting of that insult immediately. This kid must have a death wish. She admits he has guts for showing up alone and insulting them to their faces. However, it is still unclear who truly started this trouble. He suggests they sit and talk, but she just sneers, asking why she should ever listen to someone like him. After ignoring her to pet his fox, the main character finally looks up at her directly. He rubs his neck, complaining that talking while she stands up is giving him a serious cramp. You and I know that feeling. That chill when you realize you are facing a monster. The owner frantically tells his staff to serve their very best food immediately. Seeing the tension, he warns Nok-an not to provoke the young master sitting there. Kongman presses a sword to the owner's throat, demanding to know why they should fear this kid. The owner stammers. This is the third prince. He is one of the 7 direct disciples of the great cult leader. Ngok-an and Kongman freeze in absolute shock. The party begins. They call for endless wine, vowing to drink until they drop. Meanwhile, Ngok-an and the third prince sit down to talk. The other guests whisper, wondering why the famously crazed third prince has suddenly shown up in their territory. Everyone knows he suffered from a mental collapse. But prince or not, if he tries to bully their captain, these warriors are not going to just stand by. A wiser soldier warns them to watch their mouths. Touching the leader's disciple is a literal death sentence. Others argue there's no reason to be afraid. Even if he is recovered, his martial arts are likely gone forever. If a fight breaks out, other powerful forces will surely intervene. In this sect, power is everything. They are actually excited at the thought of crushing a fallen prince. If he fails here, he will have no dignity left. They laugh and keep drinking. Captain Ngok-an asks if he knew about their banquet before arriving. She demands to know his real goal. Her bluntness is exactly what the main character was hoping for. He tells her plainly to go to the Hall of Law and turn herself in immediately. This is their chance. She has no idea why. He calmly tells her to surrender quickly. Her crimes are minor. At worst, she will face house arrest or lower pay. The Hall of Law won't jail her. So, don't worry. And there we have it. You and I are left wondering just how much he knows about her secrets. All right, you and I are about to watch the third prince dismantle a corrupt commander. Jade Hidden fires back. I've never betrayed this sect. It seems she has a silver tongue. So it's time for him to explain things a bit more clearly to her. If you haven't done anything wrong, why does each member of the Mad Demon Squad spend 1,000 gold monthly? They're aggressive, but definitely not the strongest. Even the Heavenly Demon First Army, the strongest unit in the entire sect, only uses 800 gold a month. So why does the Mad Demon Squad need 1,000? The Hall of Prosperity handles all the sect's expenses, and Tao Yen Tam has recorded every single detail regarding military spending with extreme precision. He can estimate exactly what every other unit in the sect should be spending. But the records for the Mad Demon Squad are messy. They don't fight many battles, and they aren't the most powerful. Yet their spending is significantly higher than any other division. A team like that shouldn't be outspending the elite forces of the Inner Palace. This leads to one conclusion. Here's the part you need to watch. They must have a secret source of income to afford such a massive, illegal budget. Plus, only one person would use such underhanded tactics to buy people's loyalty. That's clearly that bastard fourth prince. Lu Fanan asks her how she feels coming to a feast today only to get hit with such devastating news. If she's smart, she'll confess now for mercy. And he won't make this a bigger scandal. But she'll have to name the person who's been secretly funding their operations this whole time. She finally gets it. The third prince isn't targeting her. This is a brutal power struggle between the brothers. Just thinking about it gives her a headache. She can't understand why she's being dragged into this mess. Demon energy explodes from Jade Hidden's body as she stands up, claiming she has no idea where these rumors started. Everything he's saying is baseless. Without evidence, it's just empty talk and meaningless accusations. She even challenges him if he wants to charge her. He needs solid proof before she'll ever submit. Is she implying that without physical evidence, she's just innocent? It looks like he tried to handle this nicely, but she's making things complicated. Jade Hidden keeps acting innocent, pretending she has absolutely no clue what he's talking about. She claims she doesn't want trouble, blaming the third prince for this confrontation before turning to leave. You saw that, right? She thinks she can just walk away, but we know our prince won't let her off that easy. He raises his voice so everyone in the tavern can hear him clearly. All of you must have split the monthly bribe that the fourth prince provided to the Mad Demon Squad. Thanks to that cash, Jade Hidden and the squad lived in luxury. Everyone knows that with the sect's tiny budget, they couldn't spend this much. If the sect leader investigates this, not just her, but the entire squad will pay for taking that gold. This could be a small issue, or a huge one, but with the third prince pushing it, she's finished. The entire Mad Demon squad would be disbanded instantly. Jade Hidden fumes, asking if he's really determined to drive her and her entire squad to their deaths. Lu Fanon wonders if she's even listening. He already said he didn't come here with ill intentions. If she just turns herself in, it stays a minor matter. No need for things to get violent or messy. He mocks her. How could someone like you even think of using a sword against me? If you won't use weapons, use your fists. The bait is set. Under his constant provocations, she's finally starting to lose her cool. Before Jade Hidden can even react, her vice captain Kang Min snaps and lunges forward with a punch. He wants to show the prince his expertise in close combat. He charges in wildly, but a casual flick of the prince's hand sends him crashing into the wall. Lu Fanon smirks, feeling like he might have hit him a bit too hard. That injury looks pretty bad. Jade Hidden is furious. It's been ages since the squad had a feast, and now someone crashed it. If he wants a fight, she'll give him one. With that, she leaps into the air to engage him head-on. Her strikes are incredibly fast. Even the prince has to admit, she actually has some decent talent. It's been over a year since the squad gathered like this, and she won't forgive anyone who ruins it, not even the third prince. She doesn't care if Lu Fanon is the sect leader's direct disciple. She's not afraid of him. Lu Fan warns her to watch her mouth. From the very beginning, he hasn't even raised a hand first. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this fight ends. All right, you and I are watching a clash where Nokan is clearly the one at fault. She's furious, calling him a loudmouthed brat. Guests at the banquet are whispering, trying to figure out what just happened. The exchange of blows was so fast that nobody could even track them. They can't understand why the third prince and the squad leader are suddenly locked in a life-or-death confrontation like this. If you look over at that wall, it seems like one of their own men has already been knocked out cold. And Gaken curses him for being so talkative. Since he just recovered from chi deviation, he should have stayed home instead of picking fights. She's determined to teach him some manners. Nizio sees and knows about his condition, but she has no idea how long ago he actually recovered his strength. He grabs her by the head, warning her to do better research on the sect's important figures, himself included, unless she wants to invite disaster. Lục Phàm Ân grips her head tightly before tossing her a few meters away. Having just landed a solid strike, he excitedly asks her how that punch felt for a first taste. She kneels on the ground, glaring with pure rage and asking if he thinks his title as third prince lets him do whatever he wants. She's sworn he won't leave here alive today. Seeing her this determined and furious only makes him more interested in the fight. Now pay attention here. Lục Phàm Ân just raises a single finger and tells her to show him everything she's got. Meanwhile, over at the fourth prince's side, a subordinate reports the news. He's confused why the third prince is causing trouble for the Berserk squad. The fourth prince finds it obvious. If his brother is there, it's definitely an attempt to drive a wedge between him and the Berserk squad's leader. When asked if they should intervene, the fourth prince tells him to stay calm and not worry about a thing. The leader of the Berserk squad isn't someone to be messed with. She'll know exactly how to handle a pest like him. If that pathetic third prince thinks he can just stroll in and stir up trouble, he's going to face some serious consequences. This is actually getting fun. Even if he's the cult leader's prized disciple, he won't walk away unscathed after provoking those bloodthirsty warriors. Nok An is beyond livid now. Since he wants to see her true power, she's breaking out the legendary Azure Mystic Devil Palm, the signature move of the Berserk squad. She ignites her energy and charges, desperate to end him. She's being way too reckless, considering they're still inside a crowded tavern. Is she really trying to level this place? The Berserk squad truly lives up to its name. Striking to kill without a single thought for the consequences. The rumors within the cult were definitely true. If she wants to take him down, she should at least watch her surroundings instead of swinging such massive power around in here. She's literally destroying the man's business. The poor tavern owner is actually crying and fainting as he watches his shop crumble. Then again, they probably received enough gold from the fourth prince that a little property damage doesn't even matter to them. Fueled by his constant provocations, Magok and loses it and launches into a series of frenzied, high-speed attacks. She threatens him, telling him to shut his mouth if he doesn't have any actual proof for his wild claims. Her strikes are incredibly heavy, putting him under real pressure. She's throwing punches like a madwoman while he focuses entirely on dodging her dangerous fists. Because he's only focusing on evasion without fighting back, he eventually takes a sharp blow right to his right cheek. You saw that smirk too, right? She's jumping into the air for a final blow, thinking she's already secured the victory. Her aggression is peaking now, and her strikes are getting even more explosive. Just dodging isn't going to cut it anymore. So, Lục Phàm Ân finally decides to switch to the offensive. He's done playing defense and is ready to strike back. Standing face to face, he finally understands why the fourth prince spent a fortune to bring the Berserk squad to his side. Their raw madness and sheer martial strength are honestly nothing to joke about. But during this clash, he realizes she might not just be in it for the money. Ngok An seems thrilled to finally have a worthy opponent. Now he just needs to figure out the real reason she accepted the fourth prince's favor in the first place. The rest of the Berserk squad is watching closely, noting that the two fighters seem to be perfectly matched in power. This has turned into a genuine duel between two of the cult's top-tier masters. Everyone knows the third prince is strong, but they're wondering if he can actually overcome their formidable squad leader, Ngok. And shouts to her men that even though her private business ruined their feast, they shouldn't let it stop them. Even if she gets dragged to the law enforcement hall for this, she's going to see this fight through to the bitter end. She tells them to just keep eating and drinking their fill without worrying about what happens to her. Her men cheer and go right back to their booze. He realizes they're all insane. Mentioning a fight only makes them more excited. This cult is wild, but you and I have to admit, they're pretty tight-knit. All right, you and I are about to watch what happens when Life and Death brothers find their loyalty tested. He knew the Mad Demon Squad lived for war, but he totally underestimated them. Specifically, their leader, Ngok An, whose martial arts were on another level. Going head-to-head might be a mistake. He needs a more flexible, clever approach to handle her without getting crushed. Suddenly, in the middle of all this tension, a little fox pops out of nowhere. He has no idea why it's still here. He'd told it to hide so it wouldn't get hurt. But seeing him distracted by a pet, Ngok An thinks he's mocking her. She starts gathering her inner energy for a lethal palm strike. It looks like Ngok An is playing for keeps now. Terrified that the little fox will get caught in the crossfire, he waves his hands and shouts for her to stop. Stick with me here. Look at this guy asking for a timeout just to move his pet before they resume their deathmatch. She couldn't care less about his excuses and unleashes her full power anyway. To Ngok An, focusing on anything but the fight is a total death wish. She is going for the kill. The squad leader's strike flies straight for him and the fox. He's got to block it or the little guy is history. Oblivious to the danger, the fox just happily runs toward him. He uses the Heavenly Demon's second form technique to snatch it out of the air before it's too late. He caught the fox, but now he's out of time to dodge her devastating attack. He'll have to tank it. The second her palm hits Lục Phàm Ân, a blinding light erupts, filling the entire inn. Thinking she's won, she laughs with pure arrogance. That's what you get for messing with her. She turns back to her squad, claiming he's finished. Now, it's finally time to get back to the party. The feast is back on, and the drinks are flowing. Meanwhile, he's absolutely livid. He's finally done playing nice with this woman and her entire squad. She doesn't even look back. Since he's still talking, she assumes he'll live and tells her men to carry the third young master home. One of her goons walks over to where he's lying face down on the ground. Don't be so mad, third young master. Let me take you home so you can recover. His mocking tone makes our hero's blood boil. Seeing him face down, the thug thinks their leader might have gone a bit too far this time. You saw that too, right? He grabs the guy's face, snaps his neck, and hurls him like a rag doll at the squad leader. He stands up and roars at them. You bastards actually tried to kill a tiny fox? His rage explodes, releasing a terrifying aura that shakes the entire room. Hung Dong is still sprinting toward the inn. He can feel the massive surge of power coming from the young master's body. He knows he has to hurry before things get out of hand. Ngok An can't believe her eyes. He's completely unharmed. Not just alive, but standing and walking like that massive blast was nothing at all. She thinks she's seeing things. Hung Dong finally arrives, panicked, and begs the young master to leave immediately. He tells his man not to worry. But the Mad Demon Squad? They've crossed the line, and he's about to school them. Hungdong tries to de-escalate, then turns to yell at the squad. Do you even realize who this man is? How dare you lay a hand on him? But Nok-an isn't backing down. She's still shouting back with pure ego. So what if he's the third young master? He's supposed to be the sect leader's personal disciple. She ignores Hungdong entirely, telling him to shut up and stay out of their business. Before she can finish her rant, he kicks her right in the face, sending her crashing through the window. She's in total shock, struggling to understand. How could his speed be so incredibly insane? She couldn't even track his movement technique. It was like he just teleported. With 20 years of surviving life and death battles, how did she miss a single strike? Lục Phàm Ân is absolutely fuming. His aura is suffocating as he calls them trash for pushing their luck. The leader isn't done yet. She stumbles back up, gathering power for a final charge. She claims she was being nice because of his status, but now she's taking the gloves off. She readies her ultimate mad demon palm. This isn't just a duel anymore, she's truly determined to see him dead today. She pours every ounce of strength into a desperate strike. Cursing him, she screams that he won't escape her this time. He actually praises her effort before casually brushing her aside with just one hand. Great power, but way too slow. He sees everything. Now she's on the floor, still cursing him like a loser. And trust me, since she loves talking trash so much, you and I are about to watch him end her. All right, you and I are about to see a clash that literally shakes the earth. He slams his fist into the ground, making everything tremble. Even Nok-an loses her footing, but she leaps right back in, looking hungrier for battle than ever. Whoever she calls out for is none of his business. And Gakuen sneers at him, daring him to try and dodge her next move. One single hit from this technique, and he knows it is game over for him. So he stops dodging and lets her land a direct hit just to see what happens. To his surprise, his body is totally fine. He looks her in the eye and asks, "So, what was supposed to happen again?" Gakuen is completely frozen in shock. He took her demonic energy head on, and yet he is still standing there. How is he not hurt? He strikes back with a massive kick that sends her flying, coughing up blood as she crashes into the distance. She cannot wrap her head around this level of power. Is this really the true strength of the cult leader's son? Pay attention. Out of every enemy she has faced, none compared to the monster the third young master has become. She starts thinking this is the end after taking so many brutal hits. She has survived countless life and death battles, and now she is about to die in some random inn, right in front of her brothers in the Mad Demon unit who fought by her side. How could she let them witness her ultimate failure like this? It feels like fate is mocking her, but she refuses to accept it. She still has a burning desire to live, and so much more she wants to do. Meanwhile, Lục Phàm Ân is relentless, attacking like a man possessed to teach her a lesson she will never forget. As the captain of the Mad Demon unit, she tells herself that dying here is simply not an option. Let's take a look at her past for a second. It explains everything. She was once just a lonely child. For a girl from a family that opposed the cult leader to be accepted into the cult was unheard of. The Vo family in Hunan made the mistake of offending the divine cult, and for that, their entire bloodline was wiped out. Taking in a survivor like her caused a lot of anger among the other factions within the cult. But no matter how badly they treated her, that little girl fought to survive and rise. To stay alive within the brutal hierarchy of the demon cult, she had to give it her everything. She was eventually sent to the Mad Demon unit, known as the most bloodthirsty and inhumane group in the entire cult. They showed her absolutely no mercy, even though she was just a small child at the time. The Mad Demon unit was always looked down on by others, seen as nothing more than mindless killers and outcasts from the true path. That was her childhood pure misery. By the time she grew up, she had already survived dozens of wars. Her life was just one endless cycle of killing and doing whatever it took to stay alive. Kill to survive, over and over again. Eventually, she defeated the previous captain of the Mad Demon unit and took the title for herself. It was the highest rank she ever dreamed of reaching. After all those years, that brutal unit had finally become her family. She would do anything to protect them. The terrifying reputation the Mad Demon unit has today is all thanks to her leadership. But she never imagined that today would be the day it all ended for her. His crushing attacks land one after another, and her unit watches in pure horror as their captain is pushed to the brink of death. He has to admit, she is tough for still standing after that beating. Ngak-an just grins and tells him to stop looking down on them. She laughs like a maniac while slowly dragging herself back up. This is it, the final, hidden power of the Mad Demon Captain. Intense demonic energy explodes from her body, and her blade is suddenly wrapped in a terrifying killing intent. He recognizes it immediately, her famous mind sword technique. That is one dangerously sharp blade she is holding. Looks like he will have to show a bit of his own true power today and let her witness the majesty of the third young master. Using his heightened senses, he can feel every single emotion swirling inside of her right now. He feels her rage, her anxiety, her confusion, and her stubborn pride, but also a sense of defeat and recognition. It turns out she actually knows that she cannot win this fight. He thought she had completely lost her mind to madness, but it turns out there is still a tiny bit of logic left in her. Ngak-an pours every last drop of her strength into one final, desperate attack. If that is how it is, he will teach her a lesson in respect from the perspective of the winner. He wants her to keep her eyes wide open for this. He activates his iron wall hand to catch her blade head-on. Suddenly, a massive explosion of blue light erupts, blinding everyone in the inn and lighting up the sky. As the smoke clears, Lục Phàm Ân is still standing tall and proud, using only a single hand to block her ultimate move. Ngak-an is completely frozen in disbelief, wondering how on earth he was able to catch her blade with his bare hand. She actually managed to crack his iron wall defense, which is honestly impressive. Even though he reacted quickly, he had poured a massive amount of demonic energy into that block. The iron wall hand is a defensive technique that relies entirely on internal energy, the exact opposite of his mountain-crushing power. That attack was designed to brutally destroy everything it touched. It felt like having red-hot steel pressed directly into his palm. A huge chunk of flesh has been torn right out of his palm from the sheer force of the impact. Her sword skill was sharp enough to shatter his defense. Her strength is no joke, and that is where we leave it, trust me. You and I need to see what happens next. Noke, and coughs up a massive pool of blood and asks what kind of technique could possibly stop her attack. All right, you and I are about to witness a legend fall as he admits she is impressive, but it ends here. His sword chi completely drained her internal energy, and now she is barely even able to keep herself standing up. While she struggles for breath, he gives her a choice. Take money from the fourth young master and confess everything, or be arrested for disrespecting the third young master and for the crime of attempted murder. If she wants to die at only 30 years old, then pick option 2. Ngak-an screams, "Shut up, you bastard." He slowly draws his sword and stares at her. Ngak-an really is just as stubborn as they say. It makes sense. She cannot just follow some random guy like him. He respects her pride as the mad demon leader. No more talk. Today, he will finish her. He bids the lady a very safe journey to the afterlife. She shuts her eyes tight, waiting for the cold steel of his sword to finally end her life. But look at this. The blade stops inches from her neck. 1 second, she was a hungry tiger. Now she is a lamb. He asks her a simple question. Why did you not even try to dodge the blade? Ngak-an says it was impossible to avoid. Has she really just given up on living? She believes the loser must die. That is just how the world works. This was a life and death duel. She admits her life was a mess, and now at the end, she is filled only with deep regret. She knew someone would kill her eventually, just like she killed others. Lục Phàm Ân asks, "You think it is today?" Ngak-an feels like it is. She does not know, and honestly, she does not even care anymore. He thinks for a moment, and then punches her right in the face. With this, her minor crimes are forgiven. Ngak-an wipes the blood and growls. "Do not think I will do what you want just because you spared me." She thinks he is being naive, trying to act all noble just to recruit her into his service. He wanted to use her against the fourth young master, but she chose death instead. He turns and pays the owner. He apologizes for the damage. This gold should be more than enough to fix everything he broke in the shop. He hands over the payment and warns Ngak-an that if she steals this money, she is dead for real. Even injured, she snaps back. "Do you think I'm some bandit? I do not want your gold." He tells her she is worse than a bandit. At least bandits have more honor than she does. The story shifts as he calls Hung Dong to leave. The vice leader rushes over to check on Ngak-an. She tells her men to clean up and go drink. The party cannot end because their brothers are waiting. She thought all young masters were cowards, but the third young master is something else entirely. You and I can see he is a total rebel who fears nothing. Meanwhile, the fourth young master plots in the shadows. Hong Min looks deeply worried. He cannot understand how the third young master found out about the bribe he gave the Mad Demon Squad. No secret stays hidden forever. But he never expected the truth to come out this fast. The only one who could possibly know the truth is Tao Yen Tam. She said she would not get involved in the succession war. But the third young master must have convinced her. The fourth young master thinks it does not matter anymore. Soon, he will kill that man for good. The snake venom in his incense will rot his lungs and paralyze his body until he dies in agony. Over in the seventh lady room, she is lying in bed. Everyone is terrified because she is not getting better. Things look very bad. She cannot even eat or drink anything at all today. There is only one bowl of incense in her room. Without that scent, she cannot even fall asleep. The maid Thulan is ordered to burn that incense next to the third young master bed whenever he sleeps. Thulan says she does not even know where the master sleeps. This task is impossible. The doctor threatens her again. In 2 days, the poison inside her body will start to take over. If she does not get the cure, she will wish she was dead. She has to do it to survive. Thulan remembers those terrifying words and shakes with fear until her master suddenly calls her name. Trust me, you and I need to see where this leads. He tells her to feed the little fox immediately. All right, you and I are diving back in. The main character sees she is exhausted while the little fox keeps whining for food. He pets its head, telling it to wait just a bit longer. The more he stares at that fox, the stranger it feels. He starts questioning himself. Why did he have such an explosive reaction back then? It just does not make any sense. In just a flash, this tiny fox has already become someone incredibly meaningful in his journey through life. He feels this strange, deep connection between them. But when he really thinks about it, there is no way that should even be possible. How could a human and an animal share a soul bond like that? One thing is for sure, this little fox is definitely not your average pet. Suddenly, an officer from the Hall of Justice shows up. He demands the main character open the door, claiming there is some urgent business to discuss. Turns out the Mad Demon Captain actually surrendered at the Hall of Justice. She is confessing to disrespecting the third prince and an attempted assassination that failed. He heads to the dungeons to see Ngok Un. Even behind bars, she is still wearing that same arrogant, defiant look on her face. He is completely baffled by her. He struck her once already, which should have meant they were done with each other for good. So why is she stirring up all this drama and dragging him back into it? He honestly has no clue. No matter how he looks at it, confessing to a targeted assassination of a true disciple is pure suicide. That is a crime that carries no mercy. If she really wanted to die, why did she not just say so? He would have taken her head off right then and there. Watch this part closely. He only spared her because she seemed to want to live. But this confession, it is basically choosing a slow, agonizing death instead. He's thinking he definitely did not hit her in the head, so why is she being so stupid? Ngok Un just points at her own head, grumbling that his strike ruined her. But jokes aside, he wants the truth. He demands to know the real reason why she would pull a stunt like this. Ngok Un just looks away. Even if she does have a reason, she is under no obligation to share it with someone like him. Lục Phàm Ân guesses this is all for the fourth prince, since she is the type to keep her word. But if she had a plan, why surrender and drag him into the mess? Is it possible she actually felt guilty and decided to turn herself in? He lets out a big laugh, teasing her by asking if she is actually capable of thinking. Turns out, holding that Mad Demon Captain title was not an easy job at all. He calls over the prison guards and demands they release the captain immediately. The officer is completely stunned, asking if he is serious. After all, her crime of attempted assassination is a massive deal. Now, pay attention here. He calmly explains he just found a soldier he liked and was teaching her some martial arts. Her bruised face? Just a case of him not holding back. No matter how insane she might be, the Mad Demon Captain is still a member of the divine cult. Why would she ever try to murder the leader's own disciple? It does not make any sense logically. Hearing this explanation, the guard starts to see his point. However, looking at the scene and the witness testimonies they have on file, he claims they simply cannot let her go. He gets angry and snaps at the guard. The biggest witness is me, and I'm standing right here. Who else do you think you need to talk to? Terrified by the main character's cold fury, the officer quickly agrees to arrange her release. Lục Phàm Ân then turns and asks her if she likes wine. He suggests they grab a few drinks together when they are free, making sure to tell her she is in charge of bringing the snacks. Since his maid is not feeling well, he does not want to trouble her with cooking. After returning home, he sits down to talk with Hung Dong. Hung Dong is lost, unable to understand why the captain would ever do such a thing. The main character thinks this was her only way to stay alive. She took gold from that fourth prince scoundrel, so not confessing would have been a death sentence. Hung Dong gets that part, but he is curious, how does turning herself in lead to survival? He explains it simply, she was obviously going to take the gold since she needed it. But by confessing, she keeps the rest of the Mad Demon squad out of it. She did not keep that money for herself, she shared every bit of it. That is just her upright nature. She would much rather take the fall alone than drag her brothers in the squad down with her. Hung Dong is confused since the prince already said he would let her go. So why could she not just keep her mouth shut? Well, too many people saw what happened that day, so staying quiet was not even an option. Confessing was her way to get a lighter sentence and protect the rest of her comrades from being targeted by the law. But if you ask him, the biggest threat was not just taking the money or the fact that so many people witnessed her attempt to take his life. No, it was a much bigger threat that actually forced her to walk into that confession. It is the fourth prince. It seems simple, but the reality is actually much more complex. If the prince saw her go against Lục Phàm Ân with zero consequences, he would assume they were secretly working together to take him down. With that snake's treacherous personality, there is no way he would have just let that happen. He would have spread rumors about her taking bribes. And trust me, her brothers would not have escaped that trap either. You and I just saw a master at work. Wild, right? All right, you and I are diving into a high-stakes Murum gamble, where one wrong move means death. The fourth prince won't suspect a thing, and the witnesses from that Purple Tower bloodbath will think it is over. Even if she faces judgment, she is determined to take the fall alone without dragging anyone else down. But the charges murdering the third prince, confessing to that, is basically a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Hung Dong thinks she has lost it. Is she really trying to find life by walking straight into the jaws of death? Even Lục Phàm Ân finds her move reckless. Yet it is that exact insanity that has kept her breathing until now. Stick with me here, because in her life of war, every single day has been a coin flip for survival. Hung Dong sees her life as one giant gamble, where she absolutely refuses to lose a single hand. And honestly, he is right. Every time she puts her life on the line, she somehow walks away the winner. Hung Dong is confused, so Lục Phàm Ân spells it out she did this so her brothers could actually survive. She has a cold exterior but a burning heart, doing everything in her power to shield her loyal comrades. Hung Dong is floored. How can a master so young see through everyone's motives with such incredible clarity? He feels his master is way more mature than his years suggest. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupts them. The door swings open, and there she is. Ngok An arrived with the wine and snacks just like she promised. Hung Dong and the master stare at the spread. It is actually a massive feast and it looks delicious. He asks her straight up, did she buy all of this or actually prepare the food herself? Ngok An confirms she made it all. The master whispers that he never expected this wild woman to be a chef. Hung Dong is just as shocked. As wine is poured, Ngok An skips the tiny cups and uses a bowl. You and I saw that coming, right? This woman is an absolute beast when it comes to drinking. She finishes the whole bowl in one go and lets out a satisfied sigh. Pure legendary energy, right there. She wonders why Hung Dong is still standing, so Lục Phàm Ân tells him to grab a seat and join. Hung Dong refuses. If he drinks and the captain loses her temper, this whole place is getting leveled. He is staying on his feet to make sure he can restrain her if things get out of hand. Ngok An is impressed. She did not think a young master would have such a loyal and noble subordinate. She figures finding someone like this is not easy, but she doubts Hung Dong could actually stop her. She treats the guards from the hall like they are nothing. Hung Dong just stays silent, not even blinking. The master agrees she is tough, but with her current injuries, Hung Dong would probably take her down. Ngok and snaps back, warning him not to talk like that. He just asks why she did not rest first. He knew they had a date to drink, but he did not expect her to come back so fast. Is she not worried about the fourth prince's spies? She tells him to stop worrying and watch his own back. He does not understand, so she lays it out. The fourth prince is a manipulative snake, plain and simple. She suspects he has already used his gold to buy off several other squad captains within the cult. In this sect, plenty of lowlifes would do anything for money. Meanwhile, the fourth prince's men ask about reinforcements. Since the mad demon captain failed to kill the third prince, they wonder if they need the true demons. But calling in the true demon squad now might cause too much of a scene. It is too risky. The subordinate obeys, then drops a bombshell. The mad demon captain was only released because the third prince allowed it. The prince realizes Ngok-an has betrayed them, but he decides he will deal with that problem later. He is more focused on the snake poison given to his spy. Why has Thulan not reported back after 2 days? It seems she would rather die herself than follow through with murdering the young master. Fine. They will just use a different method, one that the third prince definitely will not escape from. The villain thinks the master has grown too arrogant, and it is time he suffers. Back at the manor, they talk. He is curious how she knows so many captains have been bought off by that bastard Hong Min. Those hired guns are just waiting for the order to end his life for good. Lục Phàm Ân asks the real question, why tell him this? Was she not one of the ones bought off too? She simply says it is her way of paying back his kindness. And trust me, you and I are just getting started. All right. You and I are diving back into the life of a man who plays by his own rules, starting with a drink. Lục Phàm Ân pours a bowl for the lady first. They drink now, then head to the mountain later to train. Ngok-an asks Hung Dong a question. Why is the third prince she knows so different from the rumors? Hung Dong is not sure, but he knows the prince is a man of integrity, so do not speak ill of him. She is not judging, just curious. How can he practice so openly without fearing that someone might steal his techniques? Even if she does not mean any harm, he should be careful. Hung Dong explains, based on the prince's philosophy, the most dangerous place in the world is the treacherous martial path. If being careful cannot save your life, then show everyone your true power, both your strengths and your weaknesses. When you do that, your enemies will be too afraid to even think about facing you in battle. And Ngok-an is even more confused. Why show your weaknesses? Is that not just a bit completely illogical? As the prince puts it, doing this actually makes a person want to fight even harder to stay alive. Lục Phàm Ân lives this way because he wants to be free. He refuses to be trapped by a restricted life. It is his decision, so he does not care about gossip. He is living his life with that firm belief. To find true freedom and peace of mind, you first have to be honest. Now, watch this part as deep. This realization hits Ngok-an hard. She sees him as a strange man. Unlike anyone she has ever met before, she cannot believe how someone so young can have such mature and heavy thoughts. Well, there is no rule saying that being young means you have to be naive and act without thinking. He keeps training hard, now focusing on merging his gold art with his demonic art. In his past life, he had to cut out many moves to master the demon art while working as an assassin, but now he is perfecting it. He realized that to master demonic power, you do not need to discard killing methods. Whether you use killing methods or not, the demonic art can still be mastered to the final stage. If you have killing intent in your heart, every single move you make becomes a lethal weapon. Without that intent, the moves are just for defense. Everything depends entirely on the martial artist's own mind. He thought he knew everything about killing, but only now is he truly understanding the deeper secrets. Martial arts is a vast ocean. And let's be real, nobody can ever truly master every single drop. Just open your heart and merge with it. You will find more surprises than you ever imagined. Hung Dong runs over, praising him. The prince is surprised they were both still waiting for him to finish. He asks if they want to go grab a few drinks. Ngok-an suggests they head to the tavern together. He asks if she really wants more. She just says she will use poison to fight poison. He refuses and tells her to wait while he asks his maid, Thulan, to cook some hangover soup. He heads to Thulan's room, wondering if she is awake. Ngok-an claims she can cook the soup too. She sounds like she is totally bluffing. Someone like her only knows how to drink, not how to cook. It is definitely better to let the maid handle the kitchen. He opens the door and finds Thulan collapsed on the floor. Panicked, he rushes to her side, asking what happened. He checks her pulse and feels her internal organs being eaten away. It is starting to flare up. Thulan is sobbing, barely able to speak. She tells the prince she does not want to follow those orders. She is crying too hard for him to understand what happened. Her condition is turning for the worse, so he picks her up to find a doctor. Meanwhile, at the leader's palace, the Great Protector is reporting on the ceremony. All the preparations are finished. Even with a few small errors, his men fixed everything immediately. The cult leader sits on his throne and says, "You have worked hard. Would you like a drink?" The Great Protector kneels down, thanking him. The leader points to a bowl of wine as a reward. The Protector accepts the wine with gratitude. Then, the leader asks about his disciple, the third prince. After that incident with the mad demon captain at the tavern, the prince has not done anything unusual. The leader hears the report and asks again, "I did not ask you about how he is behaving." The leader wants to know how the boy has changed. The Protector explains that lately, the prince seems the same. The leader holds his wine, thinking, "You and I know the storm is coming. All right, you and I are diving into a huge reveal. It wasn't the third young master who chose the earth spirit. It chose him. That's the legendary kind of luck we're talking about, isn't it? This earth spirit? It's nothing like the other mystical beasts living in the bamboo forest. It lives in a constant cycle of life and death. When it grows old, it dies and then reincarnates into a younger, stronger body. During that rebirth, it drains the life force and spiritual energy from everything nearby. Truly, it's the most bizarre beast under the heavens. But there's a darker reason why people actually call this creature a monster. Every time it's reborn, the world falls into chaotic war. Its reincarnation has become a legendary omen of absolute disaster. That's why its very existence sends a wave of pure terror through the entire martial world. Back in the medical room, the little fox watches closely as our main character treats Thu Lan. The poison inside her looks like a nasty parasite. Since it's still fresh, her life isn't in immediate danger yet. But she has zero martial arts training, so his top priority is to force that disgusting venom out of her system immediately. To save her, he has to push his healing powers to the limit by combining his core techniques together. Yeah, no wonder Thu Lan has been looking so terrified and out of it lately. The poison was eating her life force from the inside. Who would be heartless enough to do this to her? She lies on the bed, vomiting a massive amount of blood. He catches her, deeply worried, just as the parasite bug finally crawls out. Now pay attention, because this isn't just poison meant to kill. It's meant to turn her into a mindless slave. Someone used this to force her into doing their dirty work. They turned a loyal girl into a puppet. There is only one absolute bastard in this sect who would pull a stunt this low. Outside, Hung Dong and Ningok An are talking. She's wondering if that little maid was actually a plant used to sabotage the third prince. Ngok An isn't certain, but she noticed the incense sticks smell exactly like the fourth young master's personal scent. Finding those specific sticks in the girl's room? That's all the proof Ngok An needs to solve this. Plus, with the parasite poison involved, it's clear someone was pulling her strings from the shadows. Thu Lan knew she was poisoned and ordered to make the third prince inhale that incense, but she refused to do it. It just goes to show he has a very loyal servant on his side. You and I both know why he's doing this. It's the most obvious cutthroat motive in the book. There's only one goal: seizing the throne of the cult leader. In this sect, that's just how business is done. The princes are always trying to slaughter one another. In the end, the last one standing wins everything. Inside the fourth young master's palace, he calls for his doctor to get an update. Is the third brother still acting totally calm? Hearing that, Hong Min is starting to get nervous because he can't understand how his brother remains so unbothered. The fourth prince tells him to stay calm. He's got this under control. He always has a backup plan ready, even for the worst-case scenario. The doctor asks what that could possibly be. The doctor even offers to take the fall if things go south. Now that's a loyal subordinate. Hong Min tells him not to worry at all. His plan is airtight, and there's no way his brother will ever be escaping the trap he's laid out. He's just waiting for the perfect moment to deliver the final, fatal blow. According to his orders, his men are going to track the third brother's every move. Suddenly, boom, a massive explosion rocks the palace gates. The entire entrance is reduced to a pile of smoking rubble in an instant. Lục Phàm Ân storms in, screaming for Hong Min to stop hiding like a coward and face him like a man. Hong Min steps out with his guards, mocking him for making such a reckless scene at his home. He tells the main character that, as a prince, he should at least respect their father's reputation. Reputation? A snake like him actually has the nerve to talk about honor and respect? Hong Min just sneers at him. Why so angry, brother? Did someone finally manage to push your buttons and make you lose your cool today? Lục Phàm Ân doesn't talk. He just winds up and cracks a heavy punch right across that arrogant face. Hong Min wipes the blood from his mouth. He says he was actually worried after his brother recovered from that state of total madness. People said he had changed, but looking at him now, it seems those rumors were wrong. He says the main character is still just an impulsive brat who acts on every whim, ready to break the sacred sect rules without giving it a second thought. Shut up and fight. Our main character is finished talking. He won't let this slide today. Trust me, you and I are about to see this rivalry explode. Since he's looking for a fight, Hong Min won't be sitting still either. All right, stick with me, because we are about to see if this fourth young master actually stands a chance or if he is just all talk. With that, he summons his snake art, and a massive purple serpent appears behind him. Is that truly the famous snake technique of the fourth young master everyone talks about? He lunges toward our hero, with speed that is almost impossible for the human eye to track. The strength of this style is its fluid agility, and while the raw power is low, his kicks are incredibly fierce. To reach this level of mastery at such a young age is genuinely impressive. The title of fourth young master definitely is not just for show, but this level of skill still is not enough to trouble him. He has been attacking nonstop, but our main character is completely unhurt thanks to his profound art defense. It seems the kid really underestimated his opponent. Hong Min continues his assault, sticking to simple strikes that do not seem complicated at all. His long nails suddenly scratch him, and Hong Min smirks, thinking it is game over. That bastard actually coated his fingertips in a deadly poison. Hong Min pulls back and sends him flying into a wall, causing a massive explosion of dust and debris. He is gloating because he knows his snake venom is fatal, claiming that even using the profound art will not be able to clear it out. If he tries to force the poison out, his entire body will feel like it is being stabbed by 1,000 needles. Now he thinks our hero will just wither away. That is the price you pay for daring to oppose the fourth young master. But wait, there is movement in the rubble. You and I both know there is no way he is going down this early. Lục Phàm Ân erupts from the stones, radiating a terrifying demonic energy. Did that brat really think a little snake spit could take him down? Hong Min starts questioning reality. How can anyone be immune to his venom? In his past life, our main character survived much worse than this. His poison techniques are decent, sure, but they are nowhere near strong enough to kill him. The crushing pressure he releases makes Hong Min's subordinates cough up blood. This is not just any ordinary demonic energy we are seeing here. Could the third young master's power have already reached the level of the 9 great demon sovereigns? Hong Min refuses to believe it. There is no way a loser like him reached the extreme demon realm. Whether he believes it or not, the sword is ready to end him. But suddenly, a loud voice screams for them to stop. Those men in black masks are from the law enforcement hall, the Black Shadow Guards. Their arrival forces him to stop his finishing blow. The 7th guard leader announces they have orders from the sect leader to bring him in for questioning. Someone reported the fight, so they rushed here immediately. He wonders how the law enforcement hall could have possibly shown up this fast. It looks like someone predicted this and made a move early. They order the fourth young master to come along as well. It was probably that sly old doctor working under the fourth young master. He realized his master was in trouble and sent word to the guards to save his skin. He tells the guard to wait a second while he grabs something, then forces the doctor's mouth open. It is the same poisonous bug used on his maid. Now he is going to let the old man experience exactly what it feels like to be eaten from the inside. If he will not swallow it willingly, he is happy to help. The fourth young master screams in panic, asking if he is crazy to do this in front of the guards. The doctor looks toward his master, eyes filled with pure terror. He tells him not to worry, his master will find a cure eventually. But you and I know this is a warning he will never forget. If he tries any more of these cowardly tricks after this, he is a dead man. Once the guy is shaking with fear, he tosses the bug aside. It was just a bluff. Even if he swallowed it, the master would have just cured him anyway. Why waste a good bug? Instead, he just jams a finger into the doctor's ear, making blood spray as the man faints instantly. That should do it. Now, he is ready to go with them to the hall. They do not bother binding him since he is not resisting. Once they arrive, the 7th guard invites the young master to follow him inside. He is curious because he thought the investigation was over. Where are they going? This looks like the place where the mad demon leader was once held. The poison he was suppressing is starting to flare up again. That bastard Hung Min used multiple toxins to refine his martial arts. The incense he used was actually a slow-acting poison that wreaks havoc on anyone who breathes it in. He clearly spent years combining several of the most potent toxins available. These are incredibly difficult to neutralize once they hit your system. The brat actually created this custom poison style himself, which explains why it is not known in the martial world. It looks like it is going to take a long time to fully purge this. The seventh guard leads him to a room and gestures for him to enter. Through their auras, he can tell one of the people inside is Hong Min, but the other one is powerful, majestic, and completely overwhelming. He feels a heavy weight near them. Let's find out who we are dealing with together. All right, you and I are about to meet a man who is way more dangerous than he looks. Inside, Hong Min is pouting next to the white-haired chief of law enforcement, Matt Le. This old man seems kind and totally normal at first glance. But honestly, how could someone in charge of the law enforcement hall ever be that simple? You can never judge someone by their appearance alone. Behind that warm smile, a dark and calculating mastermind could be hiding in plain sight. The more he looks, the more he senses this elder is a total mystery. He definitely had a hidden reason for calling him here today. The elder politely invites him to sit and relax, even asking if the earlier interrogation by his men was too much of a bother. Lục Phàm and just looks at him and bluntly says he can't sit down right now. Matt Le is curious, asking why the young master refuses to sit. He definitely has something specific on his mind. Even without knowing his goal, he doesn't want to chat with someone hiding their true self. Honestly, looking at him, everything feels completely blurred. Unlike the others in the law enforcement hall, this man isn't wearing a physical mask. Now watch this part carefully. Everyone else wears masks but feels normal. This man feels different. Matt Le just laughs, asking what he means. To put it simply, even though his face is exposed, you cannot guess a single thing about his true intentions. Looking at him is confusing. It is like he is wearing 1,000 invisible masks. Matt Le just nods, realizing what he is getting at. That is exactly it. There's no way to predict what this old man is actually planning. Hong Min sits nearby, getting annoyed and thinking the main character is just talking nonsense to get attention. Matt Le admits he is impressive, and suddenly, his face begins to distort. Is this a disguise technique? He transforms from an old man into a younger one. So far, the main character is only the third person to ever see through his disguise. He asks if showing his real face is enough sincerity. This is the actual chief of the law enforcement hall. He was always curious how the third young master recovered from his madness and survived 8 months in the bamboo grove. Pulling that off proves his power is not normal. Finally, he pulls up a chair and says it was no big deal. The social pleasantries are over. He tells the chief to just say what he wants directly. Hong Min is fuming, refusing to believe a loser like the third young master could see through the chief's true identity. Let's pause for a second. Matt Le reveals the reason for this meeting, something both of them should already know. If he already knows everything and the interrogation is done, why call them here? He wants to ensure these two young masters never do anything this shameful again. Hong Min shouts back, claiming he did absolutely nothing wrong. He blames the main character, arguing that as the fourth young master and the sect leader's direct disciple, the chief has no right to order him around like this. Besides his own master, he refuses to listen to anyone else. He thinks Matt Le is powerless against him. He acts smug, but Matt Le warns him that every single thing he has done is already known. From using his wealth to bribe different soldier squads within the sect to act as his private mercenaries. Hong Min turns bright red with rage, shouting at him to stop lying. Matt Le tells him not to bother denying it. If he is speaking, it means he already has the evidence. Even as the sect leader's disciple, breaking the rules by illegally recruiting soldiers is something the leader will never tolerate once he finds out. Is that a threat? Matt Le looks him in the eye and admits that it is. Law enforcement works like the Guardian Hall to maintain order, but their methods are completely different. The Guardians only act when ordered, making them passive, while the Law Enforcement Hall operates the exact opposite way. They are proactive if they spot a threat to the sect. They have the authority to step in and deal with it immediately. Even though they hold this power, they still respect the young masters and do not want to force their hand. That being said, if these two keep acting out, He guarantees they will have a very unpleasant stay at the law enforcement hall. Matla then turns and asks, "Third young master, what do you think about this?" At that moment, he is busy stuffing his face and drinking wine, completely caught off guard by the question. If the chief wants this mess to stop, fine. He will not make things difficult. Matlay tells him to think very seriously. He is not joking, they are responsible for the entire sect's safety, so every word he says must be taken seriously. He knows the elder is serious. Nobody is stupid enough to challenge the law enforcement hall, so he will do as he asks. All he wants is to live a quiet life and keep out of everyone else's business. As long as that brat does not mess with him, he has no reason to waste energy starting trouble. You and I can see he has priorities. He actually asks for the name of the delicious wine. Matla says it is his own special brew. All right, you and I are diving back in as Mo Lee offers to share his finest home-brewed wine with our main character later on. That sounds perfect. I will make sure to prepare a worthy gift in return for such a generous gesture. Mo Lee tells him there is no need for formalities. Meanwhile, the fourth prince sits there, his face turning red with pure rage. Mo Lee asks for his opinion, but he just kicks his chair over and storms out of the room without a single word. He is never going to forget this humiliation. He turns his back and leaves, showing absolutely zero respect to anyone there. Mo Lee stands up, having said his piece. He asks our lead if there is anything else he needs to know before leaving. Lục Phàm Ân has just one question. Using disguise techniques takes massive effort, so why go through all that trouble just to test them? What was his real intention? Was this all part of a bigger plan, or just a cruel joke for his own amusement? Mo Lee keeps his eyes shut and stays silent. Since he clearly is not talking, our main character decides it is time to go. The old man feels it deep down. Since recovering from his chi deviation, the third prince has become a completely different person. He can't read the boy's thoughts anymore, but the aura coming off him feels strangely familiar, like an old friend from the past. The Hall of Justice prepares a carriage for the fourth prince, but he refuses. He wants to walk back alone to clear his head. He fumes as he walks, cursing those bastards from the Hall of Justice. Do they really think they can threaten a prince like this? And as for that brat, he is not letting him off. He has got a few surprises waiting that no one will save him from. Now, watch this. As he plots his revenge, a mysterious voice suddenly calls out to him from the dark shadows. You are pretty stubborn, aren't you? He jumps, shouting for whoever's there to show themselves. Of course, it is just our main character. He invites him for a drink. That hallmaster was a pain, but he sure knew how to brew some high-quality alcohol. Hong Min approaches, wondering what kind of scheme this is. They are right near the Hall of Justice. Would he really dare start something? Seeing how guarded he is, the MC tells him to relax. There is no need to be so tense right now. He just wants to celebrate their release with a simple toast. He sits down and motions for the other man to join him. It is strange. For some reason, just hearing the MC's voice doesn't fill him with immediate rage and annoyance like it used to. Ever since the MC ruined his meeting with Tao Yanshin, nothing has gone right. Every single plan he had is falling apart. He needs to stay calm for now. His chance to kill him will come. He picks up the cup and asks what he wants. The MC raises his glass for a toast. He says it is because the two of them have never actually sat down for a drink. Hong Min scoffs, saying his memory is failing him. They have shared plenty of drinks together when they were growing up, but that was when they were kids. How would the MC know? He is not exactly the original owner of this body. To be more accurate, they haven't had a real conversation since they became adults. But that is not really the important part. He asks him directly, do you really need to keep causing all this trouble? Why can't you just leave me in peace? You saw that coming, right? Hong Min just laughs. How can you even say something so ridiculous to me? Fighting between disciples is just how it works. For the 7 of them, this power struggle is unavoidable in the near future. The moment they were all accepted as disciples by the master, they became enemies who cannot exist under the same sky. Their war officially started back then. As the senior brother, he should know this better than anyone. Why ask such an obvious question? Sure, competition is one thing, but does it really have to involve trying to murder each other at every single turn? The kid thinks he is joking. Is there even a point in asking a question like that? He promises him that he is being dead serious. At the very least, they do not have to be at each other's throats today. Hong Min brings up the royal family. Look at the princes who failed to take the throne. Their lives are a living nightmare. Their fate is so miserable that death would be a mercy. As core disciples, their situation is exactly the same as those princes. If they want to avoid a fate worse than death, they have no choice but to fight until one of them becomes the king. When that time comes, you have to strike down your own brothers without even a single hint of mercy. So, is he after total power? Or is he just terrified of dying at someone else's hand? Is that why he is striking first? Hong Min slams his drink down. Suddenly, he is not in the mood to keep drinking with him any longer. If he is just going to keep talking about these boring, obvious things, then he is done here. He stands up to leave. The MC tries to explain that everything he said back at the Hall of Justice was the absolute truth. He meant it. He does not want the throne. He just wants a normal life. Is Hong Min really going to keep pushing until one of them dies? And that's where we leave it. Hong Min snaps, if I keep fighting, what will you do about it? Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when our main character finally decides to settle the score today. Lục Phàm Ân asks him one more time. Is that really your final answer? Since he is trapped and lying won't help, he decides to just be honest and speak his mind right here. His murderous aura flares up suddenly, shattering the wine jar into tiny pieces. He swears that one day, the hero will die by his hand. But as he turns to leave, his face pales in shock as a massive demonic power explodes behind him. He barely dodges the blow, refusing to be caught off guard again. Hong Min stammers out, "Brother, what do you think you are doing? If he really intends to kill him one day, then there is no way the main character can let him walk away alive. He will end him right here first." Meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice, Matla wonders if the two young masters have finally headed home yet. It seems the fourth prince has no intention of accepting his proposal for a peaceful truce today. However, he figures someone like the fourth prince won't cause any massive scandals or major disturbances that would shake the entire cult's foundation. But the third prince is a total mystery, and his intentions are impossible to read. While he is lost in thought, a subordinate rushes in with an urgent report. Something huge has happened. He wonders why the man is making such a loud and frantic scene for everyone to hear. Now watch this. The third and fourth princes are actually fighting on their way back. Matle is shocked. Did they really start a war just after leaving? Deep in the forest, their demonic energy is reaching a boiling point. Since Hong Min wants a showdown, our hero decides to let him take the first move. Hong Min thinks he is being looked down upon and refuses any pity. Lục Phàm Ân knows that the poison snake style takes a lot of time to fully charge its true power. That explains why he keeps retreating and defending, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. Hong Min charges forward with sharp, lethal claws. This fool must be suicidal to provoke me like this, he thinks as he strikes. He claims that crossing him is the biggest mistake of the hero's life. His entire face transforms into a terrifying serpent, tongue flickering out. He leaps into the air and screams with pure rage at his brother. "I will kill you right here, you bastard." The hero gathers his strength to block, and the resulting impact shakes the very earth. The poison technique looks decent at first glance, but in reality, it is just all for show. A strike like that could never touch him. Still, the fourth prince is impressive. His poison snake style is clearly a level above the crazy demon team leader. If his opponent were the crazy demon leader right now, she would probably be dead in less than 10 seconds flat. Against our hero, it is a different story. But since the previous poison hasn't been fully neutralized yet, he cannot exert his maximum inner power until he clears the toxins from his system. Hong Min snarls, telling him to prepare for death. He's being incredibly disrespectful to his senior brother, though he never cared for that title anyway. Today, he plans to take the hero down with him. He lunges, but his attack is easily parried. The hero tells him his strikes are way too slow. At this rate, he will never land a hit on him. That insult stings his pride, sending Hong Min into a frantic frenzy. Then, suddenly, our hero vanishes, leaving his opponent in total confusion. "I am right here. Were you looking for me?" The hero taunts from behind. "Now, stick with me, because you're about to see the real heavenly demon footwork." This is how the cult's legendary technique is actually supposed to be performed by a true master. He moves at the speed of light, closing the gap instantly and burying a powerful fist deep into Hong Min's gut. He cannot comprehend how anyone could move with such insane speed. He could not even track the movement of that punch. Now that he has felt the hero's true strength, it seems combining these secret arts was a brilliant move. Even though he has never combined these two moves before, Hong Min is actually the very first person to ever witness this new technique. It turns out this experimental combo is even more overpowered than he imagined. Needless to say, he is absolutely fuming when he realizes he was just a test subject for a new move. Since he has been humiliated, he refuses to back down. He attacks again with desperate, blind rage. The hero tells him to stop being so stubborn. Such a sluggish attack will never touch him. Hong Min screams that he hasn't changed since they were kids, always arrogant and looking down on everyone. He will make him regret this today. Because of this attitude, he is always looking down at others instead of watching what is happening above him. His words actually make sense, but as the hero looks up, Hong Min laughs. He fell for the trap. He used his technique to create a massive, inescapable cloud of poison. Does he really think he can dodge something this huge? He wants to see if those heavenly demon steps can save him from a direct hit now. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he survives this toxic nightmare next time. Everything is on the line. All right, you and I are about to see a poison so nasty it rots your organs and makes death feel like a mercy. No one survives Hong Min's toxic snake palm. He wants our main character to rot in that mist, regretting the day he ever dared to stand against him. Trapped in the poison cloud, the main character holds his breath, but the toxin still seeps in through his open battle wounds. That bastard Hong Min was hiding a forbidden poison technique this whole time. He needs to escape this deadly fog immediately before his body literally melts away. Lục Phàm Ân draws his blade, slashing through the mist to break free, but Hong Min has completely vanished from sight. Instead, he finds the maid Thu Lan collapsed, screaming for help as if her entire body is on fire. Her face is covered in tears, her organs burning from within. He's shocked to see the poor girl here in the middle of this chaos. He rushes to support her, telling her not to move. But suddenly, Thu Lan transforms and launches a vicious attack right at him. Wait, pay attention here. This isn't Thu Lan, or even Hong Min. It's the flying demon queen from his past life. She taunts him, claiming his limbs are gone and only his head is left to take. He looks down and freezes. His arms and legs are severed. What kind of nightmare is this? Outside the mist, Hong Min laughs, watching the main character struggle against these pathetic hallucinations. He's loving every second of this torture. To him, this death is just the price for being arrogant and thinking he was untouchable. He warned him to stay back, but the main character just kept pushing. Now, he only has himself to blame. Hong Min leaps in for the kill, claws ready to tear him apart. But he messed up the main character's hand, snaps onto his throat like a vice. The villain can't believe it. How did he break the illusion? He should have been completely lost in the madness. You and I know our hero has been through hell before. That past trauma gave him a mind stronger than any poison. This was the demon god art he was so proud of. Sure, it was a bit threatening, but thinking this low-level trick could bring him down? That was his biggest mistake. A massive punch to the gut sends the villain flying. The snake poison is officially useless against him now. Back in his assassin days, he trained his body to endure the most lethal toxins imaginable. He's not totally immune yet, but most of the deadly poisons in this world can't even touch him. His rising power and poison resistance allowed him to purge the toxin and save his own life. He really dodged a bullet there. The villain just stands there, totally confused. How could his ultimate snake palm be countered so easily? Even the top poison masters in the sect struggle to resist this, yet he woke up instantly. Honestly, the main character is a bit impressed by the technique's power. Even after breaking free, he's careful not to underestimate the true elites of the demonic cult. But to end this quickly, he's about to show this guy what real power looks like. It's time for a lesson in true demon arts. He releases his dark energy so the villain can die without any regrets. Behold the soul-snatching demon power, the 9 nether demon blade, and the 6 paths of hell palm. His entire body glows, unleashing a supreme force. Hong Min has no idea what kind of monster he just awakened. He hasn't even moved his sword yet, but the sheer blade chi is already tearing the air to shreds. The villain tries to shield himself with snake energy, but it's like paper against a storm. He's being sliced apart. The pain is agonizing. Lục Phàm Ân stands perfectly still as the villain panics, desperately trying to launch one last poison strike to survive. He charges forward. He wants blood, but his fate is already sealed. A demon blade slash cuts through him faster than light, dropping him midair. Pointing his sword at the dying man, he asks, "Any last words? If not, it's over." This guy spent his life trying to ruin others and send them to their graves. Life is fragile. Now, he finally gets to feel the cold embrace of death for himself. Hong Min still can't believe he's lost. Lục Phàm Ân raises his blade to finish the job. Suddenly, a golden light flashes and a voice screams for him to stop. Something invisible catches his blade. It's Matt Lay. He reminds the main character that he promised not to cause any more trouble here. He demands to know why he would try to murder his own sect brother. You and I just saw a master use the void-grabbing technique to stop him. It takes insane power and focus to use a skill this complex. You and I are about to see what happens when true power finally finds its focus. Matt Lay, the hall leader of law enforcement, was definitely not someone to underestimate. He explained to the old man that Hong Min had tried to kill him first and almost succeeded in doing so. So how could he possibly be expected to show the man any mercy now? This hall leader was becoming a real pain, insisting only the great leader could decide the outcome of this bloody mess. Right now, the third prince was causing chaos, right in the middle of the law enforcement territory. How could he just look away? He pleaded for the main character to stop, expecting him to fear the authority of the law enforcement hall. Honestly, he doesn't feel a single shred of fear. If Hong Min wanted him dead, he wasn't going to sit there. He suddenly broke free from Matt Lee's grasp, leaving the man in total shock. Snapping two invisible chains meant his internal energy was absolutely terrifying to witness. Matt Lee threatened him, claiming that continuing to oppose the law enforcement hall was the same as disrespecting the great leader's dignity, and he would never be able to handle the weight of that crime. Handle it? The main character lived for freedom, and whether he could handle it or not would be decided later on. Without another word, he lunged at Matt Lay. His speed was insane, backed by demonic energy and lightning-fast blade work that felt completely overwhelming. Had the third prince's demonic cultivation really reached such a monstrous level of power already? It wasn't just power, either. His movement and footwork were just as good as the hall leader's own elite skills. Lục Phàm Ân raised his sword and activated the second form of his 9 underworld blade for a massive strike. Matt Lee struggled to block the attack, unable to believe this blade technique was also carrying a massive, burning heat that was becoming far too much for him to handle. A huge explosion of fire broke out. If his protective energy had been any weaker, he would have been turned to ash by that demonic strike. After that massive attack, the old man figured the main character was low on energy and needed time to recover. He tried to catch his breath for the next round, but felt something was wrong when the next attack never came. Now watch closely, because you and I are about to see his real target, and it isn't the hall leader, but the fourth prince who is hiding behind him. Matt Lee turned around in a total panic, but it was already too late to do anything. He screamed for the third prince to stop, as the sword plunged right into Hong Min's chest. The main character looked on with a cold face, telling him he decided to make him lose absolutely everything he ever cared about. A hand for a hand, an eye for an eye, and demonic energy for demonic energy. He ripped the blade out, and blood sprayed like rain before the fourth prince collapsed onto the ground. Every ounce of despair he forced on others was returned in full today. The core where his evil poison gathered was shattered completely, and his very bones began to shrivel up in agonizing pain. He had only maintained his physical form through internal energy, not through actual training or hard work. It was a high level of energy manipulation, but in the end, it was just a fake perfection. Just a hollow dream for martial artists who wanted a perfect body without putting in any real effort. He wouldn't die immediately, but he'd be bedridden for years. Even if he healed, his martial arts were gone forever. This was the perfect lesson for a total bastard who deserved every bit of it. Stick with me, because his parting words to the crippled prince are just savage. He mockingly promised to send medicine and energy so the man would remember this day for the rest of his life. Just then, the black guards arrived, rushing over to check if their hall leader was injured in all the chaos. He just held out his hands and told them to go ahead and take him to the law enforcement hall. And they actually arrested him. Now he's sitting in a cell, with a heavy iron collar around his neck, while Matt Lee just stands there in silence, staring at him. Lục Phàm Ân told him that since he came all this way, he might as well say something. He wasn't planning on running, so he asked to have the collar removed since his limbs were getting numb. Matt Lee sternly refused, saying that because of his reckless actions, He had to stay locked up exactly like this. He had tried to warn him, but the main character was too stubborn, and now the hall leader was speechless. Lục Phàm Ân thanked him, but told him to just do his job and follow the rules of the hall. As the leader, he couldn't just ignore what happened. The main character understood the difficult position the old man was in. Matla had only wanted to make peace between him and that bastard Hong Min, but now everything was ruined. He blamed the main character for not listening, especially since the fourth prince was now crippled and powerless for life. This was an incredibly dangerous situation once the news finally reached the great leader's ears. But despite that, Lục Phàm Ân didn't seem to care about the consequences at all. He was curious about what the man's actual purpose for coming here was. Trust me, you're going to love this ending, as Lục Phàm and casually snaps the iron collar right off his neck just to stretch his tired muscles. All right, you and I are about to see Matla's shock as Lục Phàm and shatters black iron shackles with power. He admits he only came here out of respect. Otherwise, as the third young master, he would have escaped long ago. Matla asks him a question. What if I refuse to let the third young master leave? Lục Phàm Ân finds this talk useless. The sect leader will decide his fate, so he is just going home now. As he walks out, Matla warns him to be careful. The law enforcement hall will be watching him closely. Whether they watch him or not, he doesn't care. As long as they stay out of his way, it's fine. Matt Lee tells him to drop the arrogance. He is still just one of many candidates for the leadership position. He has no real advantage in the race yet. But Lục Phàm Ân doesn't care about anything Matla says. Matla realizes the boy is unpredictable and cruel. His demonic power has reached a level that is hard to imagine. Now watch this part carefully. How did a demonic sect member master the swordplay and internal energy of the righteous path? He starts to wonder if the third young master is hiding a secret identity, just like he is doing. At the tavern, he orders dish after dish. It has been a long time since he could eat this peacefully. Hung Dong and Nok An are there too. She tells him to slow down, like he was starving in prison. The food at the law enforcement hall was garbage. There was no way he could swallow any of that trash. Hung Dong asks if everything is settled. Lục Phàm Ân takes a sip of wine and says, "For now, yes." Hung Dong worries about the fourth young master's revenge, but he is bedridden now and can't do a thing. The law enforcement hall wants to avoid trouble, so they will likely cover this up. This matter is finally over. Everyone should head back now. He tells Hung Dong there is no need to follow him, return to the institute. After all, as the captain of the third squad, he has way too much work to be following him around. Even Ngok An needs to return to the Mad Demon squad. Her own members are waiting for her back there. NGOC, and is confused by his coldness. She only wanted to help, which he understands, but everything is peaceful now. He tells them to return to their posts and leaves. Ngok An thinks he doesn't have any real feelings at all. They were worried sick, but he just walks away. She asks Hung Dong if he feels just as disappointed. He says no, but just look at him. You and I both know that face says something else entirely. He doesn't understand why Lục Phàm Ân is acting this way. It feels like a final goodbye before a long journey. Lục Phàm Ân returns to find Thu Lan sweeping the yard. Her eyes sparkle with tears seeing him home safe. He asks her why she is out here working when she has not even fully recovered her health yet. Thu Lan kneels, thanking him for saving her from the poison. Seeing her healthy again makes him feel very happy. She thanks the heavens that he returned safely. Lục Phàm Ân gently helps her up and tries to comfort her. He claims it was just luck. Very quickly, news of the entire incident reaches the sect leader's ears. The sect leader asks about Hong Min's status. His Dantian is gone and poison has paralyzed his entire body. Even with treatment, it is hard to say what kind of state he will be in once he finally recovers. The sect leader thinks living is lucky enough. He asks if Hong Min will ever regain his martial arts. The doctors say it is impossible. Just getting him to walk again will be a challenge, and his kung fu is gone. The sect leader takes in the news and dismisses the Great Guardian immediately. He expected Lục Phàm Ân to kill the fourth young master, so why didn't he? What was his real goal? It is strange that he showed mercy after the fourth young master tried every dirty trick to destroy him. In a short time, he shook up the Mad Demon squad, bribed the medical hall, and fought the law enforcement. The third young master caused total chaos. Yet somehow, everything settled back down like nothing ever happened. That is the one thing nobody expected. No matter how much chaos he caused, everything ended in peace. Everything is moving exactly as Lục Phàm Ân calculated. The sect leader is impressed. One rival has been removed. As for Hong Min, he was a talented son of the Serpent clan. A man who hid his brilliance well. He wore a mask of kindness, hiding his true nature just like his family. Always acting gentle and polite. But inside, he was as cold and treacherous as a venomous snake. That friendly face was just a clever disguise. So what do you and I take from this? In this world, the winner is always right no matter the plot. Alright, you and I are diving into why the fourth prince was always destined to fail. Despite his natural gifts, he refused to train, letting his potential rot while he constantly watched his back. He hit a wall, falling behind everyone else, until he became just another average fighter. Because of that, his total defeat was never a question of if, but when it would happen. But our third prince is built different, even if he used to be just as stagnant as his brother. After surviving chi deviation, his growth exploded through sheer willpower. That relentless effort is exactly what pushed him far beyond anything the fourth prince could ever hope to reach. That mindset decided the winner of their last clash. Now, as twilight falls over the third prince's estate, things are getting interesting. Thulan announces an unexpected visitor, and he's curious who'd drop by. At the door stands Tao Yangshan, the powerful head of the Huanqi Institute. Lục Phàm Ân has no clue why she's here. They don't really have a history, so this sudden visit feels completely out of the blue. She's come with a request. If he's not too busy, she wants him to stop by the institute for a moment. He naturally asks why she needs him there specifically. She explains that she trusts his skills. Apparently, just a bit of his energy has already helped a suffering child show massive improvement. So the victim of chi deviation is recovering faster than expected. He feels a sense of relief, knowing he could actually provide some help. Tao Yangshan praises him, claiming his martial arts are on another level because he himself is such an extraordinary person. Now, pay attention to her words here. She says that kid is lucky to have a top contender for the sect leader position helping him out. He tells her to save the flattery, but she's already seen his true power after he completely crushed the fourth prince. He shrugs it off. He didn't want to fight. He just did what he had to do to survive. She insists her praise is based on facts. After all, the current situation speaks louder than any humble words he could say. His reputation is exploding across the sect, even if he hasn't noticed it yet. With Tao Yangshan backing him, the race for the throne just got a lot more interesting for our main character. But if the battle is over, why is she still insisting he visit the institute? She gives him a straight answer. It's all about the young child meant to be her successor. To outsiders, it looks like she runs everything herself. But the truth is that kid does most of the heavy lifting behind the scenes. If things don't change, she'll lose her most vital support. A long-term setback like that would be a massive blow to the entire sect. Something feels off. The Tao Yangshan he knows never asks for favors. So why is she bowing her head to beg him for help now? He realizes this is a chance to gain some leverage. If he helps, she'll owe him a very big favor in return. Still, he warns himself to stay sharp. She's not a simple woman, but with that look of pure determination in her eyes, saying no seems almost impossible at this point. Looks like he's going to have to take this trip. Let's see how he handles this. He agrees to help, but insists on making this a fair trade, no free favors here. She agrees to the deal immediately. Curious, she asks what he wants in return, but he hasn't decided yet. He tells her he will save that request for another time. He doesn't need money. What he truly wants is freedom, but explaining that isn't as simple as it sounds. If he wants to escape, he needs a real opening. It turns out the institute head is in charge of the upcoming banquet. This means many supplies must be bought outside and transported through the various branches of the sect. This could be his perfect chance. The transport happens in about 2 weeks. Hearing this, he immediately grabs her hand and promises to do his absolute best to save that child. The opportunity is finally right in front of him. Freedom is just one successful mission away. Meanwhile, Hung Dong is busy training while replaying the prince's words in his head. Everything is settled now, so it's finally time for everyone to return to their rightful places. The prince was right, he's become far too used to just following orders without thinking. He's been neglecting his duties at the Protection Institute. He needs to wake up, because he and the prince will definitely cross paths again soon. A subordinate reports that the captain of the first squad wants a meeting. Hung Dong wastes no time and heads straight to his office. The captain is busy, so he cuts to the chase. In 3 days, Hung Dong will escort the demon commander. But there's a slight change of plans. Every 3 months, the Institute transports special items into the city for the sect. This month is one of those times, and it turns out Hung Dong will be in charge of the entire transport caravan. This is unusual. Normally, their own security is more than enough to handle a routine trip like this. The reason is the upcoming ritual week. Things are about to get messy and unpredictable, so they can't afford to let that team travel all alone. Hung Dong asks for the exact departure time. He is told they leave in 15 days, and all the critical details have already been written down on this paper for him. He just needs to read it carefully to understand the mission. Hung Dong accepts the task, determined to succeed. Meanwhile, you and I are leaving off with Lu Fan arriving at the Institute to see the sick child, who is currently looking much worse than ever before. Let's dive into the story of Triyu Kook, a child born with truly terrifying talent. Since joining the sect, she's become a legend, holding a vital position within the prestigious institute. She was secretly the general manager. And with her falling ill, Hoan Hai Vian has practically become paralyzed because she was handling so many responsibilities alone. Without her there to pull the strings, everything in the pavilion has ground to a complete halt. She looks the same age as the third young master. Yet she's already running the whole show as a manager. After transferring the mysterious art to her, he can already feel her condition improving significantly. She's one tough girl. But first, he needs to check her pulse to see the internal damage. The moment he touches her, a violent demonic aura erupts, catching Tao Yen Tom completely off guard. Pay attention here, even with minimal effort. His demonic energy erupts with such power that it's almost impossible to believe. Her body is clogged with impure energy, so he'll guide his power to flush it all out. Suddenly, her nose bleeds. That's a good sign the toxins are finally being pushed out through her pores as he stabilizes her. A few days pass, and finally, Triyu Kook is starting to open her eyes. Just 1 day before his deadline, she's awake, leaving both him and Tao Yen Tom feeling incredibly relieved. Now for the price. He wants to guard the supply convoy without the sect leader ever knowing. She demands to know why he'd ask for that, but that's a secret he's not willing to share. He reminds her that saving the girl was a deal, and now it's time for her to pay up. You see, Tao Yen Tom is absolutely furious, realizing he's backed her into a corner and forced her into a deal she never wanted. He did his part and saved the person she needed, so now she has to hold up her end. She's absolutely livid, screaming that she can't just go around deceiving the sect leader like this. She wants to ignore his request and asks for a different favor, but he doesn't see how this counts as deceiving the leader. Tao Yen Tom doesn't get it. The sect leader doesn't care what his disciples do in their own time anyway. He lets them run wild. But for Tao Yen Tom, this isn't just about the sect leader's reaction. If people find out a successor candidate is guarding a simple convoy, things are going to get very messy. He thinks she can hide it, but she's worried that even her influence has its limits in this sect. He's not backing down. She slams the table, telling him to listen very carefully to what she says. A successor candidate joining a transport team is a massive deal that won't go unnoticed here. One mistake could spiral out of control, leading to consequences that even she won't be able to handle. Lục Phàm Ân asks what she expects. Bringing someone back from the brink of death is no small feat, after all. He won't brag about saving her, but a deal is a deal between the two of them. He's done his part, and now it's her turn to respect the terms and help him out. She sighs, knowing she's been played, but she's truly grateful he saved the young girl's life. She'll do her best, but she needs time to figure out how the recovering kid can even join. Honestly, this whole situation has her worried sick about what's going to happen next. Her plan is for Triyu Kook to actually lead the entire escort mission herself. It might be too much for her, but Lục Phàm Ân thinks this is going to be very interesting. That afternoon, he heads over to see Triyu Kook. She's in her room when she hears him. He asks to come in, surprised she's already walking after such a heavy and dangerous recovery. She's confused about who he is, and he just says he's a friend of the pavilion leader. When she asks for his identity, he reveals the truth. He's the one who used his own power to save her life. Her eyes widen. Standing before her is the person she owes everything to. She immediately bows in thanks, trusting his word without a single doubt in her mind, regardless of the truth. She knows no one enters this pavilion without permission, so his presence alone proves his high status. This girl is sharp, reading the situation and reacting much faster than anyone expected. As a successor of Hoan Hai Vian, she's clearly on a whole different level than the others. Now, you and I are about to find out if she can really handle the dangerous road waiting for her. Alright, you and I are diving back into the life of our undercover main character as he prepares for a crucial mission. The head of the Hoan High Court, Tao Yen Tam, rushes over in a panic, terrified that this journey is far too dangerous for Chiu Kook. But the young lady insists, reminding her that she has been bedridden for months and this shipment is vital. She needs to handle this personally to feel at peace, feeling that being useless is a fate worse than death itself. And so the journey begins, marking nearly 1 year since our hero started living under the guise of the third young master. After months of the suffocating power struggles within the cult, finally stepping outside feels like a massive weight has been lifted. This mission is his golden ticket if he succeeds. He plans to disappear from the demon cult forever while heading toward Jiangxi. It is a perfect destination since he knows the area well, including 2 secret safe houses built by the Assassin Guild. Both locations are deep in the wilderness, tucked away from the prying eyes of any major cities. Now pay attention here, because if he uses his full power, he can reach safety in 4 days and finally be free forever. Inside the carriage, Chiu Kook offers a deep apology, realizing she overstepped her bounds without knowing his true status as a young master. It turns out Tao Yen Tam filled her in, but he brushes it off since he was the one who entered her room uninvited. Still, she is incredibly grateful, knowing that without the mysterious inner energy he shared, she might never have opened her eyes again. To him, there is really no need for such heavy gratitude. He claims his energy only provided a small boost, and the real credit belongs to the court head for her careful treatment. Suddenly, Lục Phàm Ân raises his hand to signal for silence as he detects a familiar, steady aura approaching the convoy. Wait, could this really be Hung Dong out here? Unbelievably, the man is actually part of the security detail, tasked with ensuring the escort reaches its destination safely according to the schedule. Outside, Hung Dong barks orders, splitting his squad to flank the front and rear of the shipment's path. It is strange this convoy is already packed with elite masters. So why would the law enforcement hall send even more reinforcements? He turns his focus back to Chiu Kook, asking if her body feels stable and if she has practiced her breathing. She managed 1 session this morning, so he asks to check her pulse to monitor her progress. With a subtle flick of his technique, Lục Phàm Ân causes the girl to drift into a deep sleep instantly. He then sends a secret transmission to Hung Dong, who immediately recognizes the voice and rushes over, shocked to see the young master. He wonders if the prince is also on official escort duty, but our hero quickly warns him to keep his voice down. You and I saw this coming, but the main character is genuinely curious why the law enforcement hall is involved in this. Apparently, with the grand festival approaching, the political climate is getting messy, and they need extra layers of protection. When asked if he received orders from the cult leader, he just plays along and says something to that effect. He makes it very clear that Hung Dong must keep his presence a total secret from everyone else. This unexpected reunion is a headache he wants to escape, but fate keeps throwing familiar faces in his way at the worst times. Meanwhile, Commander Ngo Can Hoke of Iron Blood City is fuming. He is insulted that someone of his rank was assigned to such a trivial task, but his deputy urges him to stay calm. The commander snaps back, demanding to know who his subordinate thinks he is talking to. He reminds the man who gave him his position before ordering him to shut up and go fetch some wine. Nowadays, Iron Blood City is famous across the lands, with even the Heavenly Alliance and Demon Cult thinking twice before acting. Stopping this shipment should be a walk in the park for a crew as dangerous as theirs. After all, haven't they spent years training heartless killers specifically for brutal ambushes like this one? When people hear about their southern savages, they tremble in fear at the stories of their sheer bloodthirstiness. Even the commander finds the way they tear apart their prey a bit unsettling, wondering how such monsters were ever created. It has been 10 years since they last faced the demon cult in a battle of this massive scale. He smiles, hoping this clash will provide some entertainment, just as Chiu Kook finally begins to wake from her slumber. He tells her to be careful as she is still weak, while she marvels at how fast they are moving. She thinks she only slept for half a day, but the truth is, she has been out for over 24 hours. It is honestly for the best, as her mind finally found the peace it needed to truly recover. So, what do you and I take from this? Even the strongest techniques are useless without proper rest. All right, you and I are jumping back into the journey as Chio-kook finally gets some much-needed rest and recovery. He tosses her a food container. After sleeping that long, he knows she has got to be starving. It is rice balls and beef jerky from the supply team. She needs her strength, so she thanks the third young master. Protecting her is his duty, after all. Lục Phàm Ân leans down and calls out for his little golden fox. It pops out from under his feet, giving her a jump. He invites it to eat, and it obeys like a tiny, hungry cat. Lục Phàm Ân introduces the little guy to her as his pet, the golden fox. She is shocked he is raising a beast like this, but honestly, it just chose to follow him everywhere. Chio-kook has never seen anyone keep a fox before. He tells her to keep eating while he gets some fresh air. Lục Phàm Ân hops off to meet Hung Dong, who just sent him a telepathic message. He has something urgent to say. There is no need for formalities between them, so he tells him to just speak plainly. Hung Dong asks if the carriage ride is uncomfortable. He says it is fine and tells him to get to the point. The man is hesitating, which means this is serious. He hands over a letter from the protectorate sent before they left. The letter likely explains the real reason he was ordered to escort this specific transport caravan. Now pay attention, because as he reads, his hands start to shake. Something big is happening in the martial world. The martial world is always messy, but things are about to take a turn for the worse. The weather is turning cold in the north. A tribute carpet was brought in to help keep the master warm. The sect leader's kindness is deeply appreciated, and he offers his sincere thanks. The great elder asks how things are in Jiangxi. It is a stable place, but the current chaos makes it hard to adapt. Word is, the demonic cult is preparing for some kind of massive festival. It is the 3-week sacrifice, their biggest event of the year. They have been hoarding rare items for it. The situation is unstable right now, and Kerp-bok are happening everywhere. That means the great elder needs to take a trip and head back to that place. After this, he will consult the higher-ups to see how he can assist the sect leader, who is overjoyed. Everyone knows the great elder's martial arts have reached a level that is practically divine. He has been out of the spotlight for a while. The sect leader worries the demonic cult might disturb his peace. But with him stepping out, the demonic cult better watch their backs. He can even take on their leader alone. Sect leader Hao is told not to worry or overthink things too much. You and I can feel the tension as he sees that name in the letter Mudong, his old nightmare. Back then, he mocked him, asking if he was still playing the role of a loyal lapdog. Even at his age, his strength was formidable enough to stay in the game. Lục Phàm Ân's actions were nothing compared to Mudong's grand scheme to become the leader of the Heaven Alliance. Mudong thought Lu should just retire, since his actions were already drawing too much unwanted attention. The title of world's greatest expert seemed like a joke to him, even if it was not just for show. But Lục Phàm Ân wondered how an assassin like him could ever rank higher than himself in the martial world. It was unacceptable. But then again, who really cares about those silly martial rankings anyway? If he wanted that title so badly, he told him to come and take it. Then, nobody could complain. Mudong warned him not to be so arrogant and turn his back on an opponent like that. In his past life, that bastard Mudong was the one who crippled him. He will never forget that pain. If they meet again, that jerk is dead, and it looks like that chance is coming sooner than expected. Meanwhile, Ngok-an stops by the third young master's place with wine, but only finds the maid, Thulan. She hears he is off training somewhere. With his level of power, what else is there to even practice? Then, she spots his sword in the yard. Why would he leave his main weapon behind if he is training? Something feels off. Back on the carriage, he tries to stay calm and not let Mudong ruin his mood. His goal is to live a life of total freedom. He wants to travel the world and do exactly what he wants without being tied down. That is his true goal for this life. But then again, you and I know he really wants to kill that bastard too. Alright, you and I are about to witness a grudge that can only end in blood. Lục Phàm Ân is shaking with rage. So Chio-kook checks on him while the little fox jumps onto his head. The fox snaps him out of his dark thoughts. On this trip, every small item they packed is incredibly important. Hung Dong remains on high guard. Nobody should be bold enough to target the demonic cult's sacred belongings. The Hoanhevian subordinates are getting nervous. Their contacts are usually on time, but they are late today. Hung Dong assumes the rough terrain is just slowing them down, but he keeps his eyes open. Now pay attention, because this is where the peaceful trip turns into a brutal nightmare. Hung Dong demands answers from the survivors. They do not know who attacked, only that the enemy's strength was terrifying. There was one master among the bandits whose martial arts crushed our troops effortlessly wherever he went. Lục Phàm Ân hears the story and leaps from the carriage, demanding to know where that master is now. The bandits made off with a massive haul of loot, including a hoard of rare and precious medicinal herbs. The commander is baffled. Why would the cult need these herbs for the upcoming 3 sacrifices ritual anyway? It is a total mystery. Reports come in from the scouts that the remaining enemies have either died or fled. The area is clear for now. They need to grab the loot and vanish before any reinforcements arrive. Their side took some hits during the fight, but fortunately, every single one of them managed to survive. The leader is furious. Having superior numbers and still taking casualties makes his men look like total amateurs. He asks for an enemy head count. It is hard to be precise, but there were quite a few of them. He sends the wounded back for recovery, while the rest of the crew gathers up the spoils of war. Wait, one demonic cult escort is still breathing, struggling to move beneath the heavy pile of dirt and rubble. He is impressed the survivor lasted this long against a bone-crushing palm. Probably just a messenger from an external branch. The dying man spits out one final threat: the demonic cult will hunt you down for this. The commander just laughs. He does not care about the empty threats of a man whose life is ending today. He mocks the cultists as brainwashed fools. Simple puppets being manipulated by the powerful leaders at the top. If you love your god so much, go tell him yourself, the leader mocks, before stomping the man into the dirt, leaving him to die in pure agony and humiliation. He tells the corpse to take that hatred to the afterlife and have his god come find him. He even jokes that this might be his only lucky chance to finally meet a real god face to face. You saw that too, right? This villain is absolutely insufferable and needs to be stopped. A blue-haired giant appears, demanding more food for his beasts in a cold, commanding voice that enrages the leader. The giant reminds him that a promise is a promise. He needs to pay up right now. They had agreed to share the food once the ambush on the demonic cult caravan was successfully finished. The leader calls him a maniac. Those beasts have already eaten so much that it is causing a massive loss. The giant's gaze turns deadly as he warns the leader to pay up or the deal is over. Terrified, the leader backs down and orders his men to use the cultist corpses as food for the beasts. He silently plots to kill these savages once they have outlived their usefulness. They are nothing more than animals themselves. The creatures seem to sense his murderous intent and react with violent snarls and aggressive movements. However, the blue-haired man quickly steps in and calms the beasts down with a simple gesture. Lục Phàm An's team reaches the ruins. The enemies burn the place to hide their tracks, but the main house remains. Why spare the main house? Hung Dong thinks they were simply in too much of a hurry to finish. They probably grabbed the loot and bolted, fearing that reinforcements were already closing in on their location. Chiu Kook orders the captain to contact the nearest branches and have them inspect the crime scene immediately. Messengers have been sent, but it will take 2 days for backup to arrive. For now, they bury their fallen brothers, while Chiu Kook plans their next move. Waiting for official orders from headquarters is out of the question. It would take way too long for them. She needs to act now. This province is their territory, and they cannot let this incident slide. Even if they cannot recover the stolen goods, they must at least find out where these thieves went. And that's where we leave it. Rest is vital, especially since you and I know she's still recovering. All right, you and I are back in the thick of it as Chiu Kook starts to recover. Because of that, Hung Dong can finally stop worrying so much about her health. Chiu Kook is a total pro, always calculating her next move to find the best possible outcome. She stays calm instead of rushing for glory, and you can see she's already gaining her strength back. It's clear that the internal energy the third young master gave her is incredibly powerful. While thinking about her, he hears a telepathic message from Lục Phàm and calling him over for a talk. Hung Dong brings the sword he asked for, wondering why he needs it 50 miles north of here. The enemy numbers are high with several top-tier masters, so they'll need to avoid a direct fight. Hung Dong is curious and asks why he thinks they should be so cautious. Since their mission is protecting this convoy, they must be careful. Hung Dong is clearly worried for him. He reassures him he's just scouting, then disappears instantly using his high-level movement techniques. Now here's where things get really strange. Jiangxi is demon territory. So why are righteous sects setting up these ambushes? What's more, an elder from the Mo Dung family has appeared here, so he must investigate while the gold fox stays hidden in his robes. Over at the Iron Blood City camp, the bandits are resting after their long journey. The leader asks when their contact will show up, just as Mo Dung arrives with a cold greeting. The strange creatures react violently to him. The leader demands to know why Mo Dung is so late. Mo Dung explains he had business to finish and tells the leader to drop the angry attitude. He looks at the demon beasts with pure disgust. Honestly, they are a terrifying sight to behold. Those monsters are wild and uncontrollable. Working with them has been a total nightmare for the leader. The stench of the demon creatures makes him sick. Mo Dung asks for the name of the giant green-haired man. He introduces himself as Luat Lang, a top disciple and potential successor of the Beast Palace. Rumor has it their martial arts are bizarre, using weird techniques to kill masters much stronger than themselves. Let's be real, seeing him in person confirms that those rumors were absolutely true. Judging by his aura, Mo Dung bets even several top-tier masters couldn't take him down together. The leader gets annoyed hearing the elder praise these filthy demon creatures so much. Mo Dung just speaks the truth and tells the leader to acknowledge the strength of the Beast Palace. Every major sect has its own secrets, and knowing them now might help if they become enemies later. The elder has a point, but the leader still can't stand being around these demon people. This is just a temporary partnership, and once the job is done, they'll go their separate ways. Mo Dung warns him to fix that attitude and never underestimate any power in the martial world. You need to understand your rivals if you want to survive and use them to your advantage. The leader finally gets it and promises to be more careful. Knowing this alliance brings huge benefits. Because of that, he'll fulfill Luat Lang's demands. Once the mission is officially over, Mo Dung asks if he brought the promised items. The leader reassures him that this trade is far too important to mess up. Failure isn't an option, which is exactly why he agreed to work with the Beast Palace's extra muscle. He pulls a small pouch from his robes and hands it over to Mo Dung. Inside is the Divine Fire Jade. The leader is curious about what this stone does and why he values it so much. To most, it's just a common gem, but to Mo Dung, it's a priceless treasure he desperately needs. Deep down, the leader realizes Mo Dung is nothing but a cunning old fox. With the deal done, Mo Dung looks like he's ready to leave immediately. He'd love to stay and chat about world affairs, but the truth is, he's just too busy. The leader asks if he'd join Iron Blood City. He's trying to recruit him, which makes sense. Any faction would want a talent like Mo Dung. He turns to leave, thanking them for the offer. You and I can see his pride, as he sneers that a lowly leader has no right to even speak to him like an equal. All right, you and I are about to see just how ruthless this world can get, starting with this arrogant leader. Wait, don't, the old man stammers. But before he can finish, Mo Dung's hand pierces his chest. He is dead on the spot. If you're an ally, you shake hands. If you're an enemy, you're erased from existence. Mo Dung scoffs. Shouldn't you determine if someone is a friend or foe before you offer a deal like that? That mistake can't be undone now. You can spend eternity in the afterlife thinking about what you did wrong. The group panics seeing their leader killed. Mo Dung just turns calmly to start talking to Luat Lang. How many wild beasts did you bring? Can they move now? They just ate. But if you want action, just feed them more. The men nearby are paralyzed with fear. They realize they are about to become food for those savage creatures. Luat Lang grins, always ready for a feast. Meanwhile, at Mo Dung's hidden base, his henchmen are packing their luggage. A red-haired guy asks, when is the Great Elder finally getting here? The leader says he's far away, so it will take half a day. He's worried about Mo Dung being alone. You acting like you know everything? The leader mocks. Are you saying he's off taking another bribe again? Even though we're in southern Jiangxi, being this close to the demon cult without any guards is asking for trouble. Watch your mouth, the leader snaps. Great Elder Mo Dung is visiting his mother's grave. He warns the group that if anyone asks why they stopped in Jiangxi, that is the only story they tell. After all, doesn't everyone here depend on the Great Elder's favor just to have a decent life? So keep your mouths shut. One slip about the Great Elder's business, and we are all finished. Ruining the Elder's reputation means their careers are over. Suddenly, they notice something moving deep within the forest. Something strange is happening. Trees are being leveled as if a storm is tearing through the woods. Now pay attention, because here comes our hero Lục Phàm Ân, and he is absolutely furious as he unleashes a massive blast. He grabs the leader by the throat, demanding Mo Dong's location. The guy stammers about the mother's grave story. "Keep talking that nonsense and I will really kill you," he growls. Lý Thiên Min's elder traveling alone? It smells like a trap, but it doesn't matter. Mo Dong has to die today. Even if he can't kill him, he will take a leg, just like what happened to him. The pain of that lost leg still haunts him, even in this new body. That bastard is going down. Back at Mo Dong's location, the Iron Blood City guards have been slaughtered by Lut Lang's savage beasts. The elder praises him for picking the winning side instead of sticking with Iron Blood City. Lut Lang follows the respect. Iron Blood City always treated him like a common animal, never a partner. Mo Dong asks about the palace master's health. That medicine he brought should have him walking again soon. Lut Lang is curious. What exactly did the elder take from that dead leader anyway? I know what you're thinking, a legendary jade? Yeah, this is where the power scaling gets wild for their grand cause. He plans to use it against the Lý Thiên Minh leader. Mo Dong signals for silence. The power of these wolves you brought is truly something to behold. Seeing simple beasts overwhelm master swordsmen of the Moram world? That is a sight I won't forget. He calls it a strange, forbidden magic. Mo Dong admits it's his first time seeing such a thing. Lut Lang explains it is the Beast King method. It is like forcing animals to cultivate internal energy like humans. They can even understand complex commands just by watching his hand signals. This isn't just mindless biting. The Blood Wolves and Lut Lang are linked through soul tribe secrets, sharing a deep, psychic bond. Mo Dong wonders if these beasts could be the ultimate fearless warriors. They don't even blink at death. If he uses them for his own goals, the position of Lý Thiên Minh leader will finally be his. Suddenly, a blood wolf howls. It has picked up the scent of those from the demon cult. It is the cultists, for sure. Hard to say exactly how many, but it looks like around 100. Mo Dong asks if they've tasted demon blood yet. They just ambushed a few nearby, a decent snack apparently. It makes sense. The demon cult is moving because of the upcoming heavenly demon sacrifice ritual. So what do you and I think? Is this the end for our hero? Or just the beginning of the chaos? Let's dive into a world where Mo Dong tests the Blood Wolf squad while he and Lut Lang sit back and watch. He agrees, claiming that every single person there will be dead before the sun finally sets for the day. Hung Dong moves to the front and orders a full stop as he senses a violent energy that is not demonic. It is definitely not human energy, and the air is thick with the heavy, metallic stench of fresh blood. On a high cliff, Hung Dong spots a massive giant leading a pack of feral wolves and demands to know his identity. He asks if this is the enemy from the last ambush, but Lut Lang just commands his beasts to attack. The blood wolves charge forward with a deafening howl, while Hung Dong screams for his men to hold their formation. Cook jumps in to back him up as the savage wolves start ripping through the demonic cult soldiers. Hung Dong curses these beasts are larger than bulls, and he has no clue where these monsters came from. He slashes at them with everything he has, but their hides feel as tough as reinforced steel plates. Usually, his internal energy could slice through rock, but now he is barely leaving scratches on these animals. He pushes even more power into his blade, desperate to cut through their thick and unnatural fur, but they are just too fast, leaving Hung Dong with zero room to move as his basic attacks fail. As he struggles to think, Cook charges in from behind and screams for her captain to get out of the way. Now pay attention, because she unleashes her moon shadow magic on the beasts and orders the transport team to fall back. This is not a fair fight for the porters, so their best bet is to retreat from the area immediately. Hung Dong agrees these are not normal wolves, and staying here any longer means certain death for the men. The Guardian Bureau warriors step up to shield the transport team, giving them a chance to retreat safely. Hung Dong orders the third squad of the Guardian Bureau to deploy their rotating power formation right now. They cycle positions at high speed, blurring the wolves' vision and creating a wall of steel to protect the cargo. Mo Dong watches from above and laughs softly, finding the desperate struggle to be quite interesting. The captain lacks experience, but he is using the defensive formation's traits perfectly to stall the Blood Wolf squad. You and I can see they are holding on for now, but these wolves are just getting started. Lut Lang remains confident that his wolves will be fine despite the temporary setback. Weak martial artists cannot maintain this forever, and soon they will witness the true terror of the Blood Wolf Squad. Mo Dung waits to see how much longer these cultists can hold on, while Lục Phàm Ân rushes through the forest. Triyu Cook cannot believe her eyes. These wolves are actually predicting her every move and dodging her strikes. Hung Dong saves her with a powerful technique, sending the wolves flying back with a devastating soul-severing slash. He urges her to pull back into the formation, but the sheer effort of the move leaves him exhausted. He is now coughing up blood from burning through far too much of his internal energy. The demonic energy is thickening as their breathing becomes unstable, and with everyone exhausted, they are out of options. Pure defense is not working anymore, and if they do not break out now, they are all dead men. Hung Dong bellows a final order to charge, telling everyone to run for their lives toward the safe zone. Mo Dung clicks his tongue, disappointed by the choice, and asks Luat Lang how he will handle these survivors. Even though the Blood Wolf Squad took some hits, the enemies are battered, bruised, and barely standing. Even if they look exhausted now, they are still members of the demonic cult and might become a threat later. Mo Dung goads his partner, asking if he is really going to let them walk away after all this. Luat Lang finally enters the fray to show them the true terror of the southern Demon Palace air. He strikes so fast that Hung Dong cannot even react, taking a lethal blow that he never saw coming. Triyu Cook sees the new master on the field and knows she has to stop him at any cost. Luat Lang mocks her skills as a joke before easily shattering her strongest demonic technique with a single hand. He lunges forward, kicking her squarely in the gut with zero mercy as the time for true suffering begins. Mo Dung watches with satisfaction, noting that the legendary demonic cult is now nothing but a hollow name. Luat Lang grabs her by the hair, impressed she managed to dodge his fatal strike at the last second. He warns them not to escape unless they want to see her eaten alive. And trust me, we're just getting started. Stick with me, this is where it gets dark. Law Lang halts his wolves, fuming over 10 dead beasts. He lost so many wolves to those cultists it is hard to count. Sure, he can breed more, but he isn't the type of man to ignore all the blood and sweat he put into training them. The manager begs for mercy, asking him to release Triyu Cook because her health is failing, but he finds the manager's begging annoying. So, he orders a blood wolf to kill him right then and there. The beast lunges like a maniac, ripping the manager's head clean off. Law Lang actually smiles. He loves the sound of bone crushing. He grabs Triyu Cook by the hair, forcing her to watch as her loyal subordinate is eaten alive. Hung Dong attacks from behind, but he misses. Honestly, it is a miracle Hung Dong even has the strength to swing a sword right now. But that desperate strike was clearly the last bit of energy he had left. Law Lang slams Hung Dong's head into the dirt, but even he has to respect the effort. To think that raw physical strength alone could be this terrifying, enough to pressure a top master. If Hung Dong does not get out of this now, he is a dead man. Law Lang keeps smashing Hung Dong's head until the ground shatters, then tosses him aside like a piece of garbage. Hung Dong is in terrible shape. He is standing right at death's door. Now, pay attention, this is the part that is hard to watch. Law Lang steps on Hung Dong's head and tells his wolves to feast while Triyu Cook screams for everyone to run and report this. He signals the pack to fill their bellies. There is plenty of fresh meat to go around. It is not just his squad, he calls every predator in the area to join the slaughter. He wants their bodies torn to shreds in the most agonizing way imaginable. Mo Dung watches the carnage with a twisted grin. To him, seeing the elite cultists fall to beasts is just poetic justice. He thinks the martial world is being painted as a beautiful fantasy, full of noble heroes drawing their swords to protect the weak, romantic knights sharing wine on boats and swearing eternal brotherhood. But the reality is much darker. It is exactly what the demonic cult preaches: the strong eat the weak, and the weak just die. In the end, isn't it just the law of the jungle, eat or be eaten? Humans are just animals after all, killing and betraying each other to reach the very top of the food chain. Morals and rules? They have zero value in the face of raw power. Climbing to that peak, is that not the only reason we were even born into this world? Hung Dong watches his team getting ripped apart and tries to stand. Law Lang just laughs, telling him not to rush. His turn to die is coming very soon. Inside, Hung Dong's mind is racing with pure despair. How can he save them from this hell? How can he possibly finish the mission for the third prince? Triyu Cook and Hung Dong share the same terrifying thought. How do they survive? How do they get out of this alive? Is there any hope left? Just as a wolf lunges at Triukuk's throat, a sword flashes through the air and slices the beast in two. And here is the moment we have been waiting for. Lục Phàm Ân finally descends from the sky. He looks down at the monsters and sighs. With one massive swing of his blade, he sends a shockwave through the dirt, vaporizing the wolves in an instant. A massive explosion rocks the entire battlefield. He invites them to attack all at once. It makes his job easier. Even Law Lang cannot hide the terror in his eyes. He only came here to kill one person, but he found a whole lot of trash that needs cleaning up. The survivors look at him like he is a god of salvation. He does not have much time today, but he is here now. He will deal with these mutts first. Then he is coming for that coward Mo Dung. He glares directly at the traitor, his demonic energy exploding outward. He is going to carve that man into tiny pieces. Meanwhile, at the cult, Cao Yen Tam is having tea with the strategist. He asks her, is she really going to throw away her reputation for being honest? It is her best quality. She just replies that changing the subject too fast makes people uncomfortable. The strategist is actually taken aback by her answer. He is actually talking about the third prince. She plays dumb and asks if he has not seen the boy lately. She knows he probably has a spy watching her every move. The strategist realizes she is onto him. He says being the grand manager is a lonely job. That is why he has been keeping such a close eye on the outside world lately. He needs the entertainment to keep himself sane. Cao Yen Tam is left confused by his sudden change in attitude. Trust me, you and I just heard him call the great leader a cruel tyrant. Crazy, right? Calling him the cult's #1 butcher just shows how much the great leader has changed lately. You and I can see Cao Yen Tam is shocked this guy actually dares to badmouth the leader behind his back. He is literally shouting for the leader to give him a lighter workload, or at least a pay raise. If he gets any more worked up, she might have to step in. His calm mask has completely slipped. She always knew Grand Strategist Trung Thuong was the most difficult and terrifyingly deep man in the demonic cult. Trung Thuong is curious. How will the neutral Hoan Hai Institute choose to support the third young master? Cao Yen Tam firmly reminds him that her institute won't interfere in the succession war between the brothers. Trung Thuong tells her not to be so hasty. He wants her to keep a window open for personal involvement. Is he provoking her or just testing the waters? He claims he is not forcing her to pick a side. He knows her true feelings toward the cult, so she doesn't need to explain. She thanks him for understanding. Still, he is dying to know why someone as loyal and principled as her let the third young master leave the cult without a word. He says it is curiosity, not a threat. He is not going to charge her with breaking the rules or drag her to the punishment hall. He gets she has her reasons. Cao Yen Tam wonders why the strategist is so fixated on the boy. Trung Thuong just shrugs it off. He says he is simply curious about the kid's sudden change. Stick with me here, because everyone in the demonic cult is currently obsessed with this third young master. After surviving Qi deviation, he is growing at an insane rate with a totally different mindset from before. Honestly, Cao Yen Tam has been watching him too. She is just not sure how to tell the strategist. It is hard to judge him without meeting him in person. But then again, people are like that. Explaining his character is impossible until the strategist sits down and actually talks with him. This just makes things more interesting. It is the first time she has ever spoken so highly of a prince. Trung Thuong agrees. He decides he will definitely have to pay the third young master a visit. Just as he was getting bored, things got fun. He plans to invite him for tea once he returns. Now he is motivated to clear his desk before Lục Phàm Ân makes it back to the cult. Now, let's head back to the battlefield, where the wolf pack is being absolutely shredded by pure power. Mo Dung realizes the main character is killing wolves, but his killing intent is aimed right at him. Luat Lang screams in a rage, asking how he dares to slaughter the Blood Wolf team right in front of him. So this big guy is their leader? The hero wonders why he is serving that old man, then decides it doesn't matter. Luat Lang does not care who this guy is. No matter his rank, he is going down today. The guy literally reeks like a dog. Suddenly, the little fox hops right out of our hero's chest. He signals the Blood Wolf team to attack. Wolves start closing in from the back too. Using a mental link, he gives the pack precise orders for a coordinated strike. The little fox looks innocent for 1 second. Then boom, it lets out a roar that echoes with cosmic power. The shockwave paralyzes every wolf. Everyone on the field has to cover their ears from the sheer pressure. That single scream wipes out the entire blood wolf pack. Luat Lang is left wondering what that fox is. It is no normal animal. Every creature within range of that roar was instantly snuffed out. Could this be a legendary spirit, a divine beast, or a demon monster with insane power? Its strength is on a totally different level compared to any beast in the Wild Beast Palace. Even the Palace Lord's Great Tiger King looks like a kitten next to this fox. Is this even real? Luke Pham. And just smiles and praises the little guy. Definitely not your average pet fox. You and I can see the hero isn't even flinching. Now, Luat Lang is desperate to know who he is. Should he tell a dead man his name? Luat Lang loses it and charges in, wanting to tear his mouth open. He unleashes his demon wolf fist with everything he has, but our hero stops it with just one hand. The strike is completely overpowered. Muscle tears. Bones snap. It is a total disaster for the wolf leader. His entire left arm is shattered into pieces. This was not just technique, it was absolute, crushing strength. All right, you and I are about to dive into a revenge story where the past finally catches up. This guy was always arrogant about his strength, but today, he met his match, Lu Fan, and flickered like a ghost, delivering a crushing blow to his body. The speed was so insane, his opponent couldn't even track his movements. It finally clicked for him. There was a mysterious sect of beast tamers out there, rivals to the great martial sects of the Central Plains. One of the strongest external powers, the Southern Demon Beast Palace. But that didn't matter to our main character. He was perfectly fine with killing him anyway. He ended it with a single sword stroke, splitting both the guy's head and the rock behind him. Mo Dong watched from above, absolutely stunned. This young demonic cultivator had just executed the chosen successor of the Beast Palace right in front of him. Finished, he looked up at Mo Dong. He'd been waiting for this scumbag for a long time, and today, the old man's luck had finally run out. Lu Fan, and exploded with killing intent, leaping toward the old man. He couldn't forgive him. Even if it was a grudge from a past life, he needed to settle this. But his legs were screaming with a sharp, throbbing pain he couldn't ignore. These were the same legs the old man had crippled before. Now, watch this closely. He's going to make him pay back every bit of that agony. The strike was so sudden and fierce that Mo Dong barely drew his sword in time. He had no idea where this demonic kid came from or why he was attacking. Mo Dong tried to play it off, saying it was a misunderstanding. He claimed those beasts were the real attackers and he had nothing to do with it. He figured, since the wolves were already dealt with, there was no point in them wasting energy fighting each other anymore. He argued that the conflict between their three factions was just politics and should stay within those bounds. Why have a senseless life or death battle here? Mo Dong wanted him to just drop his weapon and walk away. But today, he picked a fight with the wrong person. Lu Fan just laughed darkly. Ha ha ha, this old man hadn't changed a bit. That silver tongue was just as slick as ever. Was the great master actually scared to face a real fight after all these years? Mo Dong was completely lost. They'd never met, so how could this kid know him? Lu Fan's demonic energy flared, turning the whole area a deep, bloody red. The ground beneath him shattered from the pressure. He whispered back, "Just acquaintances? Is that all we are to you?" His face was consumed by pure hatred, his eyes looking like a starving predator ready to tear its prey to pieces. He leaped into the air and vanished from sight. Mo Dong panicked, wondering if it was a high-level teleportation technique. No, it was just raw, blinding speed. Mo Dong closed his eyes to sense the movement, barely raising his sword to block a strike coming from his left. The sheer power of the blow forced the old man to use every ounce of his strength just to stay standing. Good. If he died from one hit, it would have been a letdown. Mo Dong realized the demon cult had birthed a true, terrifying monster. He had to admit the kid was strong, but there was no way he'd let a brat take him down without a fight. Mo Dong lunged forward with a counterattack. His cultivation was massive, and the sheer pressure of his strike actually managed to injure our main character. He unleashed his ultimate White Zhang sword style, filling the air with beautiful but deadly frost energy. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Is he actually going to reveal his secret identity right now? Let's see if Mo Dong remembers this past. He channeled the Yu Hoa blade technique, charging directly at the old man with an explosion of power. The frost power within this lotus strike felt hauntingly familiar. Mo Dong froze. He had definitely seen this specific blade work somewhere before. This was the signature move of the Heaven Justice Alliance's executioner. The legendary blade technique used to slaughter countless masters under the direct command of the Alliance leader. He demanded to know who he really was. How could he possibly know the sword style of that bastard Lục Phàm Ân? That last exchange tore Mo Dong's clothes to shreds, revealing the surprisingly powerful build of a man his age. Finally starting to remember? Good. Meanwhile, over at the transport team's location, they had successfully recovered 7 of the chests. Everything was accounted for. They started loading the supplies onto the wagons to get out of there. Hung Dong handed Trio Kook a precious life restoration pill. She was deeply moved that he'd give her something so valuable. He could recover on his own, but she needed to stabilize her internal energy first after everything they'd been through today. Hung Dong blamed himself for being too weak to protect anyone when it really counted. If the third young master hadn't stepped in, he wouldn't have been able to face the punishment from the cult back home. Plus, he'd never seen the master look that furious. It felt like he was finally unleashing a lifetime of pent-up resentment and pain. Triukyuk told him they needed to hurry. The cleanup could wait for the servants. They had to go back and help the master. Hung Dong hesitated, thinking the master didn't need their help, but Triukyuk shut that down immediately. Every member of the cult there wanted to support him, even if they lacked the power to do it themselves. Hung Dong was the only one strong enough to actually make a difference for him. Her words finally reached him. Even the little fox chimed in, urging him forward before darting off. Stick with me. Let's see if he finally gets his revenge. All right. You and I are about to watch a ghost from the past return to claim a blood debt. He saw Lục Phàm Ân's death with his own eyes. So who is this kid? A descendant inheriting his skills? But he clearly belongs to the demonic cult. Mo Dong screams in rage. I'm asking who you are, you brat. If you're so curious, just come over here and fight. Our main character can feel the old villain trying to buy time to gather his breath and stabilize his energy. The white silk sword style is an incredibly fierce technique, using illusions that make it almost impossible for any opponent to defend. It is as if the sword merges with the user, sharpening every sense and filling them with power during every strike. With this, he plans to end the boy and his heron sword once and for all. Is that really the white heron technique? But honestly, that move won't work anymore. Lục Phàm Ân just smiles a dark, cold smile. Time for his revenge to finally begin. Demonic aura boils inside his body. And with all this built-up rage, Mo Dong is absolutely not walking away alive today. Now pay attention, watch, as the Yin Demon Divine Art completely shatters that legendary sword technique into pieces. Mo Dong cannot believe his eyes. How can a mere kid possess internal power that is far more overwhelming than his own? The elder tells him not to get cocky yet, and charges forward, continuing his desperate and violent attack. Suddenly, his movements lock up. It is the main character's illusion magic, making Mo Dong feel like he is struggling through thick water. Everything feels incredibly sluggish, and for the villain, it seems like time itself has come to a complete grinding halt. Yet Lục Phàm Ân just stands there, watching him calmly as the terrifying demonic aura around him begins to fade away. His eyes are shining with a new clarity. Did he just reach a higher level of enlightenment while fighting this old man? Mo Dong is paralyzed by pure terror. That soul-crushing pressure is why he feels like time and space have completely frozen over. The power explodes into a massive shockwave that rocks the entire mountain. Mo Dong uses everything he has just to stay standing. He cannot accept that an elder of the Heavenly Justice Alliance is being dominated like this. But so what? Lục Phàm Ân drops from the sky like a nightmare, swinging his massive, terrifying blade straight for the old man's neck. You see that? Even the elder's famous sword is cracking under a demonic force strong enough to level mountains. The villain does not understand where this monstrous strength is coming from, gasping for air as his stamina completely drains away. Lục Phàm Ân looks at him and asks, "Do you finally understand why I chose to use a blade like this? At the same level, that white silk sword technique will always be inferior to the power of my demonic blade arts. Even with more energy, you are still at a disadvantage. Now watch, this is the legendary 9 Heavens Earth Step technique. The entire alliance knows this footwork. It belongs to the famous assassin who was once the greatest terror of the martial world. He calls the elder out for being greedy and lazy. Chasing after political power only made his actual martial arts grow weak. With this pathetic level, did you really think you could overthrow the leader and take the throne for yourself?" Mo Dong panics. Realizing this kid knows way too much, he stutters in fear. Who are you? Could you be Lục Phàm Ân? The hero does not care if he knows. If he wants the truth, he will have to trade both of his legs for it. With one swift motion, Lục Phàm Ân moves like the wind and severs the villain's leg in a single heartbeat. A massive explosion echoes across the mountain peak, followed by the agonizing and blood-curdling screams of the defeated Mo Dung. He lies in the dirt, unable to believe he miscalculated so badly after joining the ranks of the Lý Thiên Minh. In all his years of training, no one has ever humiliated him like this. This was a monster he should have avoided. Now, his only thought is escaping with his life. He watches Lục Phàm Ân closely, looking for a way to run. The boy's stance has shifted. Wait, has his momentum actually come to a sudden stop for some reason? Suddenly, he coughs up blood. He is running out of demonic energy to keep up his heavenly demon form. The gate is closing. If he keeps moving or attacking like this, the last of his energy will vanish, leaving him completely defenseless. His energy is flowing backward now, putting him at a massive risk of falling into a state of permanent demonic madness. He needs to refill his reserves immediately. And there is only one way he has to tap into his essential essence. Even if it is dangerous, he has to use his very life force as fuel to survive this deadly encounter. Mo Dung notices the boy turning pale and gasping for air. He realizes those arts are still dangerously incomplete and unstable. The only reason he was being pushed back was because of that bizarre, demonic transformation state the brat used. Since they are both running on empty, the villain thinks the advantage will naturally swing back to his side. And yeah, I know what he is thinking. Experience wins, right? Well, you and I are about to find out. All right, stick with me, you're about to see a battle that changes our hero forever. Mo Dung lashes out again with his white albino sword style, screaming that the devil's lucky streak has finally run out. But in that split second, Lục Phàm Ân snaps back to reality, swinging a strike that literally tears through space itself. The old man is sliced clean in two. That's what happens when you mess with someone you really shouldn't have. In his past life, freedom was the one dream that kept him going through that absolute hell. He used to crave a peaceful life, but looking at this monster, none of that matters. He just wants him dead. Even with Mo Dung's body on the ground, his rage won't stop. He wants to kill this man 1,000 times over. Lục Phàm Ân coughs up blood and collapses. It looks like he's pushed his life force way past the limit. Now watch closely, because even though the fight is over, our hero is in serious trouble as his allies rush in. Back at the Joyous Institute, the reports come and 5 people from the transport team are confirmed dead. The third squad took a heavy hit too, 22 souls lost. That brings the total death toll to 27. Twig gives the report to the headmistress, her head bowed in shame, blaming herself for not being strong enough. But the headmistress won't hear it. She's furious at the bastards who attacked them, not her own disciple. They were targeted by those lunatics, after all. Besides, the mission was a success, and Twig gave it her all. Instead of a punishment, she offers comfort, telling her student to stop carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders. She can see the exhaustion in her eyes, so she decides to take Twig out for a much-needed meal. In just 10 days, he helped her recover half her power and wiped out those bloodthirsty hounds and their leader alone. The third young master. He's truly a terrifying individual. She knows she needs to meet him in person soon. Meanwhile, Hung Dong returns to the law enforcement hall, greeted by concerned comrades. Hung Dong just bows his head, apologizing for his failures and the lives lost under his watch. The first captain tells him to stop being so hard on himself. After all, if he lacked responsibility or skill, he never would have made captain in the first place. Those words just make him feel more ashamed. The first captain then offers to visit the grieving families himself, but Hung Dong insists on doing it. They were his men, so it's his burden to carry. This has already been reported to the hall master. He tells Hung Dong to relax. The mission changes were his call, so they'll share the blame. Choosing to protect someone is basically like volunteering to die in their place. Let that sink in for a second. That's the cold reality of their work. But as a captain, Hung Dong still has to answer for the loss. So, acting as the interim hall master, he prepares to hand down a formal punishment. Until the sentence is served, Hung Dong is barred from all official duties within the law enforcement hall. Hung Dong accepts it without a single word of protest. Captain Hung Dong is officially suspended indefinitely. But then, the interim leader hands him a top-secret mission. He won't be allowed back to his old post until this specific secret assignment is completed. Being suspended hurts, but honestly, he would have accepted being fired after what happened. The secret order is simple. Starting right now, Hung Dong is now the personal guard of the third young master. For him, this feels more like a reward than a punishment. The old man tells him to get moving. Following a master like that will teach him things he never imagined. It's just like the old days when he used to serve the young master. He needs to learn everything he can and return when the time is right. Over at the manor, Little Fox wakes him up, Lục Phàm, and jolts awake, realizing he was knocked out and hauled back to the demon cult like a sack of groceries. It turns out Hung Dong was the one who threw him in the carriage and brought him home. How embarrassing. He planned to gather info and escape, but here he is, right back where he started. The moment he heard the name Mo Dong, he just lost it. He acted on pure, mindless instinct. He didn't realize the resentment in his soul ran that deep. Now he's wondering, does he even want freedom? Or is this life really about hunting down everyone who ruined him before? Just then, Hung Dong interrupts his thoughts. He's starving and invites him to eat, but Hung Dong just hesitates. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. All right, you and I are about to see a massive shift in loyalty. Hung Dong asks for permission to speak, then immediately bows in respect. From this day forward, Hung Dong pledges to serve as the personal guardian of the third young master. He is now fully committed to protection. He promises to protect him with his very life. But hearing this, Lục Phàm Ân feels something is off. Why a personal bodyguard now? Hung Dong says he will follow him everywhere, even guarding his sleeping quarters. This news hits the young master like a bolt of lightning. Doesn't this mean escaping the heavenly demon cult just became impossible with Hung Dong sticking to him like glue? It is a total nightmare. Will his freedom forever be out of reach? At the dining table, incredible dishes are served. Thu Lan's cooking skills are honestly beyond any criticism. Even Hung Dong praises her delicious food, which makes the young girl beam with absolute joy. Surviving was lucky, but that clash with Mo Dong was incredibly dangerous. Unlike before, when only the first level of his demonic technique was active, now the second level is amplifying the demonic power within him. It is constantly shifting his body toward the essence of the heavenly demon. Naturally, his body will be overwhelmed. He will continue to demonize until the true demon art is perfected, so he needs something to bolster his actual combat strength right now. Just like during the fight with Mo Dong, having a compatible weapon would provide a massive advantage in his next battle. Now watch closely, this search for power gets complicated. He asks where Hung Dong found his blade, and the answer is the Demon King Armory. An armory usually refers to a high-level weapon storehouse. In the relationship chart Tao Yen Tam gave him days ago, the armories are classified in very clear and specific detail. The Mind Demon Armory is a massive facility in the Outer Palace. Most ordinary cult members come here to find their standard weapons. The Demon King Armory is in the Inner Palace, housing master-crafted swords and blades. Only those with captain rank or higher can enter. And occasionally, legendary god-tier weapons are discovered within those walls. Then there is the Heavenly Demon Armory, the most elite facility in the cult. Entry here is under incredibly strict management. Only the cult leader and the chosen successor are permitted to step foot inside. Not even the 9 great demonic lords of the Elders' Council can enter without the leader's direct permission. He asks Hung Dong if permission from the leader is truly the only way to get inside. Hung Dong confirms this and wonders why he is so curious. Lục Phàm Ân asks if there is any other way. Here is where it clicks for us. Hung Dong reveals that the leader's true disciples get a one-time pass to the ultimate armory. When he regressed into the body of the third young master, he could not recall all his past memories. The arrogant third young master surely used that one-time chance already. So, the Heavenly Demon Armory is likely off the table. As he sits with Hung Dong, a familiar voice echoes from outside. "Young master, are you there? I brought some snacks. Care for a drink?" It is none other than NOC. No, the leader of the Mad Demon Squad. He asks if she is supposed to be working, but she admits she ditched her duties just to come visit him. Lục Phàm Ân tries to brush her off, claiming he has places to be and tells her to head home. Ngok No curiously asks where he is going. Does he really have to report his every move to her now? Ninjo K no is incredibly stubborn. If she wants to know something, she will badger him until she does. Finally, he says he is heading to the armory. Just as he says that, another strange voice drifts in from the outside. Are you going to the armory, young master? All three of them turn to the door to see who it is. The newcomer walks in, saying a young master should go to the heavenly demon armory instead. He smiles, noting it has been 8 years since they met. This man is the grand military strategist, Trung Thuong. He says he has to leave soon, but wants to share a cup of tea first. Our lead has no idea who he is. Since they are strangers, he feels it is quite bold to ask for tea. Lục Phàm Ân reminds the man that this is his private residence. Is it possible the strategist has the wrong house? Hung Dong leans in to whisper a warning. Young master. The man you are speaking to is the legendary strategist Trung Thuong. He is stunned. He never expected this man to be the grand strategist of the entire heavenly demon cult. Trung Thuong chuckles softly. Has it really been so long that he is no longer recognized? How truly sad. This man is the second most powerful figure in the entire cult, the strategic genius himself. The heavenly demon armory holds the strongest weapons, so Trung Thuong is curious why the young master chose the lower tier one. But very quickly, he figures it out. It seems the third young master already used his one-time entry to pick a weapon before. Now, you and I wonder, how will he get a weapon? His only chance is officially gone. All right, you and I are diving into a high-stakes mental chess match in this latest Manhwa update. It turns out our main character chose the Demon King Armory specifically to avoid the strategist at the Heavenly Demon Armory. If the strategist remembers correctly, the young master used to be a swordsman, but it seems he has completely abandoned the blade. Now that he has switched to saber techniques, his old weapon is useless, forcing him to find a blade that matches his new style. Those rumors were actually true. The strategist is genuinely shocked that the young master would ever give up the sword. This man is known for being a deep and unpredictable schemer who always has a hidden motive behind his every move. He likely came here today just to investigate, but then he offers something huge: permission to enter the Heavenly Demon Armory again. That unexpected proposal makes everyone in the room freeze in total shock at the sheer weight of the offer. He asks for clarification. Wait, are you really letting me back into the restricted armory to pick a legendary weapon? With the strategist's authority, it's definitely possible. But there is no way a man like him is doing this for free. Our lead understands the situation perfectly, knowing that such a generous gift always comes with a very heavy price tag. The strategist praises him for being so insightful despite his age, reminding him that every benefit in this world requires a trade. If he wants to walk into that armory and pick any blade he likes, he has to give the strategist something in return. Lục Phàm Ân tells him to just spit it out, but the strategist claims he only wants to sit and talk over drinks. Watch this closely, because our main character is starting to smell a rat in this seemingly friendly invitation. He wants to understand the young master better after his recovery from chi deviation, but we all know it is a trap. Our lead realizes this man is playing a dangerous game, but he decides not to refuse and invites him inside to rest. While he goes to change his clothes, he secretly orders Hung Dong to go find Priestess Hoan Hai immediately. She is the only one who truly knows the inner workings and the secret power struggles happening within the demon cult. Hung Dong needs to find out if the strategist did anything suspicious while the young master was away on his last mission. Even though the strategist is careful, the priestess is sharp enough to have noticed some small clues about his real intentions. Time is of the essence, so he tells his subordinate to hurry back with whatever information he can find. Hung Dong acknowledges the order and disappears into the shadows to carry out the secret investigation. Strategist Trung Thuong is an impossible man to read, and the fact that he is paying such a high price is worrying. Even though his words sound gentle and calm, our lead knows they are likely laced with a poison that no one can see. It is suspicious that he showed up right after the young master returned from his secret trip outside the cult walls. It seems the strategist has already guessed something and came here personally today just to verify his dark suspicions. Facing this man at the gate felt like walking into a storm. Everything started spinning as the pressure intensified. Even his mind felt slower than usual. Just making eye contact made his internal demonic energy start to boil out of control. You saw that too, right? This strategist is way more dangerous than he looks, a true monster hiding behind a calm smile. Once he finishes changing and returns, the strategist suggests they begin their conversation without wasting any more time. He starts talking about how the world is unpredictable and how a man's luck can flip in the blink of an eye. He tells a story of a wealthy man who had everything until a single trip across the river cost him every single penny. Just like that, a man at the peak of his life became a beggar, proving that no one can truly predict the future. Behind this simple story, he is clearly sending a warning to our main character about his current position. He is saying that even though the young master is successful now, he could fall into a bottomless abyss at any second. It was just a short tale, but it revealed so much about the strategist's cold and calculating view of the world. Our lead realizes that it takes a certain kind of courage to live with that kind of ruthless mindset every day. But the strategist flips it, saying the young master is the brave one for doing things that even he wouldn't dare. Lục Phàm Ân plays dumb, so the strategist explains that while he has power, he still needs permission to leave the cult. Yet the third young master seems to think he can just roam freely outside the sect whenever he feels like it. The cat is out of the bag. He knows about the secret trip. You tell him fine, but keep the leader out of this. The strategist is stunned that he admitted it so easily. He never expected such directness from someone in this position. Well, there is no point in lying to a man who already has the evidence. Honesty is the only play left. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see how this confrontation ends. All right, you and I are diving into a high-stakes standoff, where one wrong word means a head rolls. Ever since the third young master recovered, he has been completely different, and the strategist's curiosity is finally getting the better of him. If he does not solve this mystery, he won't get a wink of sleep. That is why Trung Thuong sought him out personally today. Suddenly, the young master stops dead in his tracks. They are only a few miles from the heavenly demon armory, but he is done moving. He desperately wanted to pick out a new weapon, but something feels wrong, and he has to stop right here, right now. Lục Phàm Ân is just as curious about why Trung Thuong is following him. With no one else around, it is the perfect time for answers. Now watch this part carefully. Things just went from 0 to 100 as Lục Phàm Ân draws his blade on the strategist. Talking to this man makes his mind race. There is a strange, nagging sensation in his gut, telling him he needs the truth immediately. If the old man does not start talking, he had better be ready to meet his maker. This is not a game anymore. Trung Thuong is genuinely shocked. He did not think for a single second that they would be crossing swords like this today. Lục Phàm Ân demands a real reason. If he gets it, he will sheath his sword and apologize for the blatant disrespect. The strategist calls him stubborn. Why go to such extremes? He already gave his reason, or at least that is what he claims. Lục Phàm Ân isn't buying it. He senses zero goodwill from this man, leaving him with no choice but to use cold steel. Trung Thuong finally starts to get the picture. Since the boy cannot read his true intentions, he is using a blade to force the truth out of him. Lục Phàm Ân makes it clear that this is no empty threat. The strategist would be wise not to take this lightly. If he does not get what he wants, he guarantees that head isn't staying on those shoulders for much longer. Trung Thuong narrows his eyes. Are you really claiming you can simply take the head of the second most powerful man in this sect right here? He warns the boy that if he follows through, the punishment will be swift, absolute, and beyond anything he can imagine. Even as the third young master, death would be inevitable. But that is for later. Right now, he needs to know the truth. Trung Thuong tells him to stay calm. There is no need to blow things out of proportion. So please, just put the sword away. If a passerby sees this, it is an automatic treason charge. At that point, no amount of explaining will save your life. But Lục Phàm Ân is unmovable. Until Trung Thuong spills the real reason for this meeting, the sword is not going anywhere. Accused of treason or not, it does not matter. Dying now or dying later makes no difference to him anymore. The strategist's face goes cold. He tells the boy he is going to count to 3 while he rethinks his current actions. You and I can see the strategist is genuinely rattled. This kid is incredibly relentless, and he knows one wrong move means his head is rolling. The question remains, why are you here? And do not give that weak excuse about being curious after his chi deviation. He needs the real answer. As he presses the blade harder, a thin line of blood begins to trickle down the strategist's neck. Trung Thuong is impressed. The boy saw right through him. But Lục Phàm Ân does not care about praise. He wants the truth. Fine then. Since he has been caught, the strategist sees no point in hiding behind lies. It is time for the real story. In reality, Lục Phàm Ân did not know for sure. It was just a deep sense of unease that flared up whenever he saw him. That gut feeling was enough to tell him the strategist was playing a much deeper and more dangerous game. A man with a mind as sharp as his does not travel this far just to satisfy a little bit of curiosity. His survival instincts told him to strike first. He could not let himself be trapped in someone else's web of lies. Hesitation would only lead to regret. Trung Thuong is stunned by the boy's cold logic and his absolute, terrifying ruthlessness. The strategist's mind, he had asked the sect leader why an ordinary man with no proven track record was being given so much power. The sect leader simply looked at him and asked if the reason for his appointment even mattered to him. It matters more than anything, Trung Thuong had insisted. Please, my lord, you must tell me the truth. The sect leader explained it was a feeling and intuition that allowed him to sense the shifting flow of the future. He reminded him that in this colorful, chaotic life, things do not always follow a logical or predictable path. There are some things that no amount of intelligence or careful planning can ever truly see coming. Beyond simple facts and logic, a leader must learn to trust their own instincts if they want to survive. You judge the present with what you see, but you navigate the invisible future with nothing but your gut. You and I just saw it. Everything in this world starts from the simplest of feelings. All right? You and I are diving into a mind game that even a sect leader could not see coming. After being schooled by the master, Trung Thuong became a total believer and dedicated his life to the cause. For a genius like him, who has brushed shoulders with legendary scholars, none of them ever managed to earn his true respect like this. The sect leader is the only man in this world who could ever make him bow his head in pure admiration. See, the master has raw power, but he is nothing like those arrogant princes who only know how to bark orders at people. He opened Trung Thuong's eyes to a whole new world, leaving the man completely floored by his wisdom and depth. When you are stuck searching for a mystery that you simply cannot solve on your own, the easiest way out is to just dump the problem on someone else and let them find the answer for you. Lục Phàm Ân stares him down and asks, "What kind of trap are you trying to lure me into now?" Trung Thuong explains that he wanted to back the young master into a corner to see how he would react under pressure. He promised to let him into the heavenly demon armory, but in reality, no one enters that place without the sect leader's permission. Now pay attention here, because stepping inside that armory is a massive crime that could end everything. No matter how you try to explain it, you would just be seen as a reckless fool who dared to trespass on sacred ground. If caught, even the sect leader's own disciple would be punished without a single shred of mercy. Trespassing into the armory is a capital offense, a heavy sin that the sect leader simply cannot overlook or forgive. Our lead calls him a scheming bastard to his face, but Trung Thuong just laughs it off since he hears that every day. Still, hearing it come from the third young master gives him a strangely different feeling than he expected. The young master sheathes his sword and says, "Fine, I get it. We are done here, so let's just go our separate ways." Trung Thuong is absolutely shocked to see him walk away, asking if they were still going out for drinks like they planned. Lục Phàm Ân finds the whole thing annoying since he was literally just thinking about killing the man a second ago. Why would he want to grab a drink now? He is not even going to risk stepping into that armory for a weapon anymore. The young master turns his back and leaves, while Trung Thuong keeps desperately following behind and begging him to stay. After all, he made a promise, and Trung Thuong actually worked himself to the bone, finishing his duties early just to join the young master like this. It seems their meeting is over, but as the master walks away, Trung Thuong calls out one last time to stop him. He reveals that he knows the master sent a spy to the Hoan Hai Pavilion to dig up dirt on his past. Trung Thuong warns him to back off because that is one line he really does not appreciate anyone crossing. The Hoan Hai Pavilion master is a sensible woman who knows many secrets, but she will not just blindly follow the master's orders simply because he did her a favor. You and I both know that in this world, knowing too much is a quick way to get yourself killed. His words carry a heavy warning about the master's ties to Tao Yen Tam, followed by a long, tired sigh. He laments that he has no one left to trust, if even the pavilion master is willing to sell him out like this. Is there really no peace left for a lonely, pitiful man like him in this entire demonic sect? Eventually, the young master gives in to the guilt trip and agrees to go grab those drinks to wash away the stress. Instantly, Trung Thuong flips back to being cheerful, promising to pay for everything as long as they hit the armory first. A few moments later, the young master walks out of the armory with a massive pile of weapons strapped to his back. Trung Thuong asks why he took so many, but the master just shrugs and says no one ever set a limit on the loot. The strategist just stands there completely stunned, realized he just got played by a master-level scammer. He never imagined that the young master would wake up from his coma with this much intelligence and wit. You really cannot judge a book by its cover. And it turns out the pavilion master was right about him all along. Watching him today, the strategist realizes that the young master has undergone a complete and total transformation of the soul. He is no longer that reckless brat from the past, but a cunning old fox who possesses the sharp survival instincts and the deadly experience of a true predator. Lục Phàm Ân has officially entered the demon court and earned the recognition he deserves from the sect leader. It seems even the big boss realized that the young master has no intention of causing any harm to their sect. Because of that, his past mistakes were wiped clean, though the future remains a mysterious and unpredictable game. Tomorrow, Trung Thuong plans to have a long talk with the sect leader about the master's incredible potential. Back at the estate, the young master starts testing his new toys, while Hung Dong watches in total confusion. He casually drops that he robbed the armory blind, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see what he does next. All right, you and I are about to check out some truly legendary steel. Hung Dong is staring at these blades in pure awe, starting with the Dark Knight Demon Stain Blade. It looks simple, but that faint, eerie aura is the signature of a weapon used by the 7 great heavenly demons who once terrified the martial arts world. Then we have these twin beauties, the Gale Green Rainbow Blades, also known as the Meteor Twin Blades. While the Dark Knight Blade is a legendary demon weapon, these Meteor Twins are high-tier god artifacts. They are in a league of their own. What makes them unique is that they are not actually demon-made weapons. That is why even the righteous sects are desperate to get their hands on them. Hung Dong cannot stop praising Lục Phàm Ân for finding such incredible gear. But our main character is practical. If a weapon does not fit his style, he has zero interest in keeping some smelly, old relic around. Lục Phàm Ân does not care about the history or the legends. He only cares if the blade feels right in his hand. He holds up a mystery blade and asks if Hung Dong recognizes it. It was just gathering dust in a corner, so he brought it back for a test run. The moment Hung Dong grabs it, his arm drops. This thing is heavy, at least 50 or 60 kilograms. It is definitely not a weapon for a long, drawn-out war, but something about it keeps catching Lục Phàm An's eye. Now pay attention, it was tossed aside with no name or stand. But look at that unique handle. He decides to call it the Dragon Scale Blade. Since the grip looks exactly like dragon scales, the name just made sense to him. Hung Dong has to admit, our main character has a weird talent for blunt names. Just like when he named the little fox Gold Fox. What is truly terrifying about the third prince is that when he fought those monsters, he used every single weapon type without missing a beat. He is a master of everything. He tosses a sword over to Hung Dong and tells him to draw it right now. Even if Lục Phàm Ân likes it, he is not the one who will be swinging it. He wants to see if Hung Dong is satisfied. Truth is, he handpicked this one to match Hung Dong's fierce and powerful martial arts style perfectly. As Hung Dong slowly draws the blade, his eyes go wide. This is one of the cult's 5 great demon swords. The top-ranked demon sword in the entire world, the Black King Sword. They call it the Sword of Duality because it stays dormant and weak unless the master is strong enough to wake it up. But once a true demon master grips it, the power it unleashes is absolutely devastating. Hung Dong is moved to tears. The prince personally brought him a legendary weapon from the vault. 1,000 thanks would not be enough. Gratitude feels too small for a gift like this. In his heart, he vows to protect the prince with his life forever. He bows deeply, swearing to become the world's strongest demon warrior. Just then, a messenger from the demon god palace arrives. A direct summons from the palace? That means the cult leader himself is calling for him. No rest for the wicked. Lục Phàm Ân heads over to the palace pavilion to pay his respects to his father. The leader tells him to sit and pours him a drink. Lục Phàm Ân is just hoping he is not about to get grilled for sneaking out. The leader notices his hard work and mentions he heard about the duel where he took down the 4th prince. Lục Phàm Ân nearly chokes on his wine. You and I both know that feeling when the boss brings up exactly what you were hoping he would ignore. The Snake King demon art used by the 4th prince was a modified version of the Red Cloud family's techniques. The leader admits the 4th prince was stubborn but talented, creating a new martial art at such a young age. It started out weak, but over 3 years, he polished it into a soul-draining demon technique. The leader is being unusually talkative today, and Lục Phàm Ân has no idea where this conversation is going. Is he getting scolded for the death match? The leader just closes his eyes and sighs. Schemes without strength are just clever tricks. It is hard to call that true power. Despite his talent, the fourth prince wasted it all on petty plotting. A man who does not know his own worth is just a fool. And the leader? He has zero respect for fools. He is completely disappointed in how the fourth prince lived his life. But losing to Lục Phàm Ân? Now that was something the leader never saw coming. He knew the fourth prince was ambitious but lacked the soul to hold ultimate power. Still, he did not expect him to be kicked out of the succession race so fast. If the leader hates fools, what kind of person does he actually like? The answer is simple: someone who can actually surprise him. Lục Phàm Ân has been shattering his expectations for a while now. Because of that, the leader admits he truly values him. The world's strongest demon lord just said he values him? Lục Phàm Ân wonders if he is dreaming. So what do you and I take from this? When the ultimate legend finally notices you, the real game has only just begun. Pride and a surge of excitement wash over him. But that pride? It feels like self-hatred. Let us dive into the life of a man who lived like a dog, a secret weapon for the Justice Alliance. Now, he is being recognized by the great cult leader. He hates how much that validation thrills him. He dreamed of freedom, but one compliment makes him feel proud. Will he ever truly break away? But honestly, who wouldn't be moved by praise from a legendary figure like the leader? As a martial artist, feeling that sense of accomplishment is only natural, right? He should not torture himself for having emotions he did not even ask for. Feelings come and go. There is no need for self-harm or endless worry over them. Emotions are just part of being human. The leader notices his silence and is actually surprised. Even now, our main character is doing things the great leader never expected. He goes from self-hatred to excitement, then immediately accepts it all as part of himself. Every moment is growth. The leader smiles, finally acknowledging just how talented this kid is. That smile does not suit him. Our hero calls himself a freak, remembering the armory drama. That strategist dared to complain about the losses he caused at the armory. The blades he took were favorites the leader never even got to use properly. All Night is brutal, while Meteor is sharp. His eye for quality is seriously impressive. If he had picked junk just to respect ancestors, the leader would have been disappointed. Suddenly, the leader summons every weapon from the armory with a simple wave. This is God-tier power. Now pay attention here. Did he move the weapons to the entrance on purpose just to test him? The leader calls this a reward for an unpredictable disciple. Lục Phàm Ân, pick your favorite. That mysterious gaze. Is he giving a gift? Or demanding something in return? The leader offers a single lesson in perception. In that moment, our hero sees everything clearly. His killer instinct ignites the very second the leader stops speaking. He spots the only opening and draws the dragon scale blade, swinging with everything he has. Does it hit? The ground literally splits in two from the sheer force of the strike. But the leader stands there, unscarred. The crater proves the attack was perfect, yet nothing. Is he seeing things? The leader did not dodge or block, yet he was not touched. Impressive, the leader says. He taught a lesson. He did not ask to be decapitated. You see that too, right? The leader realized the kid found his actual weak point. This is not about raw strength anymore. It is pure, unfiltered perception beyond skill. Lục Phàm Ân is a monster of instinct, a beast screaming toward the concept of death. The leader is curious. The boy was not going for one hit. Why did he stop? Could the leader read his intentions that quickly? No reason, the boy says. I just had to. He knew he had to stop. If he had charged forward, he would have been mortally wounded. Is that instinct too? The leader prepares for round 2, still deciding what to teach. He decides to teach what he knows best. This time, he wants a real fight. Fine. Our hero unleashes the dark spirit true demon art he has been perfecting. Activating the 9 heavens earth step, he lunges toward the leader like a bolt of lightning. If he is unpredictable, he will just have to be even more shocking this time. His blade tears through the sky, unleashing 10,000 flashes of light toward the great leader. Yet the leader stands firm, his eyes unblinking. Meanwhile, Ngaknai arrives at the estate. Thu Lan says her master is at the demon palace. A man with no rank, yet so busy. Even though she is terrified of the captain, the maid summons every ounce of her courage. You are being very disrespectful to the young master, she declares. Ngok Nai is stunned. You and I have to admire the guts on this girl, leaving the captain to just swallow her rage. All right, you and I are diving back in as Hong Dong tells the lady to leave since the master is out. But Nok No is not having it and starts snapping at him instead. Why are you even here practicing? Go back to the guardhouse. You think this place is a playground or something? Hong Dong calmly explains the situation, telling her that he has officially been appointed as the young master's personal guard. She spots the sword in his hand and starts screaming with excitement, demanding to know where he got it. He honestly admits the young master gave it to him. The young master actually gave him such a rare treasure. What about her? Why does she not get anything at all? Ngok No throws a massive tantrum, her screaming echoing through the entire area. Hung Dong just wishes the third young master would return soon to handle this woman. The sect leader stands tall against the wind, his voice dropping to a calm, steady whisper as he speaks. Get up. Lục Phàm Ân is face down on the dirt, his body refusing to move, and even breathing feels like a massive struggle. Even when he was fighting against the Heaven's Net of the Righteous Alliance, he never felt this exhausted or beaten down. Even though the leader was only at half power, every single strike I threw was my absolute best. How is that man still standing there completely unscathed? Despite the crushing defeat, he knows he has gained something incredibly valuable from this exchange. Crossing blades with a supreme master like the sect leader is a once-in-a-lifetime learning experience, even if the pressure makes it hard to breathe. The leader calls an end to the training and they head up to the tower. He asks the young man what he managed to learn during their session. He writes something down on a piece of paper and hands it over, pointing out the specific weaknesses in his students' demon arts. These techniques are just as powerful as the 10 great demon arts, but because they are newly created, they still have flaws that need to be fixed. Though the leader does not fully understand the style, these new instructions will definitely help the young master improve his flow. In just one afternoon, the leader completely identified the flaws in the dark spirit true demon art. This is the kind of guidance he has never found anywhere else. He cannot help but wonder just how deep does the sect leader's true power actually go. Now watch this. Our hero is actually getting emotional because he realizes this was a real lesson. He bows deeply, thanking the leader from his heart. The leader tells him there is no need for such formality. Giving a reward to his disciple is simply a master's duty. Who knew a legendary demon head could say something so touching? Standing up, he promises that he will never let his master down. The leader looks forward to seeing that progress. As Lục Phàm Ân leaves, the clouds roll in and a heavy rain begins to fall. The sect leader looks up at the dark sky, catching a few raindrops in his hand and thinking that things are finally getting interesting. If he is feeling this much interest, it means he is still possessed by the demon of combat. How long has it been since someone actually challenged him? The torn sleeve on the leader's arm is the proof Lục Phàm Ân's blade actually reached him. Has the third disciple really grown this much? Legends say the land spirits will bring war to the nation. If that is true, the one leading the charge must be the person closest to death. And a boy like the third young master understands the reality of death better than anyone else in this world. Is that time finally approaching? The leader ponders while standing in the rain. Meanwhile, at the demonic cult headquarters, the High Guardian arrives to speak with the strategist. Word has reached him that the strategist recently went to visit the third young master. News certainly travels fast around here. Here's the part you and I should watch closely. The High Guardian bluntly asks what the strategist thinks about the boy. He is not the type to just repeat what others say, but his evaluation ends up matching the opinion of the pavilion master exactly. Seeing the strategist resting his chin in deep thought, the High Guardian assumes he must have had a very difficult time dealing with the young master. The strategist simply replies that it is hard to truly understand everything about a person after only meeting them one time. The High Guardian agrees, which is exactly why he is asking the opinion of the wisest person in the entire demonic cult. The strategist cheers, overjoyed that the High Guardian actually praised him. He laughs it off, acting exactly like the eccentric man everyone hears about. He is curious, however, about why the Guardian is suddenly so interested in the third young master's character. 2 days ago, the leader summoned the third young master and personally trained him for an entire session. That is a massive honor that no other candidate has ever received. The fact that the leader personally taught the boy was something even the wise strategist did not see coming. The High Guardian also heard that the strategist opened the doors of the Heavenly Demon Armory specifically for the young master. The succession war is not the strategist's business, as everyone simply follows the leader's orders. However, we cannot stand by and watch the internal balance break by favoring one candidate. It seems the High Guardian has come here to deliver a warning about the stability of the cult's internal politics. The Guardian claims he does not have the authority or the wisdom to actually scold someone as high-ranking as the strategist. But as the left general of the Guardian Court, he is expressing his deep concerns to the man who holds the most political power. The real question is whether the third young master has enough value to justify opening the doors of the sacred armory. So what do you and I take from this? The strategist says the young master is someone who does not even need a door opened for him. You and I are about to see that for a true master, legendary weapons are just an afterthought. Trung Thuong didn't fully know the third young master, but their chat revealed his true depth. The Great Protector praises Trung Thuong's sharp mind and his grip on the cult's political power. But Trung Thuong denies it, comparing his influence to a simple game he played with the prince. He just manages the people, while the leader is the one who truly balances the scales. Trung Thuong will handle everything to ease the Protector's mind, so there is no need for worry. As the Great Protector leaves, he realizes he completely misjudged the brilliant strategist all this time. That playful attitude was just a mask. His loyalty to the demon cult is actually bone deep. They have discussed the future many times, but never with this kind of relaxed, honest heart. Is this the third young master's influence? Life in the cult is getting much more interesting lately. Back at the manor, Hung Dong is sparring with the prince, who warns him about suppressing his aura. It's a habit for protectors to dampen their killing intent to keep their masters feeling safe. Some call it responsibility, but the prince calls it a naive wall, blocking Hung Dong's true potential. He's strong, but not enough. It would be a disgrace if his own guard died while protecting him. This self-restraint is a weakness. Training ends as hunger kicks in, and they head out for food. Suddenly, he feels a massive surge of power from the main gate. Check this out. Another interesting guest arrives, none other than Matt Lay, the head of the law enforcement hall. The prince pours tea, asking what wind blew such a high-ranking official to this humble place. They were never close. But Matt Lay is here to discuss the upcoming 3-week ritual ceremony. Knowing the prince hates long, pointless talk, Matt Lay decides to get straight to the point. He asks for the prince's strength, even though they clearly do not like each other at all. Matt Lay's opinion hasn't shifted. He still views him as a dangerous threat. He finds him dangerous, but believes common enemies are enough to justify seeking the prince's assistance. The mention of a common enemy confuses the prince, so he demands a clearer explanation. To a prince in a power struggle, aren't all the other successors considered common enemies? During this ritual, one successor will be imprisoned. Is there really another disciple hidden in the shadows? Legend says the 3-week ritual is a sacred ceremony held over 21 days to honor the gods. They worship the master of the heavenly desire realm, the strongest deity the demon cult serves. In the chaotic past, the cult used to offer human lives as sacrifices during these dark rituals. This gave them a terrifying reputation across the land, marking them forever as an evil sect. But stick with me, because today, things are handled a lot differently than the old days. For hundreds of years, the cult has integrated with the customs and traditions of the Central Plains. As various religions joined the cult, rituals changed to adapt to the shifting tides of the era. Now, it's a festival meant to honor the gods, while giving the cult's followers a time to celebrate. Hung Dong mentioned this before, but back then, the prince didn't pay it much attention. But now, Matt Lay is bringing it up because he needs the prince's specific help with something. It sounds complex, but Matt Lay's goal is to imprison one of the cult leader's true disciples during this ritual. Still confused? The official begins to explain the situation in more detail. The law hall can only arrest a core disciple for serious crimes, like betrayal or causing internal chaos. So, he's suggesting there's another disciple of the leader that the prince has never even met. Exactly. During this ritual, the leader will appoint a new person to become his official true disciple. Shocked, the prince asks who it is. It's the eldest son of the legendary Demon Sword family. The Demon Sword family is one of the 7 great houses that serve the heavenly demon cult. They are the most powerful of the 7 families, legendary for their peerless and deadly sword techniques. Is this a replacement for the fourth master he crippled? You and I have to wonder why this was kept secret. Alright, stick with me because we are diving into a massive scandal involving the cult leader and the judicial hall right now. The elder explains that the target previously slaughtered fellow disciples due to petty grudges. Using the influence of the demonic sword clan, he managed to frame others and escape his crimes scot-tangent-free. Back then, the judicial hall could not uncover the root of those events, leaving the case cold for many years. But now that they have finally identified the killer, they have to strike. They cannot let this monster keep roaming free and laughing in their faces. Taking him down is the only way to let those restless spirits finally find peace. Executing this move during the 3 weeks of sacred rites might embarrass the sect before the entire martial world, but it is a necessary evil. It is tough to say who is truly right here. But Elder Matlay seems genuine about seeking justice for the fallen. Our main character asks how they plan to catch him. The judicial hall has no solid lead yet, which is exactly why they are begging the third young master for help. Over at the Huangxi Pavilion, Lục Phàm Ân drops in to see Tao Yen Tam without warning, wondering if he is intruding on her business. She tells him there is no need for such formalities between them. He is clearly there because he needs answers about something specific. He mentions a maid from the Huangxi Pavilion who was mysteriously murdered years ago, a case that was never truly solved. He is here to dig up her files. The pavilion head is surprised he would come all this way just to ask about something that should not involve him. Lục Phàm Ân reveals he knows the real killer is someone else, and he is betting she knows the truth too. She is confused why on earth is he suddenly so interested in a cold case like this? She realizes this is usually the judicial hall's job. Did they actually come to him for help? As expected of a pavilion head, she is incredibly sharp. She asks if he has already discovered the true identity of that vicious criminal. Now, you and I know the judicial hall must have leaked something to him. She asks if he can share some details with her. Unfortunately, he cannot reveal the identity of that person just yet. Suddenly, Tao Yen Tam's aura shifts, and a sharp, terrifying killing intent begins to leak out of her. This old case clearly left a deep scar on her past. The moment he brought it up, her reaction was incredibly intense. Seeing his resolve, she decides not to hide anything and hands over every single record the Huangxi Pavilion has regarding that murdered maid's case. He takes the documents, thanks her, and makes his exit, promising to catch up with her later. As he leaves, she notes how strange he is acting. She has never seen him this focused before. With the 3 weeks of rites approaching, the third young master should be preparing, not digging through old files. She cannot predict his next move. He said the judicial hall asked for his help, which is incredibly bizarre. Those guys usually solve cases like gods without needing outside interference. Yet, here they are, relying on the third young master, one of the cult leader's 7 disciples, and a man with massive influence within the sect. She realizes the killer must be someone so powerful that even the judicial hall cannot touch them without having concrete and undeniable evidence. Since the 3 weeks of rites are coming up, this person likely holds a high rank and is invited to participate in the sacred ceremonies. She orders her subordinates to gather a complete list of every high-ranking official invited to the 3 weeks of rituals, both inside and outside the sect. Keep a close eye on anyone from the 7 demonic families. Make sure not a single name is missing. Back at his mansion, the third young master is exhausted from drowning in a mountain of paperwork. To catch this guy, he needs to master the sect's laws. Now he is stuck cramming rules all day until his head feels like it is going to explode. He cannot believe how many ridiculous rules there are. Why did that judicial hall jerk choose him? And why could he not just say no? Honestly, should he not be spending his time doing literally anything else but this? He is still trying to escape this demonic cult, and now he is saddled with more trouble. All he wants is a peaceful and free life, far away from all this chaos. But stick with me here, he cannot just stand by knowing that scumbag is about to become a direct disciple of the cult leader. Evil deserves punishment. In his past life, he was an assassin, but he never violated his own moral code like this. He isn't exactly interested in being a hero, but he definitely cannot let this villain get away with his crimes. Since he accepted the judicial hall's request, he is going to see this through to the bitter end. His mind is made up. Lục Phàm Ân walks out into the courtyard and finds Thu Lan and Hung Dong already waiting for him. He wonders if his recent advice actually managed to wake Hung Dong up from his slump. Hung Dong thanks him, saying his eyes have finally been opened. He feels a powerful surge of energy radiating through his entire body right now. Our main character is shocked. He didn't realize Hung Dong had been suppressing that much power for so long. He is glad he finally understood. Hung Dong feels ashamed, but Luke Pham An tells him to stop. Everyone trips up and makes mistakes on their journey. With a strong will like his, Hung Dong is destined to achieve greatness beyond what he can imagine right now. And that's where we leave it for now. Trust me, you won't want to miss how he handles this villain next time. All right, you and I are about to watch our main character stir up some serious trouble. He tells his friend to stop moping and wait for the festival to see who that mystery guy is. The 3-week festival has finally arrived, and the busy streets are alive with the sound of the wind and the excited crowd. The entire neighborhood is beautifully decorated, packed with every kind of food you can imagine. It is a massive and bustling celebration for all the cult followers. No wonder little Thulan was looking forward to this day so much. Luke Pham An grabs some snacks on the street and heads over to watch a play. The performance tells the story of a survivor from a fallen clan who uses his iron will to restore his family to their former glory. But the plot is way too dark for a celebration. He is not in the mood for a tragedy today, so he decides to move on. He spots Ngok An, the squad leader, standing in the crowd. He tries calling out to her, but she does not react. It is like she is totally ignoring him. That is strange, since she usually looks for him just to mess around. Maybe she is actually upset about something for once. As he gets closer, he sees she is actually crying, so he decides to tease her. He never expected to see this mysterious side of her. Ngok An is dying of embarrassment and turns away to wipe her tears. Since it is a holiday, he invites them all to go grab some drinks. Now pay attention here. This is the moment the real players enter the game. Finally, the Demon Sword clan arrives, and he is ready to see the guy the leader likes. Leading the march is the head of one of the cult's 7 families, the legendary master of the Demon Sword, Tri Van Hoy. The Demon Sword family did not participate in the 3-week festival last time, but they have brought their elite sword guard today. Rumor has it the family's eldest son is about to become the leader's 8th disciple. The pressure is absolutely incredible. Just standing here in the crowd, you can already feel the overwhelming, intense, and fierce demonic energy radiating from the master of the Demon Sword clan himself. It is truly a terrifying sight. Look at the sword guard following closely behind him. The elite sword guard following behind is just as impressive. Every single one of those swordsmen is letting off the powerful and menacing aura of a top-tier martial arts expert. If they were to combine their strength in a sword formation, how much power would they actually be able to unleash? It is a lucky day to be here and see such a legendary sight with his own eyes. Hung Dong is completely amazed. Hung Dong turns to ask him if the Demon Sword clanmaster looks majestic and strong, but he realizes our main character isn't standing next to him anymore. He looks out at the street. There, he sees Luke Pham An blocking the master's path. The old man growls, asking who he is to dare stand in his way like this. Luke Pham An just fires back with a question, asking if he is truly the master of the Demon Sword family. He explains that he just woke up from a chi deviation and lost his memory. He doesn't know if they've met before in the cult, but he says it's an absolute honor to meet him now. The master has no idea who he is, but he can't believe someone would have the guts to block his path. He calls it completely disrespectful and rude. But Luke Pham An doesn't think he is doing anything wrong at all. The master thinks he is just being stubborn, but the boy insists he has done nothing out of line. He just thought the old man looked like the typical upright elders he sees around the cult, so he wanted to say hello. The master and his guards are fuming now. He has definitely touched a nerve, and the swordsmen behind him are already releasing their killing intent. You and I can feel the tension rising. Sharp, cold energy radiates toward him, proving the Demon Sword clan's reputation for power is real. They sit at the top of the 7 families for a reason. Still, the master remains surprisingly calm and hasn't lost his temper yet. Tri Van Hoy speaks calmly, asking why he is being so disrespectful by blocking the main road. Since he is just a kid recovering from an illness, the master says he will let it slide. But Luke Pham An has one question for him. If your own son did something so evil that even heaven and earth couldn't forgive it, would you still be this calm? That question leaves the old man speechless. Tri Van Hoy claims he doesn't understand what he is talking about, but he won't hold a grudge. Since it is a day of celebration, he will turn a blind eye. He tells the boy to move aside so he can go meet the leader. As he speaks, He releases a wave of demonic energy that practically suffocates every single person on the street. This is the legendary demon sword technique. The sheer pressure is enough to make anyone's heart stop. Only Lục Phàm Ân stands there as if nothing happened. He repeats his question, telling the master that he can't leave until he gives him a real answer. Tri Van Hoy is shocked. He realizes this kid isn't just some random brat, he actually has incredible power to withstand that pressure. Lục Phàm Ân lifts his foot, ready to release his own energy. He asks if the question was too difficult for the old man to handle. He slams his foot down, and the force of the impact literally splits the entire street in two. The demonic energy is so overwhelming that the master wonders who this monster really is. Lục Phàm Ân tells him to hurry up and answer the question already. That is how you handle a clan leader. The horses go wild, throwing him off you, and I both know this is just the beginning. Let's dive in as this arrogant patriarch asks if the main character's martial arts are enough to threaten him. Looking at him, it seems he used internal energy to stay on his horse, proving his strength is no joke. But he was the one who attacked first, so why is he talking like this now? Our main character hasn't even done anything extreme or caused any real damage to the man yet. The man looks back at his horse and sees a crack in the stone. Our main character's attack stopped right before the animal, leaving the horse and the rider completely untouched. He can't believe this young kid has such precise control over such complex and powerful internal energy. To control energy at this level means he's already reached the rank of a true martial arts master. Starting and stopping power exactly where you want is something even he struggles with. Knowing when to back off, Chi Yun Hoi finally asks, "Who are you?" But our main character asked him first, and he still hasn't answered. The man thinks the kid is being disrespectful to his elders. He claims his high status means he must know the boy's identity first. Lục Phàm Ân just gives a light smirk. Is he really so sure about that seniority of his? They are complete strangers, so that supposed high status of his is something he doesn't feel like answering to at all. Chi Yun Hoi insists that, age-wise, he's still a senior who deserves some respect. Lục Phàm Ân releases a surge of demonic energy, answering that his own identity is just as high, if not higher than the patriarch's own status. Now pay attention, because a sword slams into the ground with a massive explosion as Xiongdong appears, shouting for the main character, the third young master. Everyone is shocked to learn he is the third young master of the cult. Xiongdong kneels on the ground, apologizing for his late arrival and asking for punishment. Lục Phàm Ân smiles broadly, looking like he's finally achieved exactly what he wanted. Word of the clash between the third young master and the demon sword patriarch quickly reaches the law enforcement hall. Molly sends someone to mediate immediately. Both men have fiery tempers, and any mistake could lead to a total disaster. Molly never expected the third young master to take such direct action. Handling him will be difficult because he always does things nobody can predict. If Mo Lee isn't careful, he might be the one who ends up suffering the consequences first. Everyone on the street is blown away to find out he's the third young master, and the praises won't stop. The Demon Sword Clan members are no exception, and they are totally stunned that this kid is the third young master. Chi Yun Hoi realizes he has definitely met him once before. Back then, the third young master's aura was completely different. You and I saw that power. And even after hearing about his chi deviation, Chi Yun Hoi never expected this level of strength. He knows exactly who he's dealing with now, so he better show respect. The patriarch and his clan immediately bow down, begging the third young master to forgive their insolence. He definitely knows when to fold. Without showing any anger, he offers his respects right away. However, the way he speaks and the aura he's putting off shows he has zero actual respect for him. Chi Yun Hoi says he had no idea he was the third young master and asks for mercy for his rude behavior. He still blames the boy, saying that even as a candidate for the leader's position, our main character still isn't acting very appropriately in his eyes. This was just a misunderstanding, and since he was the one at fault first, he hopes they can just keep the peace. Our main character agrees. After all, he didn't come here just to stir up trouble or cause a scene, but he still wants an answer. Chi Yun Hoi tells him to ask whatever he needs to, and since he said that, our main character won't be shy. He asks, "As a father, what would you do if you were to witness your very own son committing a crime that can never be forgiven?" Chi Yun Hoi has no idea what this kid is up to, asking such a weird question right here in front of everyone. In front of this crowd, He tells himself to be careful. The boy has high status, and they both need to save face. Chi Yunhui answers that he would naturally follow the law. It sounds good on paper, but you and I have to wonder if he'd actually go through with it. He mockingly asks if he's talking about the laws of his own clan. The patriarch claims the Demon Sword clan is incredibly strict and never covers for anyone. If someone breaks the rules, they must face the consequences. So, according to him, even his own son wouldn't be shown any mercy if he did something wrong. Chi Yunhui feels like Lục Phàm Ân is constantly trying to set a trap for him. With so many people around, he knows he has to be smart. He confirms that he would never protect his own son if he did something wrong, even beating his chest in a proud display of his great personal honor. However, he claims everyone in his family is sensible and knows how to behave. He trusts them never to do anything immoral, especially his own son, who was raised under his incredibly strict guidance and constant personal supervision. The fact that he can say this so boldly in front of everyone shows he's extremely confident in his clan. It's his way of showing he's acting in good faith. The boy says blocking his path was wrong and apologizes for causing so much trouble for the man today. The patriarch is polite as they leave. But trust me, you and I know this isn't over. You and I are about to meet the eldest son, Ji Gung Haeyeon, the cult leader's 8th disciple, along with the 3rd brother, Ji Young Jin, as they pass by. These two are looking at him like they want to tear him apart on the spot. Their killing intent is unrefined and completely out of control. Hung Dong walks up to talk to our main character about what just happened. Sir, you saw the master of the Demon Sword House earlier, but it seems his eldest son is also a force to be reckoned with. That is true. That eldest son has no self-control, and his body is radiating an incredibly thick and heavy aura of bloodlust. It is a chaotic, messy energy that is hard to read. But one thing is certain, his killing intent is not to be taken lightly. He has clearly murdered many people through duels and assassinations, which is why his aura is such a dark and inconsistent mess. So you are saying that Ji Gung Haeyeon is just a cold-blooded killer who will strike down anyone he wants without a single regret. The real difficulty here is that the master of the Demon Sword House seems to be totally oblivious to his son's true nature. Now pay attention here. The 3rd son, Ji Young Jin, is radiating a completely different, mysterious aura that suggests he is hiding his true strength from everyone. He's clearly a master despite his lack of self-control, and those eyes prove his martial arts have already reached an unimaginable level of power. His internal energy is equal to any top-tier master, and almost seems to rival our main character's own demonic arts. This demon sword family truly holds more surprises and secrets than our main character could have ever predicted. Back at the inn, Nok-an is still wondering why the young master gave Hung Dong a legendary sword but gave her nothing. Hung Dong is just the closest guardian, but what is she? Why is there such blatant and unfair favoritism being shown here? She tells Hung Dong that his new weapon is none other than the famous Muvuang sword of their demonic sect. That blade has ruled the martial world for countless years, and the demonic energy trapped inside it is absolutely terrifying. It is a total waste in the hands of someone like Hung Dong. The two of them start arguing, drawing everyone's attention in the tavern. A drunk Nok-an gets loud and starts crying, demanding the sword because an idiot like him can never use its true power. How can a fool like you handle this? Thulan is standing nearby, worried and trying to wake her up before things get worse. Their loud and dramatic story catches the attention of a suspicious masked man sitting quietly at the next table. She is far too drunk to move, so Hung Dong slips away first, leaving Thulan alone to handle the messy situation. Seeing Hung Dong leave, the masked man follows him out while Nok-an continues to cry about not receiving a weapon. You see that too, right? Even while acting like a drunk fool, she immediately senses that the masked man passing by carries a truly horrifying demonic aura. Later that evening, Matt Lay sets up a secret meeting to speak with our main character. Our main character finds it incredibly annoying to be summoned like this while he is so busy. Matla simply asks why he acted that way this morning. He is questioning why our main character blocked the Demon Sword Master's blade earlier, even though the two sides have already made peace. Matla warns that a sly old fox like Ji Eunhui is not the type to just let things go so easily. He thinks the main character acted far too quickly, which will only make his son more cautious and harder for them to catch. Lục Phàm Ân tells him not to worry. He has already observed the man and knows exactly how he will react. A few words won't make a natural-born killer afraid. Murdering others is a deep part of his nature that he can never change. However, it seems the master of the Demon Sword House is completely unaware of the crimes his son has been committing. He confidently swore that anyone who commits a crime must be punished. As a leader, his words carry great weight in the sect. Once the main character exposes that bastard eldest son, the master will have no way to cover up his crimes or protect him. If he tries to protect his son now, he will lose all honor and his reputation will be dragged through the mud. Without honor, the Demon Sword family will lose their standing and have no place left in the martial world. He will not destroy his entire legacy and clan just to save one son. That is the leverage they are going to use. Matla understands the plan now, but they have already alerted the enemy. The culprit will be much more alert from now on. Without solid evidence before the cult leader, they are simply picking a fight with one of the most powerful forces in the sect. The Demon Sword family is not an enemy that will simply overlook this kind of direct provocation. Lục Phàm Ân turns to leave, telling the old man not to worry because he already knows everything. Matla asks why he is not acting for justice. What is it that you are truly after? Matla can see that the main character has no intention of staying in the sect forever. This place clearly does not feel like home to him. The cult leader favors him greatly. So why does he show zero interest in taking over the highest position of power in the sect? So what do you and I take from this? He laughs off the throne now, but we know that with power like his, he is the only true candidate. All right, you and I are about to see a main character who acts more like a righteous hero than a demon. For most demons, words are just tools used to climb the ladder of absolute power. But our third young master, Lục Phàm Ân, isn't like them. He finds all that constant backstabbing and bloodshed exhausting. He doesn't need the throne, he just wants to live a quiet, peaceful life. Matla reminds him that he already agreed to this mission, so he needs to be careful and not overdo it. To be honest, the MC's unpredictable nature gives Matla a massive headache. He can never figure out the boy's motives. Because the MC is so different, Matla can't seem to get a read on him at all. But he has a hunch now. This demonic sect just doesn't fit the MC, or rather, he doesn't belong here. Matla reveals that tomorrow, the heavy hitters of the demonic world are coming to greet the sect leader. After the ritual comes a massive feast for the future of the demon path. But the MC? He just walks away. Matla mentions reports of recent trouble, including the death of Lý Thiên Min's great elder, which needs handling. If they knew, why not arrest him? Leaving the sect without permission is a capital crime, right? Matla explains that the sect leader himself stopped it. He values the young master too much to send him to the Hall of Justice. Even so, the leader never explicitly said that the MC's actions were allowed. The sect leader knows exactly what crimes he committed, yet he still sends gifts instead of chains. Matla has been turning a blind eye to the MC's secret trips, so he asks for one favor in return. The MC is intrigued. Pay attention, because here is the mistake he wants forgiven. Suddenly, Matla lunges from behind to attack. His mountain-heavy footwork is incredible. He is moving much faster and stronger than their last encounter. Matla draws a hidden blade from his sleeve, fully determined to reveal his true power in this duel. He unsheathes a glowing sword, leaps into the air, and pours his inner energy into the blade before clashing. It seems he was hiding a pretty decent weapon. But don't forget, our MC hasn't shown his full strength either. Matla acts like he knows everything about him. The MC hates that, so he decides to give him a real wake-up call. Lục Phàm Ân unleashes his Hell Wind technique, triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion. Even with Matla's energy-infused blade, the metal bends under the sheer weight of the MC's furious strike. Matla was so full of energy at the start, but now he's gone silent. Tonight's little match is over. You and I can finally see why the sect leader is so interested in this kid. Strength recognizes strength. The MC agrees to let things go, but as he leaves, Matla gives him a chilling warning about the sect leader. He describes a man with a soul so deep and dark that you can never find the bottom. Yet he is so bright that human eyes can't even begin to see what he's actually thinking. A man whose rage has reached its limit, but stayed cold, yet he could explode like a wildfire at any second. He views the entire world as a toy, while simultaneously guarding himself against everything that could touch him. A person who has walked through the depths of hell and could just as easily step into the heavens. With his vision and judgment, the sect leader can do things that no normal person could ever imagine. The MC doesn't get it yet, but Matla hopes he'll remember these words when the time finally comes. Regarding this current mission, he urges him to be cautious since everything affects the sect. The MC finds the old man's mental games incredibly annoying. Meanwhile, Hung Dong is walking through the dark forest all by himself. Just as the young master predicted, someone has been tailing him. Hung Dong isn't as naive as he looks. The stalker reveals himself as Vin Tian, the third young master of the demon sword family. He attacks Hung Dong like a wild animal, but even his soul-shattering strikes can't leave a scratch on him. Hung Dong tells the kid to wake up. This version of Vin Tian is nothing like the boy from earlier. During the day, he was a bright young man, but now he looks like a mindless puppet driven by insanity. He screams for the sword and lunges again. The demonic energy radiating from him is absolutely terrifying. It isn't just normal energy, his entire arm has become as hard as a jagged weapon. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he handles this insane power spike. It's getting wild. All right, you and I are diving into a fight where sharp demonic energy is making things impossible for Hung Dong. He is fighting like a complete maniac, burning every drop of demonic energy in his body just to survive. Just as it looks like Hung Dong is about to lose, Ngok An suddenly appears and blasts the guy with a divine fist technique. Fighting 3 versus 1 might not seem fair, but against a monster like Vin Tian, you do not play by the rules. Hung Dong thanks her for stepping in to save him just in time. Now they are fighting side by side. After that one punch, she realized the enemy is as hard as 10,000-year-old iron. He rips off his hat and charges forward, obsessed with getting his hands on that demonic sword. He moves so fast it catches them off guard. In a massive collision, Vin Tian actually grabs the sword blade with his bare hands. He is trying to snatch the demonic power right out of the Mark King sword. Feeling that dark energy, he laughs like a psycho, saying the taste of this demonic power is delicious. Furious that someone touched the sword his master gave him, Hung Dong slams his forehead into the guy, making blood spray from his nose. Right then, Ngok An jumps in from behind and slashes his head, but it only makes Vin Tian even crazier. It looks like they are dealing with a wild beast in a state of total war frenzy. His power has already surpassed the super demon realm. All she can do is fight and retreat while waiting for backup. A demonic blast leaves her badly wounded, and Hung Dong is panicking. They have no idea how his energy is this infinite, but they have to hold out until the third young master arrives. Now, watch closely, because that psycho just summoned a storm of massive ice shards in the sky to finish them off. Just then, the third young master appears and deflects the attack. He teases Hung Dong, asking if he is ashamed to be protected by his master. He is just joking, of course, then warns him to stay sharp for the rest of this fight. He apologizes for being late, saying he was held up by that annoying guy, Matt Lei. Suddenly, Vin Tian charges him like a madman. How can someone with power at the super demon level have internal energy this massive, like an ocean, yet use sword techniques as simple as a child? The guy is screaming that he needs more demonic energy. Too much energy is leaking out, making him lose his mind in battle. It looks like he cannot even tell friend from foe. Still, he has a lot of demonic power left. Fine then. Lục Phàm Ân will beat him until every drop of it is gone. With that, Lục Phàm Ân lands several fatal punches, sending blood flying. The guy is durable, so the beating continues until he snaps out of it. Lục Phàm Ân is firing off a barrage of punches that makes him cough up a huge amount of blood. Has he been living too mercifully lately? Having his hands covered in blood right now feels like a satisfying release. Hung Dong is terrified watching his master go completely berserk, relentlessly pummeling Vin Tian. Hung Dong shouts for him to stop, because the enemy has lost too much blood and already passed out. Vin Tian is a mangled mess, looking so bad even his parents would not recognize him. Matla and the others are staring in shock. You and I saw that, right? He wonders why they are staring. Maybe it is the brutal beating, or just the laughing. Matla tells him to just look at the guy's face. Sure, it is a bit serious, but still somewhat recognizable. Matla asks why he turned the third son into this state when the culprit is supposed to be the eldest brother. Is he still asking such a pointless question? He knows this is a tough case because the killer did not leave any physical evidence behind. Could anyone really clean up a crime scene this perfectly and avoid their father's sharp eyes all on their own? The theory is clear. He definitely had an accomplice helping him. Seeing them in person confirmed it. The brother has the aura of a serial killer, and the younger one is hiding suspicious demonic energy. The truth is, they are both the culprit and the accomplice. Matla thinks it is not that simple, as the real culprit will just deny everything anyway. Luke Pham and pulls out some illusionary pole grass he worked hard to take from the Red River clan. This herb causes hallucinations in any species. He will use this grass to make the guy confess about his brother's crimes and reveal where that suspicious demonic energy came from. He is certain that the thick demonic aura in that body came from murdering innocent people. Seeing how obsessed he was with the sword's energy as he charged with his eyes rolled back, the main character is even more sure. But even with a confession, it is all completely useless if the one person who matters does not want to hear the truth. Now, it is time to go see the final person who can actually settle this mess. At the family head's residence, the man is calmly drinking tea. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Stick with me. We're about to see if this warm welcome is genuine or just because a new disciple is rising in the cult. A fragrant cup of tea sits in the gentle night breeze, but the old man's heart is far from peaceful. Suddenly, a figure appears. It's the third young master, praising him for choosing tea over liquor like a healthy man. He asks if he's interrupting his quiet time, then skips the small talk to reveal the real reason he came looking for him tonight. He's already detained the prime suspect in his investigation, the old man's third son, Chi Vin Tien. The father is shocked and can't believe his own ears. How could his son be a criminal suspect? The eldest son has also committed crimes and will be arrested soon, so he asks the father for his honest thoughts. Reading the list of victims based on his son's confession, the Moss Sword Patriarch is stunned. How could this even be possible? Luke Pham An insists it's all true. If the old man still doubts him, he can just call the discipline hall master. The father refuses to believe it, claiming this is just a dirty scheme to eliminate his sons as competition. Luke Pham and scoffs, mentioning he already crushed the fourth disciple, who's now barely clinging to life while being treated. The succession war has already begun. He claims he could kill the old man's sons at any time if he really wanted to. So, there's no reason for these useless suspicions. He doesn't know why the father wants his son to be the leader's disciple, but what's the plan here? If the son becomes a disciple and then shamelessly murders more cultists, will the father let his family name be disgraced? Luke Pham and warns him to think very carefully. He demands the father testify against his own son by sunrise. Now, watch this part carefully. The third prince is backing him into a corner where his anger finally boils over. The next day arrives, and everyone gathers for a grand ritual ceremony in front of the sacred statues of the gods. Chi Van Hoi stands in the crowd, staring at the third young master on the roof, feeling completely and utterly powerless. Last night, when the old man almost attacked, the prince told him to stay calm since he wasn't there for a fight. He knows the father isn't the type to use power to hide a son's crimes, so he makes a proposal. The father should be the one to personally denounce his son's atrocities right in front of the cult leader. Use that confession to save the Masord family's pride. Their fate depends entirely on the old man's conscience. Is that conscience really more important than his own face? Is it worth more than family honor? Suddenly, the cult leader's palanquin appears amidst the massive chanting crowd. Everyone drops to their knees, shouting for the eternal glory of the holy demonic cult and the undying saint god. Chi Van Hoi kneels as well, but this overwhelming feeling of power is making his resolve start to waver. He wanted to see his proud son honored as a god. He trusted his boy without a single shred of doubt. But after everything, why on earth would his child commit such inhuman and disgusting acts? Luke Pham An watches from above. You and I can see the father's hesitation starting to break through. A small fox jumps from the prince's shoulder, looking at the leader with strange familiarity as the leader notices the spirit. It's been a long time, yet it's still in beast form, though its accumulated power remains as massive as ever. The cult leader stands before them and speaks. He hates long speeches, so he'll keep the intro short and get straight to the main business for today. The father is torn. Keep quiet and ignore the crimes, or speak up and condemn his own blood. Time is running out. Luke Pham and waits for the choice. Then, the leader announces he's taking the eldest son as his official disciple. Right then, Chi Van Hoi stands up and shouts, begging the leader to listen to his desperate plea. He stammers, apologizing for the terrible things his son has done to the reputations of the cult. Suddenly, The leader releases a terrifying aura that only the father can hear, ordering him to stop and follow him. Lục Phàm Ân is totally confused. After all that, did he really just accept the disciple? What is he thinking? The prince is also summoned to the demon god palace, where he finds Chi Van Hoi already waiting inside. The leader tells him to sit and offers wine, but Lục Phàm Ân flatly refuses, which actually amuses the old man. Chi Van Hoi's jaw drops. He can't believe the third young master had the guts to turn down wine from the leader himself. The leader praises the father for having the courage to speak up in front of everyone like that. He asks how to settle this. The father stammers that the boy is now the leader's disciple and out of his hands. So what do you and I think? Is this over? All right. You and I are about to watch the moment the cult leader finally loses his patience. The old man can't give a straight answer. He's just stuttering, paralyzed by the leader's terrifying and cold presence. The leader asks how he wants this settled. Lục Phàm Ân is completely lost in the leader's complex motives. Trying to guess what a man like this is thinking is useless. You'll never see the final outcome coming. Chi Van Hoi speaks up. His kid did something monstrous, but a child is still a child to a father. Parents usually forgive, but he's the head of the demonic sword family. Duty demands he be much more strict. He wants his rebellious son to receive the proper punishment for every single sin he committed. The leader asks if he's being sincere. Chi Van Hoi hates the reality, but he has to admit it. Look, that kid is already a disciple of the sect. He's in a place where his father's reach ends. To respect the father's sincerity, the leader decides to handle the 8th disciple personally and in total secret. He hands over a bottle of rare wine. Chi Van Hoi bows low, overwhelmed by this massive favor. It's done. He leaves, and the leader signals Lục Phàm Ân to follow him outside for a private talk. Word is he personally went to talk to the demonic swordhead. The leader wants to know why. Lục Phàm Ân says the father came to him first. Now the leader is getting curious about the motive. Pay attention here, the old man knows everything. He tells the main character that stepping in wasn't actually necessary. Lục Phàm Ân insists it had to be done. No complex reason, just a gut feeling he felt he followed. Something inside just pushed him to do it. Honestly, the leader actually likes that honest answer quite a bit. If he'd used flowery lies or fake excuses, the leader would have been deeply disappointed in him. Lục Phàm Ân has a burning question. The leader thinks he knows what it is, but he's totally wrong. He's curious why the leader let a loyal follower die in disgrace while praying for him until his last breath. If you knew who the real killer was, why didn't you just step in and fix the injustice? The answer is exactly what you said earlier. Didn't you do those things just because you wanted to? The leader doesn't live to please others. And that fallen follower felt the exact same way. The man died praying for the leader. But what was he actually asking for in those final moments? Was it to clear his name or find peace in the afterlife? No, it was all for the leader's sake. He just wanted peace for the one man he dedicated his entire life to believing in and following. To have that kind of pure loyalty and faith ignored? That would be the truly pitiful thing here. That follower didn't care about his own honor. He just offered a pure prayer from his entire soul. Getting angry about his unfair death would actually insult the very faith he lived and died for. This is why he's called a god. A god doesn't fix every injustice, they just understand and feel them. He's a man. Sure. But a man playing the role of a powerful deity. You and I probably thought he was born perfect, but hearing him admit he has to try? That's shocking. Looking at him now, you'd think he was born this outstanding and superior from day one. He finally gets why the injustice wasn't cleared. He can't explain it, but he feels it in his heart. But wait, why accept the demonic sword's oldest son as a disciple then? What is the real play here? If clearing names doesn't matter, why bother taking that guy under your wing at all? The leader says he's wrong. Taking that son was a calculated move because he's a necessary resource. He sees the confusion on the main character's face and promises to explain the cold truth. The leader summons several massive chests from thin air and asks if Lục Phàm Ân recognizes these items. These are the same goods stolen by the Mu Dung family and recovered during that delivery mission you took. So the leader knew everything. Every secret trip and every single move he's made since the very beginning. These herbs aren't for healing. When combined, they are meant to destroy and kill. They are purely for taking lives. He's going to use the new disciple, Nam Tri Quang Hien, as a human test subject for these herbs. He'll be testing energy flow, mental clarity, and the absolute limits of human desire. He's going to strip away the kid's humanity. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. All right. You and I are diving into a story where mercy doesn't exist, starting with a master's cruel plan to use his own disciple as a lab rat. Originally, the Swordhouse Master begged for this. Otherwise, the leader would have tested it on himself. If he is guilty of high crimes, using him as raw material for this research isn't such a bad idea after all. Our hero asks the old man what happens to the guy once the testing is finally over. The leader just shrugs. He won't really know until they reach that point in the process. But he doesn't think a fish, once cooked, can ever return to the ocean. He's not sure if the punishment truly fits the crime, but the final outcome will definitely be horrific. It is beyond human, a completely inhumane act that defies all logic. Deep down, our main character hopes the experiment fails so miserably it ruins everything. After all, this man slaughtered 7 cultists and dragged countless innocent people into a living hell. Neither execution nor brutal torture feels like enough to make him pay for all those sins. Now pay attention to this part because this is where our main character reveals his true, dark side. If the experiment glitches, his body and mind will shatter. Let him struggle in endless despair forever. He wishes for the man's only hope to be death. Meanwhile, the leader senses that our hero is evolving. When the third young master first arrived at the Judgment Hall, the leader sensed nothing but cold death. A man who only understood the concept of death through pure, raw instinct. In all his decades spent diving deep into the demonic arts, the leader never imagined a being like this could exist in the world. But the one who once walked beside death is now becoming a true demon. It doesn't matter why he is angry, only that he has become far more ruthless and violent than before. If this path brings the third young master closer to his demonic nature, his original reasons won't even matter soon. Becoming cruel, violent, and evil without needing any reason at all. If he hadn't achieved the ultimate shadow demon level before, he would have just been another strong, ordinary demon fighter. Lục Phàm Ân thinks his involvement was a waste of time, but the leader disagrees. The Swordhouse Master actually owes him a massive thanks. Because of him, the traditions of that great house can finally be maintained. The leader reveals a new mission is coming. It will be perfect for a kid like him, someone so eager he runs off to the hills without even reporting. Lục Phàm Ân coughs awkwardly. He is grateful the old man let it slide, but does he really have to keep mentioning it? Dismissed by the leader, Lục Phàm Ân heads out to find Matt Lay for a chat. Things are settled, even if the leader's methods are a bit questionable. It was a long journey, but maybe for the best. You and I both know he deserves this. That killer is going to rot in a place worse than hell, a living death. He tells him to handle the rest himself. It is finally time for our hero to step away from this mess. As a result, Matla realizes he owes him a massive debt of gratitude, a favor he promises never to forget. Lục Phàm Ân walks away while Matla watches every single one of his departing steps. At the temple, the leader holds the painter god's jewel. It is an interesting treasure to find still circulating in the world. Under the right conditions, this jewel exerts a powerful force to steal and absorb a person's life force and vital essence. The technique used by the Chi brothers to harm others was similar, but its power wasn't even a fraction of this. Because the side effects are usually fatal, nobody can actually master or use this particular star absorption art. That is exactly why Chi Kwang Hien forced his own younger brother, Chi Vinh Tien, to practice the forbidden art. The plan was to instantly convert all the stolen energy into his own power. However, the side effects made his hunger for energy uncontrollable. To satisfy his lust for the freezing power in the armory, he finally targeted the Dark King sword. It seems everything worked out because of the third young master. Back home, Lục Phàm Ân is training on the roof. He almost lost his control back there with the leader. Just like when he fought Chi Vinh Tien, he is becoming more violent and cruel. This internal rage simply won't settle down. This is the true nature of the cult leader. That old man is strong beyond any imagination. The mantra is barely 200 words. Even without knowing the art, the leader spotted every weakness just by sensing the energy flow. He even wrote out several new mantras to help our hero complete and perfect his demonic arts at an incredible speed. Thanks to him, the Dark Soul True Demon art is finally complete. Not just refined, but perfected to the very letter. As a supreme martial art that opens the very gates of hell in one's mind, it needs a level of dignity to match. Finally, he settles on the 4 words, 9 Hells Supreme Authority. From now on, this is the 9 Hells Demon Art. Wait for it, things are about to get even weirder. The leader calls his strategist, who wonders why his master is suddenly painting. All right, you and I are diving back into the sect power struggle. The leader asks if the trap is finally set. When a tiger stalks its prey, jackals always linger for the scraps. What should we do with those annoying scavengers? Trung Thuong thinks it's best to just ignore them entirely. But the leader knows better. These aren't normal jackals, and they might bite back. We need a tiger strong enough to crush them. The leader then asks who would be the most suitable person for the job. Sending the elders would be certain, but the leader would refuse. Perhaps 3 or 4 of the 8 great generals could go instead. The leader dismisses the idea immediately. They are far too busy and will soon be sent to the North Sea. Trung Thuong is curious and asks if he really plans to move against them. He couldn't have predicted this move, but if that's the case, there is one talent who fits the answer the leader wants most. Despite the recent chaos, hasn't there been a master who has clearly proven his own incredible capabilities? Now pay attention, because the person they choose is the 3rd prince. The leader sends a secret letter to finalize the order. Back at the 3rd prince's estate, flashes of red and gold light are constantly erupting from the training courtyard. It's Hung Dong sparring with the prince. He's kneeling on the shattered ground, gasping for air, but his progress is undeniable. His soul-shattering and ghost heaven techniques aren't just direct attacks anymore. They're now targeting the opponent's hidden weaknesses. I have to admit, he is learning remarkably fast. Hung Dong stands back up, ready to strike again. He's not done yet. Watching his honest style is fascinating. It's a straightforward strike with 0 tricks. He swings from a distance, his blade moving slowly without any sharp edge. I honestly don't understand what he's trying to do, but the pressure from this move is surprisingly heavy. He's applied the 1,000-pound technique, but a simple attack like this won't work. Hung Dong's next move is a full power strike aimed directly at me. The King Mo sword technique aims straight for my chest. Even if I swing the dragon scale blade now, it's too late. If that's the case, I'll have to block it using the Nightblade defensive form. You saw that clash, right? The shockwave was so heavy that Hung Dong is hawking up blood. It's the recoil from their massive impact. I'll channel demonic chi into his pressure points now to help stabilize his energy. He'll be fine in a moment. I ask him how he managed to pull off such a powerful and refined move. Hung Dong realized that simple speed and strength would never be enough to even touch the prince's hair. He decided that mastering his own unique strengths was the right path. Using a familiar technique with perfect mastery yields much higher results. He's right. You should always lean into your best skills. Still, Hung Dong felt like that move wasn't much different from his previous attempts, but he's grateful for my guidance. This is the 9 Abyssal Blade, where intense heat is followed by the freezing wind of the tundra. That cold wind is terrifying because it was preceded by the extreme Yang technique. He maximized his speed by following a heavy strike with a lightning-fast one. Even so, Hung Dong still finds himself kneeling before the prince's superior power. I call him a fool for not realizing how talented he is. This is the first time I've been truly impressed. Mindset changes are just as important as constant hard work. A change in perspective leads to creativity, which only happens when you know your own limits. Because he knew his own strengths, he could innovate. Keep building on this, and success will follow soon. We call that achievement enlightenment. It's not just a sudden flash of light or a random hunch. Growing stronger without even realizing it through calm, steady effort that is a true sense of mastery. I'm genuinely impressed by his talent. Even I was almost put in a dangerous spot there. His body just hasn't been trained enough to handle techniques like that yet. He has worked hard, but the reason he hasn't found his perfect sword style is the limitation of his current demonic art. I tell him to start meditating. I won't give him the details yet, so he'll have to wait. Later, I find the Diamond Yaksha demonic art, which is based on the Buddhist guardian kings. It's the perfect match for Hung Dong, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see his next transformation. All right. Stick with me as we find out if Hung Dong's current strength is enough to master the basics of this heart method in just one day. Of course, converting his old demonic energy into the new Vajra Yaksa type is going to take a significant amount of time. He decides to select that specific manual, along with 2 additional sword technique books for his training. While searching the library, The seventh miss suddenly appears out of nowhere, scaring him because she has absolutely zero presence. This little girl is Tai Thu Man, and she calls him Big Brother. He realizes she is the seventh disciple he met back at the bamboo grove. Back during the disciple gatherings, she was always frail and sickly. It's a mystery how she managed to recover so completely. He can't help but wonder why the cult leader would recruit such a young child as a disciple, even if she is adorable. Tai Thu Man asks if she can visit his place to play. He can't refuse such a cute request and brings her back to his mansion. Thu Lan prepares a huge spread of delicious snacks and treats for the young seventh miss to enjoy. He asks if she has studied the 10 great demonic arts yet. She honestly tells him she has because the leader gave her permission. Even though she's tiny, she's already training in the sect's top arts. The leader must see incredible potential to let her into the archives. This kid is clearly a martial arts genius. Our hero honestly has no idea what to even talk about with her. He's never really spent time with children. Usually, it's either intense training or drinking, but he can't exactly do that with a little girl. The young miss finishes off a good portion of the snacks on the table and politely gives him her thanks. Lục Phàm Ân thinks she's thanking him for the food, but she's actually grateful he beat up that jerk, Hong Min. Hearing a 10-year-old girl curse like a sailor actually makes him choke on his water. She hates the fourth brother because he kept poisoning her. If our protagonist hadn't stepped in, she might not have survived much longer. He tells her not to bother thanking him, since he only did it because the guy annoyed him. She's cute, but she has a sharp tongue. Regardless of his reasons, it's a fact that his actions were the only reason the young seventh miss is still alive today. Now, watch this. While they're enjoying their snacks, he senses a carriage from the demon god palace approaching, and the little girl notices it too. The carriage is still quite far away, yet her hearing is that sharp. She's definitely an exceptional child he shouldn't underestimate. The strategist is the one on the carriage, arriving to deliver a direct message and orders from the cult leader himself. Lục Phàm Ân opens the secret letter and reads his new, fancy title: Director of the External Special Investigation Institute. It's a long, beautiful, and incredibly confusing title. To put it simply, he's basically been made a special inspector. The title alone makes the job description clear enough. He just doesn't understand why Tu Duong handed him this position. Isn't there a strict rule against giving official positions to the candidates who are currently in line for the succession? That's why they added the word external. It's a temporary role, but even as a temp position, it could still cause issues. Trung Thuong doesn't quite understand why he's overthinking the situation so much. Lục Phàm Ân explains that the other candidates will swarm like flies to protest and object to his new authority. The strategist argues that powerful people always attract annoying flies, so there's no reason to be surprised by it. The issue here is his identity. You and I can tell he's worried, but the strategist says you can't stop making soy sauce because of a few flies. The strategist doesn't look worried at all. Look at that amused face. He's clearly enjoying putting our hero in a tight spot. To be fair, he's right. You can't let the fear of a few annoying pests stop you from making any real progress. But this weird streak of bad luck? It feels like a lot of people are about to start bothering him. The strategist likely knows it too. The strategist just smiles and claims that he isn't some kind of god who can predict every single thing. His smug expression says everything we need to know. This whole thing feels like being used as live bait on a hook. Trung Thuong is impressed by how quickly he assessed the situation and reached a conclusion. Even without being part of the power struggle, his instincts are razor sharp from surviving countless life and death battles. In any case, it's a direct order from the leader, so he has no choice but to set out in 2 days. He remembers the old man mentioning this before. This mission means he's finally going to leave the cult headquarters behind. Getting to go outside the sect? The thought of finally having some freedom fills his entire body with pure excitement. Trung Thuong hands over the official documents from the leader. It seems he doesn't need to explain anything else. The details are all in the letter. His job is to keep watch and, if he sees any troublemakers, give them a harsh warning. The strategist thinks that's a very reasonable way to put it. It's hard to find a better explanation than that. He'd stay for tea if he had time, but he's busy and leaves. Our hero doesn't care. Trust me. You and I are ready for what comes next. All right. Stick with me because our main character is finally getting ready to head outside and he is absolutely buzzing with pure excitement. Trung Thuong watches from the carriage and waves goodbye, calling out a final farewell to the young master. He regrets not being able to see him off properly, but the young master just thanks him for all his worry. Lục Phàm Ân is so emotional he is nearly in tears when little Seven suddenly appears, realizing she never actually left. Seeing the strange look on his face, she gets worried and asks if he is feeling pain somewhere. Instead, he grabs her hands and spins her around, cheering at the top of his lungs about finally being free. Now pay attention here while he celebrates. Trung Thuong wonders how the young master will handle the deadly predators waiting to strike. Lately, the very power structure of the heavenly cult and the seventh house has started to fracture and shake. For hundreds of years, these vassal families served faithfully, but now they are tired of living under someone else's thumb. You can see the defiance on the faces of the Kukin and Shichha clans during the recent ceremonies. They once offered their own children to the cult, but now they only want to eliminate the very thing they fear. Like hiring a powerful exorcist because you are afraid of ghosts, they have formed a secret alliance to resist the cult and escape its suffocating grip forever. The Ma Kiem and Tien Bao families are still loyal, but it is high time to bring the others back in line. After enduring this for so long, the sharp blades hidden behind their fake smiles are finally becoming visible to everyone. And our young master is the knife sent to cut that thread away, even as he plays with the seventh lady. The poor girl is practically crying from being spun around, but he is too happy to let her go just yet. Eventually, Thu Lan and Hung Dong are dragged into the joy, celebrating the fact that he can finally leave without any fear. He is finally walking out of those gates on his own 2 feet, standing taller than ever before. You and I both know this is a bittersweet moment, because leaving the cult means saying goodbye to his loyal friends forever. His heart is a mess of regret, especially seeing how far Hung Dong has come with his demonic arts. It is clear that Hung Dong has completely mastered the Vajra Yaksha demon art, far surpassing his old power levels. The young master congratulates him on reaching this stage through his own intuition and constant hard work. No matter how strong he gets, Hung Dong insists that all of this strength is meant for his master alone. But Lục Phàm Ân tells him to stop living for others and to start valuing his own life more. Hung Dong refuses to obey that one order, vowing to be the ultimate shield against any enemy they face. No one will ever touch the young master as long as he is standing, a loyalty that has saved him repeatedly. Looking back, he realizes no one in his past life ever cared for him as deeply as this man. He wonders if Hung Dong would actually try to stop him if he decided to leave the heavenly cult for good. Could he really strike down his most loyal friend to gain his freedom? The more he cares, the harder it gets. To get what he truly wants in this life, he might have to abandon the things he thinks are necessary. Watching Thu Lan sweep the yard, he decides he must teach her enough martial arts to defend herself when he is gone. Just thinking about actually leaving this place is making him feel incredibly restless. Even the golden fox jumps on him, the one companion he doesn't have to worry about cutting ties with. If the little fox gets bored, it can always just run back to the cult whenever it wants. Freedom is right in front of him, yet he feels heavy. Meanwhile, Gok An is pushing the Mad Demon Squad to their limits. She screams at them to grit their teeth and keep moving, mocking them for wanting to quit over simple bruises. They are exhausted, but they don't stop. There is a reason people fear crossing paths with the Mad Demon Squad. If their arms break, they use their legs. If their legs break, they use their teeth to keep on fighting. They have to train like it is a real life or death battle if they want to survive the real thing. Ngok and finally calls an end to the session, exhausted but impressed by how much her squad has improved lately. The doctor is worried about her injuries, but she just tells him to go check on the rest of the squad. Now that the training is over, she is left feeling bored and useless. Every moment should be a lesson, but fighting weaklings isn't going to help her reach the next level of martial power. And as we leave things here, she is frustrated that the third young master hasn't shared his true secrets with her yet. Let us dive into a mission where our main character meets the law master for a high-stakes job. This mission is exactly what Ngok An needs to kill her boredom as they prepare to leave headquarters. He hands Thu Lan a manual and warns her that her current technique is stable but weak, so he prepared this. It is not one of the top 10 demonic arts of the cult, but it is still a first-class martial art. Thu Lan is moved by his personal gift. He wishes he could teach her himself, but there is simply no time. He wrote detailed notes to make it easy for her, though he wonders if she has the talent to learn it. Her talent is decent but not genius level, though she makes up for it with her serious and persistent nature. Crying, Thulon asks if he can just hand the mission to someone else, so he does not have to go. He feels he owes her a lot, but she can clearly see his absolute determination to leave this place behind. Main character Lục Phàm Ân pats her head and tells her to eat well, now that he is not there. He steps outside where the crazy demon squad waits, shouting their slogans as Nok-An prepares to escort him. Everyone bows deeply to him, acknowledging his new title as the Special Inspection Agent for the External Affairs. On his shoulder, he proudly wears the badge of the Chief Inspector of the Divine Cult. Wearing majestic red robes, he begins the journey. At this pace, they will reach the Red River family in 5 days. Now here is the part that does not make sense. Why is he feeling so restless about leaving? His heart is filled with anxiety, and his thoughts are spinning out of control for some strange reason. This feels even worse than being trapped by his worst enemies or facing the cult leader himself. He wonders if running away is a mistake as cold sweat pours down his face from the mental chaos. Nok-An and Hung Dong notice his distress and suggest they take a break if he is feeling tired. He tells them he is just thinking, and not to worry, as the team stops to set up camp. Hung Dong heads outside and finds Nok-An staring at the moon, wondering why he left the tent. He explains that the young master seemed like he wanted to be left alone with his thoughts for a while. They both think he is acting strange, especially since he is not eating. Is it mission stress or something personal? Nok-An denies being worried about him, claiming she is only concerned because a shaky leader ruins the entire mission. You and I both saw them gossiping, but look who was listening from the shadows the whole time. He appeared without a single sound, making them wonder if he used some kind of high-level stealth technique. He scolds them for being dull and asks if they have any dried meat because he is finally feeling hungry. He chews on the snack with such joy that Nok-An cannot help but feel curious about his reaction. He explains he grew up eating trash, so this is a luxury, then takes a sip of the wine she offers. The squad is doing a job meant for high elders, and yet, here they are, drinking wine on the clock. She tells him to enjoy it but reminds him to be stingy with it because it is very expensive stuff. Usually, he finds her annoying, but for some reason, he feels a sudden wave of gratitude toward her today. He decides to stop worrying about his escape until after the mission is fully completed and out of the way. Once he is free, he will go wherever his heart desires, noticing his two subordinates are getting quite close lately. A few days later, the team finally arrives at the Red River family gates in their official capacity as cult inspectors. The family claims they are under renovation and can only let the inspector in, while the guards stay outside. He steps forward to meet the man in charge, who introduces himself as the second master, Hong Tuong Hao. It is a massive sign of disrespect that the head of the family did not come out to greet them. These people even dare to release their demonic aura right in front of the official inspector without any fear. He cuts them off immediately, stating their attitude is unacceptable, and he will report their hostility to the cult leaders. His time is far too valuable to waste here. So he orders the squad to move to the next family. He tells his team to record that the Red River family used renovations as an excuse to disrespect the cult. Nok-An agrees and prepares to send the report immediately, signaling the carriage to turn around and leave now. The second master begins to panic when he hears this and frantically calls out for the inspector to stop. Stick around, because this guy just called him an acting inspector, and he is about to regret that move. Alright. You and I are about to dive into a story where our lead calls them out for cutting him off like they own the place. They talk big while their demonic energy flares up in their eyes. Would you even bother talking to people like this? The second family head is fuming. He can't believe the sect leader's disciple has such a sharp, disrespectful tongue. He makes excuses, claiming their training just ended and they can't control their aura yet, before offering a fake apology. Lục Phàm Ân questions him, asking if that training story is actually true. The man doubles down, insisting it is. Let's ignore the fact that he hates the way they look at him or that he has no reason to enter. But are they disrespecting the sect leader now? The vice head panics as he sees Lục Phàm Ân draw his sword over those words. He is right though. He is the acting inspector. But who exactly is he representing by coming here as an envoy? He demands an answer as his own demonic energy begins to surge violently from his body. The vice head worries. If he admits this territory belongs to the sect leader, they will lose all their power and influence. Now watch this. Lục Phàm Ân roars for him to speak as his aura crushes them. Terrified, the vice head stammers out. It is the sect leader. He can't fathom how this kid possesses enough demonic pressure to literally make them lose their balance and buckle. He demands they redefine their relationship with the cult. What exactly did they promise the sect leader when they first met? He bows, saying it is an honor for the Zicha family to welcome the inspector of the great heavenly demon cult. But he apologizes, claiming the outer palace is under renovation, so there aren't enough rooms for all these guards. He has a temporary spot for our lead, while everyone else has to go to another separate lodging area. Lục Phàm Ân asks Nok En if she wants to stay in such a temporary, inconvenient place. The vice head realizes the woman over 30 beside him is the infamous leader of the Mad Demon Squad. He asks if she can avoid picking fights with the servants and stay quiet. In response, she and her squad release a terrifying, insane aura. She claims she has never started trouble in her life, but we all know her actions never match her words. Lục Phàm Ân asks if the vice head can handle a riot, since he can't control these lunatics from the Mad Demon Squad. So, these temporary quarters won't work. They better find a proper place for them to stay if they want peace. Lục Phàm Ân narrows his eyes and whispers. Suddenly, a massive blast of demonic energy blows the Zicha family's gates wide open. He can't believe the gate was leveled with one punch. Well, since they're already renovating, they might as well fix the door too. You and I both saw that coming. That single punch didn't just break the door, it split the entire main entrance in half. He tells them to bill the sect leader for repairs, because he's definitely not paying for it himself. Of course, they wouldn't dare ask the sect leader for money. Meanwhile, the strategist reports that the third young master reached the Zicha family. The sect leader knows he chose the Mad Demon Squad leader to go with the boy on this mission. Even with low numbers, the Mad Demon Squad is perfect. Their terrifying reputation alone is enough to crush any potential conflict. The strategist believes this team-up is actually an absolutely flawless and strategic combination for the mission. The sect leader thinks the squad might eventually have to restrain Lục Phàm Ân, as the Zicha family won't let him run wild forever. The strategist poses a dark question. What happens if the Zicha family actually decides to assassinate the third young master? Honestly, if they wanted to kill his disciple, they could find plenty of excuses, which would cause major problems later on. But the sect leader is confident that won't happen. It seems he has an immense amount of faith in the boy's survival. He doesn't trust blindly. The third son even entered the Demon Judgment Hall, a place where even the strategist has faced trials before. Although the sect leader knows much about Lục Phàm Ân, he still can't quite grasp what the boy is really planning. Even a man who sees through all creation can't fully predict the schemes hidden within the third young master's mind. It's not that he's actively hiding things, but even when the sect leader tries to probe him, he still fails. He remains a total mystery. Hopefully, this inspection mission will finally reveal whatever secrets the third young master is keeping from everyone. The strategist asks if the sect leader trusts him, and the answer is an immediate and absolute yes. Back at the Zicha estate, the vice head reports today's events with the inspection team to the family head. He feels their family's pride took a massive hit today. The family head just wants to know where the guests are staying. They've been sent to the guest villas. He complains that the third young master's behavior is incredibly reckless, arrogant, and out of line. Despite being told to wait, he forced his way in by directly challenging the second most powerful man in the family. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a legend in the making. The family head never expected to be threatened by a mere kid. You and I are watching an elder underestimate this young hero. He knows the kid was chosen directly by the great leader, but he still thinks he is just a lucky brat who should not be feared. Even after hearing the manager's warning, he doesn't think the third young master is worth his concern. He tells his men to relax, convinced that recent rumors have just made the boy sound way scarier than he really is. To him, having martial skill doesn't mean you have the brains to match, and he is counting on that gap. The old man is confident his years of cunning will easily overpower some wet behind-the-ears kid who lacks real-world experience. He tells his men to lie, say he is recovering from illness, and will only meet the guest officially later tonight. Stick with me here, the fact that his own elite guards are trembling with fear has him feeling a bit curious. A woman steps out and asks why he isn't furious, that the third young master crippled his very own son. He scoffs, refusing to even think about a son who lost such an unremarkable duel so easily. If it were for the family name, he should have died honorably. Now he is just a useless burden, neither truly alive nor truly dead. What is the point of that? The woman stares, calling him heartless for his cold words. He claims his blood is as cold as a snake. Once a child is no longer useful to him, he has zero interest in taking care of them. She pulls at his sleeve, asking when he will finally treat his wounds, and he gives her a lecherous grin, telling her not to overexert herself. The woman starts undressing, laughing that she should be the one telling him not to overwork himself. Whatever they do next, behind those closed doors, well, I think we both know exactly what they are up to. Meanwhile, at the Red River Estate, our hero remembers infiltrating this place back when he was an elite assassin hunting their strongest squad leader. The place is as grand as ever, but he is already tangled up with one of the candidates for leadership, the fourth young master, Hong Min-tu. Looking back, his history with the Red River family really is just one long, messy fate. While waiting outside, he spots the golden fox appearing in the same spot and wonders where it went off to before showing up again so suddenly. The fox turns sharply, and our hero feels a familiar presence approaching someone who seems to be in a very bad mood. It is a face he recognizes. A young woman steps forward. It is Duong Thuk, the sister of the fourth young master, and she wants to sit down and catch up with him. They sit for tea, and she asks what is up with the fox. He simply tells her it is his friend. She is shocked that the high and mighty third young master of the heavenly demon sect would call a wild fox his friend. He tells her to cut the small talk and get to the real reason she is bothering him today. Now, pay attention here. She realizes he's completely different now. His eyes aren't just arrogant, they are full of true, infinite freedom. Even though the face is the same, she feels like she's looking at a totally different person than the man she once knew. She warns him that everyone in her family, including her own father, is making a huge mistake by underestimating him. If this continues, she fears for the Red River family and needs to know exactly why he has come to their home. He stays silent for a moment, then sets his tea down and tells the little fox that it is time for them to leave. She stops him, offering her congratulations on his return from the bitter bamboo forest after all this time. He has made waves nobody expected, winning the great leader's favor and even becoming a temporary inspector with the power to visit and judge the noble families as he sees fit. He asks what she wants. Does she want to spit in his face for crippling her brother? She says no. Her relationship with her brother Hong Min was never good anyway. In fact, Duong Thuk says she's been waiting to thank him. He calls her childish. Whatever her reasons for hating her brother, whether it was competition or something else, he was still her own blood, and it is pathetic to thank the man who ruined him. It is pathetic to stand in front of the person who ruined your own kin and offer them a thank you. To her, her brother was nothing more than an annoying obstacle standing in her way of becoming the next family head. He laughs at her. Calling him an obstacle is a joke. He was a wall she never could have hoped to climb on her own. Hong Min might have been a piece of trash, but at least when he drew his sword, he did it without hesitation. He was garbage, but he had the spirit of a warrior, something she completely lacks. She is just someone who wants power, but is too terrified to fight for it on her own. Compared to her, a person who wants power but is terrified of fighting and too scared to face strong enemies, living like a parasite on others, her brother was actually a much better person. At the very least, the fourth young master was not a weakling who would allow a coward like her to stand there and laugh at him. She is furious after that brutal insult, but you and I know he is just beginning. All right, you and I are diving into a world where if you want to steal from a clan or get what you want, you better learn how to bow first. If someone actually has worth, our main character knows when to show respect. He is a man of culture. After all, but for a woman with zero value like her, he has absolutely no reason to lower his head. It is almost hilarious that she is the only sane person, surrounded by the arrogant liars of her own family. He gives her credit for having the guts to face him, but he still delivers a cold warning. Tell your family that if they care about the Red River clan, they should stop playing games. Back in his room, Kim Ho falls right back to sleep. He gently pets the little fox, asking if it is tired or hurting anywhere. The fox has not eaten and just keeps sleeping, making him worry as its fur starts to thin. Just then, Hung Dong arrives to report everything is ready. The banquet tonight will be packed with the head of the family and all the Red River clan's top leaders. Hung Dong thinks they will easily control the situation since the sect leader personally gave them their orders. But our main character knows better. They are already trying to separate him from his most powerful allies. They are trying to isolate him, thinking he is just an inexperienced kid who can't handle a setup like this. Clearly, they have a plan. Now, pay attention here. He suspects they might pull something completely unexpected. But honestly, he is tired of overthinking their moves. If soldiers come, he will block them. If they act up, he will just crush them. Huang Lan loves the drama and asks to tag along. Since only the young master was invited, she claims she is going as his bodyguard. He asks her flat out, "You are not going to start any trouble there, right?" She says no, but it seems he actually prefers her making a scene. If things get ugly, who else could he trust more than her? Huang Lan gives a wicked smile, impressed that he really knows how to judge a person's character. With that, they head to the party together. Time to see what this snake meat really tastes like. Their backyard is massive, even bigger than the places that brag about being the richest in the 7 great families. And Jock Ann is stunned by the size of the estate, joking that even the imperial family would be jealous of this view. A guard leads them toward the pavilion where the patriarch is waiting, but the butler demands they leave their weapons behind first. Ngok and snaps, asking if they have lost their minds, but Lục Phàm Ân tells her to stay calm. They aren't here for a fight yet. He hands over his weapon without a struggle. Even as a supervisor, he knows he has to follow the rules of their house for now. But Hung Dong refuses. His job is to protect the envoy, and he is not dropping his sword for anyone. The butler argues that bringing weapons into the feast is a huge insult. As tension rises, a powerful voice booms down from the pavilion. "Stop bothering our honored guests and bring them inside immediately." Let's pause for a second. Even without seeing his face, the aura from this guy is incredibly sharp and dangerous. Is the Red River Patriarch's martial arts a full level above his own? He feels way more powerful than their last meeting. This is not a man to be underestimated. Lục Phàm Ân takes a deep breath and steps into the heart of the banquet. The host, Hong Hoan, invites them to sit. He claims it is an honor to meet the representative of the divine cult. Our hero places a hand on his chest and bows politely to greet the powerful clan leader. The old man laughs, saying he is being far too formal for their simple gathering. If he came as the 3rd young master, things might be different, but as a temporary supervisor, he must show proper etiquette. This is a subtle power play, reminding everyone that his authority comes directly from the sect leader's command. The patriarch suddenly shouts with a big smile, "Truly a hero." They say the 3rd young master is the divine cult's little unicorn because of his bravery, and clearly, the rumors were true. Our main character whispers to Hung Dong to find a spot while he takes his seat. He chooses a chair right in the middle of the hall. The patriarch is confused, asking why he won't sit right next to him at the head table. He explains that this central spot represents his role as an official supervisor. He will only sit by the host once the mission is done. The clan leaders gasp. They can't believe he just rejected the patriarch's offer so coldly. The air in the room turns freezing. The old man forces a smile, telling them to start the music. Inside, though, he is absolutely fuming. He thinks our hero is just a ridiculous brat, trying to flex his power in a house that isn't his. It is obvious he looks down on the young man. To him, no matter how talented a kid is, they are still just a kid. And that is where we leave it with a stubborn old man who has no idea who he is messing with. Wild, right? All right. You and I are about to witness a political masterclass that turns into a total power move. There is absolutely nothing about that suspicious gaze that concerns him. This old man's cold heart will eventually become a massive weakness for himself and a lethal weapon for our hero. Lục Phàm Ân pulls out the official sect surveillance document and demands immediate confirmation from the old man. He uses empty space manipulation to snatch it. Is he really trying to intimidate our hero? Hong Huan assumed these surveillance files were settled between the sect and the 7 families long ago, but this new letter is a complete surprise. He reads it, visibly shaken, and asks, "Is the content of this letter actually real?" The tension in the room turns suffocating. He snaps, "Are you telling me you edited this official document yourself?" Using his demonic arts, he slides the entire tea table over and replies, "I'm sorry, but I wouldn't dare do that." Moving a whole table and tea set at once? That level of telekinesis shouldn't be possible for someone his age. Just as the letter states, every single member of the Sheech Ha family is now under surveillance. The enraged clan head shouts, "Are you really demanding I sign this ridiculous letter?" Our main character just tells him to keep a tighter leash on his failing son. The 4th young master used his status to commit countless crimes within the sect's ranks. What was the Shichha clan doing during all that? The leader demands to know if his son's sins fall on him. If this was about the whole family, the law enforcement chief would have shown up instead of him. He thinks that even the law enforcement chief can't touch him since he's a powerful clan head. He tries to ignore the main point by calling it unnecessary talk. But this is exactly what our main character came here for. Now watch this part closely. Our hero boils the tea without even touching it. This level of pure internal energy control is way harder than moving objects. Lục Phàm Ân asks why on earth he thinks the law enforcement chief is so powerless against him. Does he honestly believe being a clan head makes him independent of the sect? His logic is getting weirder by the second. If he has forgotten the rules, our hero is happy to remind him. Every one of the 7 families belongs to the heavenly demon cult. They are just small branches under the sect's total command. This has been the agreement for centuries. He warns the old man to stop playing word games and face his family's responsibilities. It was never a negotiation, it was just the sect showing the Shichha family mercy and respect. He shouldn't mistake past mercy for a way to escape the sect's control. Thinking he's free from their grasp is a fatal mistake for the entire family. This isn't the righteous martial world. This is the demonic world. If the sect actually needed to negotiate, there wouldn't even be an audit. They would simply send an army to crush every rebel and wipe them out. Hong Huan is fuming at these threats. Our hero just hopes the old man decides to cooperate with the investigation. He finally admits that our hero's words are correct. His family was born from the heavenly demon cult and has served them faithfully for centuries. But the fact that they've always negotiated together remains a very clear truth. Even if the inspector calls it mercy, doesn't that acknowledge at least some level of independence for his clan? He plans to contact the main headquarters again to find a solution that works for both of them. It might take some time, but he hopes the inspector will understand the clan's difficult position. Wait, did he just try to play the peace card? Let's see how our main character handles this clever response. Lục Phàm Ân laughs loudly, sets down his cup, and asks the man a question. Do you know why the great leader sent me instead of an experienced veteran? It's because I already ruined your eldest son's life under the guise of a succession war. The main reason was simple: the son tried to kill me first, so he had to strike. Sending me here first means the great leader wants this investigation to be as aggressive and direct as possible. Hong Huan asks if it's necessary to sharpen the blade this much. What is he even thinking? Did he really think he could fool a young inspector with smooth talk and hidden agendas? Enraged by the sarcasm, he tells the inspector to watch his tone. But the manager beside him speaks up too. He argues that, while they belong to the cult, absolutely no one except for the great leader himself has the right to talk down to the clan head. Suddenly, a teacup flies past his face, leaving a trail of blood dripping down his cheek. Our hero reminds them this is a private meeting. There is no room here for a third party to interfere. He will only forgive this once. Ignore his warning again, and he'll deal with them as the official inspector. I'm checking every document now. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see this. All right, you and I are about to watch our main character dominate this entire negotiation. Family head, order your men to gather every record from the past 3 years immediately. Give them 30 minutes. If those books aren't here, consider them useless. Facing the young man, the Red Mist patriarch feels like he's actually dealing with a battle-hardened old soul. He realizes now that he gravely underestimated the third young master as some mere brat. But can he reclaim control of the situation? Hong Huan issues the command to bring all 3 years of records to the main hall. Our main character didn't expect it to be this easy. Turns out, his time serving under Lý Thiên Minh really paid off. He simply mimicked how that old man used to give orders, and shockingly, it worked like a charm. Now pay attention, this is where it gets intense. Suddenly, his heavenly net sixth senses triggers automatically, warning him of a hidden danger so sharp it makes the hair on his neck stand up. What is actually happening? And what kind of threat is looming over him right now? Hong Huan explains he needs daily treatment for overtraining and has called for a specialist doctor for acupuncture. He doesn't care about some doctor or whatever treatment is planned. His heightened senses are screaming so loud right now that his ears almost feel like they're falling off. Outside the hall, the invited specialist, Dr. Fuang, finally makes her appearance. This aura is identical to the one he felt on that fateful day. It seems he's entangled in a truly horrific fate once again. The doctor is stunningly beautiful. but he recognizes her instantly. She carries the foul energy of the Flying Demon King. Hong Hoan sees his reaction and mocks him, asking if the doctor's beauty has left the inspector speechless. There is no mistake. That is the stench of that old monster. Lu Fan An erupts with demonic energy and demands an answer. What is your connection to the Flying Demon King? The woman freezes, shocked that anyone here knows that name. The second family head is stunned to hear they have to hand over 3 years of records in 30 minutes. Isn't this just pure bullying? He wonders what on earth the family head is thinking by agreeing to this. The main character holds all the cards, reminding them they serve the demonic cult. How dare they act like they're independent? The second head is fuming at such arrogance, promising himself he'll teach this brat a lesson once this is over. You and I both know something's about to blow up, and there it is. A massive explosion rocks the entire feast. Everyone is in a panic, thinking Lu Fan An has finally made his move. The orders go out to gather all demonic warriors at the rear courtyard immediately. At the banquet, the blast has destroyed everything. Ngok An is terrified, wondering why the young master would suddenly turn violent. Without knowing the reason, a total war will break out if those 4 Red Mist elders decide to intervene now. This is bad, so they have to summon the Mad Demon Squad immediately. They think Lu Fan An just declared war on the family. Lu Fan An slams the doctor against the wall, his grip tightening around her throat as she gasps in pain. He asks coldly, "I'll only ask once, so answer carefully. What is your relationship with the Flying Demon King?" She keeps playing dumb. From a distance, the family head charges in to protect her, screaming for the young man to let her go. The patriarch attacks, but the main character dodges effortlessly. He tells the old man to stay out of his way. Lu Fan An summons his sword, his terrifying aura flaring out like a physical weight against his opponent. Move aside, or the Red Mist family head dies right here today. At the guard station, Ngokan rushes in with news. It is an emergency from this moment on. The Red Mist family is officially considered the enemy. Their mission is to reach the rear courtyard and protect the inspector at all costs. They move out instantly. The Red Mist family has insulted the inspector and challenged the very authority of the demonic cult itself. Anyone who interferes is the enemy. The Mad Demon Squad is about to show them why they are the most feared unit. Hung Dong stands his ground, blocking the path of the Red Mist elders who want to kill the young master. Hung Dong doesn't back down, even against 4 masters who are nearly at the peak of the super transcendental level. He knows that even a single split-second opening in his defense will cost him his life. He isn't afraid to die, but he has to survive long enough to shield his master from these monsters. He will protect him until the very end. Nearby, the inspector is a cult leader's disciple, but he's still just a rising star. Can a mere prodigy really stand his ground against the seasoned head of the Red Mist family? Meanwhile, Dr. Fuang is baffled. How does he know her master? How can he sense her true identity? Even super transcendental masters can't see through her evil art. Yet this young man saw it instantly. She tries to slip away while the 2 men are fighting, but Lu Fan An isn't about to let her escape. He hurls his sword to block her path. He wants her alive, but dead works too. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what's next. All right, you and I are about to watch the 3rd young master dismantle a corrupt family. Stick with me. If you dare to oppose the 3rd young master now, your entire clan will be branded as traitors for eternity. Let me give him one clear reason why he is finished. The Flying Demon King once joined Iron Blood City to attack our cult. You brought an associate of his into your family gate, someone who allied against us even just once. They can't be trusted anymore, which is exactly why I ordered a full audit of all your secret account books. Resist me, and you're all traitors. Hong Hoan can't fathom how I know Fuang Yvian is the Flying Demon King's disciple, or how I know about the secret alliance between the Flying Demon King and Iron Blood City against our very cult. He thinks I'm just bluffing with nonsense and releases a wave of terrifying, lethal poison. Then he attacks. His demonic arts have reached their peak. This is worlds apart from his son Hong Min's weak power. Now, watch closely. This power is on a whole different level. Combining snake venom with demonic arts makes this a nightmare to fight. I have to stay focused and be extremely careful. Ngok An arrives just in time to back up Hung Dong. She mocks him for struggling against only 4 opponents. With a quick toss, she throws my blade to me. I catch the dragon scale blade, ready to end this fight. That old fossil Hong Hoan actually thinks this next move of his is going to kill me for sure. But with one strike, I neutralize his poison. Move out of my way, or I'll kill you where you stand. Refusing to back down, he unleashes everything, covering the area in toxic fog. I order my guards to retreat immediately. Hong Hoen's poison art erupts. This mist is moving so fast, it makes the fourth young master look like an amateur. I scan the area for that woman, Phuong Yvn. She hasn't run. She's standing right behind the family head. The poison doesn't touch her at all. But it's not just that she's immune to the toxins. She's actually infusing the mist with her own evil energy to skyrocket the power of his poison. Wait, you and I saw this coming. My super senses were screaming at me for a reason. No wonder I felt so uneasy leaving the headquarters behind. It wasn't that I was unable to leave the heavenly demon cult. The truth is, I just didn't want to. Hong Hoen punches me right in the chest and laughs like a maniac. He cackles, saying it's over. If I wanted to die this badly, he should have finished me off a long time ago. My dream of true freedom has always been hidden behind this wall of unresolved, burning hatred. Was this the real reason I stayed? Because I knew that alone, I could never hunt down every single person responsible for my past death? If I don't slaughter every person involved in my murder, I will never know what true freedom feels like. I grab his hand and stare him down. This is the first time we've looked at each other this close. Crushing this rotten family is easier than chasing that witch. He came at the perfect time to get his skull cracked. I scream, activating mountain-bursting power. I slam a punch into his chest, letting my demonic arts explode. The shockwave is beyond words. The head of the Red Cloud family coughs up a liter of blood and collapses. With the family head neutralized, I order Hung Dong to move in and capture that woman, Phuong Yvn. She fights back, activating her ghost eye technique to try and paralyze Hung Dong. But her little trick doesn't work on him. Suddenly, the second head arrives, demanding to know why I'm attacking them. He asks if being the great leader's disciple makes me think I'm above the law of our cult. He demands I release the family head and beg for forgiveness if I want a lighter sentence. As he shouts, a blade whistles past his face. Ngaken appears, pointing her weapon directly at his throat. You're speaking to the third young master and the Imperial Inspector. You're the one who needs to watch your mouth. She gives one final warning. Ignore it, and the crazy demon squad will reclassify this family as traitors and move to a total and complete extermination. He's furious, asking how we could possibly treat his noble family with such disrespect. NGOCN is dead serious. If they try to resist or harm the third young master, they're dead. She'll slaughter them all and report the details to the cult later. Resistance only leads to one thing: extinction. I tell them to clear the path. I only want Phuong Yvn for interrogation. Dragging the family head along would just be a waste of time. The general manager says they understand my authority as the inspector, but begs for sympathy. At this point, arguing over who attacked first doesn't even matter anymore. You and I just watch them beg for peace. All right, stick with me, because we are about to witness one of the most intense showdowns in this entire story. Lục Phàm Ân just stares him down. Escort us out safely? You really think so? The steward nods, claiming they care about the master, but he trusts the inspector to be fair and follow the rules above all else. This guy is surprisingly calm, trying to handle this mess while under serious pressure from all sides. He warns that if he keeps resisting like this, the clan will have to use force to stop him. He is way different from the impulsive second master, but his arrogant way of speaking is starting to get on my nerves. Since the head is gone, the second master usually has full control, but this steward is overstepping. So, Lục Phàm Ân tells him to back off and shut his mouth before things get even worse. He has been barking from the shadows this whole time, and we do not have time for someone who does not even have proper authority. The steward tries one last threat, but before he can finish, the second master finally cuts him off. I am the young master here. Talk to me. He then orders the steward to step back and stop interfering immediately. The old man still tries to give orders like he is the teacher. The young master snaps, telling him to shut up or face punishment for going beyond his station. The steward thinks the kid is an arrogant fool, while the second master notices the inspector looks very pale. You have been hit with a nasty poison, right? The black-bone snake shadow hand leaves clear marks, and even with his massive inner power, he only has 3 days to live. He offers the antidote, but only if the host is released to them first. Even if he is not the head, this guy is a top-tier master that we need to watch out for. Lufan An tells him to move. His nose starts bleeding as the poison begins shredding his internal vessels. The second master gets close, mocking him for trying to stand tall while his body is literally breaking down. You think you can take me hostage and flip the script? Well, that is exactly what he is planning. His face twists into a terrifying, snake-like grin as he lunges forward to strike. Now, pay attention, because here is where everything takes a turn you and I never saw coming. Everything just flips. Suddenly, the second master is gone. A massive beast has appeared out of nowhere and bitten his head clean off. Everyone is frozen in shock, including Hung Dong. Is that the golden fox? It finally showed up to save the day. It had been acting strange lately, but this brutal entrance was a massive surprise even for the inspector himself. The poison in his blood begins to clear out as the fox works its magic. Thanks to the spiritual energy of the golden fox, his body is healing at a rate that defies logic. This is lucky. He pulls the creature close, petting it with a gentle smile. You and I both saw that carnage, right? Now he turns to the steward, asking if they still want that fair judgment. Their confidence is gone because they finally realize they never actually held the upper hand in this relationship. Their offer was a joke from the start. They are in no position to bargain. They should be begging for mercy. Now that this steward is the highest authority left, he needs to make a choice before it is too late. If they keep clinging to their pride, it will lead to the total destruction of their entire clan. Finally, they break. They bring out the ledgers and surrender to his authority. The record shows some errors, but most departments were not actually involved in the corruption with Hong Min. However, he spots something fishy. Someone has been pulling huge amounts of capital out of the clan accounts. He cannot solve this mystery right now, so he decides they need to return and investigate properly as soon as possible. He has already spotted multiple issues here, which have all been documented and sent back to the sect, so he warns the clan. If he sends a full team to dig deeper, all their dirty secrets will come to light soon. The report will be honest, so they should not even bother trying to cover their tracks anymore. He warns them not to bother trying to lie. Now, he finally lets them take their master, but warns his energy is attacking the man's core. That means they will be too busy saving him to chase. If they do not hurry, their leader will end up just like Hong Min. So the team will leave without any trouble. Just mutual safety. Trust me. You and I will see what happens next. Stick with me. You and I are about to see our master set off on a dangerous new journey. Now he finally gets it. Why could this mythical creature connect with him so easily? It is all because of the spirit bamboo. The bamboo sprout he saw was actually the core of the bamboo grove, the very power he absorbed before. The golden fox is not really following him, but rather the bamboo core currently resting inside his body. He apologizes to the beast. He doesn't know when, but he will find a way to return that power to it. Nearby, Ngak'an and Hung Dong sit together, keeping a close eye on their master while he meditates. Hung Dong offers her water while she checks on his injuries. It is wild how fast he recovers from such deep internal damage. Hung Dong figures it is because neither side was truly fighting to the death before the battle suddenly stopped. She notices his mood has shifted since leaving the Shicha clan. Truth is, Hung Dong is just stunned by what he sees. It feels like a miracle. A fox that was once no bigger than an arm grew into a giant beast overnight. The reason is a mystery, but one thing is for sure, its bond with the young master remains unbroken. They are as close as ever. Could this tiny fox actually be the most precious treasure of the entire bamboo grove? With the fox around, he will be safe. Ngak'an teases Hung Dong, asking if he's jealous of the new bodyguard. He cannot exactly say yes, but he admits the feeling of being replaced is definitely there, even if just a little. She reminds him that a spirit beast is still just a beast. As long as the master is safe, that's all that matters. Still, Hung Dong is lost on his next move. Just then, Lục Phàm Ân approaches to check if they are both doing okay. There is a lot to discuss, but he puts it on hold. For now, their destination is the Siu Kin family estate. Now pay attention here, he needs to know why that monster was at Sich Ha and where the Flying Demon King is. Phuong Huy Vien wakes up tied in a carriage and tries to slip away, only to meet the tip of his sword. He is not in a rush, but he hates wasting time. She had better start talking if she wants to stay alive. Without waiting, he slices off her ear. Next question. Why was she working so closely with the Shicha clan head? She hesitates, claiming she cannot speak. Lục Phàm Ân doesn't blink as he begins cutting off her fingers one by one. Her evil arts sync perfectly with the clan head's demonic power. What kind of dark deal did they actually make? Phuong Yvn finally cracks, saying she was only following her master's orders to meet with the Shichha leader. He cuts her again, leaving her screaming in absolute agony. Her entire body shakes from the unbearable, soul-crushing pain. That is the price for silence. He tells her to stay sharp, because the next round of questions is coming fast. After he gouges out one of her eyes, she curses him. He responds by driving his blade straight into her shoulder. He needs answers, so he will leave her tongue intact, but she must pay for her insulting mouth right now. Once she understands her situation, she finally answers. He has her bound tightly and tossed back into the carriage. Ngak'an looks at the broken woman and thinks it is pointless. Why not just end her life right here? He is still weighing his options on that. Ngak'an asks when they will finally head out for the Q-Kin family. He tells them to rest while he handles some personal business. Hungdong looks at his wounds, worried for his safety. His internal injuries are healing fast, but Hungdong is more concerned about how much his master's personality has changed. You and I both see it, right? Ever since that woman appeared, Lục Phàm Ân has completely changed. He looks so dangerous now that Hungdong is actually afraid to ask what is weighing on his mind. Hungdong apologizes for overstepping. The master explains he cannot say much yet, but he has finally chosen his path. It will be a different life from now on, one filled with far more danger than anything they faced before. He warns that he might use Hungdong as a pawn. The warrior just smiles, ready to follow any order given, not because of his rank or power, but simply because he has decided to follow this man to the end. Even if he stays silent, the choice is still there. He wants his follower to walk this path willingly. Seeing such intense loyalty makes the master finally drop his old prejudices against the demonic cult. He tells the team they are skipping the Q-Kin estate. They will set out in 12 hours for somewhere else. They are heading for a legendary treasure vault that has been hidden from the world for many long years. Of all the hidden storehouses in the Central Plains, this one in Huang Valley is the closest to them. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens when the Q-Kin leader arrives there. All right, you and I are about to see what happens when the third young master starts throwing his weight around. They think he is power tripping. Since when does a mere inspector order around the heads of the 7 families like that? Refusal is tempting, but going to the divine cult headquarters is suicide. What could they even say to get out of this mess? They have to send the exact report the inspector asked for. After all, his authority comes directly from the cult leader himself. Disrespecting the inspector is the same as disrespecting the leader. Zhang Lishan knows exactly how dangerous this situation is. His brother asks if they are really giving in to such a crazy demand. What will the other families think of them? But Zhang Lishan has never cared about what other families think. He only cares about the survival of his own people. Zhang Lichuan disagrees. He knows the warriors of the Great Whale family will despise them for showing such weakness and submission. The family head snaps at his brother. Realizing he went too far, the brother quickly apologizes and tries to pivot his argument. Resentment is brewing among the warriors. Even if they have a good excuse, if the cult says no, then the answer is no. No matter how much they scream about injustice, they have zero choice but to obey the orders coming from the top. In the end, all of this is simply the will of the great cult leader himself. This is the harsh reality between the 7 families and the cult. But is he finally trying to break those chains forever? He wants total independence for the family. This is about survival, not some petty grab for fame like the Shihi family. The family head warns his brother to watch his tongue before he says something they will both regret later on. Still, the brother argues that obeying the inspector only makes their dream of independence move further and further away from reality. He tells his brother to think it over and leaves. The head wonders why they need the records for the flash step personally. Failure to bring the records means being branded as a rebel. It is a death sentence for every single person in the family. Now, here is the tricky part. Let us see how he navigates this choice by potentially faking the records for the meeting. He knows the inspector is not just testing them for fun. He needs to move carefully or they are all completely dead. The meeting spot is close, so they have to go. He orders his subordinates to lead the Sea King guards out tonight. While they prepare the books, the third young master team is currently making their way across a rugged, dangerous mountain range. They are on Han Mountain. taking a narrow path far away from the main road where most travelers would be spotted. He tells the carriage and the entire crazy demon squad to wait here. The entrance is too narrow for 100 people, so the squad stays back while a few go ahead. Jade insists on coming, so she orders her team to stay alert. If the Great Whale family figures this out, they will be here in 2 days. He needs to finish before then. Jade is curious and asks what the plan is. He just tells her she will see once they get inside the cave. She teases him, saying she will hide behind him if things go wrong. He never expected to return to this place. He thought he would be excited to be back here, but honestly, he feels strangely calm about the whole situation. Pause for a second. This moment hits different when you realize he once believed this place was the start of his second life. They stand before a tiny cave entrance that leads into pitch-black darkness. Suddenly, someone steps on Jade and she screams. It is so dark you cannot even see your own hand. Even using internal energy only gives you a blurry view of the path. He tells her not to worry. Just stay close to him and they will make it through the darkness together. Jade wants to follow, but she cannot see a single thing in this darkness. To think the leader of the crazy demon squad is this terrified. He calls it a lazy excuse for her lack of training. She is a destroyer, not someone who pays attention to details. To be fair, this place cannot be cleared with just willpower or internal energy alone. It requires something much more special. The dark scent array at the entrance is designed to completely shut down a person's senses the moment they step inside. Unless you have supersensory abilities, you could spend your entire life wandering around lost in this pitch-black cave. Finally, after walking for about 15 minutes, a blinding light erupts from deep within, forcing them to squint their eyes. It has been so long since he was last here. This was his ultimate hidden retreat back when he was an assassin. There is nothing here that he personally needs anymore, but for these two, it is like they just found a treasure. There are enough energy pills for 5 years, and glowing pearls worth 2,000 silver each, plus tons of secret manuals and texts. Before he can even give them permission, the other two are already rushing around, touching everything in sight like children. Jade is dying to know how he found this place. It is obvious whoever built it put in an insane effort. And trust me, we're just getting started with the secrets this place is hiding, as Jade realizes even assassins are not this fancy. You and I are about to enter a place where every bookshelf holds either a legendary medical text or a literal secret martial arts manual. He calls Nakan over and gets straight to the point. Join me and become my person. This is no random stroke of luck, though. This place is simply his private sanctuary. He prepared for the worst later in life, but he spent his whole existence being someone else's weapon. Only after dying once did he truly realize what his heart desired. His previous life was pure misery, devoid of any joy at all. In his past life, he was known as the King of Assassins and one of the world's top 10 masters, but those were just empty titles for someone else's tool. Now, in this life, he is still a child with an ancient soul who has never truly lived for himself. He never risked everything to seize his own life before, though his final wish was for true freedom. But would his past self have truly gambled everything just for the sake of liberty? If he had fought for his own path from the very beginning, perhaps he wouldn't have met such a tragic end back then. Now, in this second chance, he will live freely and do what he believes is right. He asks Ngolkan to join him, but she just laughs off his sudden and very blunt request. A confession in a place like this? That is a bit inappropriate, isn't it? She teases. Though his serious face says he is not joking around, he confirms he is not joking. She counters that they barely know anything about each other's true natures and secrets. Of course, he cannot fully understand her yet, and still, he wants a person he barely knows to become his most trusted follower. As she says, he does not know much about Nak-un or her past, but he knows one thing for sure: she is useful. Being evaluated like that annoys her, yet she is strangely pleased to hear those words from him. She noticed something was off since leaving the sect, but did not pry. Even when he drew his sword at the Sicha residence, she wondered about the reason, but after hearing him say such things to her, she truly wants to ask the real reason why he has suddenly changed so much now. Now, pay attention. He knows he must convince her at any cost. He faced life and death with Hung Dung in the bamboo forest, and honestly, the man saved him multiple times. But Nakan is different. They don't have that deep bond of fate or unconditional trust just yet. However, she is the fierce leader of a powerful elite combat squad. Recruiting her means securing the loyalty of her entire Mad Demon squad. That is exactly why he is being so incredibly serious about convincing her to join him. He reveals his deep hatred for Lý Thiên Minh and the Iron Blood City to an extent they cannot even imagine. As members of the divine cult, hating those enemies is only natural for them. But it is not just simple hate. He is determined to completely wipe out every single person associated with Lý Thiên Minh and the Iron Blood City. He never cared about the sect's internal succession before, but everything has changed for him now. If the divine cult refuses to target those two places, he will take over the sect by force and reshape its entire goal to focus on destroying his enemies. This means he is determined to become the next supreme leader of the entire cult. That is why he needs Ngọc Ân. She is the type who does not care who her opponent is. Whether it is the Iron Blood City or even the divine cult itself, she is the type to draw her sword if the reason is right. Lục Phàm Ân promises to let her soar freely. Trust me, if she follows him, she will finally feel the thrill of a real life. He promises her that. She asks if he can actually become the leader. He vows to risk his life, though she thinks that is unnecessary. Seeing his resolve, she starts to agree. He tosses her a small box, telling her to check the contents before making her final decision. It is not the heavenly demon pill, but it is a top-tier elixir. It is half an offer and half a bribe. Ngọc Ân opens it, and one look at this rare pill makes it impossible for her to say no. But she wants one more thing, a legendary sword just like Hung Dong's. Talk about greedy, asking for more after receiving such a precious gift. To her, no matter how precious the pill is, it is still not a heavenly demon pill level. Hung Dong breaks into a cold sweat watching them bicker, shocked that the squad leader would actually dare to demand a sword from him. Lục Phàm Ân pulls out the Tiger Roar sword, knowing she will be satisfied with it. It was once a divine weapon called the White Tiger Sword, matching her spirit perfectly. Now, it is recognized as one of the 4 legendary divine weapons of the martial arts world. Her eyes sparkle like stars as she admires her new blade with pure joy. She is completely entranced by the legendary weapon in her hands. Lục Phàm Ân tells her to consume the medicine and sit in front of him immediately. He does not have any time to waste. He will spend the entire day pouring internal energy into her core to help dissolve the pill with intense focus. If they miss this precious opportunity, it will never come again. His sudden intensity makes her a bit nervous as he helps guide her energy. Trust me, you and I are about to see her become truly unstoppable. Her newfound strength will make her his most deadly asset yet. All right, you and I are about to see if our main character can grow strong enough to save her life within 1 year. Whether she survives after that year is a mystery, which shows just how dangerous this is. The giant whale family head arrives after being summoned. Trung Lai Sun demands that the Mad Demon Squad lead him to the inspector's office. A member of the squad steps forward to report. Reporting to the head of the giant whale family, the leader of the Mad Demon Squad asks him to wait while they send word inside. When Trung Lai Sun hears this, he realizes the third young master is not actually present at the moment. He is furious because if you summon a family head, you should at least show some basic respect. He demands to know where the master is. The squad leader senses his aura shifting toward pure anger and decides it is best to avoid a clash until their captain returns. He explains the situation and asks them to wait, but the patriarch is fuming about being summoned only to be kept outside. What on earth is the third young master playing at? He tells them to inform the inspector that he will tolerate this disrespect only once. But before he can even finish his threat, watch this Ngọc, and steps out to cut him off with a sharp, sarcastic smile. Oh, how terrifying, she mocks him, saying she had to appear just to welcome such a scary guest. He demands to know who she is. In return, Ngọc Ân says she will consider whether or not to overlook his rude behavior for the sake of this meeting. The Mad Demon Squad bows to her. The patriarch quickly realizes she is their captain, Ngọc Ân, and her demonic energy is beyond imagination. Trung Lai Sun scolds her immediately, calling her words arrogant and completely out of line. He claims this is no way for a squad leader to treat the head of a great family. Ngọc Ân does not back down during the confrontation. She tells him, if he wants to be treated well, he needs to drop that arrogance. He threatens that his anger alone could kill her. But if Ngọc Ân were actually afraid of death, she never would have made it to the position of Mad Demon Squad captain. Fed up with her pride, his demonic energy explodes. Ngọc Ân just challenges him to bring it on, if he thinks he can win. Lục Phàm Ân appears and tells her to stop, scolding her for causing a scene while she was supposed to be welcoming a guest. He asks if he is the giant whale patriarch, then taps Nuke N on the head, warning her she cannot handle the energy he just regulated for her. On behalf of Nog On, he offers a formal apology to the old man for her behavior. Trung Lee-sun is surprised the inspector greeted him first. Being summoned here and treated politely was definitely not what he expected. The main character decides to cut the formal greeting short to save time. Since the patriarch is busy, he wants to finish this fast. The giant whale family presents 3 years of financial records, which were personally brought over by the head of the family himself. Standing behind him, Nok, and whispers to Hung Dong, asking if the master is okay. After using so much energy to help her, controlling his internal energy so perfectly after such a massive transfer to Nunak An is something no ordinary warrior could ever achieve. Hung Dong tells her not to worry. The master is a high-tier martial artist at a level they cannot even begin to imagine. Suddenly, the records burst into flames. You and I saw that coming, right? He tells them the records were accurate and the inspection is over. Now, it is time for them to have a real conversation. He makes a blunt proposal, asking the patriarch to lend him his strength for the sake of the great cult. Trung Lee-sun is completely stunned, unable to grasp the proposal. There is a specific location that needs to be purged, but their current force is not enough. He wants them to join the attack on the Fighting King Demon family. He declares they will force that family into total isolation together. Everyone is left in total shock. The Fighting King Demon family? Are they really going to do this? One of the 7 great families forced into lockdown? The patriarch demands to know what the reason for this could possibly be. He simply answers that he is faithfully carrying out orders from above. The patriarch calls it absurd to target one of the 7 families like this. For a major move like forcing a family into isolation, the inspector must provide a clear explanation for his actions. The main character notes the Red Snake patriarch felt the same way, and now it seems he is no different. He asks if they are all frustrated because the cult provides no explanation for its orders. The patriarch says that is only natural. But why is it natural? If you are told to do something, you do it. Why do they think an explanation is mandatory? He asks if the patriarch intends to refuse the orders of the great cult, just because he was not given a specific reason. As the representative of the leader's will, he could explain the situation out of kindness to help them understand, but he has no obligation to do so. In fact, he is curious about how the patriarch actually views the great cult. Do they think this place is like those weak alliances of the Justice faction? Do they believe the great cult is just a league of equal families? The patriarch quickly denies having any such thoughts. He continues, noting that even leaders like Lý Thiên Minh can command their followers. None of them show dissatisfaction when receiving orders. So what do you and I take from that? All right, you and I are about to see why this family head is acting so rebellious. Why is he so dissatisfied? Is he really planning to betray the great cult leader? The giant whale subordinates think this overseer is being way too arrogant in front of their master. Just one order from their leader, and they are ready to finish him right here. Now, he swings his blade toward the crowd. He asks if they are the Sea King's elite. He says he only tolerated their pride because of the family head's reputation. But they should never assume his patience is infinite. Everything has a limit. If they keep acting this way, he will deliver their punishment immediately. As the master can see, the overseer is a very busy man with too many tasks to handle. So, he asks one last time, will you help him with this? Or just crawl back to your family? Is your gate still part of the divine cult? Or have you become traitors to the faith? Usually, the term beyond the border refers to the northern edges of the Central Plains. But now, it describes something much larger. There are 4 major powers ruling those outer martial lands. Ice Palace in the north, Sword in the east, Dragon in the west, and Beast in the south. They are the 4 outer palaces. They were once small forces hidden by geography on the borders of the Central Plains. Pay attention here, because if these outsiders start messing with the Central Plains, that is a whole different story. The strategist asks, are the 4 palaces really joining forces with the orthodox and unorthodox sects? Is the Sword Palace next? Someone reports that the High Protector wants a meeting. He asks if the strategist remembers the trouble the Beast Palace caused during the ritual week. He answers that he does. It was an event that is impossible to forget. Min Dat says that mysterious experts have recently appeared in the northern Guangdong region. They haven't formed a tracking team yet, so it is impossible to know their origin or who stands behind them. Trung Thuong realizes the situation. Min Dat asks if he knew, and he says he does now. Since the Protectorate is forming a team, is there a special target nearby that needs an elite escort? Min Dat is impressed. The strategist's sharp logic and observation skills are amazing, figuring it all out from just a few words. He admits the truth. Trung Thuong is surprised, asking if this secret mission was supposed to be a total mystery. He admits it so fast. The strategist silently notes that the High Protector is a truly honest man who hides nothing. Unlike the strategist, who uses a smile as a shield while hiding a lethal weapon to finish his enemies at any moment he chooses. Even while talking, he keeps his voice gentle and carefully avoids showing his true intentions. Min Dat reveals that the first Protector squad is currently moving in secret to reach their high-priority target. However, they must coordinate and plan for any unexpected dangers that could strike from the shadows. Trung Thuong says he understands the old man's anxiety. Stick with me here. Those mysterious experts would never dream of touching the special escort target that the High Protector is protecting. To be more precise, that special target isn't their goal at all. The old man asks if he knows who the target is. He says no, as that is the Protectorate's private business. So why is he so confident about their moves? Because he definitely knows exactly what those experts are actually targeting. The old man asks who they are, but Trung Thuong stops him right there, saying that he has said enough for now. From now on, it is his responsibility. If the High Protector needs to know, he will say so, but it is not necessary yet. Even so, he offers to reveal their identities and their real goal right now, if the old man wants. Do you want to know? Min Dat considers this. They act differently, but the strategist is truly dedicated to the divine cult. If the strategist thinks he should not know, then it is probably what is best for the cult. He agrees, saying the strategist is right and that he was just overthinking things. He hasn't been like this before. Maybe he is getting old. Trung Thuong says age has nothing to do with it. He can feel the true aura of a supreme master radiating from the old man. Even if he hasn't shown his claws in years, Min Dat is still a fierce beast sensing the coming storm. Perhaps he already knows who started this war and who is standing at the center of the invisible vortex. And that's where we leave it. Will the family head survive as the overseer pressures him with these harsh words? All right. You and I are about to watch a cold-blooded main character absolutely dismantle a rebel clan. He asks one final time if he planned to betray the sect. The leader says no. Lục Phàm Ân smiles and tells him that is all he needed to hear. At 7 p.m. tonight, he decides he will head out to the Battle King Ma family. He orders the Great Whale clan leader to gather every soldier they can find near the target location immediately. The leader claims he is not a rebel, but he also says he will not join the war to destroy the Battle King Ma family. The Battle King Ma is one of the 7 demon families. Even though they all belong to the sect, their personal bonds have lasted for hundreds of years. Lục Phàm Ân cuts him off and commands his subordinates to send an urgent message back to the main sect. Effective immediately, he declares the Great Whale clan as traitors and requests fresh troops to replace their traitorous forces. He adds that since no one knows what desperate moves these rebels might make next, the suppression team should be sent to crush them. The captain obeys the command instantly. The clan leader screams for him to wait, but the inspector ignores him. He coldly orders everyone to rest before they head out on their mission tonight. Furious, the leader says he showed respect, but the main character is just throwing it back in his face with total contempt. Now pay attention, because the power dynamic here is about to shift in a big way. This pressure is the start of a real confrontation. The old man says he honored the main character and the sect, but this situation is completely unacceptable. He claims Lục Phàm Ân is using lies to frame his clan as traitors. He believes the main character planned to do this from the very start. He says he cannot let this stand. The main character just laughs and asks if that is really what he thinks. He says he is telling the truth. If the leader refuses to help destroy the Battle King Ma family, he will definitely declare the Great Whale clan as traitors. The leader attacks and screams in rage. What kind of nonsense are you spewing? Do not think that being an inspector means you can do whatever you want. He asks, is that so? He asks if the man truly wants to rebel. The leader insists he has always been loyal to the sect, but the main character says wanting to be independent from the sect is already an act of treason. You and I saw that coming. right? He was never going to let them off easy. He knew their secret desires for independence were hidden deep inside their hearts. He says these documents and ledgers do not really matter in the grand scheme of things. What matters is the darkness they are hiding in their hearts. The books? They were all real. If the books were fake, he would have wiped them out instantly. But the leader was honest there. Even though the leader wanted independence, the main character saw he was not a liar. That is why he gave him a second chance. So why is he so upset? Does he really want to fight a monster like the main character? The leader senses the demonic aura and realizes this young master is way stronger than he ever imagined. He completely misjudged the monster standing right before him. He stares in horror at the giant fox pet carrying a dead tiger. Is that beast really the inspector's pet? The main character calmly asks if there is anything else the old man wants to say. The leader asks if the sect always knew his family had the intention of breaking away to avoid being controlled by them anymore. The main character confirms it. The leader realizes the great leader sent an inspector to check the books instead of sending an army to wipe them all out. It means the great leader was always giving them one last chance to come back and surrender. The main character asks if the clan leader is finally ready to surrender. Without answering, the leader says he was the only one in the family who wanted to leave the sect. He kept his plans a secret from everyone else to protect them. The main character asks, "So what?" The leader begs the inspector to only punish him. He is the only one who had these dangerous and wrong thoughts about leaving the sect. He is willing to take all the blame alone. He begs for mercy for his innocent family members. He says the main character can kill him here, as long as the family can still serve the sect. He says his life is worth no more than an ant or a tiny bug. He says his life is worthless, so the main character should take it. He pleads for a way out for his clan since they have not done anything wrong yet. The main character asks again. He needs their strength for the mission against the Battle King Ma. Will he agree to help? This is the only way for his family to pay for their sins. The leader hesitates. He knows that even if he dies now, the sect might still wipe out his family. And that is where we leave it for now. Trust me, you and I are about to see a war that will shake this entire world. All right? You and I are about to see if this patriarch chooses survival or pride as the inspector makes his move. This is the only path he can take if he wants to keep his entire clan alive. He doesn't need to overthink this anymore. He tells the inspector that since he has made the offer, he won't refuse. He promises to send his clan to fight alongside the main character against the Demon King family. Our hero simply thanks him. The leader and the main character will remember this favor, so he doesn't need to worry about the future anymore. The cliffside shatters under her strike, and Trung Thuong can't help but praise the Fifth Lady's power. He's just a scholar with very little martial arts knowledge, but seeing her skill today has truly opened his eyes to a whole new level. She certainly lives up to her reputation from a prestigious noble family. She asks the chief strategist why he's here. He hands her a letter, explaining it's a direct order from the cult leader. Lately, the Iron Horse Gang has been causing chaos and massive losses for the cult near their territory. Usually, the local branch handles this. The cult would normally send reinforcements, but that branch has been compromised by a mole hidden deep within their ranks. This makes things difficult. She asks if the chief strategist has identified which faction planted the spy in their branch yet. Trung Thuong suspects it is likely the Sword and Bow group. She understands, but wonders if he can send one of her brothers to handle this cleanup mission instead. Lately, her martial arts progress has been stalling quite a bit. She wants to focus on training. For the past few days, her cultivation hasn't yielded much results at all. The chief strategist replies that he's only there to deliver the letter. Deciding who goes on missions is beyond his authority. Everything happens for a reason. While the Fifth Lady is incredibly talented, she's still young and lacks real-world experience. He mentions that he has managed the cult for the leader for many years now. He admits he doesn't understand martial arts, but he knows the world of warriors perfectly. Seeing her here today, he has something very important he wants to share. Trust me, you and I need to hear this too. She has natural talent far beyond her brothers, and she's hungry to grow even stronger. But to reach the absolute peak of martial arts, just locking yourself away to meditate is never going to be enough. She asks if the strategist is saying her recent training has been a waste of time. The more she obsesses over it, the harder it will be to break through. When it comes to real battle experience on the road, he believes the third young master is doing the best out of everyone right now. The third young master has already accomplished so much out in the world. Within the cult, he never stops training. But when assigned to monitor other clans, he always executes his duties perfectly. He even discusses his cultivation while on the job. That's enough for him. To gain true enlightenment, one must go out and see the world with their own eyes. The main character is someone who calculates every single move in advance. When force is needed, he doesn't hesitate to use it. But when conflicts require negotiation, he knows exactly how to bring both sides together in harmony. He thinks through every detail before taking any action. He observes everything to find the pros and cons in every mission, creating perfect strategies. That is what the strategist wants her to learn. No matter how much you study, that knowledge is just words on a page. To truly understand how things work, you must go out and experience reality for yourself. A person's mindset only truly levels up when they learn to look at a single situation through many different lenses. These are the lessons he learned while running the entire cult. He might not be right about everything, but these are the truths he has gathered over a lifetime. Just like the third young master, he sees the hidden layers of every problem. That is exactly why the main character's true power is becoming so terrifying right now. She understands a little, but honestly, a lot of it still feels confusing to her. Since he's done talking, she asks to continue her training. She'll find her own path and experiences in her own time. He apologizes for interrupting her meditation and bows out. He tells her to just keep his words in mind. Not everyone follows the same path, and everyone finds their own truth eventually. Then, he heads back. She wonders why he'd talk about things she doesn't get. Most importantly, why did he praise Lục Phàm? And so much in front of her. The strategist knows she doesn't get it yet, but you and I know these words will spark her big breakthrough later on. Now that this is done, he wonders how the main character is doing in his role as the new inspector. The Red Snake clan was handled quickly, just as expected. But the other great families won't be that easy. The families waiting in the shadows are even more dangerous. Next up is the Demon King house. He wonders how our hero will handle them. This is a confrontation with a top-tier clan, and honestly, you and I are about to see a brutal war begin. Stick with me, you and I are watching the third young master finally rising to the top as he learns to lead the cult. The leader is testing him to see if he can handle even the most complex and difficult missions. Is there a bigger plan in motion for the future? Only time will tell if these guesses about the leader are actually right. Arriving near the fighting King Ma clan, the giant whale leader says they have reached the border of their territory. What is the plan for this mission? He simply tells them they are marching straight into their territory. Why strike at night? Because daylight makes them an easy target for the enemy to spot their movements. The attack begins under cover of darkness. The clan members stand ready for his command. The old leader still cannot wrap his head around this young man's actions. He saw his power in the valley and realized his talent was far beyond his expectations. Now, seeing his military genius on the road, he is even more impressed by him. The terrain surrounding the fighting King Ma clan is a tactical nightmare to navigate. After studying the map, he has everything calculated. He knows exactly how to move and where to place his troops to minimize any potential losses. He even has specific, detailed orders ready for the Mad Demon Squad. The clan units are split, so those who know each other can fight more effectively. His overwhelming power, aura, and tactical genius are on full display. How does someone so young have the experience of a seasoned war general? He is a master of both blade and mind. Do the Ma clans really run businesses to survive? To be honest, that was something he did not know. He is the most capable leader the cult has ever seen, but that does not mean he is already a perfect master. This supervisor mission is the ultimate test to prove his worth to the leader. He is a mystery. Just when you think you have figured him out, he slips back into the fog. For now, they have no choice but to trust his every move on this mission. The team leader asks, "Are they really too busy training to even greet us properly?" Now pay attention, this is where the disrespect hits a new level. Is this old man seriously trying to rebel against the entire cult? Making a supervisor wait because he is practicing is a massive insult to the headquarters. How does he not realize how dangerous this is? The servant says, "Nobody dares disturb the master. You all just have to wait." She has had enough. She is ready to go in there and teach him a lesson. Even the giant whale leader, an equal to this man, thinks this is going too far. Ignoring a direct representative from the main cult is basically an act of war. The servant claims he is just following orders, but the tension is already boiling over. Waiting for an equal is one thing, but disrespecting the supervisor is a fatal mistake. The guard just stays silent, hoping they will understand his impossible position. Lục Phàm Ân steps up. Step back. I will handle this in my own way. You and I both know what happens when someone stops being nice. He is done playing games and following their polite rules. He starts walking in. He even praises the guard for being so loyal to his master. What is your name? He says he is Ha Triu. Good, I will certainly keep an eye on you later. The guard trembles and asks what he is doing. His dark aura is becoming absolutely terrifying. He leaps over the wall, landing right in front of the master's lethal punch. The old man is shocked he dared to jump in while he was training. If I had not stopped that strike, you would have been seriously injured, kid. You knew we were coming. So why did you not show any respect? How much longer should we wait? The old man says he will talk when he is ready. He wants to feel comfortable first. Our hero just starts laughing at the absurdity. You are not just busy training. You are intentionally avoiding your duties to the cult. This looks a lot like defiance against the main headquarters, does it not? So what do you and I take from this? Rebellion is definitely here. And the leader was right to warn him about this dangerous clan. All right, you and I are about to watch a young master finally stop playing nice. He missed the warnings before, thinking these guys wouldn't dare rebel. Now, it's clear. The old man sneers, asking if a kid who isn't even as old as his own son thinks he can boss people around with a little authority. He thinks he can do whatever he wants on his own turf. Our main character just sighs clearly. Talking to this fool is a total waste of breath. Following the cult leader's orders, he officially declares the sealing of the Battle King Ma family. The old man is completely stunned by the news. Seal the family? The old man is losing it. Our lead tried being patient to see his attitude. But honestly, that was just a waste of energy. Now that Mook Bitch is here, things are set. There is absolutely no reason left for him to hold back or show any more mercy to these people. The old man screams that this is impossible. He claims the main character is just making things up to frame them, insisting this is all a lie. He says talk is useless. What needs to be done, he is going to do right now without any more hesitation or warnings. The old man dodges an attack and snarls that even if he's the leader's disciple, he's still just a brat who shouldn't overstep his bounds. He orders the Gui and Great Whale family heads to immediately move their forces into the Ma family lands. No more playing nice with them. He makes it simple. If the old man continues to resist, it's officially a rebellion. And we all know that only leads to one thing, death. Now, pay attention, because our main character is about to show this old man what real martial arts looks like and how traitors get punished. Better use your full power now, old man. Because after today, you'll never get the chance to use it again. The Mad Demon's second squad smashes into the inner court. The Gui family head just scoffs. For idiots like these, a good beating always works better. He tells the Great Whale family head to order the Sea King squad and the 3rd Regiment to begin the full-scale assault immediately. Triu Thien Quang can't even track Lục Phàm An's movements. How can a young inspector have movement techniques far superior to a seasoned veteran like him? Is it true that this inspector took down the Red Snake family head? Even with his divine defense active, the old man's arm is completely shattered. All the heads of the 7 families are supposed to be at the super peak master level, absolute legends in their own right. But our main character is on a whole different level. He redirects a massive, heavy weapon in an instant and lunges for the killing blow. He doesn't even give the old man a single second to catch his breath before forcing him to defend against the next strike. For someone who doesn't use heavy weapons, his speed is terrifying. This level of power is reaching the legendary Extreme Demon stage. He tells the old man that since he seems to have lost his mind, he will explain exactly what is about to happen to him. If he refuses the inspection, the cult leader will hear every detail. The old man knows exactly what that means for the future of his clan. He gave the other families a choice. Now, out of the goodness of his heart, he is giving this old man one final option too: seclusion or extinction. Right here, right now, pick one. You and I both know there is only one way this ends. The Grand Strategist presents the official report. This is everything the inspector discovered during his investigation of the 7 demon families this time. The leader asks about the 3rd son's work. The strategist admits he did a fantastic job, a bit aggressive, sure, but the results are incredible. The inspector's martial arts are undeniably powerful, but strength alone isn't enough to pull off something this massive on his own. If he had only used brute force, there's no way he could have secured such a massive and clean victory for the entire cult. He's shocked that he controlled the Great Whale family and forced the Battle King clan into seclusion. The leader just listens to the report. Trung Thuong continues, noting that the Great Whale family head is not the type of man who ever compromises with anyone. He's a man who can't be tamed by force or words, yet the third son managed to use him to crush the Battle King family. This feat alone is worthy of massive praise. Not only are his martial arts top tier, but his strategic mind is absolutely brilliant as well. The strategist nods, admitting that while he knew the third young master was talented, he never imagined he would reach this level of mastery. But the leader senses something else. He doesn't think his son is just a genius. He sees something far more significant brewing inside the boy. Is he a threat to the cult? The answer is chilling. He's incredibly dangerous. The leader asks why he feels that way. He explains that he simply can't see the true purpose behind the third son's actions during this entire mission. That is the danger. Normally, every demon has a goal. Some just want to finish the job. Some hate the work, while others just want to survive. Most people act with a clear, personal motive that you can eventually figure out if you watch them closely enough for long enough. The leader realizes the strategist can't see any of those typical motives in Lục Phàm Ân. The strategist just nods and agrees completely. To be honest, he simply can't grasp what's going on in the young master's head. The leader then suggests they take a walk together. He tells the strategist that the reason he can't read him is simply because he's overestimating the boy more than he really needs to. The boy has finally made up his mind. Otherwise, there's no way he'd be acting this aggressively. The strategist asks, "What decision is that?" The leader doesn't know for sure. He's just guessing that the boy who never fit in is finally ready to spread his wings. A simple guess, yet the leader seems certain. Stick with me, this story is only just getting started. You and I are jumping back into a world where every move is a death trap. The strategist reports he has finished monitoring the 7th house and is returning now, but the official reports are missing his exact return time. The leader then asks about the current movements of the bow and sword killers. The strategist says they are still stationed at the southwest of Lake Nam, staying completely silent for 10 days. The leader realizes something is definitely up. It looks like they are finally preparing to move. The strategist adds that this might actually be lucky for the third young master. He must be exhausted from the journey, so it is a relief he did not run into those lethal assassins and force a fight. The strategist was genuinely worried. If they had clashed, even the talented third young master would have been in grave danger. Now, pay attention, because a single question here changes the entire game. He asks the leader, are those assassins actually waiting for the young master? He plans to send an urgent message, telling the young master to take a detour back to headquarters immediately. After finishing his mission, the young master is drained. There is no need for a reckless confrontation, but the leader just tells him to ignore it. If they meet, they fight. If not, there is no problem. He will return to the cult in peace either way, according to the leader. The strategist points out that as an inspector, the third young master carries the leader's own authority. He is basically the leader's representative. If he clashes with that faction now, it could spark an all-out war between their two powerful forces. Is that what you wanted all along? The leader denies it, but if this is destiny, he has no intention of running away. The grand strategist decides to exercise his power, authorizing reinforcements to head out and support the young master. The leader doesn't object, leaving the deployment to the strategist's department. He tells him to act as he sees fit, but as the strategist leaves, he feels the chill of a truly terrifying man. Even though he tried to challenge destiny by sending help from the Justice Hall, the leader did not seem to care in the slightest. The leader whispers to himself that the strategist still has a long way to go. The man cannot yet grasp the leader's true vision, but that is exactly why he is trusted. He tells the strategist to act without fear of consequences. The unit leader notes the demon sword is clean. Finally, the mission at the 7th house is over. You have worked hard, master. He tells her he has heard enough praise. It seems the recovery pills were more effective than he originally expected. She sighs, insisting it was a sincere compliment, not just empty flattery. He acknowledges her effort too, knowing she has worked just as hard. The inspection is done, but the real work is only just beginning. Hong Lian asks about the prisoners caught at the Red Snake clan. What is the plan? If they wait any longer, their high fevers will become life-threatening. These prisoners are on the brink of death. He orders them to stop by the branch office for treatment before heading back to the cult. Then, he pauses to thank her for agreeing to his request. He will need her help with many more things once they return. She is surprised, asking if he isn't coming back with them right now. He explains that he and Hung Dong have one more stop. His goal is clear: he must become the cult's successor at any cost. He knows he is not the type of person who naturally enjoys ruling over others within the demonic cult. But this is a necessary step for his grand plan. He turns to the head of the giant whale house, asking for his vital assistance on this journey. Becoming the heir will give him a massive voice in the cult and the power to control their military force. He needs that influence. I know what you're thinking: taking over a clan is one thing, but ruling the whole cult? That is insane. First, he needs the Red Snake clan. Meanwhile, the administrator of the Red Snake clan, Trong Vu Hai, is leaning against a wall, vomiting in pure despair. He worked so hard to become a manager for a great family. He thought life was finally improving. So why did the young master ruin it all? He was finally living the good life, but now he is being dragged right back down to the miserable existence he fought to escape. He curses his terrible luck, screaming at everyone nearby to get lost. He is completely losing his mind as his world crumbles around him. After they leave, he slumps back, wondering why he is acting so pathetic. This ridiculous behavior will not save him now. His workplace is destroyed, but he has to stand up. Not for the clan, but for himself. Now is not the time to break down like this. A voice from the shadows calls out, asking if he is truly the administrator of the fallen Red Snake clan. Stunned, he asks who is there. The stranger does not answer, simply confirming he has the right man before telling him it is time to die. After killing Truong Vu Hai, the assassin asks about the other teams. The subordinate reports they are waiting 50 miles away from the clan location. The surveillance here has weakened significantly. Even if they close in another 30 miles, they will not be detected by anyone remaining. There are no reinforcements from the 7th house. It seems the news of the Red Snake clan's destruction has not spread to the world yet. He asks about the demonic cult's movements. The subordinate isn't sure, but figures they would have intervened by now if they knew. Mok Kwang Han says it does not matter. By sunset tomorrow, the Red Snake clan's remains must be under their absolute control. Lục Phàm Ân tells Hung Dong they will camp here for the night. Hung Dong agrees, telling his master to rest while he prepares some food. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens when the sun rises. The journey is only getting deadlier. All right, you and I are about to witness what true loyalty looks like in a world where everyone is out for blood. Hung Dong has followed him since the ancient bamboo forest, staying loyal through every single hardship and brutal battle. He is always assigned to the most dangerous and grueling missions, even though others think his life is easy. He is constantly sucked into his master's intense power struggles, even when he wants no part of the chaos. As a warrior in this world, his fate is not his own, and every life or death moment involves his master too. It is hard to say what the future holds for a man like him, or how he will survive. One thing is certain: the missions are only going to get much harder and more lethal from here on. From their past missions, he already knows the master plans to completely destroy the entire Heaven Justice Alliance. With Iron Blood City added to the mix, his duty as a guardian is becoming a certain death sentence. Lục Phàm Ân notices his subordinate looking like a lost soul and asks him what is going on. Hung Dong says it is nothing, just surprised the master hunted a whole deer so incredibly fast. The master says his senses are stronger now, so tracking a simple animal is no challenge at all anymore. Now, pay attention here, because even something as simple as butchering a deer reveals the terrifying level of focus the master has achieved. Hung Dong is shocked to see the master using a legendary crimson blade just to skin a deer for dinner. Lục Phàm Ân says treasures are just objects, and tonight the men deserve a truly delicious meal. It is wild he is using the heaven-severing blade technique just to skin and slice up their dinner meat. He is turning his rest time into a training session, showing a level of determination that is purely insane. He is carrying a massive burden for this mission and will not waste a single second of his life. Hung Dong realizes he needs to watch closely, hoping to learn something from the master's flawless movements. Every task is training from using quick step techniques to move, to using martial arts just to clean a room faster. There is no rest in his life, only the constant drive to grow strong enough to face his powerful enemies. Hung Dong admits that besides his insane martial arts, the master's grilling skills are actually surprisingly top tier. Truly impressive. Lục Phàm Ân tells him to stop the flattery and eat up so they can move out immediately. Now, let's pivot to the plan, because returning to the Red Snake clan is a massive suicide mission. Hung Dong does not understand why they are going back when the clan is already at the brink of collapse. The family has been almost completely wiped out, leaving their legacy in total ruin and absolute chaos. It is safe to say the situation there is a complete mess with no one left in charge. Before, he went there as an official inspector, but this time, the rules have completely changed for them. There is no seal on his robes now, because this trip is not about business, it is about blood. He is going back to get his revenge on the Red Snake family once and for all. The clan leader's wounds are deep, and he will not be recovering anytime soon from that devastating blow. They are like a snake without a head, and one more push will make them vanish from the world forever. He is returning for revenge, but also to seize their power and territory for his own gain. Taking one of the 7 great families would give him the power he needs to become the next sect leader. Hung Dong understands the ambition, but the 7 families always have each other's backs in a fight. If he targets the giant whale family next, do you really think they will just stand by and watch? Hung Dong warns that they will definitely interfere to stop him from becoming the sect's official successor. The other princes and their factions will not let him take that power without an all-out war. But the master has planned for this, and the Red Snake clan is just the beginning of his conquest. Even the giant whale family is in his sights, though Hung Dong begs him to be extremely cautious. Their leader is Lord Luke's own father, so trying to take them over is a move nobody expected. He knows that success requires more than just effort. It takes a cold, calculated plan for every move. He will not change his mind, because only those who take action ever truly reach the top. So, you and I are left with one massive question: can he actually pull off this impossible takeover and survive? Alright, you and I are about to dive into a story where loyalty is tested by blood. No matter how dangerous it gets, Hung Dong is in. Our main character knows his brother has his back. He is a risk taker, but he has got a plan. The Red Snake clan is done, but the Great Whale? That is a problem for later. Deep down though, a gut feeling tells him something is not right. It is an itch he cannot quite scratch. Suddenly, Thok Duong rushes in, screaming and calling them monsters. They are shocked to see her in this state. She is losing it, crying about her destroyed clan. He just tells her they have not even touched her yet. She attacks in a frenzy, but he shuts it down. One quick strike, and she is out cold. She has completely lost her mind. Why is she here instead of at the Red Snake Manor? And why is she trying to kill everyone she sees? Look at her clothes torn, filthy, and her mind is shattered. Hung Dong points out the sword wounds all over her body. Now pay attention, because 5 top-tier experts are closing in on their position right now. Hung Dong warns him about the incoming enemies, but our main character already felt them coming. The leader demands to know who they are. When the main character does not answer, he pulls his sword and threatens them. He says since they saw what happened, they will have to die right alongside the girl. Too bad for them. But before he can finish his sentence, his legs are gone, and he is screaming in agony. The main character tells Hung Dong to handle the other 4. He is impressed with how much his friend's skills have improved. Hung Dong finishes them off easily. These guys were not the real deal, just some low-level thugs. The legless leader is still barking threats. The main character just laughs. He is the one asking questions. Where did that sword come from? A low-level fighter like him should not have a weapon from the Heavenly Justice Alliance. It does not add up. His energy is all wrong too. He is definitely not one of those righteous sect members. Let's pause for a second. This guy is holding a legendary sword from the 12 Blades. Who is he working for? The guy is stunned. How could the main character recognize the Fated Moon sword so easily? He is seeing red now. The main character does not care. He takes his hand next. He is losing patience and wants answers immediately. The leader thought they were the ones walking into a death trap. Turns out, it was the other way around. Meeting the main character while carrying that sword? That was his final mistake. His fate was sealed the moment they met. The Heavenly Justice Alliance is his #1 enemy. He asks if the Red Snake clan was really wiped out by assassins. The clan has survived for generations. A legacy like that should not just vanish overnight. It does not make sense. Were these assassins really that powerful? Or was there just an overwhelming number of them? The 7 dark families are as strong as the 5 great clans. No force in the Central Plains should be able to do this in one night. The girl's mind is totally gone. Asking her for more info is useless right now. She is paralyzed by trauma. Hung Dong notices something: these assassins are not from the Heavenly Justice Alliance. He asks the main character what he thinks. He explains that as a protector, he knows all their styles. He even studied the techniques of the righteous sects. The 4 guys he fought were decent, but their energy was way too violent. Their power felt wild and uncontrolled. Most orthodox sects do not use that kind of brutal, raw force. It is completely different from their usual style. The Alliance is more than just talk. They have secret warriors trained from birth for one purpose: killing. Not many people know that. To Hung Dong, these guys felt more like the fighters from Iron Blood City. The Alliance plays the hero in public, but their secret actions tell a different story. Iron Blood City is known for being aggressive and savage. This attack felt similar, but something is still off. The main character agrees the violent, battle-hungry nature is a lot like their own sect's energy. But Iron Blood City recruits anyone. They have no discipline. It is every man for himself over there. These assassins were different. They moved with perfect rhythm and coordination, just like their own highly trained disciples. Their formations were flawless. That is something the Iron Blood City thugs could never pull off. Only an ancient power could have this kind of foundation. They are not from the Central Plains at all. They are from the Sword Palace. Hung Dong is confused. Why would they come all this way to do this? Taking over the Red Snake clan means they are picking a fight with the sect. But they cannot hold it for long. They only have the north to escape to. Trust me, you and I need to see what is next. Alright, stick with me because the northern heavens are guarded by the Heavenly Alliance, but our main character says they can wait. They have much more urgent problems to deal with. At the Red Snake clan, Mo Kwang Nan is currently unleashing a massacre, leaving dead bodies scattered across the entire estate. A subordinate arrives to report that they have successfully seized the inner courtyard. Ma Kwang Nan simply orders them to move inside. Our lead insists they must push toward the Red Snake clan immediately. He will not let the Sword Palace steal his prey. Hung Dong asks if the Heavenly Alliance and Sword Palace are now working together, but he tells him not to guess blindly. It is not easy for a group like the Heavenly Alliance, who claims to fight for justice, to join hands with outsiders they usually treat as mortal enemies. He asks about Thuk Duong, their general manager. She replies that he is nowhere to be found among the chaos. He left the main house the night before the attack and has not appeared since. It is starting to look like he might have been murdered. He planned to hand the clan to that puppet manager, but everything is ruined. Hung Dong suggests contacting the main sect first. The main character tells him there is no need for that. Right then, the head of the Great Whale family arrives. Shocked, the Great Whale patriarch asks if it is true. Who would dare to occupy the Red Snake clan like this? He simply states that since things have come to this, he must head to the clan headquarters without any more hesitation. He tells him to send a messenger pigeon for help. His first step toward becoming the successor is being blocked by enemies he does not even know. Now watch closely. Whether it is the Sword Palace or someone else, he is going to wipe out anyone who crosses him. Ma Kwang-nan looks at an unconscious man and sighs. He really wanted a proper fight for once. He heard the Red Snake clan leader possessed rare martial prowess and poison techniques within the martial world. He hoped the clan leader would be the one to help him break through the wall of his stagnated cultivation realm. The wall to the next stage is right in front of him, but crossing it requires even more effort than everything he has given so far. He asks about the team chasing the daughter. His subordinate reports no contact yet, so he orders Taha to take over the pursuit. The subordinate worries that involving the young palace lord might anger the leader. One glare from his master, and he is shouting apologies and running to deliver the order. Left alone, he pours a drink and admits the Heavenly Alliance leader is impressive. It is no surprise he planned to seize the Red Snake clan. The leader used the Tang clan deadly poisons to eliminate the demon cult followers who were swarming this location after hearing rumors. Surprisingly, they did not use their own troops. Instead, they handed the dirty work over to the Sword Palace. The plan was to shift public criticism from the Heavenly Alliance to the Sword Palace, and after wiping out the cultists, the Alliance would simply absorb the Sword Palace skilled warriors. As payment, the villain received several secret manuals and some high-quality treasure swords. Through this, the Alliance increases its power and fame while dealing a massive blow to their demonic enemies. It is a win-win for them. To gain a foothold in the Central Plains, there was simply no reason for the Sword Palace to refuse such an offer. Both sides benefit. This partnership will likely serve as a stepping stone for even greater gains for both factions in the future. Dam Tu Vin is a political genius who knows exactly how to play people. Working with him was an unavoidable necessity for the palace, but you and I know he is playing a dangerous game. He cannot afford to lower his guard. A shadow guard appears to report that everything is ready and contact with the Heavenly Alliance is confirmed. The path is clear, and a guide will arrive in 2 days at midnight. He orders the news to be spread throughout the entire martial world. The Red Snake clan is now under mysterious control. Tu Ha, sent by Mok Kwang Nan, has found traces of the assassins following Thuk Duong. The subordinate reports they have scouted the area twice. It looks like the target just passed through this spot. Tu Ha is furious. Those idiots could not even catch one woman, and now she has to clean up their mess. Luke Pham, and steps out from the shadows and comments that her attitude is not bad for a woman. Most experts would not even survive a few rounds with our main character, let alone this girl. Tu Ha did not even sense him. Then Hung Dong drops from a tree, clearly a high-level master. She is panicked to see another person, but that is not all. It should not be possible since 100 men are surrounding the area. Before she can even ask who they are, he takes down every subordinate in one move. He notes that she seems much more important than the rest of those trash. If she wants a quick death, she better answer everything he asks honestly. Got it? Back at the clan, Mok Kwang Nian asks what is happening. A subordinate rushes in to report that an unidentified intruder blew up the main gate and is heading their way. The enemy seems to be a top-tier master, so he decides to check it out himself. The subordinate adds that the intruder has the young palace lord. You and I are about to see a real bloodbath. All right, you and I are about to watch the great inspector show everyone why he is an absolute powerhouse. It is true he has taken a massive step toward a brand new realm during this inspection of the 7 great families. Is it possible he is already standing before the wall of the demon? Breaking human limits is one thing, but this state is a completely different level of existence. Those who surpass human bounds but cannot break free from the chains of martial arts have to struggle just to escape that cage. This level is higher than any fortress and more solid than the toughest steel you have ever seen. He is right on the edge of the ultimate demon realm. He is going to smash through the demon wall mountain sooner than expected. At a moment like this, finding a top-tier master to push his fighting potential to the absolute max would be perfect. Hung Dong shouts out that this sudden burst of energy is insane. A true master has finally arrived on the scene. This bizarre, overwhelming energy mixed with a powerful demonic aura gets him fired up. This place is clearly a master's territory, and he is walking right into it. The expanding energy of this elite master starts taking over the entire Red Snake Clan territory. Someone releasing energy this terrifying has to be the Vice Palace Master of the Sword Palace. Ma Kyung-in asks if he is really the demon cult's inspector. Since he is holding Soha hostage, why does he not come up and talk? He replies that despite the mystery, he has heard the Sword Palace is full of sword demons who would die for a single blade. He figured even if they were just hypocrites who did not know the path of a true warrior, they would at least understand swordsman's honor. He did not expect them to toss that honor away and use cheap poisons only a third-rate assassin would ever touch. Those idiots. They are honestly such a huge disappointment to him. Watch this, the villain is totally shocked. The inspector identified the fairy lungs and 7-step soul-shattering poisons. He mocks him, saying his tongue is certainly sharp. He demands the inspector prove his martial arts are as impressive as his trash talk. He tells the guy to quit hiding up there and come down. The villain replies he will test his strength with sword energy first. Hung Dong screams a warning, but our hero does not just block the attack, he strikes right back with interest. He asks if the counterattack was okay. The villain admits it was decent. Meanwhile, a mysterious force has taken over the Red Snake House. The third young master is already headed there after finishing his inspection mission. If the enemy has enough troops to seize the house, he is in serious danger. The backup squad is falling behind. He orders everyone to stop immediately and get off their horses. They must reach the Red Snake House by 5 p.m. The rest of the way is a full sprint, and anyone falling behind will be executed. Back at the Red Snake House, Luke Pham reminds them of exactly what he already said. You and I know he hates thieves, especially those trying to steal his prey. Mok Kyung In asks, his prey? He is completely baffled by the man's arrogance. He vows to wipe out every single one of these annoying bastards, so they had better not even think about running away. The giant whale patriarch watches from the distance. As ordered, he warns that the inner courtyard is drowning in deadly fairy lungs and soul-shattering poisons. Until the toxic mist is cleared, the giant whale forces are ordered to stay exactly where they are. He wonders what the inspector's plan is. Luke Pham calls for Kim Ho, putting Mok Kyung in on high alert. This massive aura is so intense he cannot tell if it is human or beast, but it is a terrifying power he will not handle easily. He tells Hung Dong to stay close, while Mok Kyung orders all his swordsmen to prepare for battle. The villain thinks they are insane. How could they walk right into a massive cloud of lethal poison like that? Without an antidote, that deadly poison will shatter your internal power forever. This is unlike the Sword Palace warriors who already took the special medicine.